10 Gods Chapter 1010 to Chapter 1065. As the young lady released the bowstring of the divine bow of time, the arrow that fused time and karma immediately turned into a proud true dragon that flew towards the river of time. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than the previous two arrows. Its speed was even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Godly King of Darkness's real body that was following the river of time. Poof, in an instant, Godly King of Darkness's real body exploded again. Bright red blood flowed in the upper reaches of the river of time. It was a ghastly sight. Junior. Godly King of Darkness was shocked and furious. He let out a loud roar, and in the blink of an eye, he reformed his physical body and continued to charge towards the present. Moreover, his speed was obviously faster, and time was passing by him continuously. He can kill from the future to the present in a few dozen breaths at most. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's hearts trembled. Godly King Qian too and the others looked at each other and moved at the same time. All of them attacked the young lady to buy time for Godly King of Darkness's real body to descend. Boom, in an instant, 6 different killing lights bombarded the young lady, sealing off every corner around her. In response, the young lady only snorted softly. I've said it before. This is my main battlefield in the river of time after leaving the era that originally belonged to us. She said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud roar, and the world-shaking dragon roar was heard again. Huge dragons appeared one after another, and each of them was 10,000 feet long. They rushed out from her side and performed a dance of dragons, sending Godly King Qian Tu and the others flying again. Moreover, these huge dragons did not disappear. Each of them seemed to be real, and they intertwined with the light of the dragon patterns and the light of time. Amidst the deafening dragon roars, they attacked Godly King Qian Tu and the others continuously. At the same time, the young lady continued to stare at the upper reaches of the river of time. Her actions were very simple, and she continued to draw her bow. Buzz. In the sky full of divine light, she used the law of time to draw in the power of karma that Godly King of Darkness had with this era. She merged it with her own law of time, then drew in the weak power of the river of time and shot out another killing arrow. Poof, the blood mist exploded once again, and the Godly King of Darkness aura weakened significantly. However, this was not the end. The girl did not hesitate as she continued to draw her bow in the river of time. Killing arrows of time and karma shot towards the upper reaches of the river of time, enveloping the Divine King of Darkness within. Ah! The Divine King of Darkness roared furiously, his murderous aura filling the air. It was as if he wanted to shatter the long river of time. Very soon, when the girl shot out the 8th arrow that fused time and karma, the figure of the Divine King of Darkness finally appeared amidst an earth-shattering roar. Like a demonic lord of death, he charged straight for the girl. At this moment, his aura was many times weaker than when he had manifested in the future era. Even so, he was still many times more powerful than his previous incarnation. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth, and could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, it was also at this time that the young girl drew her bow and pulled the 9th arrow. In an instant, rumbling resounded as the energy of karma and the vast laws of time converged together, and it was a shocking sight. Goodbye. The young lady said. With a swoosh, she released the bowstring, and the 9th killing arrow of time and karma flew over. The arrow was even more terrifying than the 8 killing arrows from before combined. As though it had teleported, it followed the blurry trajectory of time and penetrated the Divine King of Darkness's forehead in the blink of an eye. This time, the Divine King of Darkness let out a miserable cry. His powerful immortal Divine King body exploded, and in the blink of an eye, it was enveloped by the energy of karma and time, making it difficult for him to heal like before. At this moment, the energy of karma and time were like maggots in a corpse, or an inextinguishable divine fire that could not be extinguished no matter what. The Divine King of Darkness screamed, roared, and struggled. Unfortunately, his aura grew weaker and weaker. Just like that, a dozen breaths passed in the blink of an eye. No! The Divine King of Darkness cried out. His voice was filled with shock, anger, fear, and indignation. His flesh was completely burned by the energy of karma and time. His true body had just stepped into this era, and his soul was destroyed by the 9th killing arrow of time and karma. Immediately, the hearts of Lin Tian and the others trembled. A future divine king had been killed by a young lady in the river of time. The expressions of divine King Qiantu and the others naturally changed drastically. The one who had died was the true body of the divine king of darkness. The impact on them was too great, and it would affect the direction of their camp. Boom, the firmament shook violently, and streaks of blood-red lightning appeared in the sky. At this moment, heaven and earth shook violently, and a blood-red rain poured down. Streaks of lightning struck down from the boundless sky, and it was extremely terrifying. At the same time, there was a whimper in heaven and earth. Vaguely, heaven and earth seemed to have split open, and the soul-subduing melody of the dead drifted out. It was as though someone was reciting a Tao song in hell, and all Taos in heaven and earth were whimpering. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the expressions of Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile to change drastically again. Clearly, such a phenomenon in heaven and earth was related to the death of the divine king of darkness. Heaven and earth are wailing for the other party's death? Wuxing Crocodile was astonished. A divine king. What kind of existence was that? The death of a divine king caused heaven and earth to wail, and such a terrifying phenomenon was produced, causing all Taos to mourn together. In the long river of time, divine King Qiantu and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. The 7 of them worked together to cross into this era to kill Lin Tian, but they did not expect that not only did they fail to kill Lin Tian, but they also lost a divine king. The 7 of us worked together to conceal the secrets of heaven and earth, and all Taos in heaven and earth. No one should be able to sense that we are coming to this era, not even your father. Moreover, he is at the critical moment of breaking through to the divine emperor realm. Even if he had that ability, he wouldn't be able to use it. Why? How did you know? Divine King He Yen stared at the young girl. Speak. Divine King Destruction roared. The others were also extremely pale. At this moment, such an outcome was really unbearable for them. The young girl snorted and closed in on the 6 of them. Someone will know. Buzz, divine light surged around her body, and the time precept was sparkling and bright like the bright moonlight, but it was also terrifying. All of you will end up like him. All of you will die in this era. She said coldly. The divine bow of time in her hand dispersed, and with a wave of her hand, she condensed a time sword and slashed at the 6 of them. This sword was intertwined with the time precept, and it was not a simple killing sword. It directly cut through the protective light veil around the 6 of them, and at the same time, cut their avatars in half, causing them to expend a lot of energy to recover. Use all your strength to break out of this era. Divine King Qiantu said. The other 5 of them had the same idea, and they immediately urged their divine power with all their might, even burning the power of their avatars, to break the time seal set by the young girl and rush out of this era to return to the future era. However, the outcome was just like the beginning. Even if they burned the power of their avatars, they still could not break the time seal set by the young girl. I told you earlier that you are just avatars. The young girl's words were simple. She held the time-killing sword, and the time precept intertwined, shrouding divine King Qiantu and the others under the killing sword. For a moment, the power of time surged, and the 6 of them were sent flying again, spurting blood at the same time. Brat Lin, you can actually give birth to such a daughter. Lord Crocodile is shocked. Wuxing Crocodile stared intently at the time-long river. Lin Tian was not in the mood to bicker with it at this time, as the young girl's fighting posture was simply too stunning. Boom, in the time-long river, divine King Qiantu and the other 5 unleashed their divine powers and techniques, but it was to no avail. They were just avatars, and now they were in the time-long river, so they could not stop the young girl who had the time precept. Descend with your true body. Divine King Qiantu said coldly, staring at the young girl, his eyes filled with coldness. She and we belong to the same era. We will descend with our true bodies to the present to kill her. Don't worry about adding too much karma, it will not have a huge impact on us. The other 5 nodded, their eyes sharp like knives. In the next moment, the time-long river's upper reaches rumbled like a flash flood. 6 unparalleled forces began to descend into this era. The degree of terror was indescribable, causing Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile to feel chills all over their bodies. They actually descended with their true bodies? Lin Tian's eyes were filled with shock and worry. He could see that the realms of Divine King Qiantu and the others' true bodies were definitely much higher than the young girl's. If they descended with their true bodies, even if the young girl mastered the time precept, she might not necessarily be a match for the 6 of them. They have no choice now. If they don't descend with their true bodies, they will be like Divine King Dark Abyss. Their avatars will be shattered by your beautiful daughter from the future. Then, the power of karma they have with this era will be drawn out, and their true bodies will be shot to death in this era. If the 6 of them descend with their true bodies at this time, there might be a different outcome. If the true bodies of the 6 ancient divine kings suppress together, then... Wuxing Crocodile did not finish his sentence, but Lin Tian naturally understood what he meant. He had already thought about it. If the 6 divine kings descended with their true bodies, they could get out of this predicament. Moreover, the 6 of them combined their true bodies could threaten the young girl. Uncle Crocodile, are you saying Little Miss will be in danger? Little Yutong asked worriedly. Boom. In the time-long river, Divine King Qiantu and the others used their avatars to entangle the young girl. They kept coughing out blood and were constantly shattered. At the same time, their true bodies descended along the time-long river and rapidly descended into this era. Just like that, after a few dozen breaths, 6 supreme powers appeared in this era. 6 tall figures strode over from the upper reaches of the river of time, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the time seal set up by the young girl. Then, almost in an instant, the 6 avatars that descended into this era turned into a beam of light and entered their true bodies with whooshing sounds. For a moment, divine power rolled out like a torrent. The 6 terrifying divine kings' auras were as vast and mighty as the sea. It shook the countless living beings in the entire 10 directions celestial territory to tremble in fear. They instantly fell into endless fear. Junior. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 6 ancient divine kings had entered from the future. This time, they had descended with their true bodies. Their terrifying power was not something their avatars could compare to. Swoosh, at this moment, the 6 of them stood in the long river of time like gods. They stared coldly at the girl with undisguised killing intent. 6 pairs of eyes were cold, cruel, and merciless. Lin Tian's expression changed. He looked at the girl in the long river of time with deep worry in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Although his cultivation was not high, he could feel that Divine King Qiantu and the other Divine King's auras were much stronger than the girl's. Their cultivation realms were clearly not something the girl could compare to. Little sister, is she in danger? Little Yutong grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve. This, Wuxing Crocodile's heart trembled. Even though Divine King Qiantu and the others were in the long river of time, the terrifying ripples still spread out. It felt cold all over. Boom, in the long river of time, Divine King Qiantu, Divine King Dong Ao, Divine King Destruction, Divine King He Yan, Divine King Lan Shao, and Divine King Luo Hun all descended with their true bodies. They were like 6 sources of destruction, causing all living beings in the 10 directions celestial domain to tremble in fear. Their true bodies shook, instantly shattering the time seal that the girl had set in this era. You killed Yu and forced us to descend with our true bodies. Junior, you're not bad. Very good. Divine King He Yan said, but his voice was very cold. He descended with his true body. His body seemed to be made of black flames. It was terrifying, as if he wanted to burn down the long river of time. Killing you will make the strongest eternal divine Tao disappear. It's as valuable as killing your father and child. Divine King Qiantu's voice was emotionless. The laws of time were too terrifying and possessed unfathomable power. Now, this kind of eternal divine Tao had appeared in the body of the descendant of their enemy. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous matter, and eliminating it would naturally be a great achievement for Zhong Tian. Humph. The godly king of destruction and the others snorted coldly. The killing intent on their bodies grew even colder as they slowly closed in on the young girl. When the 6 of them stood together, they looked like 6 true gods of destruction. Seeing this, the worry in Lin Tian's eyes deepened. Her hands clenched even tighter as she stared unblinkingly ahead. In the long river of time, the young girl faced the true bodies of the 6 divine kings. Even though the auras of the 6 of them were much stronger than hers, their expressions didn't change in the slightest. They were still as calm as ever. I will bury all of you in this era. This voice was not loud, but it was filled with confidence, causing Divine King Qian and the others to snort coldly, their eyes becoming even colder. Shameless boasting. Divine King Thousand Slaughter said coldly. Divine King Luohun said, in the long river of time, you do have a great advantage in controlling the laws of time. However, one's cultivation realm determines many things. Your cultivation realm is not comparable to ours. Moreover, there are 6 of us. You won't live. God King Black Flame's eyes were cold. Around the 6 of them, law substance chains intertwined. They were even scarier and stronger, sealing off all directions. Regarding this, the girl remained calm. You will be very disappointed. She opened her mouth and looked at Lin Tian in the long river of time. She said with a smile, young father, may I borrow your divine sword? She raised her hand and gestured across the air. Instantly, a blazing 7-colored light bloomed from Lin Tian's body. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness suddenly vibrated and instantly turned into a 7-colored lightning bolt and flew out. This? Lin Tian was shocked. Whooshing Crocodile also widened its eyes. It knew that Lin Tian had a mysterious divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Even Lin Tian himself couldn't control it. However, at this moment, the girl gestured across the air and the divine sword flew out of Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. With a swoosh, the divine sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the girl's head. Like a 7-colored god of war, it poured down strands of 7-colored light, protecting the girl within it and illuminating the entire long river of time. You? Divine King Qian and the others stopped in their tracks and their expressions changed. Wasn't this killing sword forged after he entered the Divine King realm? How could it appear now? This is impossible. What did you do? How could this be? Divine King He Yan and the others were shocked. Obviously, these few divine kings were wary of the divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. This caused Lin Tian to be shocked again. Was the divine sword in his sea of consciousness that terrifying? How could it make future divine kings so wary? Kid, what exactly is your sword? Whooshing Crocodile was also shocked. In the long river of time, the girl had the divine sword above her head. 7-colored light surrounded her body, making her look unparalleled. Forged? The girl looked calm and snorted, who told you that this divine sword was forged after my father entered the Divine King realm? This divine sword has always been by my father's side before he truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Divine King Qian and the others' faces darkened. The coldness and killing intent in their eyes became even more intense and chilling. But soon, their expressions calmed down a lot. It feels like it's not as powerful as the killing sword from that era. It seems to have a huge flaw. Divine King Destruction stared at the divine sword above the girl's head and said, it won't affect us much. It's not as powerful as the sword from that era. The others nodded. Apparently, they had all noticed this. Kill. Divine King Qian said coldly. He was the first to attack. He used the Divine King killing technique. With a loud boom, endless killing light formed around him. It crushed everything in its path and slashed toward the girl. This was the Divine King killing technique that he used with his real body. It was far more powerful than the previous incarnation. It was much more terrifying. At the same time, the other 5 Divine Kings attacked as well. They did not show any mercy and each of their attacks was more terrifying than the last. Suddenly, the entire long river of time shook. It was extremely terrifying. Facing the monstrous waves, the girl stood quietly in the long river of time. She looked up at the 7-colored divine sword above her head. Clang, as if it had sensed the girl's gaze and knew who she was, the 7-colored divine sword vibrated on its own. It immediately let out a terrifying sword hum that shook the 3,000 great worlds. All the Daos of heaven and earth were shaking. Even the long river of time was shaking because of this. Chi. 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 In an instant, the Divine King Qian and the others' Divine King killing techniques were all shattered. This scene undoubtedly made Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile's hearts palpitate. This? Lin Tian was stunned. Residing in his sea of consciousness, this sword had always been very mysterious. He also knew that it was very frightening, but he didn't expect it to be so frightening. It actually shattered the great divine ability of 6 great divine kings in a single strike while it was still vibrating on its own. It's definitely beyond the category of a heavenly treasure. Far beyond that. How can a heavenly treasure be so terrifying? Whooshing crocodile scales stood on. And so powerful. Even little Yi Tong was staring. At the same time, Divine King Qian and the others were naturally gloomy. However, the murderous intent in their eyes became even more terrifying. This killing sword is very shocking, but it won't change your fate. Your cultivation level will definitely determine everything. Divine King He Yan said. The 6 divine kings rushed forward together. Apart from the initial shock, their eyes were still cold. As they closed in on the girl, their auras became even more terrifying. Don't be so sure. Some people's cultivation level can change temporarily under certain circumstances. The girl's expression was calm. She guided the 7-colored divine light of the divine sword into her body. At the same time, the law of time surged around her. Her hands quickly formed a series of mysterious hand seals. Eternal time, bloom with a thought. Boom, as soon as these words were spoken, the girl's aura suddenly surged. It was like a dormant volcano that suddenly erupted. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy spread out. The girl's cultivation level began to climb and become stronger in the blink of an eye. Then, in just a few breaths, the girl's aura reached a terrifying peak. Middle stage Divine King? You. Divine King Qian was shocked. Divine King He Yan's face was extremely dark. She used the killing sword's power as the core and used the law of time to forcefully borrow her future combat strength. She directly reached middle stage Divine King from the early stage Divine King realm. The other 5 Divine Kings' faces turned even uglier. Their eyes were cold. Lin Tianyi had been staring at the river of time. At this time, he naturally heard Divine King He Yan's words. The shock in his eyes intensified. He could not help but mutter to himself, she borrowed her future combat strength? Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? Whooshing crocodile's heart trembled. Boom, in the river of time, the girl's body surged with divine light. The law of time intertwined. The 7-colored divine light vibrated. Her immortal aura was unparalleled. Staring at Divine King Qian and the others, she stepped forward and took the initiative to meet them. The eyes of Divine King Qian and the others turned cold. Divine King Qian said coldly, so what if you've reached middle stage Divine King realm? You're still far from our level. Furthermore, how long would you be able to last if you were to borrow more of your own combat strength? In the end, you'll still. Clang, the sword chimed and directly interrupted Divine King Qian day. At this moment, the girl made her move. The 7-colored divine sword above her head vibrated, and a blinding killing sword slashed out. The speed of this killing sword was too fast, and it was too strong. It instantly shattered Divine King Thousand Slaughter's true body. I can last for 7 minutes. The girl did not change her pace. She continued to press forward. The 7-colored divine sword above her head was like a guardian divine general. With my cultivation as a middle stage divine king, this divine sword, my law of time, and this past era in the current of time, I have all the advantages. None of you will survive. As if to demonstrate the girl's might, the moment she finished speaking, the 7-colored divine sword trembled violently. Dense streaks of light shot out, descending like a storm of swords, enveloping the god kings at the same time. Junior, you, poof, 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 blood mist exploded. After Divine King Qian, Divine King He Yan and the others also met with a great disaster. They were all slashed into pieces. P.S. The second update will be at around 18 p.m. 8-6 clouds of blood mist floated in the long river of time. It was a ghastly sight, causing everything to pale in comparison. Lin Tian stared at the long river of time, his eyes flickering. The power of this sword was too powerful. It's heaven-defying. Whooshing crocodile's heart palpitated. Little Yi Tong also stared with her round eyes, her little hands clutching the corner of Lin Tian's clothes tightly. Boom, in the long river of time, Divine King Thousand Slaughter and the others roared. Their shattered flesh and blood reassembled in the blink of an eye, and their eyes became even colder. Kill. Staring at the girl in white, they had nothing else to say at this time. They directly attacked. The 6 of them joined forces, each of them using incomparably terrifying methods to guide the tyrannical Tao order, condensing it into a net of light that pressed towards the girl. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. Even with the long river of time isolating their power, the 10 heavens still shook violently as if it was about to explode. Slash. It was also at this time that the word slash was heard. The girl made her move again. She grabbed the rainbow divine sword above her head and activated it with the law of time. She directly slashed out a rainbow light sword directly towards Divine King Thousand Slaughter. This sword was astonishingly fast, so fast that it was almost invincible. It pierced through the 6 Divine King's secret killing circle and directly entered between Divine King Thousand Slaughter's eyebrows. Suddenly, with a poof, Divine King Thousand Slaughter exploded again. Blood, flesh, and bones floated in all directions. Junior. Divine King Thousand Slaughter roared. The girl snorted lightly. She activated the dragon burial scripture with the law of time, forming hundreds of dragons to block the attacks of Divine King Black Flame and the others. She took a step forward and appeared beside Divine King Thousand Slaughter's flesh and bones. The rainbow divine sword in her hand directly slashed down. For a moment, the rainbow sword shook, causing Divine King Thousand Slaughter's shattered flesh and blood to shatter even more. It was a shocking sight. Damn it! Divine King Thousand Slaughter roared. His flesh and blood gathered crazily towards the middle. It was obvious that he was trying to reassemble his body. However, the girl did not give him the chance. After the rainbow divine sword pressed down, the law of time also fell together with it. Thousand Slaughter. God King Thousand Slaughter roared. With a loud rumble, a terrifying fluctuation of Tao laws gushed out from his flesh and blood, turning into astonishing chains of Tao laws that spread outwards in circles, forcing the young girl to retreat step by step. Her mangled flesh and bones gathered together even faster. The girl snorted and tossed her right hand. The rainbow godly sword shone brightly as it slashed down from the sky with boundless sword power. It shattered the Tao law substance chains that God King Thousand Slaughter had conjured. However, this was not the end. At this moment, she formed another seal. Her hands guided the wave-like law of time and pressed it down on Divine King Qian Tuesday, time destruction. She snorted. As these words fell, Divine King Thousand Slaughter's flesh and bones trembled violently. Then, he actually let out a muffled scream. The girl's beauty was peerless. Her eyes shone with a strange light. After using time destruction, she used another unique technique. Terrifying secret techniques wrapped around God King Thousand Slaughter's flesh and bones, crushing them. Divine Monarch Thousand Slaughter was very strong. However, he couldn't help but cry out in pain as the young lady continued to attack him. Stop her. Godly Monarch Black Inferno and company were alarmed. At this moment, they could sense that Godly Monarch Thousand Slaughter's aura was rapidly diminishing. If this continued, he would definitely end up in the same state as Godly Monarch Dark Darkness, dying at the hands of the girl. However, the hundreds of dragons conjured by the dragon burial scripture using the law of time were too troublesome. They were very powerful. The few divine kings couldn't get close to Divine King Thousand Slaughter to help him in a short period of time. I already said that this is my main battlefield. The young lady's voice rang out again. Strands of crystal clear law of time shot towards Divine King Thousand Slaughter again. At the same time, she took out the rainbow godly sword again. Slowly but forcefully, she slashed out, Time returns to ruins, soulless sword. Perish. Wang, blazing light enveloped Divine King Thousand Slaughter. It carried the law of time and the rainbow godly sword radiance as it pressed down mercilessly. Divine King Thousand Slaughter only had time to let out an unwilling roar before he was crushed to death by the divine light. Boom. Instantly, the firmament trembled violently. Blood splattered everywhere. The soul burial song of the dead resounded through the 9 heavens once again. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Another ancient divine king had been killed by the young lady in this era. In the blink of an eye, the other 5 divine kings in the River of Time all had ugly expressions on their faces. Until now, 2 out of the 7 of them had been killed. The impact of this was simply too great. Damn it! Divine King Destruction gritted his teeth as he stared at the young lady in white. He wanted to swallow her alive. Divine King Heiyan's eyes were filled with coldness. He gritted his teeth decisively and said, "Return to our era." As divine kings, they weren't stupid. When they saw Divine King Thousand Slaughter being annihilated, they knew that the young lady had a great advantage in this era. Just as the young lady had said, all the advantages were on her side. If they continued to stay, they might end up like Divine King Thousand Slaughter and have their real bodies destroyed by the young lady. Now, they had already retracted their avatars and their real bodies were unharmed. If they returned to the future era now, they wouldn't have to worry about the young lady killing their real bodies by seizing the time karma between them and this era like how she killed Divine King Darkyu. After all, they were unharmed and had retracted their avatars, so the karma would be entangled with them. Retreat. Divine King Luo Hun, Divine King Dong Ao, and Divine King Lan Xiao nodded solemnly. They naturally understood their current situation. Immediately, the 5 divine kings didn't hesitate. Their bodies shone with a strange light as they began to return to the future era. "You can't leave." The young lady snorted coldly. She intertwined the law of time and quickly infused it into the rainbow godly sword. Then, she slashed down viciously. Suddenly, with a swoosh, the upstream section of the long river of time was cut off, and a temporary gap appeared. This scene shocked Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. The young lady swung the rainbow godly sword and cut off the long river of time, even Divine King Heiyan and the others trembled. They all had a horrified expression. The 5 divine kings stared at the young lady. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they stopped in their tracks. This was because the upstream section of the long river of time was temporarily cut off by the young lady. They couldn't return to the future for the time being. After all, this was the long river of time. They lived in it, but they couldn't fly through the gap. If they tried to force their way through, even a divine emperor would die. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing and reverberated in all directions. The young lady held the rainbow godly sword and closed in on the 5 of them. "With young father's godly sword, my law of time, and a strand of my time origin, the gap in time that I cut can last for 90 breaths." The young lady spoke. Her figure swayed, and her entire body seemed to have turned into a killing sword. At the same time, she swung her sword at the 5 divine kings of destruction. "Within 90 breaths, I'll bury all of you." With a clang, the boundless rainbow godly sword swept across. It was swayed by the godly sword and enveloped the 5 divine kings at the same time. "Damn it!" The 5 of them roared angrily. They all used their great magical powers to resist. However, this sword was beyond their expectations. The young lady had used her full strength to activate the rainbow godly sword. Coupled with the long river of time as the main battlefield, this sword slashed the 5 of them into pieces. It was also at this moment that the young lady's real body swayed. Carrying the rainbow godly sword, she instantly appeared in front of the shattered body of Divine King Dong Ao. "Goodbye." These 2 simple words came out of the young lady's mouth. The rainbow godly sword and the law of time moved together, turning into a destructive storm. It enveloped the shattered body and divine soul of Divine King Dong Ao in it. It pressed down with a force that could destroy everything. Divine King Dong Ao screamed. The next moment, his voice disappeared. At the same time, thunder and blood rain fell from the sky. Lin Tian stared at the long river of time and could not help but take a deep breath. The young lady had also killed Divine King Dong Ao. Roar! Divine Kings of Destruction and the others roared. At this time, they condensed their real bodies one after another. At the same time, they raised their hands and were about to use their great magical powers. However, the young lady's movements were much faster than theirs. After gaining the upper hand, she did not give them the slightest chance to attack. The endless divine light of time immediately covered them and once again shattered the bodies of Divine Kings of Destruction and the others. Then, the young lady took another step forward and shuttled through the long river of time. She used 4 types of ultimate killing techniques at the fastest speed. Dragon Burial World. Emptiness of myriad Tao. Time returns to ruins. Soaring sword of the nine heavens. A cold voice floated in the long river of time. The young lady attacked. Unparalleled dragon patterns, the way of time, the rainbow godly sword, and waves of destructive killing power enveloped the divine kings of destruction and the others before they could condense their bodies. Ah! No! Ear-piercing screams were accompanied by 4 ultimate killing techniques. Divine kings of destruction and blue firmament were directly destroyed in body and soul. In the blink of an eye, a rain of blood poured down and blood filled the sky, enveloping the entire 6th heaven. Divine King He Yan and Divine King Luo Han barely survived. They were shocked and angry at the same time. They roared and burned their Divine King origin to forcibly increase their strength, instantly condensing their bodies. At this time, they stared at the young lady with a trace of fear in their eyes. However, the young lady's expression did not change. The moment she attacked, she used an explosive move. Holding the rainbow godly sword, she directly pressed forward. Clang, with an ear-piercing sword hum, the young lady activated the rainbow godly sword to the extreme with the time law. The entire sword turned into a beam of rainbow light and mercilessly slashed down at Divine King Luo Han. Deity King Luo Han's expression changed drastically. He dodged quickly and activated a divine ability to defend himself. However, it was useless. The young girl had activated the rainbow divine sword with an eternal divine Tao like the law of time. Its might was too strong, and it destroyed everything with one strike. Puff, Divine King Luo Han's body exploded, and his divine soul was also annihilated by the sword. In an instant, the surroundings were deathly silent. The 7 divine kings came from the future, and now, only Divine King He Yan was left. It was also at this time that the gap in the river of time that the young lady cut with the rainbow godly sword was restored to its original state, and they could pass through. Whoosh, Divine King He Yan did not hesitate at all. He turned into a bolt of lightning and directly flew towards the upstream of the river of time. Junior, after returning to the future, I won't let you off. He roared. The 7 divine kings were united, but now, 6 of them had died in the hands of the young lady. The impact on him was too great, he roared and moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he bypassed the young lady and crossed a long distance along the river of time. In this regard, the young lady did not chase at all. She only let out a light snort. You can't go back. Buzz. As her words fell, the river of time trembled, and dense array runes appeared. Every array rune was intertwined with endless killing intent. Every array rune was like a peerless divine king, and its killing intent shook the 9 heavens. These array runes were imprinted in the surroundings, and the area they covered was extremely shocking. They directly cut off Divine King He Yan's return path and covered his entire body. Divine King He Yan's expression changed immediately. He stared at the young lady in widened shock, anger, and fear. When did you do this? There's no need to tell you. The young lady snorted. With that, she raised her right hand, and the dense array of killing runes vibrated together, guiding endless killing light towards Divine King He Yan. Divine King He Yan was already very weak. When faced with such dense killing runes, his body and soul were crushed on the spot. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. All dead. Lin Tian was shocked, and the whooshing crocodile was almost stunned. They stared at the girl in the river of time without blinking. Too powerful, the girl was in the river of time. At this time, she tilted her head, smiled, and stepped out of the river of time. Then, the river of time disappeared in an instant, and the whole 10-direction sky domain became quiet and returned to its normal state. Clang, a sword sound rang out, but it was not ear-piercing. The 7-colored divine sword in the girl's hand vibrated on its own, turned into a 7-colored ray of light, and returned to Lin Tian's sea of consciousness in an instant. Once again, it calmed down in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness and became motionless. The girl watched the divine sword fly back to Lin Tian's sea of consciousness and curled her lips slightly. Soon, she came in front of Lin Tian. Young father, are you surprised? She looked at Lin Tian with a smile, and the aura on her body was quickly concealed. She was no different from an ordinary person from before. Lin Tian was indeed surprised. His future daughter came to this era to protect him and killed 7 peerless experts from the future. If he was not surprised, then it would be really abnormal. At this time, the girl asked him this question and looked at him with a smile. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and wanted to smile bitterly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The whooshing crocodile widened its eyes and was also very surprised. Little girl, you. Are you really Lin Tian's daughter? In fact, it was 100% convinced that the girl was Lin Tian's future daughter, but it still couldn't help but ask. Yes. The girl nodded. As she spoke, all kinds of treasure lights appeared around her. The golden light of the Sun Heart Sutra, the strange light of the Medicine Encyclopedia, the sword light of the heaven-piercing sword, dragon patterns, and array patterns appeared around her. These are all Father's techniques. I've learned them all. Lin Tian and the 5 Elements crocodile had actually seen the girl display Lin Tian's various divine abilities and precious techniques before. However, when they saw it again, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This is really... The 5 Elements crocodile sighed and couldn't say a complete sentence for a moment. The young girl retracted all the divine light around her and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. She blinked her eyes and said, "Young father, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you have anything to say to your beautiful daughter?" Lin Tian blushed with shame. He paused and asked subconsciously, "Who is your mother?" Hearing Lin Tian's question, Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but stare at the girl. He was very curious about this question. "I'm sorry, young father, mother, and I can't tell you my name. Otherwise, if you deliberately avoid it, I'll be very troubled. Maybe, if you're not careful, my existence will disappear." The young girl giggled. Lin Tianwei was shocked. She frowned and said, "Is it that serious?" "Yes, the influence of the past on the future is very great. It has the most direct relationship, and it is very serious." The young girl nodded. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression turned serious as he nodded his head seriously. He did not wish for the existence of this beautiful young lady, who was related to him by blood, to disappear. "In that case, I will not ask this question." Then, he paused as he remembered something. He looked at the young girl and said, "There's a legend in the 10 directions heavens that if you break through the 10th heaven, you'll be able to understand the secret of eternal life and become the 10 directions divine king. You and the 7 people from the future are all divine kings, called divine kings. You also mentioned that I'm going to break through to the divine emperor realm in the future. What's going on?" He looked at the young girl and continued, "In the future, you've all entered the 10th heaven? There are other levels after the chaotic realm? Breaking through the 10th heaven will allow you to enter the divine king realm from the chaotic realm and obtain eternal life? In addition, the divine king realm isn't the end of cultivation?" Looking at the young girl, he asked a series of questions. Listening to Lin Tian's series of questions, Whooshing Crocodile also stared at the young girl with a very serious expression. Obviously, it was very concerned about this. After all, the legend of the 10 directions heavens involved the word eternal life. At the same time, it couldn't help but mutter, "The 10th heaven, eternal life, chaotic realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm." Lord Crocodile is confused. The young girl covered her mouth and snickered. Then, she looked at Lin Tiandao, "Young father, you suddenly asked so many questions. Let me organize my words." As she said, the young girl thought for a while and then said, "Well, I'll tell you slowly. First, there are indeed other realms after the chaotic realm. Second, after the chaotic realm, you don't directly enter the divine king realm. There are still a few realms before the divine king realm. Third, the divine king realm is indeed not the end of the cultivation path. There are other realms above it, but it's very difficult. Since ancient times, not many people have broken through. Of course, those who reach the divine king realm can live as long as heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, they won't die." As she said, the young girl paused and said, "As for the legend of the 10 directions heavens, it actually means that only those who have the qualifications to become a divine king can break through the 10th heavens when they reach a certain level of strength. Then, they can walk out of the 10th heavens of the 10 directions heavens, walk out of the 10 directions heavens, walk out of the 10 directions heavens, go to a wider world, and then reach the height of the divine king realm. Reaching the height of the Divine King realm means eternal life and divine power. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile listened in a daze. The legend passed down from ancient times in the 10 directions heavens actually meant that there were other realms after the chaotic realm. The creatures in heaven and earth could really live forever. For a moment, the man and the crocodile suddenly understood a lot. Then, what are the realms after the chaotic realm? Lin Tian asked. Then, he said, outside the 10 directions heavens, is there a wider world? The young girl looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile, as for the realms after the chaotic realm, young father, you will naturally know when you reach a certain height. Knowing it now doesn't have any real meaning to you, father, nor is it beneficial at all. As for outside the 10 directions heavens, naturally, there is a wider world. Then, the young girl blinked and said, Father, don't you know that outside the 10 directions heavens, there is an aqua blue star? Lin Tian's expression changed when he heard that. His eyes couldn't help but flicker a little. The aqua blue star. It was there. He came from that world. On the other hand, Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian in surprise and said, Kid, you also know about the world outside the 10 directions heavens? Lin Tian didn't answer and only shook his head. The young girl smiled and asked, Young father, is there anything else you want to ask? Let me think, Lin Tian muttered to himself. With such a peerless expert from the future, he really wanted to know more. Forget it, what is there to think about? Wuxing Crocodile spoke again and interrupted Lin Tian's words. He rolled his eyes and said, You have already reached a very terrifying height in the future. What is there to ask? You can already rest easy. It's not like that, Uncle Crocodile. You can't think of it that way. The young girl hurriedly said with a serious expression, The present world can greatly affect the future. However, the future's influence on the present world is negligible. To put it simply, if Godly King of Darkness and the others kill you in the present world, you will also disappear in the future, and there will be other huge influences accompanying it. However, the achievements of a father in the future will not necessarily affect a young father in the present world. If a young father in the present world thinks that he will be very powerful in the future and slacks off on his cultivation, he will not be able to achieve anything in the end. It will even affect many other things. The young girl said, The influence of the past on the future, and the influence of the future on the past. The two are completely different. Her expression was very solemn, and her words were very serious. She was speaking to the 5 elements crocodile, and even more so to Lin Tian. She was afraid that after Lin Tian heard the 5 elements crocodile's words, he would really sit back and relax in the future. That would be a huge problem. This, Wuxing Crocodile opened his eyes wide. He really didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Lin Tian didn't have any intention of slacking off on his cultivation in the future, he couldn't help but be moved when he heard the young girl's words. He secretly thought that time was really strange. The young girl opened her mouth and looked at Lin Tian. She said softly, Actually, I originally wanted to wipe out all your memories of me, the 7 of them, and the future after killing the Divine King of Darkness and the others. However, I suddenly felt that this would be disrespectful to you, so I don't know what to do. Lin Tian fell silent when he heard that. He now knew some things about his future. It might really have a huge impact on his cultivation in the future. Most importantly, what worried him the most was that he now knew about the young girl's existence. He knew that the young girl was his future daughter. He was afraid that even though he didn't know the exact names of the young girl's mother and the young girl's mother, he would unknowingly do certain things that would affect the young girl's existence and interfere with the existence of his future daughter. If that really happened, he wouldn't be able to accept it. He paused for a moment. There was an undetectable hint of gentleness in the depths of his eyes. He looked at the young girl and said, After this, I'll do it myself. I'll shatter our memories of the future and wipe out the future that I know of. I'll wipe out you and the 7 of them from our minds. Of course, I'll keep some other things that have nothing to do with the future but are useful. The young girl trembled slightly when she heard that. She looked at Lin Tian. Her powerful cultivation allowed her to clearly see a hint of gentleness in Lin Tian's eyes. She could clearly grasp what Lin Tian was thinking at this moment. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but become misty again. Young father, I know that you're mainly afraid that your memories of the future will affect your daughter's existence. Actually, there won't be much of an impact. There's no need to worry about your daughter. I'm just afraid that knowing about your future will cause a huge change in your cultivation path and life in the future. When that time comes, wouldn't I be unfilial? P.S. Due to the strong winds, the power was cut off early in the morning. Dragon used the power that came with his laptop's battery. After writing this chapter, he connected to various mobile networks and computers to find a signal. He only just updated it now. I'm really sorry. Please understand. Listening to the girl's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile in his heart. This future daughter is very beautiful and very considerate. He looked at the girl and smiled. Don't think too much about it. You risked your life and returned to this era with your true body from the future to save me. No matter what, you can't be considered unfilial. I should be thanking you. No. Father, how can you say thank you to your daughter? The girl wiped her tears and said, although I am not born in this era, you are also my father. All this time, father has always been extremely gentle towards mother, towards the little misses and Aunt Linshi, placing all of the pressure and responsibility on himself, even more so doting on your daughter. Your daughter's flesh and blood were all given to me by father, how can I bear father's thanks? Lin Tiantan smiled and patted the girl's head gently, in short, don't think too much. I have already decided. This is for myself. Moreover, I am doing it myself. There is no disrespect to me. He wanted to erase the memory of the future mainly for the girl, but it was also partly for himself. This was because if he always remembered his future achievements in the future, even if he did not want to slack off on his cultivation, sometimes when he thought about his future achievements, he could not help but slack off a little. After all, he was not a saint and could not always be ethereal. Once this happened, in the long run, it might have a huge impact on his Taoist foundation and Taoist heart. Therefore, erasing the memory of the future was good for him and the girl. But, your daughter still feels, no buts. Just do it. Lin Tianyi made up his mind. The girl naturally knew that Lin Tian was comforting her mainly for her sake. Her eyes were filled with tears again. Lin Tian comforted her again. The girl wiped her tears and returned to normal. Although the memory will be erased in the end, Grandpa Crocodile still has a question that I can't help but want to ask. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the girl and said, little girl, when Grandpa Crocodile said that your whole family is divine kings, you asked me how you knew. Does it mean that your whole family has reached the divine king realm? This can't be real, right? It looked at the girl, and then looked at Lin Tian with a surprised expression. It was clear that Lin Tian had many beauties. If his whole family had reached the divine king realm, it would be incredible. They could be called the most heaven-defying family in the world. Well. The girl's beautiful face blushed a little when she heard that. She was a little embarrassed. I was just saying it casually. Actually, in the future that I live in, only my father and I have reached the divine king realm in our family. When she said this, Wuxing Crocodile unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid to hear the girl say, that's how it is, because it was really too scary. However, it quickly came back to its senses and revealed an expression of surprise. In that case, you've surpassed your mother and surpassed her. Your cultivation is catching up to your future father. Your natural talent is really heaven-defying. The girl was a little embarrassed, but also a little proud. She looked at Lin Tiandao and said, because I inherited the powerful bloodline of my father and mother, I can control the laws of time, so I'm a little powerful. Well, it's just that the starting point of my cultivation is a little higher. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. That's enough. Little girl, don't be so modest. Lin Tianwei nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Buzz. At this moment, rings of light suddenly appeared around the girl's body and intertwined around her. Lin Tianwei was shocked. What's going on? Wuxing Crocodile and Little Yitong were also shocked. The girl looked at herself and then looked at Lin Tiandao. It's okay, young father. Although I can control the laws of time and can stay in an era that doesn't belong to me under the protection of time, there's still a limit to how long I can stay in this era. Now, the time I can stay in this era is about to run out. The laws of time have a reaction, and I'm going to be forcefully pulled back. As she spoke, more rings of light appeared around her body. The river of time gradually appeared, and her body slowly faded. Lin Tian was a little reluctant, but he still nodded and said with a smile, "Go back. Be careful in the river of time." As he spoke, he smiled to himself. By the way, you can control the laws of time. You shouldn't be in danger. The girl nodded, took a few steps forward, and hugged Lin Tian. Then, she stepped back, and her body became even fainter. There was some reluctance in her eyes, but there was a smile on her face. Then, "Goodbye, young father. I will bless you in the future." As she spoke, she looked at Wuxing Crocodile and little Yi Tong. "Uncle Crocodile, Uncle Yi, goodbye. Girl, send my regards to your future father." Then, "Nothing much. Be careful in the river of time, just like Kid Lin." Wuxing Crocodile said. "Goodbye, little sister." Little Yi Tong waved her hand, still calling the girl little sister. The girl nodded and waved gently. Then, her gaze fell on Lin Tian again. She said, "By the way, young father, the origin of that divine sword is very mysterious. Even my future father, who will reach the peak of the divine king, can't completely figure it out." When Lin Tian heard this, he was moved. The divine sword in the sea of consciousness was so mysterious? Buzz. It was also at this moment that the divine light outside the girl's body suddenly became stronger. Then, in the next moment, she disappeared into the river of time. In an instant, she disappeared from the sight of Lin Tian and the others. Then, the river of time also disappeared in an instant. For a time, the girl's figure and aura also disappeared. From the present world, she embarked on the journey back to the future. Lin Tian recovered from the surprise of the girl's last mention of the divine sword is very mysterious. Looking in the direction of the girl's departure, there was a soft light and reluctance in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh slightly with a look of emotion on his face. "Kid, don't sigh," Wuxing Crocodile said. Then, he sighed like Lin Tianyi. "However, it is indeed worthy of making me feel emotional. When I first saw that girl, I thought she was an ordinary girl who read some cultivation notes, or a disciple of some cultivation family. But I didn't expect that she was actually a divine king and your daughter. She stepped into this era with her true body from the future to protect you. How should I say this? This is what a daughter should be like. Little sister is so amazing." Little Yi Tong said. "She is so amazing." Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Then, as if it remembered something, it looked at Lin Tian and rolled its eyes. "Kid, I forgot to ask that girl what Dao you have mastered. She has never been here before, and she has reached the divine king realm. She should know." Hearing those words, Lin Tian suddenly came to a realization. He had truly forgotten about this point. However, he only thought about it for a moment and then shook his head. This was actually not a big deal. Whether he knew or not did not affect him. He quietly looked at the place where the girl disappeared, lost in thought. Seeing him like this, Wuxing Crocodile naturally didn't say anything more. Yi Tong also quieted down and stood firmly beside Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This time, he was much calmer than before. Wuxing Crocodile was naturally the same. As for Yi Tong, due to her young age, she was not as surprised as Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. She had already returned to normal. Now, it's time to shatter the memories of her and the future. Lin Tian knew that the memories of the future were not beneficial to his path of cultivation. Most importantly, he was worried that if he continued to remember the girl, his future daughter, he would unknowingly do something that would affect her existence. At the same time, if he did not remember, but Wuxing Crocodile and the others still remembered, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, he needed to erase Wuxing Crocodile and little Yi Tong's memories of the girl and the future as well. As he spoke, he looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Yi Tong and asked, "Are you willing?" Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. "What's there to be unwilling about? Your daughter is Lord Crocodile's niece no matter what. In order to avoid any danger to my future niece, erasing useless memories of the future is nothing. I'm willing." Little Yi Tong also said. Lin Tian chuckled and nodded to the man and crocodile. His glabella glowed slightly, and the yin-yang lotus petals circled out and slowly sank into Wuxing crocodile and little Yitong's sea of consciousness. At the same time, in his own sea of consciousness, the yin-yang lotus petals also targeted some related memory imprints. I will erase all our memories of her and the 7 people who crossed over from the future, as well as our memories of the future. Only some useful information that has nothing to do with the future will be left, such as the classification of Tao, the other cultivation levels after the chaotic realm, and the actual meaning of the legend of the 10 directions heavenly domain. He continued, after that, because the things I kept were learned from her, and I erased our memories of her, they will feel that the things I kept are suddenly extra. They may even be suddenly curious about why we are standing in this place now. That's the general idea. It's not a big deal. It won't affect anything. Why are you wasting time? Hurry up. Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He silently said goodbye to the girl in his heart, and the yin-yang lotus petals moved together. For a time, the yin-yang light surrounded him, Wuxing crocodile, and little Yitong, erasing their memories of the girl and the future. Then, the yin-yang light gradually weakened. Time flew by. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. At this time, the yin-yang light enveloping the 2 people and the crocodile had completely dissipated. Whoosh! A breeze blew in from somewhere, causing the 2 people and the crocodile to tremble slightly as if they had just woken up. Eh? Wuxing crocodile looked around. Where is this place? When did we come here? Little Yitong scratched her head. I don't know. I think we came here with Master to dig Genesis veins and find Ling Jing or something. Wuxing crocodile was puzzled. Is that so? Lin Tian stood at the side. At this moment, his expression was also very blank. Eh? Why are there so many things in my mind? Wuxing crocodile exclaimed. He could not help but exclaim, there are other realms after the chaos realm? There are the immortal Tao, the divine Tao, and the eternal divine Tao beyond the 3,000 great Taos? There are even more vast worlds beyond the 10 directions heaven? Also, the ancient legend in the 10 directions heaven refers to. These things seem to have appeared in Yitong's mind too. It's so strange. Why did they suddenly appear? Little Yitong also spoke. Lin Tian stood in place. He had the same feeling as Wuxing crocodile and little Yitong. The divine sword in my knowledge sea is very mysterious. It's beyond the scope of a heavenly treasure. How did it appear? He frowned. Then, he suddenly tilted his head and looked at the sky. Why do I remember that someone was following me before? Lin Tian looked around and frowned slightly. He always felt that there was one person missing from his side, but when he really thought about it, he couldn't remember. Wuxing crocodile rolled its eyes. Where did this come from? You're thinking too much. It's always been Master Crocodile, you, and Little Munchkin. That's right, Master. There's no one else. Little Yitong also said. Lin Tian was a little suspicious. He glanced around again, then shook his head. He thought to himself that he might really be thinking too much. Wuxing crocodile spoke again, saying, but these things in the sea of consciousness, why did they suddenly appear? That's strange. Oh, forget it. Who cares? I probably saw them somewhere by chance. It muttered to itself, then looked at Lin Tian and said, Kid, outside of the 3,000 great paths, there are also the immortal path, the divine path, and the eternal divine path. Your nameless great path seems to be a Tao that transcends the 3,000 great paths. Now, do you know what kind of Tao it is? Lin Tian thought for a while and said, no, it's just a classification of Tao. It's too general. I can't tell. Your Tao is really troublesome. Wuxing crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes again. Lin Tian didn't care. It doesn't matter. Whether I know it or not, it doesn't have any real effect on me. He said this, but what he was really thinking about was something else. The divine consciousness in the sea of consciousness stared at the rainbow divine sword at the bottom of the sea of consciousness. Mysterious, transcendent heavenly treasure. What is its origin? He didn't care about the additional point about the divine sword in his mind because this divine sword had always been very mysterious. Moreover, he had long guessed that the divine sword's grade was beyond the heavenly treasure category. Therefore, at this time, he just stared at the divine sword as if this additional point about the divine sword in his mind was another one of his thoughts about the divine sword. I have to gather all the sword souls as soon as possible. When the time comes, even if I only rely on this divine sword, I should be able to cut open the barrier of the 10th heaven, step into a higher world, and achieve immortality. There was a light intertwined in his eyes. In this life, his goal on the path of cultivation was immortality. At this time, Wuxing Crocodile repeatedly expressed his amazement as he sorted out the additional information in his mind. From time to time, a strange light flashed through his eyes. Who would have thought that there are other levels after the primal chaos realm? For a moment, I suddenly feel that the Emperor realm is nothing much. It clicked its tongue. Lin Tian was speechless. When you first reached the immortal connecting realm, you knew that there were other realms after the Nirvana realm. Did you think that people in the Nirvana realm were nothing? He could kill you with a single slap. But now, you've discovered that there are other realms beyond the Chaos realm. But that's all you know. The Chaos realm is still invincible to us. Killing us is easier than plucking weeds. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa Crocodile is just saying it casually. How can I really think that the Chaos Emperor is nothing? Lin Tian glanced at it but didn't say anything. Master, what should we do now? Little Yutong spoke at this moment. Cultivate. Lin Tian Dao. The road of cultivation is long. Now that he knows more things, he feels that he should work harder to become stronger. Grandpa Crocodile thinks so too. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, looked around strangely, then called Wuxing Crocodile and Little Yutong to leave. After that, they walked through many mountains. Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture to dig out a lot of Lingjing. Then, in a blink of an eye, 6 months passed. On this day, in an ancient mountain range in the 6th heaven, the demonic beast aura surged, covering all directions. The nearby beasts were all trembling in fear. Awoo! Awesome! Grandpa Crocodile has once again ascended to the enlightenment realm. Wuxing Crocodile's crazy laughter resounded throughout the ancient mountain range. What are you howling for? Lin Tian stood not far away. He wanted to pick up a big stone at his feet and throw it at it. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he found a few more source veins, which allowed the 5 elements crocodile's cultivation to reach the enlightenment realm. Its strength skyrocketed, and its demonic aura became even stronger. At the same time, during these 6 months, he went into seclusion several times in a row. Now, he has reached the middle of the 2nd layer of the enlightenment realm, and his combat power has increased a lot. Uncle Wuxing Crocodile, you are a crocodile, but your voice is like a wolf's. Little Yutong said on the side. 6 months later, little Yutong is now 6 years old, and her cultivation has naturally improved a lot. She has reached the Zephyr realm. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes, but it didn't care at all. It flapped its wings and flew over from a distance. Now, after reaching the enlightenment realm for the 2nd time, its combat power is several times stronger than when it first reached the enlightenment realm. This feeling made it very comfortable, and it laughed from time to time. Kid Lin, where are we going next? It asked Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. After a pause, he said, to the 7th heaven. He has long predicted that from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, there will be sword soul fragments of the 7-colored divine sword in each heaven. Therefore, he needs to step up step by step and collect all the sword soul fragments of the 7-colored divine sword as soon as possible. This divine sword is of great significance to him. It can be said that the reason why he can embark on the path of cultivation and reach this point is because of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Well, it's indeed time to go to the 7th heaven. Wuxing Crocodile nodded, but then frowned, looked at little Yutong, and said, but what about the little guy? He can't enter the 7th heaven now. From the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven, one needs to be at least at the half-step enlightenment realm. However, Yutong is only at the airborne realm. It's impossible for her to enter the 7th heaven, even if they use their source energy to protect her. After all, this is the space-time portal from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven. The pressure inside is terrifying. With their current cultivation, the process of escorting little Yitong from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven is too dangerous. A little carelessness may cause little Yitong to be crushed by the natural pressure inside the space-time portal and die. Lin Tian looked at little Yitong, rubbed her head, and said, I have already thought about it. Let the little guy go to the 3rd heaven, the 2nd heaven, or the 1st heaven. From the lower heaven to the upper heaven, the requirements for cultivation are getting higher and higher. However, from the upper heaven to the lower heaven, there is no cultivation requirement. Little Yitong can go from the 6th heaven to any of the lower heavens. Now, there is the Emergence Dao sect in the 3rd heaven, the Bai family in the 2nd heaven, and the Burning Sun sect and the Valley of the Harp in the 1st heaven. They all have a very close relationship with him. No matter where the little guy goes, she will be well taken care of. He doesn't have to worry about anything at all. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, this idea is good. It knows Lin Tian very well. Naturally, it knows that the 3rd heaven, the 2nd heaven, and the 1st heaven all have a very close relationship with Lin Tian. Letting the little guy go to the 3rd heaven is the best choice. Lin Tian nodded, then tilted his head and asked little Yitong's opinion. I will listen to master. The little guy was very obedient. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. The light between his eyebrows intertwined, and all the forces and people related to him in the 1st heaven, 2nd heaven, and 3rd heaven were transmitted to little Yitong's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, he took out the high-ranked divine weapon stone sword he obtained in the desolate god mausoleum, erased his imprint on it, and sent it into the little guy's sea of consciousness. This stone sword is for you to protect your body, but remember, don't rely on it too much. With that said, a light flashed between his eyebrows, and he passed the heaven-evolving divine technique and the heaven-ascending sword art to the little guy. For the time being, practice these 2 techniques. They should be enough for you. If you can control them to a certain level, master will teach you other techniques. The little guy's eyes lit up. She could feel the power of the techniques passed down by her master. She nodded seriously. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. Go, master, and Uncle Crocodile won't send you off. The little guy now had a high-ranked divine weapon to protect her body. Moreover, an old drunkard gave her a big gift, nurturing a strand of his divine sense in the little guy's body. Those who have not reached the Chaos Emperor realm can't threaten the little guy at all. Therefore, he was not worried about the little guy's safety. Letting the little guy go on her own can be used to train the little guy. Little guy, go, be careful on the road. Wuxing Crocodile also said. Yitong nodded and waved goodbye to Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. Goodbye, master, goodbye, Uncle Crocodile. Little Tong will miss you. Then, the little guy looked at Lin Tian, blinked her eyes, and said, Master, that, little Tong will go to the 2nd heaven and 1st heaven to greet the master's wives. Okay, send my regards to your master's wives. Lin Tian smiled. Okay. Yitong nodded, waved to Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile again, then jumped into the sky and flew towards the space-time portal leading to the 5th heaven. Now that she has reached the Imperial Space Realm, she can naturally fly in the sky. The 5 elements crocodile looked at this scene and said with a smile, if other cultivators were to see that such a 6-year-old could actually fly in the air, I wonder how shocked they would be. Lin Tian also smiled and watched the little guy disappear from his sight. Then, he looked in another direction, at the space-time portal leading from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven. Let's go. He said. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Let's go. In the next moment, 1 person and 1 crocodile also rose into the sky and flew towards the space-time portal leading to the 7th heaven. Their speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the space-time portal leading to the 7th heaven. It is still a huge stone platform with a purple light beam across it. It is 30 meters high and has a diameter of 10 meters. It is full of mystery and majesty, as if it has existed since ancient times. The surrounding space is filled with an extremely rich aura of time. Looking at the space-time portal leading to the 7th heaven in front of him, Lin Tian looked very calm. After all, he has seen many such space-time portals, and they are all exactly the same. Let's go. he said to Whooshing Crocodile, and without hesitation, he stepped straight into the space-time portal with Whooshing Crocodile. For a time, darkness flooded everything, just like the past. However, this darkness didn't last for long. In the next moment, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Tian's eyes, and the void around him shook slightly, throwing him and Whooshing Crocodile out. At this time, one person and one crocodile were on the edge of a stone platform, which is also a space-time portal. There are lush vegetation around it, and it's full of vitality. The seventh heaven, we have arrived. Whooshing Crocodile said. This old monster has been to this heaven many times, so it is naturally very familiar with this world. Lin Tian nodded, left the space-time portal, and walked forward. In this place, there was a huge grassland right in front of the space-time portal. The grass was not tall, only about 2 inches tall, but it grew very densely. As the breeze blew, the tips of the grass swayed together, creating a layer of green waves. Lin Tian walked on this grassland, looking at the green wave formed by the grass. He felt very comfortable. It's that person. He's here. Suddenly, a low shout sounded. More than 1,000 meters away, several young cultivators stared at this side, and one of them directly crushed a light talisman in his hand. Then, they quickly ran into the distance. Their speed was extremely fast. Lin Tian looked at these people from a distance. He knew very well that these people just said it's that person. He's here. They were referring to him, because these people looked at him and spat out those words, as if they had been waiting for him here. He looked at these people and his feet flashed. With just a single step, he stood in front of them and cut off their path forward. Several people trembled in fear. Lin Tian looked at these people and asked indifferently. Who are you? Anyway, you're not a good person. Whooshing Crocodile also flashed over and curled his lips. Just like Lin Tian, it could tell at a glance that these people seemed to have been guarding this place for a long time. It was obvious that they had bad intentions. When they saw Lin Tian standing in front of them, they seemed to be a little scared. They turned around and ran again. Clang, 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 the sound of swords was ear-piercing. Dozens of swords flashed past Lin Tian's body and accurately landed at the feet of the few people, causing them to tremble and stop in their tracks. Who is it? He asked again. The cultivation of these young cultivators was not strong, only at the Sea of Consciousness realm. At this time, when they looked at Lin Tian, each and every one of them trembled slightly, as if they were staring at a desolate demon. Obviously, they knew who Lin Tian was. Buzz. At this moment, the space in this place vibrated, and a void door suddenly opened. 7 figures stepped out one after another. They were 7 old men, each of them emitting an extremely shocking aura, like 7 vigorous furnaces. Seeing these 7 people, the young cultivators immediately breathed a sigh of relief and became excited. Elders. The 7 old men appeared and stared at Lin Tian immediately. Each of their eyes shot out a cold murderous light. Little bastard, you finally have the ability to climb up to this heaven region. One of them stared at Lin Tian, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Then, he stared at Whooshing Crocodile. And you? Today, your endings will be very miserable. Lin Tian stared at the person who spoke, and then glanced at the other 6 people. He paused for a moment, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. People from the Zhan family. His voice was cold. At this time, he felt the special aura of the 7 old men. Yes, it's the Zhan family. The aura on their bodies is exactly the same as that of Xianxia, the little brat we killed in the 5th heaven. It's also the same as the group of Zhan family cultivators who chased us back then. They must have cultivated the same core ancient scriptures of the Zhan family. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the 7 old men and sneered. He also recognized the aura of the 7 old men. Then, he glanced at the young cultivators. These people seem to be from the branch family of the Zhan family. Their cultivation is too weak to be qualified to cultivate the core ancient scriptures of the Zhan family. They don't have the special aura of the Zhan family, which is why we couldn't detect them for a while. It seems that this branch family sent powerhouses to the 5th heaven twice in a row to kill us, but they didn't succeed. Later, they sent powerhouses to the 7th heaven, but they couldn't find us. After that, they thought that we would come to the seventh heaven, so they sent their branch family cultivators to guard the space-time portal leading to this heaven. As long as you appear, they will immediately use a special method to inform the powerful figures of the Xian family, and the other party will rush over through the space transmission array. The reason why they are guarding the space-time portal of the seventh heaven instead of the sixth heaven should be that the cross-heaven teleportation array is too rare, and the Xian family happens to be located in the seventh heaven. It's much more convenient to act in the seventh heaven, so naturally, they chose to guard the seventh heaven. Just now, those young cultivators seem to have crushed a light talisman. That should be the special thing used to inform the 7 members of the Xian family. He stared at the 7 old men, and the sneer on his face became thicker. Speaking of which, it has been 3 years since Lord Crocodile and the others went to the 5th heaven to gain experience. You actually sent people to guard here for 3 years? The 7 old men's faces were cold, and their eyes were as sharp as swords. So what? We have been waiting for this moment. One of them said. Sure enough, as Lord Crocodile guessed, your Xian family really dared to do such a thing. Whooshing Crocodile sneered, then quickly showed a mocking expression. However, you 7 old men came together to kill me. Have you ever thought that you might all die? It had already seen that the 7 of them were all at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment. They were very powerful. Although it is now the 2nd time it has reached the 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment, it will be troublesome to face these 7 people. After all, it has just reached the 1st heavenly layer of enlightenment. However, while it might be troublesome to face them, Lin Tian won't. With Lin Tian's current strength, even those at the 9th heavenly layer of enlightenment are no match for him. Moreover, Lin Tian has a holy bow. Even if a half-step nirvana powerhouse comes, he can still kill them. The eyes of the 7 people of the Xian family became colder, and their killing intent became stronger. Evil beast, you're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. Take him down directly. That crocodile demon can be killed directly, but that person must be kept alive temporarily. Don't let him die easily. Bring him back to the family and skin him alive. The 7 people's voices were cold. Then, in the next moment, the 7 people all moved. Their bodies were intertwined with strong divine light, and their killing power was shocking. Their speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, someone came in front of Lin Tian and used the light dragon claw. 4 dragon claw light seals were formed, and at the same time, they clawed at Lin Tian's arms and legs. It was obvious that they wanted to shatter Lin Tian's limbs first. Crack, crack, crack. As the dragon claw light seals flew over, the surrounding void cracked and shattered bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the 4 dragon claw light seals came in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. Divine power spread out from his body and instantly shattered the 4 dragon claw light seals. Then, he directly raised his hand. Golden light intertwined in his right hand, and he slapped the Xian family powerhouse who used the light dragon claw. Buzz. For a moment, the space buzzed as if there were hundreds of millions of birds flapping their wings. The Xian family powerhouse who used the light dragon claw was suddenly shocked. He could clearly feel the terror of this palm. He suddenly felt as if a flawless heavenly treasure was pressing down on him. You? Poof, Lin Tian's big hand fell and directly smashed this person into pieces. At the same time, his right hand shook slightly, and golden flames immediately surged out, enveloping the flesh and soul of the Xian family's elder Wu Zhen. Suddenly, the other party let out a shrill scream. This? The elder was defeated with one palm, just like that. How is this possible? That golden flame, what is it? This heat, the few young cultivators who were waiting here for Lin Tian to appear changed their expressions, and their faces were full of horror. Even the other 6 Xian family elders were shocked. The 7 of them who came here were all at the peak of the 6th heaven of Wu Zhen. But now, one of them was smashed into pieces by Lin Tian with one palm. How strong was his physique? At the same time, the golden flame shocked them even more. At this time, they all recognized it. Pure yang flame? One of them said in shock. As soon as these words came out, the few young cultivators of the Xian family trembled violently. This is pure yang flame? The legendary divine fire that can even burn the great Tao Law? These few young cultivators were horrified. Obviously, they were knowledgeable and had heard of the divine fire, the pure yang flame. Ah! The scream was shrill and ear-piercing. The Zhan family elder's body was smashed by Lin Tiany's palm, and he was enveloped by the pure yang flame. He did not even have the chance to reassemble his body, and his divine soul struggled violently. Quick, save him! Stop that little bastard! Among the other 6 Wuzhen elders of the Zhan family, someone shouted. Instantly, the 6 people moved at the same time, attacking together and pressing toward Lin Tian. They all used powerful divine abilities. Lin Tian looked at these 6 people rushing over, and his expression did not change in the slightest. Clang, the clanging sound of swords rose. Beside him, dense towering heaven sword aura appeared. Each sword aura carried an unstoppable killing power, rolling toward the 6 people like a rain of swords, shattering all of their divine abilities. At the same time, the 6 people were forced into a somewhat sorry state, and each of them quickly dodged this sword aura. Ah! It was also at this time that Elder Wuzhen of the Zhan family, who was enveloped by the pure yang flame, let out a final scream. The pure yang flame that was driven by Lin Tian with all his strength directly burned his divine soul and flesh until nothing was left. His entire body and soul were annihilated. Elder, dead? The several young cultivators of the Zhan family who lived in this place were all terrified. One of their 6th firmament Wuzhen peak elder was actually annihilated by Lin Tian so quickly. This kind of scene made each and every one of them terrified. At the same time, the other 6 Zhan family elders were even more shocked and angry. They were shocked by Lin Tian's terror, and angry that Lin Tian killed a 6th firmament Wuzhen powerhouse of their Zhan family just like that. This was too great a loss to their Zhan family. Facing these 6 people's expressions, Lin Tian did not have the slightest change in emotion. He was still cold. Then, in the next moment, he attacked again. His right hand shook, and the densely packed towering heaven sword aura suddenly rushed up, all of them clanging non-stop. Then, they flew out with whooshing sounds, enveloping all 6 Zhan family Wuzhen elders within. The towering heaven sword force was densely packed, covering the 6 Wuzhen elders from the Zhan family and mercilessly attacking them. In an instant, cracks appeared in the void. The terrifying sword force caused the 6 elders of the Zhan family to tremble. Attack together! In addition, his physique is very strong, and that pure yang flame is also very dangerous. Don't be careless! One of them shouted in a low voice. For a time, there was a rumbling sound as the 6 of them attacked with their full strength. They each used their great abilities and secret techniques, and some of them even manifested the laws of the great Tao. They shattered the streaks of towering sword light and surrounded Lin Tian from 6 different directions. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and he only snorted coldly. His footsteps flashed, and he disappeared on the spot, not even leaving behind an afterimage. He appeared in front of one of the Zhan family Wuzhen elders, raised his right hand, and pressed down with a golden iron fist. Dong! In an instant, the terrifying fist force shook the void until it buzzed. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded. The Zhan family Wuzhen elder was horrified. Facing Lin Tian's fist, he only felt like a star was pressing down, and all the space around him was sealed. He could not even dodge or retreat. Puff, blood splattered, and the Zhan family Wuzhen elder was directly smashed into pieces by the fist. The other 5 Zhan family Wuzhen elders were shocked, and they cursed under their breath. All kinds of secret techniques attacked Lin Tian together. Lin Tian did not even turn his head. He raised his left hand, and the 4 symbols Dao chart appeared, directly facing the divine techniques of the 5 people. Now, his cultivation had reached the 2nd sky of Wuzhen realm, and his combat strength had increased by a lot. Facing a few people at the 6th sky of Wuzhen realm, he really did not feel much pressure. It was not much different from facing a person at the early stage of Wuzhen realm. Light intertwined between his eyebrows, and the yin-yang lotus sea surged. A black and white yin-yang lotus sword flew out, landing directly on the Zhan family Wuzhen elder whose physical body was smashed, and hit his divine soul firmly. Ah! The Zhan family Wuzhen elder screamed, and then his voice disappeared. The Zhan family Wuzhen elder was directly killed by the lotus sword. Dead. Another elder is dead? How could this be? This. Several young cultivators from the Zhan family trembled. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He was calm, yet cold. He tilted his head and looked at the other 5 people from the Zhan clan. With a wave of the divining divine art, all kinds of divining divine images appeared together. There was a desolate mountain, a divine bell, a blood-colored crack, a 3-leaf clover sea, and the 9 springs sacred sword. Together with the 4 symbols Tao diagram that he threw out at the beginning, it pressed down on the 5 people and enveloped them immediately. The 5 of them attacked with all their strength, but they were still no match. The 4 symbols Tao diagram annihilated all of their divine abilities, and the various divine images transformed into incomparably powerful killing weapons that bombarded the 5 of them at the same time. Pooh. 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 5 clouds of blood mist exploded. The 5 Wuzhen elders of the Zhan family were all crushed by the divine elephant. The scene was a ghastly sight. Ah! The 5 of them roared furiously and quickly condensed their bodies. At this time, staring at Lin Tian, the 5 of them were horrified. The 7 of them came together, and they were all at the peak of the 6th sky of Wuzhen. Even if they killed a person at the 7th sky of Wuzhen, there was no problem. But now, they couldn't do anything to Lin Tian at all. 2 of them were killed in a short time, and the remaining 5 of them were also seriously injured. How is it? Grandpa Crocodile asked you earlier. Crossing over like this, aren't you afraid of dying in this place? Wuxing Crocodile mocked by the side. Such a voice undoubtedly made the faces of the 5 Wuzhen elders who were still alive in the Zhan family turn ugly. Several of them glanced at Wuxing Crocodile coldly, and their eyes fell on Lin Tian. There was a strong fear in their eyes. Let's go. One of them said in a low voice. Lin Tian's combat power was too terrifying, beyond their expectations. After a short fight, the 5 of them had already seen that they couldn't be Lin Tian's opponent even if they joined forces. If they continued to stay, they would only be destroyed. Retreat. We need to consider this at length. The other 4 nodded. The divine light on their bodies intertwined, and they retreated respectively. Then, they all turned into lightning and rushed into the distance. This action made the few young cultivators of the Zhan family change their expressions. The few Wuzhen elders of their lineage were usually awe-inspiring, but now, they were running away just like that? TSK, you were so arrogant when you came, but now you are running away like a dog with its tail between its legs. How shameful. Wuxing Crocodile mocked them. The 5 people of the Zhan family gritted their teeth, and their faces became even more ashen. However, they didn't stop because of this, and their speed increased. They were all strong people, and their state of mind wasn't too bad. They wouldn't force themselves to stay and die just because of Wuxing Crocodile's sarcasm. Lin Tian watched the 5 people escape, but he didn't stop them. His expression was still indifferent, and there was a faint soul light intertwining in his right hand. Buzz. In this space, there were suddenly dense killing array patterns that appeared, directly cutting off the path of the 5 people of the Zhan family, and completely surrounding the 5 people. Rays of killing light intertwined, and there were even thunderbolts that fell. The power seemed a little terrifying. The 5 people of the Zhan family's faces changed drastically. They all felt the horror of the killing array patterns in the surroundings, and they all looked at Lin Tian. You did this? When did this happen? One of them shouted. Lin Tian glanced at this person indifferently. The dense array patterns moved according to his thoughts, and rays of killing light flashed quickly, directly striking this person. It was like a real heavenly tribulation thunder, and it directly smashed this person into pieces. These killing array patterns were indeed inscribed by him. It was a complete 7th level immortal thunder killing array, and with his current cultivation, the power of such a complete 7th level immortal thunder killing array was naturally extraordinary. It was enough to obliterate an ordinary Wuzhen elite. Immortal thunder killing array, he said indifferently. As his words fell, the densely packed immortal thunder killing array patterns quickly surged, rapidly absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surrounding space, turning all the killing light into one, condensing into a 7-foot sword aura, and falling towards the person whose body was chopped into pieces. Ah! With a scream, this Zhan family elite's soul and pieces of flesh were simultaneously crushed by this sword, completely annihilating his body and soul. At this time, the 7 people of the Zhan family pressed forward, and there were only 4 people left. All of their expressions became even more unsightly, and there was unconcealable fear in their eyes. One had to know that they were elites of the 6th heaven of Wuzhen. Their bodies were incomparably tough, and their souls were even more impregnable. They were definitely not that easy to kill. But now, in front of Lin Tian, elites of their level were actually as weak as clay chickens and pottery dogs, which made their internal organs turn cold. Lin Tian stared at these people. His right hand shook slightly, and dense rays of sword light appeared again, clanging loudly. For a moment, the 4 Wuzhen elders of the Zhan family all trembled. One of them said anxiously, "Stop. Stop. We can discuss everything." Hearing that, Lin Tian's expression froze, and then he could not help but laugh. "You sent people to guard here for 3 years, waiting for me to appear, and then worked together to kill me. Now that you can't beat me, you tell me that everything can be discussed." "Discuss what?" "Discuss to let you go back, redeploy, and then come back with better ideas and stronger means to kill me? Is that so?" he said. His voice was very calm, but the sarcasm in his words was incomparably obvious, and anyone could hear it. As a result, the 4 people of the Zhan family's faces became even more unsightly, and each of them clenched their fists tightly. One of them, who had a slightly more fiery temper, said coldly, gritting his teeth, "Young man, don't be too arrogant, don't go overboard. You need to know that our clan has a Nirvana realm elite overseeing it. If you provoke our clan too ruthlessly and force our ancestor out, at that time, you won't even have the chance to scream and beg for mercy. The patriarch of my clan can kill you with a single finger." "Arrogant?" Lin Tianling laughed. "Your eldest daughter wanted to disfigure her just because someone praised her family. We tried to stop you, and you wanted to kill us. Then, you crossed the heavens to hunt us down again, and even ambushed me here. Now, you say that I'm arrogant? Who is the arrogant one?" As he said that, he continued, "Also, you brought out your Nirvana realm elder, who can kill me with one finger. What are you? Threatening me?" The face of the Zhan family's person who spoke turned ashen. "I'm just speaking the truth. Our Zhan family is not to be trifled with." Lin Tianling snorted, and his smile became even colder. "Not to be trifled with?" He sneered and said, "I trifled with you 3 years ago, and now, I will continue to trifle with you." Buzz. Blazing divine light intertwined, and behind him, the reincarnation diagram rushed up, immediately releasing a divine and holy light. Facing this divine diagram, the 4 people of the Zhan family could not help but tremble, clearly feeling the threat of death. The 4 people's hearts palpitated. Lin Tianling stared at the 4 of them and said coldly, "I even dared to provoke the desolate ancient shrine and the great extinguishing divine dynasty of the 9th heaven. What is your Zhan family? You just have a Nirvana realm cultivator overseeing it, and you think you can go to heaven?" As his words fell, the reincarnation diagram behind him shone brightly, carrying a pressure that could destroy all things, directly pressing down. The 4 people of the Zhan family trembled again, only to feel cold all over. "Join forces. Resist with all your strength," one of them shouted. For a moment, the 4 of them each propped up their great divine abilities and secret techniques, supporting the great Tao laws, and affecting the reincarnation diagram with a rumbling sound. However, how could the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory that Lin Tian had summoned at the 2nd heaven of Wuzhen be so easy to resist? The mystical abilities and secret techniques that the 4 of them had joined forces to support were immediately shattered. Immediately afterwards, the reincarnation diagram pressed down majestically and crushed them. Puff. 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 Blood mist exploded along with screams, and the 4 people of the Zhan family were immediately shattered by the reincarnation diagram. 3 of them were directly annihilated, and only the most powerful person escaped with his divine soul, fleeing into the distance with a look of horror on his face. Lin Tianling snorted, clenching his right hand into a fist, and golden pure yang flame manifested as he punched towards the divine soul of this person. In an instant, the pure young flame flew up and wrapped around the divine soul of this person. Ah! The person screamed miserably and struggled frantically, but unfortunately, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, he was completely incinerated by the pure young flame. The immortal herbs and spirit flowers formed a treasure path that was about 3 meters wide. It interweaved with specks of light, extending from the edge of the mine to the shore of the sea outside the immortal island of no return. This surprised Lin Tian and the 5-element crocodile. This scene was too strange. Lin Tian turned around and looked at the mine, then at Wu Yi. What did you do to them just now? Previously, Wu Yi pointed at the 6 ancient emperors with 6 beams of light. Then, he felt that the 6 emperors' attitude towards Wu Yi and them had changed. Now that he walked out of the mine and saw such a treasure path suddenly appear, he knew that this treasure path should have evolved from the 6 ancient emperors in the mine. Were they giving Wu Yi away? Help them, heal their injuries. Wu Yi spoke, but his footsteps didn't stop. He stepped on the treasure path and walked towards the edge of the immortal island of no return. Heal their injuries? They have injuries? Lin Tian was astonished. Even the 5-element crocodile couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Those 6 ancient emperors actually had injuries in their bodies? Yes. Wu Yi answered. Lin Tian couldn't help but tilt his head to look at the ancient mine behind him, then at Wu Yi. He was indescribably shocked. It should be known that the 6 ancient emperors in the mine were all at the peak of the 8th heaven of the emperor realm. If they had injuries in their bodies, it meant that these injuries were very serious. Otherwise, it was impossible for the 6 of them to not resolve them with their strength. Obviously, the 6 of them were helpless against the injuries in their bodies. But just now, Wu Yi only pointed out 6 rays of light and seemed to have healed the internal injuries of the 6 of them. How powerful was his strength? He was a little shocked. At the same time, he finally understood why the 6 of them suddenly had such a huge change in their attitude towards Wu Yi and them. The no-return immortal island wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Wu Yi brought little AI and quickly walked to the border of the island. By the seaside, a light breeze blew and the waves surged. At the same time, there was a trace of saltiness. Wu Yi stepped on the surface of the sea with gentle steps. Little AI followed beside Wu Yi and walked back. The way they came. Lin Tian stepped on the surface of the sea and sized up Wu Yi. Not long after, they were far away from the no-return immortal island. Wu Yi was very quiet. As if she could feel Lin Tian looking at her, she also turned her head and looked at Lin Tian as she walked. Her expression was very calm. As she walked and looked at Lin Tian felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Wu Yi's voice was transmitted directly into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. This time, only Lin Tian could hear it. You are a reincarnated physique? When Lin Tian heard this, he was instantly shocked. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and his eyes revealed a shocked expression. He looked at Wu Yi in disbelief. You. Only dead people and people above the heavenly venerable level could see his physique. Wu Yi was obviously not a dead person. Then, there was only one possibility. Wu Yi had reached the heavenly venerable level. The 5-element crocodile noticed his expression and asked, "Kid, what's wrong?" Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. As he said that, his eyes were fixed on Wu Yi. The shock in his eyes was extremely intense. This extremely quiet woman in front of him had actually reached the level of the 9 great heavenly venerables? Wu Yi looked at him for a while and then shifted his gaze, looking as if he didn't care about anything. However, Lin Tian could not be as calm as she was. At this time, his heart was already filled with raging waves. In front of him, there was someone above the heavenly venerable level. You. He looked at Wu Yi and spat out the word you. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say at this time. He was really too surprised. In the beginning, he guessed that Wu Yi might also be an emperor-level figure. Even if she was not far from it. After all, Wu Yi was the purple elf's friend. Then, on the immortal island of no return, Wu Yi silently blocked 2 blood-colored lightning bolts. He was sure that Wu Yi was indeed an emperor-level figure. After that, Wu Yi was still calm when facing the 6 ancient emperors. This made the 6 of them afraid. It made them realize that Wu Yi was even more terrifying than they had imagined. She was extremely strong. And now, Wu Yi said that he had the reincarnation king physique, which directly pulled his surprise to the peak. This was a living heavenly venerable level figure. What's wrong? Wu Yi looked at him. Lin Tian could not help but smile bitterly. This woman did not know how much shock she had brought to him? Nothing. In the end, he could only say that. He was sure that even if he revealed the shock in his heart, the other party would not have any big reaction. The sea breeze brought a salty and humid smell, and the waves were huge. A group of people stepped on the sea surface. Not long after, they crossed the sea and appeared on the opposite shore. This place was adjacent to the immortal island of no return. Hence, they could not see anyone. After a group of people walked here, Wu Yi stopped and looked around with a trace of confusion. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked her. It's my first time out. I want to take a walk outside, but I don't know where to go. Wu Yi said. Lin Tian felt that this was the most words Wu Yi had said in one go since he knew her. He paused for a moment and said, "Why don't you follow us?" He pointed at the five-element crocodile and said, "It is very familiar with this heaven region and knows many places." Wu Yi tilted her head and looked at the five-element crocodile. The five-element crocodile quickly spoke with a serious face, "No problem. Wherever Lady Wu Yi wants to go, I will bring you there." On the immortal island of no return, Wu Yi had given it a piece of phoenix bloodstone. The value of such an item was too great, and it was very grateful to Wu Yi. Moreover, it knew how powerful Wu Yi was. Even the combined forces of 6 peak stage 8th heaven emperors weren't a match for her. If such a person followed by its side in the future, it would be great. "Thank you," Wu Yi said. It was obvious that she had agreed to Lin Tian's invitation. Lin Tian smiled. At this time, he was no longer surprised by Wu Yi's strength. "Then, let's go and take a look around the 7th heaven," Lin Tian said. The 7th heaven is very vast, and he also wanted to take a look around. Letting the five-element crocodile lead the way, they quickly left this place. Not long after, they entered the mountains and walked through the roads. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with amazement when they saw Wu Yi. Some people couldn't even move their eyes away from her. Wu Yi could feel the gazes of these people, but she didn't ask Lin Tian why these gazes kept falling on her. Because she had already asked Lin Tian in Tonglian City. Soon, 10 days had passed as they traveled along the mountain path. In these 10 days, led by the five-element crocodile, the group of people went to many places. Lin Tian found that when Wu Yi was quiet, she gave off a natural feeling. On this day, they walked out of a celestial mountain and walked into the distance. At this time, more than 10 tyrannical fluctuations appeared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, 13 powerhouses appeared in front of Lin Tian. Each of them had truth and lightning level fluctuations around their bodies, and their killing intent was boundless. They locked onto Lin Tian. The surroundings of the grassland became quiet. The 7 Wuzhen elders from the Zhang clan who came here were all beheaded. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Only patches of bright red blood dripped onto the stalks of green grass. It was a ghastly sight. How could this be? Elders, all of them. Several young cultivators of the Zhan family trembled in fear. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at these people. Suddenly, these people trembled even more fiercely. Their faces were full of fear. "You. What do you want? You. Don't mess around." After saying that, these people rolled and crawled away, their faces pale. Lin Tian didn't say much. A sword light appeared around him, and with a whistling sound, he obliterated all these people. The two sides are already in a hostile relationship. He naturally can't be indecisive and show mercy to the enemy. "It looks like the Zhan family's welcoming ceremony for you." Wuxing Crocodile came over and said. "By the way, your great enemy, and Lan Jing, that little bastard, is also in this heaven. The other party is the son of God of this generation of the Anlin family, which means that the Anlin family is also your enemy. In this way, there are 2 top forces in this heaven that want to kill you." The Zhan family and the Anlin family are both top forces in the seventh heaven, and they both have Nirvana realm powerhouses. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. And Lan Jing. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, he naturally remembered the man in the fifth heaven a few years ago. The other party isn't simple. He has the King of Chaos body, and his aptitude is also top-notch. He is the most powerful enemy he has ever encountered in his generation. When he fought with the other party in the fifth heaven, if it weren't for the little squirrel he saved at the critical moment, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. Next time I see him, I will kill him, he said coldly. With that said, he didn't stop. His pace was flat as he walked out of the grassland. Boy, where are you going? What are you doing? Wuxing Crocodile followed next to him. Let's take a look at the seventh heaven first, then we'll do other things. Lin Tiandao. Entering a new heaven domain, he at least wanted to take a look at the mountains and rivers of this heaven domain. The seventh heaven, northwest, the Zhan family. The Zhan clan was located in the center of the endless celestial mountains. There were many palaces and floating treasured islands, giving off a majestic atmosphere. What? A furious roar rang out from one of the main halls of the Zhan family. In the main hall, the Zhan family's current family head was both shocked and furious. He smashed a jade table with a single slap. At the same time, there were a few other Zhan family elders in the main hall. All of them were shocked and furious. About an hour ago, their clan's disciples guarding the time and space portal returned with news of Lin Tian's appearance. 7 elders of the 6th stage of Wuzhen in the clan joined forces to kill him. Originally, they were waiting for the 7 people to suppress Lin Tian and bring him back. However, they did not expect someone to report that the 7 people's sole lamps of life in the clan had been extinguished. This meant that all 7 people were dead. How could these people not be shocked and angry? Obviously, the 7 people were all killed by Lin Tianxia. Check it for me. Find out the whereabouts of that bastard as soon as possible. The Zhan family's family head roared. This roar spread far and wide, carrying an extremely strong killing intent, causing some of the Zhan family's disciples to tremble fiercely. The 7th heaven is vast, much more powerful than the lower 6 heavens. The mountains are majestic, and the rivers flow endlessly. Lin Tian and the Wuxing Crocodile were walking in a beautiful mountain forest at this time. They couldn't help but sneeze. Hee hee. The Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian and said. Boy, there's no need to think about it. This must be the Zhan family thinking about you. Lin Tian glanced at it and was too lazy to pay attention to it. There didn't seem to be any demon beasts in this mountain forest. The air was calm and fragrant, making people feel very peaceful. He walked through the forest unhurriedly and walked forward. The Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and followed him. One person and one crocodile quickly walked far away and crossed into the middle of the mountain forest. At this moment, a little girl in red suddenly flashed out a few hundred meters in front of him. She was about 9 years old, and her body was very flexible. Like a little elf, she quickly ran away and disappeared. That is? Lin Tian was slightly moved. The Wuxing Crocodile also had a look of surprise in its eyes. Although she looks a little taller, and although I only caught a glimpse of her side profile, she is indeed very similar to the little girl who condensed the seal of life and death in the 4th heaven. Let's go. Lin Tiandao shouted and took a step forward, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The little girl in red looked too similar to little AI in the 4th heaven. Lin Tian was naturally a little surprised. His speed was very fast. In almost a few breaths, he crossed thousands of meters and saw the little girl in red in the distance. Little AI? He called out tentatively. In front of him, the little girl in red obviously heard this voice. She immediately stopped, turned around suspiciously, and saw Lin Tian at a glance. Immediately, the little girl was taken aback for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. Big brother. The little girl was holding a colorful flower wreath. Although she was young, her figure was very flexible. She quickly ran to Lin Tian's side, pounced on him, and hung on Lin Tian's body like a little raccoon. Lin Tian looked at the little girl in red with a little surprise, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really little AI. Originally, he only felt that the little girl in red looked very familiar. She looked a little like little AI, so he called out to her tentatively. He didn't expect that it really was little AI. The little girl directly pounced on him and hung on to him. "Anne, it's me, AI. The little girl said sweetly. Lin Tian rubbed the little girl's head. He hadn't seen the little girl for several years. The little girl who was 5 years old back then had grown a lot taller. She was wearing a beautiful red dress, and looked very spiritual. The whooshing crocodile soared next to Lin Tian and looked at little AI. It's really the little girl who condensed the seal of life and death. As it said so, it carefully looked around. In that case, the Demon King should be here too. Lin Tian was moved when he heard that, and immediately looked around. Back then, little AI was taken away by the purple fairy. Now that little AI was here, the purple fairy should be here too. However, when he looked around, he didn't see the purple fairy's figure. Little AI, where's Sister Little Purple who took you away back then? Where could she be? He asked little AI. At this time, he didn't use his divine thought to scan the forest. After all, little AI was here, and he could ask little AI. Sister Purple has something to do. AI doesn't know where Sister Purple is now. Little AI said. This made Lin Tian feel a little strange. Then, why are you here? Back then, little AI was taken away by the purple fairy, but now, little AI stood here and said that she didn't know where the purple fairy was now. This made him a little puzzled. Even the whooshing crocodile next to him had a strange expression. Yes, AI is with Master. Little AI said. Lin Tian was even more puzzled. Your master? Little AI had a master, but it obviously didn't sound like the purple fairy. Yes. Master is very beautiful. Little AI raised the garland in her hand and said as if she was presenting a treasure, Master is looking at the peach blossoms in front. AI has nothing to do, so I went nearby to pick some flowers and grass to make a garland for Master. This made Lin Tian feel a little strange. After the purple fairy took AI away, she entrusted AI to someone else to take care of. At this time, little AI pulled Lin Tian down. Big brother, let's go see Master together. She's just in front. Lin Tian was still puzzled, but when he heard little AI's words, he naturally nodded. Now, it seemed that the purple fairy had indeed entrusted little AI to someone else to take care of. Since the other party was here, he naturally had to go see her. Let's go, he said to little AI. Little AI nodded happily. She held the garland in one hand and pulled Lin Tian with the other, walking further into the forest. Lin Tian followed little AI, and after a few dozen breaths, they had walked quite a distance. At this time, a dozen or so peach trees suddenly appeared in front of him. Each of them was about 3 meters tall. Lin Tian looked ahead and immediately saw a white-clothed woman standing under one of the peach trees. Her figure was graceful, and at this time, her back was facing them. Master! Little AI called out happily. A light breeze blew through the mountain, and pink peach blossoms floated in the air. The woman turned around. She was dressed in a white silk dress, and it was as if she had walked out of a painting. She was quiet and cold, and her beautiful face made the world lose some of its color. Lin Tian was a little stunned. This was not only because this woman was a little too beautiful, but also because he vaguely felt that he had seen this woman somewhere before. Even though he could not remember, he felt that she was very familiar. The landscape is like a painting, and the beauty is even more beautiful. Whooshing crocodile looked at the white-clothed woman, and he could not help but open his eyes wide. He subconsciously said these words. Master! Little AI called out again and ran happily to the woman's side. The woman was extremely calm, as if she had merged with heaven and earth. She nodded lightly at little AI, and then looked at Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile. Lin Tian looked at the woman, and he was in a daze. Kid, don't just keep looking. Whooshing crocodile transmitted his voice to Lin Tian. Lin Tian said. Softly, 1/2 a year ago, there really was someone missing from my side, but I still can't remember. She looks very similar. I think I've seen her before. He looked at the woman, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was talking to Whooshing Crocodile. What the? Whooshing Crocodile could not help but roll his eyes. What do you mean by missing someone? Kid, don't be unable to take your eyes off her just because she's beautiful. What do you mean you've seen her before? You're too old-fashioned. The woman's voice was very pleasant. Although she did not speak and only spoke through her divine sense, it did not feel out of place at all. Instead, it made her seem even more tranquil, as if she had walked out of a painting. She had an otherworldly temperament. Master, this is Big Brother. He saved AI before. Little AI said to the woman. Lin Tian also came back to his senses. He paused for a moment, took a few steps forward, and said, Hello, I'm Lin Tian. He looked at the woman and felt a strong sense of familiarity. Lin Tian. The woman's expression did not change. She was like a pool of spring water, tranquil and natural. There was only a slight fluctuation in her eyes, but it was only for a moment. She still spoke through her divine sense, Ling I've mentioned you before. Her voice was very soft. Although she spoke through her divine sense, everyone in this place could hear her. Ling Lin Tianwei was stunned, but he quickly realized that the Ling the woman mentioned was probably referring to the Violet Fairy. Are you two friends? The woman nodded and did not say anything. Master and Sister Violet are very good friends. Little AI spoke again at this time and said to Lin Tian. Then, she handed the flower garland in her hand to the woman. Master, this is for you. Thank you. The woman took the flower garland from little AI and spoke through her divine sense. A light smile appeared on her quiet face, like the moment a flower bud bloomed. It was extremely beautiful. Lin Tianwei was slightly dazed. He muttered to himself, very familiar. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but roll its eyes. Kid, that's enough. Although this woman is indeed unbelievably beautiful, you don't have to be so smitten. You're too lame. Lin Tian glanced at it and shook his head. He paused for a moment and took a few steps toward the woman. The woman looked at the flower garland given to her by little AI and raised her head slightly to look at Lin Tian. You're too close. Her voice was very soft, and there was no feeling of being 1,000 miles away. However, it seemed that she was not used to strangers being too close to her. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Little AI pulled the woman's arm and shook it before she said, Master, Big Brother is a good person, a very good person. If it wasn't for Big Brother, AI would have died. The woman glanced at AI, then looked at Lin Tian. She didn't say anything, but she didn't ask Lin Tian to step back. A light breeze blew through the mountains, and the pink peach blossoms fell one by one, floating in the air with a hint of fragrance. The woman wore a white dress. She was extremely quiet as she watched the falling peach blossoms. Not a single ripple could be seen on her beautiful face. She was like an independent landscape, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. Lin Tian stood aside and did not disturb him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. The wind in the mountains had stopped, and the floating petals had all fallen to the ground. The woman retracted her gaze and called out to little AI before walking out of the forest. Big Brother, let's go together. Little AI ran to Lin Tian's side and pulled Lin Tianyi along without any explanation. Soon, they were walking side by side with the woman. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. He hadn't seen little AI for many years, and he didn't have anything urgent to do now. It was naturally good to be able to walk together. For a moment, the woman was on the left, he was on the right, and little AI was in the center. They looked like a family of three. The woman tilted her head and glanced at Lin Tian, who was now closer to her. In the end, she looked away and didn't say anything. Lin Tian looked at the woman. At this time, he already knew a lot. The Purple Fairy and this woman were good friends. After taking little AI away, the Purple Fairy entrusted little AI to this woman, and the woman took little AI as her disciple. He looked at the woman as he walked, and a sense of familiarity remained. He paused for a moment and asked, Oh right, what's your name? Wu Yi. The woman walked forward. Her steps were still calm, and her expression didn't change at all. She didn't even look at Lin Tian. Wu-yi. The whooshing crocodile followed beside Lin Tian. It looked at the woman and said subconsciously, "Don't you have clothes here?" Lin Tian was speechless. He couldn't help but slap the crocodile. A woo. The whooshing crocodile was immediately sent flying. Its angry voice came from afar, "Brat, you." Lin Tian ignored it. He looked at the woman and asked, "Where are you going?" He was actually trying to find a topic to talk to because the woman was too quiet. He felt that if he didn't speak, she definitely wouldn't make a sound. "I'm looking for something." Wu Yi's words were concise. She was still using her divine sense to speak. Her steps were still the same, and she still didn't look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi. "Why do you always use your divine sense to speak? Why don't you speak?" From the moment he saw this woman, she had been using her divine sense to speak. Although her words were pleasant to the ear, they still made him very curious. Hearing this, Wu Yi stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were very beautiful, and her soft hair draped over her shoulders. She was like a celestial maiden from the Ruoxian realm. However, there was no expression on her face. She was still very quiet. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian. Her lips moved slightly. She didn't use her divine sense to speak. Instead, she said, "It's too troublesome to speak." Her voice was still very soft, and her words were still concise. Lin Tian. Wu Yi glanced at Lin Tian again. She didn't say anything else. She continued to walk forward. Lin Tian blushed with shame as he followed after them. Wu Yi's gaze was fixed in front of her. She was too quiet. Lin Tian looked at her and frowned from time to time. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Wu Yi stopped again. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian. She spoke with her divine sense. Lin Tian didn't avoid it. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. You look very familiar." Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian. "This is my first time out." The meaning of her words was quite obvious. She couldn't have seen Lin Tian before, and Lin Tian couldn't have seen her before. Whooshing crocodile had already flown back. At this time, when it heard Wu Yi's words, it couldn't help but laugh. It looked at Lin Tian with a teasing smile. "Boy, you've embarrassed yourself. You look very familiar." "Haha. I'm dying of laughter." Lin Tian clenched his fists. He really wanted to punch it. Wu Yi glanced at Lin Tian and walked forward. Lin Tian followed her. He forced himself to suppress the feeling of familiarity. He only looked at this woman from time to time. He had to admit that this woman was really astonishingly beautiful. She could be said to be the perfection of perfection. If he had to pick out a flaw, it would be that he felt that she was too quiet, like a flat mirror. She was so quiet that she was a little stupefied. He felt very helpless. He didn't know what to say when he walked with this woman. In the end, he could only shake his head. Then, he looked at little AI and asked her about some things in the past few years. Little AI held Lin Tian's hand. Naturally, she was very happy. She happily told Lin Tian about her life in the past few years. Of course, it was nothing more than some trivial daily things. Lin Tian had a smile on his face. He occasionally glanced at Wu Yi. Whooshing crocodile followed beside him, looking around in boredom. Soon, the group walked out of the forest. After walking for a while, a small city appeared in front of him. The small city wasn't very big, but it was bustling with people. Wu Yi didn't stop walking. She continued walking forward. "Is the thing you're looking for in this city?" Lin Tian asked. Speaking of which, Wu Yi was basically leading the way. He just followed Wu Yi's footsteps. "No." Wu Yi said. "Then why are we going in? To rest?" Lin Tian's expression was strange. "No." Lin Tian was speechless. After a pause, he asked, "Okay, where are you going? How far is it from here?" "The city is further ahead." "It's very far." "Then we can just go around it. There's no need to enter the city. Walk in a straight line. It's simple." Lin Tian, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He just followed at the side. Soon, the group slowly walked into the city. This city was called Tonglian City. Although it wasn't very big, it was very lively, and there were many cultivators coming and going. At this moment, as the group stepped into the city, many people couldn't help but turn their heads and look in the direction of Lin Tian. Everyone's eyes fell on Wu Yi. Such a beautiful woman made many people's hearts flutter. Wu Yi could obviously sense these people's gazes. She turned to Lin Tian and said, "Why are you all looking at me?" "Because you're beautiful," Lin Tian said casually. Wu Yi didn't say anything else and continued walking forward. Sticky board meat, crispy and delicious. Grilled fish, spicy grilled fish. Pastry lotus root. There were many powerful cultivators in Tonglian City, but there were also many ordinary people. Both sides of the streets in the city were almost filled with vendors hawking snacks, such as sticky board meat, jade cake, tonghulu, pastry lotus root, willow crispy, grilled fried fish, and all kinds of snacks were endless. Whether it was the taste or the appearance, they all looked very attractive. Wu Yi walked on the street, attracting thousands of gazes. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked in front of him. Lin Tian felt a little strange. Following her gaze, he saw an old woman selling tonghulu in front of him. Wu Yi's eyes fell on the strings of red tonghulu in a daze, and there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. This made Lin Tian a little suspicious. He asked tentatively, "Do you want to eat it?" Wu Yi nodded and looked at him again. "I don't have money." Lin Tian, he took a deep breath and took out some spirit coins. These were the things he saved in the first heaven. He hadn't used them for many years. Ordinary people generally traded with spirit coins. He walked forward and stuffed a big bag of spirit coins into the old woman's hands. Then, under the old woman's pleasantly surprised gaze, he took back the bag and the stick with the candied haws. He took out 2 of the bigger candied haws and gave one to Wu Yi and the other to Ai. "Thank you, big brother." Little Ai took it happily. Wu Yi paused for a moment and reached out to take the tonghulu handed over by Lin Tian. After that, she said softly with her divine sense, "Thank you, this is my first time out." After saying that, she looked at the tonghulu in her hand, moved her lips, opened her mouth, and took a bite. She chewed gently, accidentally leaving a little red syrup at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes lit up, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Seeing her like this, Lin Tian couldn't help but say subconsciously, "It's quite cute." Wu Yi tilted her head. "Cute?" Lin Tian shook his head quickly. "It's nothing, you can continue." Wu Yi glanced at him, then looked at the tonghulu in her hand again. Lin Tian plucked a bunch and put it in his mouth, then handed one to Wuxing Crocodile. "Childish, Grandpa Crocodile doesn't want it." Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian wanted to kick it. "Heh, I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman in such a poor place by chance. What a lucky day." Suddenly, a very discordant voice sounded. Not far away, a few men walked over. The one in front was a young man in luxurious clothes. His vitality was extraordinary, but his expression was very frivolous. He stared straight at Wu Yi, who was next to Lin Tian, with a dirty look in his eyes. The young man in luxurious clothes walked over from not far away, followed by 5 other men. All of them had extraordinary vitality, but it was obvious that the young man in luxurious clothes was their leader, as if they were his followers. "It's him. That super force, the young master of the mysterious Mist King sect. Why is he here?" Behind him, the 5 people seemed to be the 9 Palace sect, Suiyang cult, Wind Lightning sect, Falling Cloud Cave, and Quiet Seclusion Pavilion. In Tonglian City, many cultivators' faces changed. Lin Tian glanced at the young man and saw him walking towards Wu Yi with a lustful look in his eyes, and his face sank. This was the Violet Fairy's friend and Ai's master. Most importantly, he always felt that Wu Yi was very familiar and had a special feeling about him. Now that the luxuriously dressed young man had come over with such a lustful aura, it was obvious what he wanted to do. Naturally, he would not be happy. Wuxing Crocodile said casually, "The mysterious Mist King sect, along with the Anlin family and the Zhan family, is one of the 3 top forces in this heaven, and all of them have Nirvana realm powerhouses. As for the 9 Palace sect, Suiyang cult, Wind Lightning sect, Falling Cloud Cave, and Quiet Seclusion Pavilion, they are considered the 2nd-level forces in this heaven, and their strength is about the same as the Yao family in the 6th heaven. Wu Yi raised her head and looked at the young man in luxurious clothes, then her eyes fell on the candied haws in her hand again. She didn't show the slightest emotion, as if the candied haws in her hand were the center of her world. The young man in luxurious clothes walked over, surrounded by the 5 young men behind him, and soon appeared about 10 feet away from Wu Yi. At this time, looking at Wu Yi at such a close distance, his eyes suddenly lit up, and for a moment, he was shocked. Good. Very good. This trip is worth it. Such a peerless beauty, she should belong to this young master. With a lustful look, he continued to approach Wu Yi. Some of the nearby cultivators were moved, but they immediately shook their heads and looked at Wu Yi with pity, secretly feeling sorry for Wu Yi. She actually met this young man in luxurious clothes. In the 6th heaven, who doesn't know this man? He was an insidious man, who knew how many young girls he had harmed. His hands were stained with blood. Too many people had died at his hands. Scram. Lin Tian coldly glanced at the young man in luxurious clothes. Get lost. Nearby, the expressions of the crowd of cultivators changed. All of them were stunned. Each and every one of them looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian actually told the luxuriously dressed youth to scram. One had to know that the young man in luxurious clothes was the young master of the Mystic Mist King sect, a top-notch power in this region of heaven. Normally, no one dared to provoke him. Moreover, at this time even the other 5 men behind the young man in luxurious clothes all had shocking backgrounds and powerful strength. How could Lin Tian dare to contradict the other party like this? Someone said in a low voice, "He's with that woman in the silk dress." They might be Dao companions. This is bad luck. Someone shook his head. With that said, many people involuntarily stepped back, distancing themselves from Lin Tian, fearing that they would be mistaken for Lin Tian. The face of the young man in luxurious clothes suddenly became gloomy, staring coldly at Lin Tian. Kill him. He ordered one of the people behind him. Immediately, a young man in a black robe walked out from behind him and approached Lin Tian with an indifferent face. This is Lu Hengjian of the 9 Palace sect, one of the candidates for the Holy Son of the 9 Palace sect. His cultivation is said to have reached the 3rd heavenly layer, and his strength is extremely powerful. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lu Hengjian's body was tall and big. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Tian. Strands of dark light intertwined in his right hand as he slapped Lin Tian's head. Offending the young master of the Mystic Mist King sect for a woman? You are courting death. As his right hand pressed down, the void hummed, and many places even cracked. 4th heavenly layer? It's a small stage higher than the rumors. Did he break through recently? This? It seems that Lu Hengjian will most likely take the position of the Holy Son of the 9 Palace sect and become the next sect master of the 9 Palace sect. That should be the case. Around them, many cultivators were shocked. Someone looked at Lin Tian, shook his head, and sighed. This person is finished. How can he block the attack of a 4th heavenly layer expert? It should be the end. The other cultivators also shook their heads. However, in the next moment, these people's expressions changed because in front of them, Lu Hengjian's right hand was casually dodged by Lin Tian with a tilt of his head. At the same time, Lin Tian's right leg kicked out and landed firmly on Lu Hengjian's chest. Instantly, Lu Hengjian was sent flying, and with the clear sound of bones breaking, he rolled dozens of feet away and did not get up for a long time. This? He sent Lu Hengjian flying with one kick? Many cultivators were shocked. The 9 Palace sect was a second-tier force in this region and was very powerful. As a candidate for the Holy Son of this generation, Lu Hengjian was naturally known by the cultivators in this region. He was extremely powerful. But now, such a powerful person, a person of the 4th firmament of the Great Tao, was sent flying with a single kick from an unknown young cultivator. Even the 4 men behind the luxuriously dressed young man were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect Lin Tian to be so powerful. Trash. The luxuriously dressed young man's face darkened. He had asked Lu Hengjian to kill Lin Tian, but Lu Hengjian was sent flying with one kick and could not stand up. This was not only embarrassing for Lu Hengjian, but also for him. He stared at Lin Tian and said to the 4 men behind him, "You guys go and take his head." Hearing this, the 4 men nodded and stepped out together, divine power intertwining on the surface of their bodies. "You have some strength, but you're too arrogant," one of them said coldly. Another said, "There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just suppress him." The 4 men closed in on Lin Tian step by step. Their powerful auras caused the air to sizzle as they attacked Lin Tian at the same time. In an instant, 4 powerful divine powers pressed down on Lin Tian from 4 different directions. The 4 men appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and completely sealed the surrounding space, not giving Lin Tian any chance to dodge. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He casually raised his hand and slapped forward. Instantly, ear-piercing screams rang out. The 4 men who were pressing down on Lin Tian were sent flying. Each of them rolled dozens of feet away like Lu Hengjian, leaving behind a trail of blood mist floating in the air. They could not get up again. Those 4 are all great Dao realm experts. The 4 of them worked together, but they were sent flying with one slap at the same time. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. The luxuriously dressed young man's face darkened. "They're all trash." He stared at Lin Tian with a vicious gaze. He said to the void beside him, "Sword slave, come out." As his words fell, the void beside him distorted slightly, and a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared. "Young master." The gray-robed old man spoke. His eyes were cold and penetrating, and his voice was hoarse like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators were moved again. "There's actually someone beside him? I didn't notice at all just now. That should be someone sent by the master of the Xuanwu royal sect to protect him in secret. It should be. It's very terrifying." Many cultivators revealed shocked expressions. Lin Tian glanced at the gray-robed old man, and then his gaze landed on the luxuriously dressed young man again. The luxuriously dressed young man stared at Lin Tian with a vicious gaze. He said to the gray-robed old man, "Shatter his physical body and extract his soul. Later, I'll let him clearly understand what kind of tragic outcome there is for offending me." The gray-robed old man bowed slightly and then took a step forward. Immediately, an extremely terrifying ripple spread out, causing the expressions of all the cultivators in the area to change. "Third level of Wuzhen?" someone exclaimed. At this moment, the gray-robed old man had already appeared in front of Lin Tian and directly slapped down on Lin Tian. "It's over." Some cultivators could not help but cry out. At the same time, the other cultivators were also terrified. This time, he's really dead. How terrifying was the combat power of a 3rd level of Wuzhen? How could an ordinary person block it? However, in the next moment, these people were moved again because Lin Tianyi grabbed the gray-robed old man's wrist. Then, like Lu Hengjian before, he directly kicked the gray-robed old man hundreds of feet away, causing him to be unable to stand up again. How is this possible? Someone at the 3rd level of Wuzhen when did such a powerful person appear in the same generation? This is almost comparable to enlarging with the chaotic body. But, I've never heard of this before. Many cultivators looked at Lin Tian and were all shocked. The young man in luxurious clothes' face became particularly ugly. He never thought that Lin Tian would be so powerful that he could kick away the 3rd level of Wuzhen sent by his father to secretly protect him. This kind of combat power made him instantly understand that he had kicked a big iron plate at this time. At this time, he could not do anything to Lin Tian. "Very good. I'll remember you." He stared at Lin Tian, and a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. He did not hide it at all. "There will be plenty of time in the future. I hope you won't regret what happened today." After saying that, he did not care about the gray-robed old man, Lu Hengjian, and the others. Finally, he looked at Wu Yi next to Lin Tian with a lustful look and then turned to leave. Clang! A golden sword ray fell from the sky and slashed at his feet, stopping him in his tracks. The young man in luxurious clothes turned around, and his eyes were even more sinister. He stared at Lin Tian somewhat cruelly. I advise you not to attack me. Otherwise, you will become the target of the entire Xuanwu King sect. Clang. The sword sound rang again, and the speed was extremely fast. It interrupted the young man in luxurious clothes' words, and then, with a poof, it sank into his chest. That's the young son of the master of the Xuanwu King sect. It is said that the master had a son in his old age and dotes on him very much. This person actually dares to hurt him like this? All around, many cultivators were shocked. The young man in luxurious clothes coughed up blood and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. You, clang. Another sword. Light flew out from Lin Tian's side and pierced the young man in luxurious clothes again. Blood directly floated in the air. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent as he looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and said, based on your actions today and the attitude of the nearby cultivators towards you, there have been many women ruined by your hands all these years, right? The young man in luxurious clothes gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain in his body as he said coldly, so what? Nothing, I'm just killing you. Lin Tianling said indifferently. The young man in luxurious clothes trembled, but his gaze quickly became sinister again. You don't dare to do that. He stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, if I'm alive, then there's still a trace of leeway for today's matter. If I'm dead, then my father will surely use the strength of the entire Xuanwu King sect to hunt you down endlessly. You'll be like a stray dog. Clang. Droplets of blood splattered in the air. The center of the young man's eyebrows was pierced, and even his sea of consciousness and soul were destroyed. Then, his entire head exploded into pieces, and white brain matter flowed all over the ground. It was a shocking sight. For a moment, many cultivators in this place felt as if a ghastly chill had suddenly appeared, and it directly jumped from the soles of their feet to their heads. Many people stared at Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but tremble violently. One had to know that the young man in luxurious clothes was the young master of the Xuanwu King sect. But now, he was killed by Lin Tianxia in Tonglian City. Even if I offend all three of the top powers in this region of the heavenly realm, I'll be fine. Well, it's perfect, very perfect. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Lin Tian glanced at the corpse of the young man in luxurious clothes, and he didn't care in the slightest. A person like this had harmed countless young women in the past few years, and as far as he was concerned, the young man was a scum amongst scum. Killing such a scum was equivalent to indirectly saving many young women, and it could be considered as seeking justice for those young women that had been harmed by the young man in the past. He paused for a moment, looked away, and looked at Wu Yi. She was quietly staring at the candied haws in her hand, almost ignoring everything around her, as if she was studying the most mysterious thing in the world. The most important thing was that the red syrup stain on the corner of her mouth when she ate the candied haws was still there and hadn't been wiped off. This made him speechless for no reason. However, he couldn't help but feel that her current appearance was really cute. She had a natural and dull feeling. Have you seen enough? It's time to go, right? He said. Wu Yi looked up at him and responded. Then, she walked forward while looking at the candied haws. She didn't react to everything that had happened in this place from beginning to end. Wait. Lin Tian stopped her. Wu Yi stopped and turned to look at him, obviously waiting for him to continue. Lin Tian was even more speechless. How could this woman be so quiet? He took a deep breath and pointed at Wu Yi's left lip, which happened to be stained with red syrup. Master, it's stained with syrup. Little AI glanced at him and said. Wu Yi held the Tonghulu skewer in one hand and used the back of her other hand to wipe off the sugar juice at the corner of her mouth. She put it in front of her eyes and glanced at it, then continued to walk forward. Her expression was still very calm, without a trace of emotion. Lin Tian, so quiet. The five-element crocodile spat out these two words, and then he paused for a moment before moving over to Lin Tian's side and said in a low voice, speaking of which, kid, since she's a friend of that demon emperor younger sister of yours, then logically speaking, her cultivation shouldn't be weak, right? As it spoke, it looked at Wu Yi who had already walked a distance away, and said in a small voice, could it be that he is an emperor? Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but be slightly moved. Previously, he did not think about Wu Yi's cultivation level. He only felt that the other party was very familiar. He only felt that the other party was a friend of the Violet Fairy and AIAI's master. That was all. At this time, when he heard the five-element crocodile guessing the other party's cultivation level, he realized that this extremely quiet woman's cultivation level was probably much higher than his. Even if he's not an emperor, he's probably not far from it. He thought for a moment and said. Looking at Wu Yi, who had already walked further away, he paused and didn't say anything else, and also walked forward. Whooshing crocodile stared at Wu Yi in front of it and sighed, then flapped its wings and followed. Soon, the group of people walked very far away. Even at this time, the nearby cultivators still had fear in their hearts. He actually killed the young master of the Xuanwu royal sect. Where did he get the guts? Many people looked in the direction Lin Tian left, then looked at the corpse of the young man in luxurious clothes, and couldn't help but gasp. That was the young master of the Xuanwu royal sect. And the Xuanwu royal sect was a top force in this heavenly realm. Of course, among them, there was a flash of joy in the eyes of many cultivators after they recovered from their shock. Although that person might be in big trouble, but it's good to kill him. Someone whispered. That's right. Relying on the power of the Xuanwu royal sect, this son of a bitch has harmed at least 80 young women over the years. It's really too easy for him to die like this. That's right. Many people echoed. Of course, these people's voices were very low, and they could only be heard within a very short distance. It was also at this moment that not far away, the grey-robed elder, Lu Hengjian, and the other 4 people who were kicked away by Lin Tian stood up one after another. Then, they saw the corpse of the young man in luxurious clothes at a glance, and their expressions changed drastically. Young master! Young master! The 6 of them rushed to the corpse of the young man in luxurious clothes. Seeing the bloodstains beside the corpse, their faces turned even paler. How could this be? The grey-robed elder trembled. At the same time, Lu Hengjian and the other 4 people were also panicking. This young man in luxurious clothes was the young master of the Xuanwu royal sect. The 6 of them were either sent by the Xuanwu royal sect to protect the young man in luxurious clothes, or they just happened to be following the young man in luxurious clothes. Now that the young man in luxurious clothes was killed like this, the Xuanwu royal sect would definitely be furious, and the 6 of them would definitely be greatly implicated. Damn it! The grey-robed elder was shocked, angry, and terrified. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At this time, Lin Tianyi and the others had already left Refinement City. According to Wu Yi's advice, it was simple to walk in a straight line. They walked straight ahead and soon appeared in a vast ocean with turbulent waves. Most importantly, an enormous island could be faintly seen at the center of the ocean, and it was enveloped by strands of dark mist. It was even to the extent that waves of ghost howls could occasionally be heard from there, and it was like an island of death that floated out from the netherworld. Lin Tian stared at the island from afar and could not help but be moved. That is. Next to him, whooshing crocodile. Shrunk his neck. Immortal island of no return. You know about it? Lin Tian looked at whooshing crocodile. I told you, Lord Crocodile has been to all 9 heavens domains. I know the special places of each heaven's domain. Whooshing crocodile stared ahead with a fearful expression. That is an absolute forbidden land. There are at least 5 ancient emperors who have lived for an unknown period of time. They used some special minerals on that immortal island and secret techniques to suppress their own bodies to delay the elapse of their lifespans. They have lived for a long time and have a history of more than 300,000 years. More than 5 emperors? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Whooshing crocodile nodded. Yes. Moreover, this is not a rumor, but the truth. Those emperors worked together to occupy that treasured island. As long as there were any living beings that approached, without exception, they would be killed. It paused, and a horrified expression appeared on its face. About 600 years ago, an emperor of the 8th heaven of chaos went there and wanted to take some strange immortal stones from that island. In the end, he was killed on the island in less than 45 minutes. Only desperate screams could be heard. His essence was divided equally among the emperors on the island. Lin Tian was shocked again. An emperor of the 8th heaven of chaos was killed in less than 45 minutes after landing on the island? "Dba." A crisp sound was heard. Wu Yi stepped on the surface of the sea with little AI and walked forward as if they were walking on flat ground. There was no light around her, but she was walking steadily on the sea. Little AI beside her was also walking steadily. From time to time, she would look at the water under her feet curiously and stomp a few times. However, she still did not sink. "Big brother, come here quickly." Little AI turned around and waved at Lin Tian. Her eyes were very bright. It was obvious that she found it novel and fun to walk on the sea. Lin Tian was moved, and whooshing crocodile's scales stood on end. This was because, no matter how one looked at it, Wu Yi seemed to be walking toward that immortal island of no return at this moment. Lin Tian stepped on the sea and walked to Wu Yi's side in the blink of an eye. "The thing you're looking for can't be on that immortal island of no return, right?" he asked tentatively. "Yes," Wu Yi answered. However, she did not stop and continued to walk forward quietly. She walked on the surface of the sea. The waves surged, but even her skirt was not wet. At the same time, little AI, who was walking beside her, was not stained by a single drop of water. Lin Tian frowned and repeated what whooshing crocodile had told him about the immortal island of no return. He told Wu Yi, "It's very dangerous there. There are more than 5 ancient emperors there. Even people from the 8th heaven of chaos have fallen there." Previously, he and whooshing crocodile had already guessed that Wu Yi's cultivation should be very strong. It was very likely that she was in the emperor realm. However, when he communicated with her now, his tone did not change at all. He still felt that Wu Yi was very familiar. "Yes." Wu Yi's tone was still the same. Her expression was very calm. She did not stop walking and continued to walk forward by herself. Lin Tian opened his mouth. For a moment, he did not know what else to say. He only felt that this woman was really too quiet. He felt that even if the world was about to be destroyed at this time, she would probably not frown. He stood on the surface of the sea and watched Wu Yi and little AI step on the waves and walk towards the immortal island of no return. Are they really going there? Whooshing crocodile trembled slightly. Even a demon king might not be able to escape unscathed from that place. She is a friend of a demon king. Her strength may not be weak, but, Lin Tian paused for a moment, sighed, and had no choice but to follow. "Let's go," he said to whooshing crocodile. Whooshing crocodile suddenly shook its head like a rattledrum. "Grandpa crocodile is not going." Lin Tian ignored it. He grabbed its tail and dragged it forward. "Awoo." Whooshing crocodile immediately howled, "Damn it. Let go of Grandpa crocodile. Grandpa crocodile really doesn't want to go." Lin Tian grabbed its tail and walked forward calmly. "Little AI, who is only 9 years old, is going. You, an old monster who has lived for more than 1,000 years, is not going because of fear. How embarrassing is that? Therefore, I am dragging you now to help you. I am helping you resist the fear in your heart and prevent you from embarrassing yourself here." Whooshing crocodile was furious. #yen. The sea was turbulent. Lin Tian pulled whooshing crocodile's tail and quickly walked to Wu Yi's side. "Are we really going?" he couldn't help but ask. Wu Yi was very calm. She spoke with her divine thoughts, and her words were still concise. Lin Tian was already used to this and didn't say anything more. After that, the group stepped on the sea, and the waves swayed slightly. It didn't take long for them to approach the immortal island of no return. As far as the eye could see, the island was bleak and desolate. There was no vegetation to be seen. Only strands of dark mist floated on the island and circled around it. It gave off a gloomy feeling, as if the island was a land of the underworld. Wu Yi stepped on the sea and boarded the immortal island of no return, walking forward. Little AI followed beside, looking very lively. She turned her head and waved at Lin Tian. "Big brother, hurry up." Lin Tian smiled and stepped on the sea surface towards the immortal island of no return. "Kid. Let go of Lord Crocodile. Lord Crocodile is really not going." Whooshing crocodile howled. Lin Tian ignored it, pulled its tail, and walked directly to the island. Whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes and couldn't help but wail. Look at you. Lin Tian squinted at it. He stepped forward, then followed Wu Yi step by step. At the same time, he moved his gaze to look around. He only felt that this immortal island of no return was really desolate, like a dead land. Moreover, at this time, walking on this island, he suddenly felt that his body seemed to have become a little heavier, and there was a very oppressive feeling. Suddenly, the entire immortal island of no return shook. The wisps of mist floating on the island became thick and cold. Directly ahead, in an ancient mine in the center of the immortal island of no return, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up, deep and cold. Suddenly, both Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile trembled. Facing this pair of eyes, their backs became cold. There was no doubt that the owner of this pair of eyes was very powerful. It was definitely an emperor-level existence, and its realm was very high. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled and black thunderclouds surged out, causing the entire island to turn dark in an instant. Bolts of blood-red lightning intertwined as if an incomparably terrifying heavenly tribulation was forming here. Clearly, all of this was because of the pair of Emperor's eyes in the ancient mine. It was summoned by the owner of those blood-red eyes. Dong! Thunder rumbled as a sea of blood-red lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Tian, Whooshing crocodile, Wu Yi, and little AI within. The terrifying destructive power directly shattered the greater void. Lin Tian's expression changed. This type of blood-red lightning was at least 1,000 times more terrifying than the Wuxian heavenly tribulation that he had experienced. In just an instant, he felt like he couldn't even move. It's over. It's over. Even if someone at the fifth heaven of the Emperor realm came, they wouldn't be able to block this level of blood lightning. Oh woo, Brat Lin, I'm really going to die because of you this time. *CK your grandpa. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The scales all over Whooshing crocodile's body stood up. The blood-red lightning was extremely fast and fell in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, when these blood-red lightning fell about 10 feet away from the group of people, it disappeared silently as if it was swallowed by something. This made Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile change their expressions again. They both revealed surprised expressions. They knew very well that the disappearance of the blood-red lightning was definitely not because the person in the ancient mine was showing mercy. A cold and doubtful voice came from the ancient mine. The pair of blood-red eyes became deeper and colder as they stared straight at Lin Tian and the others. Immediately, his gaze fell on Wu Yi. Wu Yi's footsteps never stopped. At this time, his gaze also fell on the ancient mine in the center. He still looked very calm as he walked towards it calmly. The eyes that appeared in the ancient mine were even colder. The endless blood-red lightning in the sky fell all together with black thunderclouds as if to destroy everything. All the blood-red lightning struck toward Wu Yi this time, even sealing the space around Wu Yi. However, the ending was the same as before. The blood-red lightning and black thunderclouds that fell directly disappeared about 10 feet high in the sky as if they were swallowed by the void. Wu Yi's footsteps did not change at all, and his expression did not change at all. No joy, anger, sorrow, or joy could be seen on his face. He was like a calm spring, extremely quiet. For a moment, Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile were shocked. At this time, they knew without thinking that the disappearance of the blood-red lightning was because of Wu Yi. Sure enough, a tiger's friend can't be a white rabbit. She is definitely at the emperor level. And she's very strong. Whooshing crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Tian took a deep breath, suppressed the surprise in his heart, and said, "Let's follow him." At this time, Wu Yi was stepping toward the ancient mine in the middle of a mortal island of no return. Although he knew that it was very scary inside and that the owner of the blood-red eyes was inside, since he had followed, he naturally could not go in. Soon, he came to Wu Yi's side and could not help but look at him sideways. He saw that the other party was still so quiet, as if he did not care about anything. The emperor level contains enough essence. Very good. Very good. I'll wait for you to come to this ancient mine. In the ancient mine, a cold voice came from the blood-red eyes. Like thunder, it was mighty and mighty on a mortal island of no return, and then it disappeared. Obviously, the owner of the blood-red eyes saw that Wu Yi was going to step into the ancient mine and was ready to seize his essence. Lin Tian could not help but frown. He looked ahead. The ancient mine was very huge, and it swallowed spirit chi from all directions. There were all kinds of dark lights intertwined in the cave, as if a peerless ferocious beast was lying on the ground with its bloody mouth open, waiting for someone to jump in. Most importantly, after hearing about this immortal island of no return from Wuxing Crocodile, he knew that the blood-red eyes were not the only emperor in this ancient mine. There should be other emperors. It could be said that this was a true forbidden area. He looked at Wu Yi and wanted to persuade Wu Yi to retreat and leave, but he also knew that at this time, there was not much difference between retreating and advancing. Because whether they retreated or advanced, the people in the ancient mine would definitely attack them. Most importantly, he did not think that Wu Yi would listen to him and retreat at this time. Wu Yi was very quiet. His steps were calm. He came to the front of the ancient mine and directly stepped in without any hesitation. Little AI had been following beside Wu Yi all this while. She followed Wu Yi and stepped into the tunnel together. Speaking of which, the little guy was still young. He was the one who did not know what fear was the most here, so he was not afraid. Lin Tian naturally did not hesitate at this time. He dragged Wuxing Crocodile and followed in. Soon, the group stepped into the ancient mine. The space inside was very huge. All kinds of light and dark lights floated in the air, intertwining with an incomparably oppressive aura. Humph! A cold snort sounded immediately, and the pair of blood-red eyes from before appeared again. Then, in the ancient mine, the other 5 pairs of eyes lit up, and they were all cold. The 6 pairs of eyes turned into 6 figures in the blink of an eye. They were all shrouded in a hazy dark light. Their bodies and appearances could not be seen, only their eyes could be seen clearly. They were intertwined with coldness, profoundness, and cruelty. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile could not help but tremble. These 6 people were all emperor-level powerhouses, and their bodies were wrapped with emperor's might. 6 emperors, Wuxing Crocodile wailed. The 6 blurry figures stared at Lin Tian and the others, and their gazes fell on Wu Yi in unison. "Take him down," one of them said coldly. In an instant, 6 waves of emperor's might shook the mine. In an instant, strands of killing patterns appeared in this mine, trapping Lin Tian and the others, isolating them from the outside world. Waves of terrifying killing lights intertwined, and all of them slashed down at Wu Yi. At the same time, the 6 people moved together. They each stretched out their hands, intertwining the mysterious light of Great Abijna, suppressing everything and pressing down on Wu Yi. Boom! This was a terrifying attack. As emperors, the 6 people's state of mind was profound enough. They did not feel that there was anything wrong with the 6 of them ganging up on one person. Their eyes were deep and cold. Now, they could only see that Wu Yi was an emperor-level figure. They just wanted to seize Wu Yi's emperor-level essence to strengthen themselves and increase their lifespan. That was all. They didn't want to waste their energy fighting with Wu Yi. With the 6 of them joining forces, it was a one-hit kill. Crack! The surrounding space was directly shattered, turning into a chaotic zone. Such killing intent made Lin Tian's heart tremble. At this moment, even if his cultivation was only in the Wuxian realm, he could see how powerful the 6 people's combined attack was. It was even more terrifying than the god-killing ray that the Violet Fairy used before. Boom! Finally, the boundless killing light shook heaven and earth, and fell in front of Wu Yi. At this moment, even little AI, who was not afraid, trembled. She could not help but grab Wu Yi's sleeves tightly. Wu Yi was very quiet, and did not move at all. However, when the boundless killing light fell by her side, it all dissipated silently. Moreover, at this moment, the 6 people who attacked seemed to have been struck by lightning. They all staggered back, and only stabilized themselves after retreating several meters away. This made Lin Tian's expression change, and Wuxing Crocodile was even more shocked. At the same time, the 6 emperors in the ancient mine had a great change in their eyes. The 6 of them were all at the peak of the 8th heaven of Emperor realm. Just now, they had used their full strength. However, in the end, Wu Yi did not even move and destroyed all of their attacks, forcing them to retreat together. This result made the six of them look shocked. One of them stared at Wu Yi, and his eyes could not help but flicker. The ancient mine was dark and empty, and it was unknown how deep it was. Wu Yi looked into the depths, and there were patches of faint light floating out from her body, instantly illuminating the entire ancient mine. At the same time as the light appeared, an aura that merged with 10,000 Daos intertwined. In the blink of an eye, it filled every corner of the ancient mine. This aura was not a very terrifying fluctuation, but it was extremely vast, as if it contained the truth of heaven and earth. In an instant, the six emperors in the ancient mine trembled violently. The coldness in their eyes instantly disappeared, and was replaced by shock and horror. Wu Yi's voice wasn't overbearing, and it didn't carry any aura at all. In fact, it even sounded somewhat gentle. However, it caused the six Chaos Realm existences in the ancient mine to tremble once more. The shock and astonishment in their eyes became even more intense. Lin Tian naturally noticed the changes in the six people's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. 6 emperors of the 8th heaven of chaos were working together. Furthermore, they were in their own domain. Killing someone of the 9th heaven of chaos shouldn't be too much of a problem. But now, because of Wu Yi's words, the 6 of them revealed fearful expressions. It can't be. The 5 elements crocodile's eyes couldn't help but widen. 6 Chaos 8 plus someone at the peak of the heavenly layer realm was shocked by a single sentence. Naturally, little AI was not as surprised as Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. She only clutched the corner of Wu Yi's clothes tightly. Wu Yi's expression was calm. He called out to little AI and walked into the depths of the ancient mine. The 6 primal chaos emperors in front seemed to be nothing but air in her eyes. The 6 ancient emperors were surrounded by a hazy light mist. Seeing Wu Yi's posture, one of them couldn't help but look colder. He couldn't help but take a step forward. Let her pass. Another person whispered. But, don't stop her. Another person said in a deep voice. Wu Yi was very calm as she walked forward with little AI. She didn't care about the 6 ancient emperors at all. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with shock. At this time, she naturally didn't hesitate and hurriedly followed him. Wuxing Crocodile swallowed its saliva. Its tail had already been released by Lin Tian, so it hurriedly followed behind. At this moment, it was treating Wu Yi as a protective talisman. The 6 ancient emperors stood in front of him. When they saw Wu Yi walking over, they all retreated and opened up a path for him. Wu Yi's pace was neither fast nor slow as he walked past the 6 ancient emperors with little AI. They walked into the depths of the mine. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile followed closely behind. When they passed by the 6 ancient emperors, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, they were only in the enlightenment realm. They were not worth mentioning in front of 6 existences at the peak of the 8th heaven of chaos. Just the emperor's coercion around their bodies made them feel like their bodies were about to shatter. After a few breaths of time, they followed Wu Yi and walked past the 6 emperor ranks. However, their hearts were still beating fast and their hands and feet were cold. The 6 emperor ranks' auras were too strong. The 6 emperor ranks stared at Wu Yi's group as they walked away. Their eyes were gloomy, but none of them said anything. 10 Directions Heaven Region, is there such a person? Why haven't I heard of him before? One of them said in a low voice. The gazes of the other 5 were fixed in front of them, and none of them spoke. In front, Wu Yi brought little AI with him. His expression was calm and he didn't care about anything around him. Lin Tian followed beside him. His eyes were still filled with shock as he looked at Wu Yi from the side. This extremely quiet woman didn't have the slightest bit of emperor's coercion. Occasionally, she would be a little naive and dull, but her strength seemed to be extremely terrifying. Seems like she's stronger than a demon emperor. Wuxing Crocodile trembled beside him. Lin Tian nodded and then shook his head. He didn't know if Wu Yi was stronger than the Violet Fairy, but he knew that Wu Yi was very strong. She was unimaginably strong. He followed beside Wu Yi, and the heartless crocodile followed beside him. Soon, a full quarter of an hour had passed. At this time, this ancient mine seemed to have reached the end. Wu Yi stopped and looked at the 9 bloodstones in front of him. The bloodstones were very sparkling and translucent. They were intertwined with faint light, just like blood jade. Phoenix bloodstone? Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim. Even Lin Tian was moved. He recognized this divine stone. It was said to be condensed from the blood of the divine beast Phoenix. It had unparalleled value and was an immortal material used to forge origin heavenly treasures. Even for ordinary emperors, it was a rare treasure. This was because the immortal material used to forge heavenly treasures was too difficult to find. Many emperors didn't have heavenly treasures because of this. At the same time, this Phoenix blood stone had many other miraculous effects. Each miraculous effect was very powerful and shocking. Wu Yi looked ahead and tapped lightly with her right hand. Immediately, a Phoenix bloodstone flew over and was put away by her in a flash. Friend, isn't it inappropriate to do this? A low voice sounded. The 6 ancient emperors appeared here. When they saw Wu Yi take away a Phoenix bloodstone, their eyes darkened and a trace of coldness appeared. One had to know that this was a Phoenix bloodstone. It was priceless. Although it wasn't of much use to them now, the Phoenix bloodstone was taken away in their territory. It would be very embarrassing for them. This was much worse than letting someone pass. Wu Yi tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian. Her divine consciousness was like the sound of a zither. It was very gentle and soft. Do you want it? Lin Tianyi was stunned. He didn't expect Wu Yi to suddenly ask him if he wanted the Phoenix bloodstone. This? He looked at the Phoenix bloodstone in front of him. It was impossible that he didn't want such a precious treasure. However, the 6 ancient emperors appeared here, so he was somewhat hesitant. This was because when Wu Yi took the first Phoenix bloodstone, the 6 emperors were clearly very unhappy. He was worried that if Wu Yi took another one, the 6 emperors would directly attack. He paused and said, "Forget it, there's no need." Even though he guessed that Wu Yi was very powerful, and even though the 6 emperors were very wary of Wu Yi, if they really fought, he couldn't predict the outcome. Thus, at this time, he didn't want to cause trouble for Wu Yi. Wu Yi was very calm. She didn't say anything. She tapped with her hand, and another Phoenix bloodstone flew over and floated in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian, in just an instant, he felt 6 pairs of piercing eyes land on him. They were like peerless cold swords, making him feel as if his spirit was about to shatter. He tilted his head. The 6 ancient emperors were staring at him. Their eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if they were looking at a worm. It was more like they were saying that if he dared to take it, the 6 of them would directly crush him like a worm. This kind of gaze made him feel cold all over, but it also made him very unhappy. Thus, he didn't hesitate anymore. He directly reached out and grabbed the Phoenix bloodstone that floated in front of him, and put it away. Boom, in an instant, 6 majestic emperors' auras surged toward him. Wu Yi tilted her head and glanced at the 6 emperors. Without a sound, the 6 ancient emperors' auras that pressed down on Lin Tian were all annihilated. The emperors' auras around the 6 emperors' bodies were also extinguished like flames meeting a river. The 6 emperors stared at Wu Yi, both shocked and furious. You. Wu Yi didn't care about them. Her expression didn't change. At this moment, the whooshing crocodile spoke. It looked at the 6 ancient emperors, then at Wu Yi, and then at the Phoenix bloodstone not far away. It couldn't help but rub its claws. Clearly, it also wanted a Phoenix bloodstone. Because at this moment, it could clearly see that the 6 emperors were very afraid of Wu Yi. And Wu Yi was very powerful. The 6 emperors couldn't stop her at all. Wu Yi tilted her head and looked at it. Her right hand tapped lightly, and another Phoenix bloodstone flew out. In the blink of an eye, it floated in front of the whooshing crocodile. The whooshing crocodile howled excitedly. Its eyes were full of excitement. It put away the Phoenix bloodstone that flew in front of it. Friend, you've gone too far. The 6 ancient emperors' eyes darkened and became even colder. They were filled with intense anger. Wu Yi looked at the 6 of them. With a tap of her right hand, 6 rays of light broke through the 6 emperors' bodies and entered their bodies. This shocked the 6 ancient emperors. However, in the next moment, their emperors' bodies trembled. They looked at Wu Yi in disbelief. You. As Wu tapped the 6 rays of light into their bodies, in just an instant, their internal injuries that others couldn't see were mostly healed. Their essence, energy, and spirit became stronger. You guys won't lose out. Wu Yi's voice came out. It was still so calm. Then, she called out to little AI and walked out of the ancient mine. Lin Tian was a little curious. He didn't know what Wu Yi did to the 6 emperors. He also didn't understand the meaning of Wu Yi's words. However, he could keenly feel that the hostility in the 6 emperors' eyes had completely disappeared. This made him feel a little strange. However, when he saw Wu Yi walking out, he didn't think too much about it. He hurriedly stepped forward and followed. It was even more impossible for the 5 elements crocodile to hesitate. It hurriedly flapped its wings and followed. Very quickly, they went around the 6 emperors again. This time, when they passed by the 6 ancient emperors, they didn't feel the same powerful emperor's aura as before. They quickly followed Wu Yi and walked far away. Behind them, the 6 ancient emperors stared at Wu Yi's back. They paused and one of them bowed slightly. Then, the other 5 did the same. Even though they were emperors, they bowed slightly towards Wu Yi. Back then, the 6 of them had serious internal injuries. It was because of this that they worked together to occupy this treasure. This was because there were some special minerals that could not only slow down the loss of lifespan, but also suppress their internal injuries and prevent them from worsening. Now, Wu Yi's 6 faint lights helped them completely resolve the internal injuries in their bodies. He helped them solve this huge problem that had troubled them for tens of thousands of years. This wasn't something the value of 3 phoenixes' bloodstones could compare to. With the disappearance of these internal injuries, they would be able to live longer. They might even be able to break through the long-lasting cultivation barrier and step into the 9th heaven of chaos from the peak of the 8th heaven of chaos. To them, this was a huge favor. Lin Tian followed beside Wu Yi. Naturally, he didn't see the movements of the 6 emperors. They quickly walked out of the ancient mine. The moment he walked out of the ancient mine, he looked ahead and was instantly moved. He revealed an astonished and strange expression. This was because at this moment, the originally desolate immortal of no return actually grew a large number of immortal herbs and precious flowers. They formed an immortal spirit treasure road that was about 10 feet wide. It extended from the edge of the mine to the sea region at the edge of the immortal of no return. This is? Whooshing crocodile also widened its eyes. Immortal herbs and spirit flowers formed a 10-meter-wide immortal spiritual treasure path, intertwined with multicolored light. It extended from the edge of the mine to the shore of the sea region outside the immortal island of no return. Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile were astonished. This scene was too strange. Lin Tian turned around and glanced at the mine, then looked at Wu Yi. What did you do to them just now? Previously, when Wu Yi pointed at the 6 ancient emperors with 6 faint lights, he felt that the 6 emperors' attitudes towards Wu Yi and them had changed. Now that he was walking out of the mine, he saw the sudden appearance of this treasure path. He knew that this treasure path was created by the 6 ancient emperors in the mine. Was he sending Wu Yi off? Help them heal their injuries, Wu Yi said, but he didn't stop walking. He stepped on the immortal spiritual treasure path and walked towards the edge of the immortal island of no return. Heal their injuries? They have injuries? Lin Tian was astonished. Even Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but be shocked. The 6 ancient emperors actually had injuries inside their bodies? Yes, Wu Yi replied. Lin Tian couldn't help but tilt his head to look at the ancient mine behind him, then at Wu Yi. He was inexplicably shocked. One had to know that the 6 ancient emperors in the mine were all at the peak of the 8th heaven of Emperor realm. If they had injuries inside their bodies, it meant that these injuries were very serious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 6 of them to not heal their injuries. Clearly, the 6 of them couldn't do anything about their injuries. But just now, Wu Yi had only pointed out 6 rays of light, and it seemed to have healed their internal injuries. How powerful was this? He was a little stunned. At the same time, he finally understood why the 6 emperors' attitude towards Wu Yi and them had changed so drastically. The immortal island of no return wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Wu Yi brought little AI to the edge of the island very quickly. At the seaside, a light breeze blew, and the waves were turbulent. At the same time, there was a hint of saltiness. Wui stepped on the surface of the sea, his steps gentle. Little Ai followed beside him, and they walked back the way they came from with Wui. Lin Tian stepped on the surface of the sea and looked at Wui from the side. Not long after, they were far away from the immortal island of no return. Wui was very quiet. As if she felt Lin Tian was looking at her, she also turned her head and looked at Lin Tian as she walked. She looked at Wui's crocodile. The immortal island of no return, Lin Tian island of no return. It was at this moment that Wui spoke. Her divine consciousness was transmitted directly into Lin Tian's mind. This time only Lin Tianyi could hear her. You are a reincarnated being? When Lin Tian heard this, he was instantly shocked and stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Wui in disbelief. You. Only the dead and those who were above the heavenly venerate level could see his physique. Wui was clearly not a dead person. Then, there was only one other possibility. Wui had reached the heavenly venerate level. Wuxing Crocodile noticed his expression and asked, Kid, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. As he said this, his eyes were fixed on Wui. The shock in his eyes was extremely intense. This extremely quiet woman in front of him had actually reached the level of the 9 heavenly venerables? Wui looked at him for a while, then looked away. She looked like she didn't care about anything at all. However, Lin Tian couldn't be as calm as she was. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. There was a person above the heavenly venerable realm standing in front of him. You. He looked at Wui and spat out the word you. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say at this time. He was really too shocked. At first, he guessed that Wui might be an emperor-level figure. Even if she wasn't, it wasn't too far off. After all, Wui was a friend of the Violet Fairy. Then, on the immortal island of no return, Wui silently blocked 2 blood-red lightning bolts. He was sure that Wui was indeed an emperor-level figure. After that, Wui was still calm when facing the 6 ancient emperors. The 6 of them were afraid. This made him realize that Wui was even more terrifying than he thought. She was very strong. At this moment, Wui said that he had the reincarnation imperial physique, which directly pulled his shock to the highest point. This was a living heavenly venerable realm figure. What's wrong? Wui looked at him. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Didn't this woman know how much of a shock she had brought to him? Nothing. In the end, he could only say so. He was sure that even if he said that he was shocked in his heart now, the other party wouldn't have much of a reaction. The wind on the sea carried a salty and humid smell. The waves were everywhere. The group stepped on the sea. Before long, they crossed the sea and appeared on the opposite shore. This place was adjacent to the immortal island of no return, so there was no one here. After the group walked here, Wui stopped and looked around with a trace of confusion. What's wrong? Lin Tian asked her. It's my first time out. I want to walk around outside, but I don't know where to go. Wui said. Lin Tian felt that this was the most words Wui had said at one time since he met her. He paused and said, Why don't you follow us? He pointed at Wuxing Crocodile and said, It's very familiar with this heaven and knows many places. Wui turned and looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile hurriedly said with a serious face, No problem. I'll take you wherever you want to go, Miss Wui. On the immortal island of no return, Wui gave it a phoenix blood stone. This kind of thing was too valuable, so it was very grateful to Wui. Moreover, it also knew how powerful Wui was. Even 6 peak 8th heaven chaotic emperors were no match for her. If such a person followed by its side in the future, it would be too good. Thank you. Wui said. Obviously, she agreed to Lin Tian's invitation. Lin Tian smiled. At this time, he was no longer surprised by Wui's strength. Then, let's go. Let's walk around the 7th heaven. Lin Tian said. The 7th heaven was very vast. He also wanted to explore it, so he let Wuxing Crocodile lead the way and quickly left this place. Soon after, they entered a mountain range and walked through a road. They encountered many cultivators on the way. When almost everyone saw Wu Yi, their eyes were filled with amazement. Some people couldn't even move their eyes away. Wu Yi could feel the gaze of these people, but she didn't ask Lin Tian why these people's eyes were always on her, because she had already asked them in Tonglian City. Walking on the mountain road, 10 days passed quickly. In these 10 days, with the 5 elements crocodile leading the way, the group walked to many places. Lin Tian realized that when Wu Yi was quiet, he really gave off the feeling of being a natural airhead. On this day, they walked out of an immortal mountain and walked into the distance. At this time, more than a dozen tyrannical fluctuations appeared in the distance, and 13 powerhouses approached in the blink of an eye. Each of them had the aura of an enlightened realm powerhouse, and they were all filled with endless killing intent, locking onto Lin Tian. 13 powerhouses rushed over. Some were old, some were middle-aged, and all of them had cold eyes and endless killing intent. They locked onto Lin Tian and sealed off every corner around him. Suddenly, the temperature of this space dropped by more than 10 degrees, and there were even gusts of hurricanes rolling out. Lin Tian glanced at these 13 people, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. "Zhan family, it's you again. Damn it, your Zhan family is really endless." Wuxing crocodile cursed. One man and one crocodile were naturally very clear about the aura of the Zhan family cultivators and instantly recognized the identity of these 13 people. The 13 people of the Zhan family stared at Lin Tian, each of their gazes sinister and extremely vicious. "Little beast." One of them spoke, his gaze was extremely cold. "No need to say more, directly suppress him and bring him back to the family. Use his blood and soul as a sacrifice to Yuji and the dead clansmen." Another said coldly. As soon as this person finished speaking, he directly moved. Wuxin-level fluctuations intertwined, and a tyrannical light claw appeared, grabbing towards Lin Tian. 7th firmament of Wuxin, swish, as this person grabbed at Lin Tian with a light claw, 5 large cracks appeared in the void, looking a little horrifying. Immediately, almost at the same time, the other 12 people also moved. Each of them was at the 7th firmament of Wuxin. They directly suppressed Lin Tian from a dozen directions, sealing the sky and trapping the earth. "Your Zhan family thinks that not enough of your clansmen have died," Lin Tian said. He glanced at Wu Yi next to him, took a step forward, and faced the 13 people of the Zhan family at the same time. Faint golden divine light intertwined outside his body, and wisps of sword light intertwined around him. The sword intent was awe-inspiring and extremely tyrannical. "This beast is not simple. Use all of your strength and suppress him as quickly as possible," one of the 13 people of the Zhan family said. "It should be so," another person said. Not long ago, 7 people of the Zhan family who were at the peak of the 6th firmament of Wuxin joined forces to kill Lin Tian, but in the end, all of them died outside the family. This naturally made the 13 people of the Zhan family not underestimate Lin Tian. For a time, the 13 people attacked with all their strength. The great Dao laws flew, intertwining in every corner of the space. Crack, crack, crack. The void was unable to withstand such power and began to crumble. "Master, can you help big brother?" Little Ai shook Wu Yi's arm. Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian in front of her. She was as calm as ever, and her voice was very gentle. "No need, he can win." Boom, up ahead, divine power surged as the 13 members of the Zhan family unleashed all their techniques. Great Dao laws and all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed. For a time, the void was annihilated inch by inch, and even cracks appeared on the ground. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as wisps of sword light circled around him, blocking the 13 divine abilities and secret techniques. "Just a little more, he won't be able to hold on for much longer," one of the 13 said. This was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was in the middle of the 7th heavenly layer of enlightenment. As he spoke, he directly charged towards Lin Tian. With a buzzing sound, he unleashed one of the Zhan family's turtle snake secret arts, transforming it into a great black tortoise serpent, which pressed down on Lin Tian from both sides. With a rumble, the surrounding space collapsed, and Lin Tian was directly trapped in the middle. "It's over," the man said coldly. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. golden pure yang flame manifested, turning into a flaming storm that swept out in all directions. Suddenly, the great black tortoise serpent and great black tortoise serpent were incinerated at the same time. This is pure yang flame? The man's expression changed. At the same time, the other 12 members of the Xian family were also shocked. Pure yang flame was a divine fire with an extremely high reputation. He actually controls such a divine fire? The Xian family members were shocked, but soon, their expressions became cold again. One of them said, "So what if he has a divine fire? He's only one person after all. He can't stop so many of us." "That's right," another person said. Immediately, the 13 people moved again. Each of them released divine light and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the 13 people with an indifferent gaze, and the pure yang flame outside his body went berserk. With a rumble, the pure yang flame surged. He clenched his fist slightly and faced the 13 people with a punch. In an instant, golden waves of divine fire appeared and annihilated all the divine light outside the 13 people of the Xian family. Then, the 13 people were enveloped in it at the same time. Ah! There was a scream, and the body of the Xian family member who was charging at the front was directly burned. Even his spiritual soul was not able to escape and was immediately ignited by the divine fire. Damn it! Extinguish the fire. Quick! The other 12 people of the Xian family were shocked and frightened. They quickly went to save the spiritual soul of the clan member who was ignited by the divine fire. However, at this time, Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of the dozen people. "I don't have time to waste with you. It's meaningless," he said indifferently. As his words fell, the reincarnation map rushed out from behind him with a buzz, and divine light covered all directions. In the distance, Wu Yi looked at the map. His eyes moved slightly, and then returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The reincarnation map vibrated and suddenly enlarged, directly covering 8 of the 13 people of the Xian family. Suddenly, the 8 people's faces changed. Naturally, they all felt the terror of the reincarnation map. They all growled and supported the powerful Great Path Order to resist the Xian family's secret skill. However, the reincarnation map was too strong. It spun and directly cracked the void, shattering all the magical powers of the 8 people. This, puff. 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 8 blood mists exploded immediately, and 8 spiritual souls escaped, all with a horrified and terrified expression. Pure yang flame. Lin Tian's voice rang out. The golden flame surged and turned into a golden wave. He pushed it to the limit and directly drowned the 8 spiritual souls. Ah! The 8 people screamed and struggled, but in the blink of an eye, their voices disappeared. They were completely burned by the pure yang flame that Lin Tian pushed to the limit. In an instant, the other 5 people of the Xian family all changed. How can this be? The 5 people were terrified. They were 13 seventh sky of Wuxian powerhouses, but now, 8 of them were killed by Lin Tian so easily. Go! One of them said in a trembling voice and directly retreated with the other 4. They were not stupid. Lin Tian killed 8 of them so easily, which was enough to make them realize how terrifying Lin Tian was. He was far from what they could resist. Suddenly, the sound of the air braking rang out. The surviving 5 people of the Xian family fled toward the distance at the same time. Lin Tian's right hand formed a sword finger and slightly rotated counterclockwise. 5-inch-long light swords appeared in an instant and circled around his right hand sword finger. They were like 7 condensed sacred swords, emitting an incomparable piercing sword sound. Soul-slashing heaven, he said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand sword finger, the 5-inch-long light swords instantly turned into 5 dazzling lightning bolts and shot out. The corpses of the last 5 people from the Xian family fell from the sky and made a loud bang when they hit the ground. Kid, the power of your last move is not bad. Wuxing Crocodile was a little surprised. I used all my strength, Lin Tian said simply. Although his battle prowess far surpassed cultivators of the same level, it was clearly not possible for him to kill cultivators of the seventh heaven of enlightenment truth so easily. That attack just now was the core technique of the High Heaven Sword Manual and his current peak power. Only then was he able to destroy the souls of the 5 people in one strike. Since we entered this heaven region, 20 Wuxian cultivators from the Zhan family have died in your hands in such a short time. The big shots of this branch will probably cry. Wuxing Crocodile could not help but want to laugh. Lin Tian did not care. He turned to look at Wu Yi and saw that Wu Yi was staring at a green tree not far away. She obviously did not care about the fight between him and the 13 people from the Zhan family. Wu Yi could naturally sense Lin Tian's gaze. At this time, her gaze moved away from the green tree not far away and landed on Lin Tian. Done? Lin Tian nodded. Done. Let's go to other places. Okay. Wu Yi responded. They left this place, and not long after, they walked on a relatively spacious road. Lin Tian turned to look at Wu Yi. Until now, he could not help but feel a little shocked. The woman in front of him was actually a heavenly venerable. To be honest, no matter how one looked at it, Wu Yi did not look like a strong person. However, on the other hand, he also felt that it was quite good. That was, although Wu Yi was very strong and was a heavenly venerable, he did not feel any pressure when interacting with Wu Yi. He was very relaxed. Kid. Wuxing Crocodile came over and chuckled. Why don't we bring Miss Wu Yi to the Zhan family? Lin Tian thought for a while and said, forget it. He didn't think it was a good idea to use the quiet Wu Yi as a banner. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Naturally, it knew what Lin Tian was thinking. It paused and said, well, Lord Crocodile doesn't think it's good either. Thinking about it, on the immortal island of no return, Wu Yi had just given it a heaven-defying phoenix blood stone. At this time, it was indeed not very good to immediately bring Wu Yi to the Zhan family to shock them. Boom, at this moment, far away from this place, a ball of resplendent light shot up into the sky. As the light rushed into the sky, an extremely dense spiritual energy interweaved in the sky, causing Lin Tian's expression to change. The spiritual energy was truly vast, far surpassing the quality of the Genesis Vein's spiritual energy. On the side, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Brat, could it be a divine pulse? Take a look with your divine eye. Divine veins were superior to source veins, and the spiritual energy intertwined within them was extremely dense. However, there were very few of them. Even in a vast and boundless world, there were not many divine veins, at most a dozen or so. Dragon light interweaved in Lin Tian's eyes. He opened his divine eye of illusion breaker, and the dragon pattern ring vibrated as he looked into the distance. After a while, he closed his divine eye of illusion breaker and said, it's too far. It's hard to see clearly. However, the spiritual energy there is very dense, surpassing the total spiritual energy of more than 30 Genesis veins. It should be a spiritual energy treasure. Surpassing the total spiritual energy of more than 30 Genesis veins? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Then, its eyes immediately lit up. Let's go and take a look. The spiritual energy of 30 Genesis veins was an astonishing number. Even for the current Wuxing Crocodile and Lin Tian, it was still very useful. At least, it could allow each of them to improve by a small level. Lin Tian nodded. Since he had discovered such a spiritual energy treasure, he naturally had to go and take a look. He paused, looked at Wu Yi, and said, let's go there. Is there a problem? He pointed to the place where the spiritual energy was surging in the distance. Yes. Wu Yi replied. Lin Tian said again, then, shall we fly there? This place was a little far from the place where the spiritual energy was surging. If they walked there, it would take a long time. By that time, the spiritual energy treasures there would probably have been taken away by others. They would not be able to get anything if they went there. Wu Yi obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking. Without any movement, a void portal opened in front of her. Silver light interweaved in it, and one could vaguely see a continuous stretch of red mountains behind the void portal. She looked at Lin Tian and pointed at the void portal in front of them. Lin Tian was stunned at first, but then he smiled. The void portal opened by Wu Yi could directly lead to the place where the spiritual energy was surging in the distance. Let's go, he said with a smile. Wui pointed at the void portal quietly. He naturally knew that Wui wanted him to go there through the void portal. He came to the void portal, and Wui took little AI and went in together. Wait for Lord Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile shouted and rushed in with a whoosh. After a moment of darkness, the group appeared in a continuous stretch of mountains. The mountains were very vast, and their length and width were unknown. However, there was almost no vegetation in the mountains. The mountains were barren, and there was a hint of red color. It was almost impossible to see an ordinary monster. At this moment, at the center of the Crimson Mountain Range, there was a thick mist drifting, covering everything in the surroundings. Even with powerful divine sense, it was difficult to see what was going on inside. There it is. Whooshing Crocodile pointed at the place with shining eyes. There was fog there, but the spiritual energy was indeed denser. Let's go there. Lin Tiandao. He called out to Wu Yi and little AI and immediately walked in that direction. Soon, they arrived at the center of the mountains. This was because they came here through the void portal opened by Wu Yi. At this time, there was not a single cultivator around. This fog is a little troublesome, Whooshing Crocodile said. At this time, there was not a single cultivator around. This was a good opportunity for them. However, at this time, the fog in this place was too thick. Even someone as powerful as him could not see through it and could not figure out the situation inside. I'll lead the way, Lin Tian said. He walked to the front and opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker. Dragon pattern lights instantly intertwined. He called out to Wu Yi and little AI, and then said something to Whooshing Crocodile. Then, he walked forward. This kind of fog was very troublesome. It was difficult for divine senses to see through it. However, his divine eyes of delusion breaker was enough to solve this problem. Wu Yi followed beside him quietly. Little AI looked around carefully. Obviously, she was very curious about the surroundings. Whooshing Crocodile flapped its wings and simply laid on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian moved forward all the way. Using his divine eye of illusion breaker, he saw the intersection of dozens of mountain ranges. The range was very large, many times larger than the God Burial Mountain of the Third Heaven. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. His eyes were intertwined with wisps of light. Whooshing Crocodile leaned down on his head and asked. What's wrong, kid? Dozens of mountains converged together, forming an immortal trap. Endless spiritual energy is sealed inside. Although there is still a huge gap between it and a divine vein, the spiritual energy contained inside is comparable to the sum of 60 source veins. Lin Tian said in a low voice. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker, and the light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. With just this pair of divine eyes, he could see a lot of things. Under the intersection of the mountain ranges, dense spirit chi intertwined. Although there were no immortal veins or origin veins, the amount of spirit chi was frightening. It was like a rolling spirit sea, and the scene was terrifying. What? It's comparable to the sum of 60 source veins? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. The total spiritual energy of 60 source veins, how amazing is that? Perhaps it's enough to raise their cultivation by 2 small realms. Such an amazing terrain with so much energy intertwined, how could no one have discovered it before? It was surprised and suspicious. This place has always been treated as a deserted withered mountain range. Almost no cultivator has ever stepped into this place. It didn't expect that there would be such a majestic spiritual energy here. This kind of terrain is originally very difficult to discover. If the spiritual energy below hadn't reached an astonishing saturation level, causing spiritual energy to leak out, even I wouldn't have been able to detect it. Lin Tian said. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes were full of excitement. I don't care. Let's hurry over. Lin Tian nodded and said, now that the immortal trap has been activated, there are murderous traps around. We have to be careful. He said goodbye to Wu Yi and little AI, then walked forward. The fog around the immortal trap was very dense. At the same time, the murderous traps were connected to each other. However, this was obviously not a big problem for Lin Tian, who had activated his divine eyes of delusion breaker. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the center of the intersection of dozens of mountains. After arriving here, even Wuxing Crocodile, who didn't have the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, could clearly feel the endless spiritual energy intertwined below. All the pores on its body couldn't help but expand. Lin Tian looked down and shook his right leg. The dragon pattern spread down and directly opened a huge gap. Then, with just the naked eye, one could see that the spiritual energy below was terrifyingly dense. At the same time, the range was also very large. This, Wuxing Crocodile's voice trembled. It was extremely excited. This was the first time it had seen so much spiritual energy. It was really a spiritual energy treasure. Lin Tian was relatively calm. He tilted his head and looked at Wu Yi. Do you need it? He knew that this level of spiritual energy was useless to Wu Yi, but he still asked. Wu Yi shook his head, but a circle of light entered little AI's body and pushed little AI to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian naturally understood that Wu Yi wanted little AI to absorb the spiritual energy here to cultivate. He pulled little AI to his side and then said to Wu Yi, "Then, let's go down and cultivate first." Okay. Wu Yi responded. Lin Tian nodded and then called Wuxing Crocodile. He directly jumped into the immortal trap with little AI and prepared to start cultivating. There were a lot of murderous traps around the immortal trap. It was very difficult for ordinary people to break in. At this time, he didn't need to worry too much about cultivating here. The most important thing was that Wu Yi was here, so he had nothing to worry about. Lin Tian brought little AI and called out to Wuxing Crocodile as they jumped into the immortal trapping formation together. The moment he stepped in, he felt a wave of comfort wash over his entire body. The dense spirit chi under the ground automatically entered his body through every pore on his body, wrapping around his internal organs. He couldn't help but want to moan out loud. He looked at little AI beside him. Little AI was protected by a ring of faint light. Although she was still young, she was able to withstand the pressure of this dense spirit chi. She was able to move normally in this spirit chi environment. He looked up at Wu Yi. Naturally, he knew that this halo was added by Wu Yi to protect little AI. Little AI, do you know how to cultivate? He asked little AI. Yes. Master has taught AI. Little AI nodded. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. That's good. Now, start cultivating with the spirit chi here. Do you understand? Yes. Little AI was very obedient. Under Lin Tian's gaze, she sat down cross-legged and quickly sank into cultivation. Lin Tian looked at little AI, then looked at Wu Yi. Only then did he start cultivating with Wuxing Crocodile. Wang. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra. Immediately, a blazing golden divine light surged out and intertwined on the surface of his body. All of a sudden, the spirit chi in the surrounding air surged toward him and quickly entered his body. This spirit chi was very shocking. Even for him, who was currently at the second heavenly layer of enlightenment, it was still very useful. His cultivation level rapidly increased, and he began to reach the peak of the second heavenly layer of enlightenment. Yeah. Next to his life essence, the little guy who had been sleeping for a long time woke up from the divine egg. After discovering such dense spirit chi, it immediately cheered and began to absorb the spirit chi with Lin Tian. All of a sudden, the surrounding spiritual chi surged toward Lin Tian like a tsunami. It was an astonishing sight. Lin Tian's heart stirred, and he looked to the side of his life essence. He saw that the patterns on the surface of the sacred egg beside his life essence had become even more resplendent, and a steady stream of spiritual energy was flowing into the egg. Little guy, how much more spiritual chi do you need to absorb before you can come out? Don't tell me it's equivalent to one divine vein? He said helplessly in his heart. Although the little guy in the sacred egg hadn't been born yet, it already had its own consciousness and could understand Lin Tian's words. It immediately let out a squeak with a hint of confusion. Obviously, it didn't know either. Lin Tian blushed with shame and said, "It's okay. I'll look for spiritual energy for you in the future. No matter how much you need, I'll find it for you." The little guy in the divine egg had saved his life several times. He was very fond of this little guy who had yet to be born. Yeah. The little guy in the divine egg let out a cheerful cry. Then, it absorbed the spiritual chi under the immortal trapping momentum even faster. Lin Tian smiled and calmed his mind. He also began to absorb the spiritual chi faster, circulating the Heart Sutra of Sun to refine and cultivate. Buzz. Outside his body, the golden divine light became denser, and his aura increased even faster. Wu Yi stood on the immortal trapping momentum and looked at Lin Tian and little AI quietly. Then, he squatted down on the spot. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At this time, the golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body became even more blazing, and his aura also rose stronger. He had vaguely reached the peak of the second layer of enlightenment truth and was about to enter the third layer of enlightenment truth. It was also at this time that outside the immortal trapping momentum, there were screams coming from the hazy fog. Although Lin Tian was cultivating, there were also wisps of divine sense intertwined outside his body. Naturally, he heard these screams. He could roughly guess that other cultivators should have rushed here at this time and encountered trouble in the killing trap outside the immortal trapping momentum. He didn't care about this. The killing trap outside the immortal trapping momentum was very complicated. It was difficult for an ordinary powerhouse of the 8th layer of enlightenment truth to break it. Moreover, Wu Yi was here. No matter who came, he didn't have to worry. Buzz. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun faster. Wisps of golden divine light surged on the surface of his body, and his aura became stronger. Ah! Outside the immortal trapping momentum, in the fog, there were even more ear-piercing screams, and there was even a smell of blood. Wu Yi squatted on the immortal trapping momentum and looked at Lin Tian quietly. Then, he looked at little AI. He didn't react to these screams outside the immortal trapping momentum at all. He didn't even turn his head to look. In the blink of an eye, another 10 hours had passed. Boom! Outside Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light was even more blazing. A shocking hurricane swept across the surface of his body. He had reached the third layer of enlightenment truth. At this time, there was still about half of the spiritual energy under the immortal trapping momentum. He didn't stop and continued to refine and cultivate. Wu Yi squatted on the immortal trapping momentum and was extremely quiet. He looked at Lin Tian for a while, and then looked at little AI for a while. Ah! Screams sounded again outside the immortal trapping momentum. Damn it, there's a killing trap. It can't be broken. Someone growled. Streaks of divine light crisscrossed outside the immortal trapping momentum. However, for a long time, no one could break through. In this way, time passed. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, the spiritual energy under the immortal trapping momentum was almost exhausted. The golden divine light on the surface of Lin Tian's body became even more blazing. At this moment, he broke through again and entered the 4th layer of enlightenment truth. A hurricane swayed outside his body again. This hurricane lasted for more than 10 breaths before it stopped. Then, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. He sat cross-legged on the spot and sensed slightly. He noticed that his strength in all aspects had greatly improved. He was much stronger than 3 days ago. Yeah. Beside his life source, the little guy in the divine egg let out a cheer. At this moment, it stopped absorbing spiritual energy with him. Lin Tian used his divine sense to look inside and found that the patterns on the surface of the divine egg were brighter. However, the little guy still didn't show any signs of breaking out of the shell. This made him a little helpless. In the end, he could only shake his head and withdraw his divine sense back into his sea of consciousness. At this time, the spiritual energy under the immortal trapping momentum had been exhausted. Whooshing Crocodile and little AI stopped cultivating one after another. Awesome! Whooshing Crocodile laughed. He directly went from the 1st layer of enlightenment truth to the 3rd layer of enlightenment truth, and his cultivation base increased by a lot. Next to him, little AI's cultivation base naturally improved greatly, and she became more agile. However, because the circle of light that Wu Yi had placed on little AI's body deliberately suppressed the amount and speed of her absorption of spiritual energy, Even though she was cultivating under the majestic spiritual energy of the immortal trapping momentum, little AI was still far from the immortal ascension realm. Golden light spread out from Lin Tian's body, enveloping little AI and rising from the immortal trapping momentum. He arrived in front of Wu Yi. "Master!" Little AI shouted. Wu Yi smiled and stood up from the ground. She looked at little AI and then looked at Lin Tian. She didn't say anything. However, after spending so much time together, Lin Tian could roughly guess what she meant. She should be asking if he was done. "Okay, let's go," he said. Wu Yi nodded and walked out. At this moment, because they had completely absorbed the spiritual energy of the immortal trapping momentum, the immortal trapping momentum had become faintly weaker. The fog surrounding the outside began to dissipate, and it had become much weaker. The various killing traps also weakened one after another. Whoosh! 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 A powerful cultivator broke through at this moment and barged into this place. "Huh? There's someone here? How could it be? Why is there someone here? When did this happen?" These cultivators who rushed in were all surprised when they saw Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian didn't care about these people, and Wu Yi definitely didn't feel anything. They followed the path they came from and left directly. After walking far away, they could vaguely hear puzzled voices coming from the immortal trapping momentum. The experts who rushed to the immortal trapping momentum were all puzzled. Why was there nothing inside? "Found it. They really came here." A cold voice sounded. Not far away, 6 figures rushed over. Each of them had extremely astonishing divine power fluctuations intertwined around their bodies. They were all in the enlightenment realm. With just a glance, Lin Tian saw an acquaintance here. It was a gray-robed old man. He was the expert at the third heaven of enlightenment realm who secretly protected the young master of the Xuanwu sect in Tonglian City. At that time, the young master of the Xuanwu King sect wanted to kill Wu Yi, and he failed to let this old man kill him. In the end, he killed the young master of the Xuanwu sect. At that moment, seeing the gray-clothed old man again in this place, and seeing that there were several experts at the fifth sky of comprehension truth beside the gray-clothed old man, he naturally knew very well that this group of people were all from the mystic Fog Royal sect. They came to kill him. At the same time, he also noticed that this gray-robed old man's cultivation had fallen to the first heaven of enlightenment realm. TSK, old man, you didn't protect that lecherous little bastard, and his father destroyed 2 levels of cultivation? Whooshing Crocodile naturally also noticed this. At this time, he opened his mouth, and his words were full of ridicule. The gray-robed old man's eyes suddenly became extremely vicious and angry, because the truth was just as Whooshing Crocodile said. Because he failed to protect the young master of the Xuanwu King sect, he was directly destroyed 2 levels of cultivation in anger by the sect master of the Xuanwu King sect. You will all die miserably. His voice was very vicious. He pointed at Lin Tian and said to the 5 people beside him, he was the one who killed the young master. As he spoke, he pointed at Wu Yi at the side. That day, the young master's target was her. Beside him, the 5 people at the 5th heaven of enlightenment realm were all middle-aged. Their qi and blood were vigorous, but their eyes were very cold. These people were naturally from the Xuanwu King sect. They were sent by the sect master of the Xuanwu King sect to join forces with the gray-robed old man to kill Lin Tianyi and his group. When they found that there was a huge surge of spiritual energy here, they guessed that Lin Tian and his group would come here, so they came here to search. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were stunned when they heard this person from the Mystic Mist Royal sect. Capture Wu Yi, cripple her cultivation, and bring her back to be buried with the young master of the Mystic Mist Royal sect? Your Mystic Mist Royal sect really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but want to laugh. Wu Yi, whom even 6 experts at the 8th heaven of chaos were afraid of, was actually a mere Mystic Mist Royal sect saying that they wanted to capture Wu Yi, cripple her cultivation, and bury her with the young master of the Mystic Mist Royal sect. What else could this be but courting death? Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. There was mockery towards these people from the Mystic Mist Royal sect, but at the same time, there was also a wisp of coldness. Wu Yi was the Violet Fairy's friend and little AI's master, which made him feel very familiar and close. Moreover, Wu Yi was very quiet and didn't have the slightest arrogance of a great emperor. Now, the Mystic Mist Royal Sect actually said that they wanted to capture Wu Yi and bury her with the young master of the Mystic Mist Royal Sect that he killed. This naturally made him very uncomfortable. Even though he knew that a mere Mystic Mist Royal Sect couldn't do anything to Wu Yi, this kind of discomfort still rose. "You're all bad people." Little AI stared at these Wuxian experts from the Mystic Mist Royal Sect and said angrily. Whether it was Wu Yi or Lin Tian, she liked them both very much. Now that she heard that these people wanted to kill Lin Tian and kidnap her master, how could she not be angry? Her little face flushed red. The person from the Mystic Mist Royal Sect who spoke looked at little AI with cold eyes. He directly raised his hand and pressed it towards little AI. Specks of faint light interweaved between his big hands. "Stinky girl, I'll tear your mouth apart." Wu Yi was very quiet. She looked at this person and raised her right hand slightly. However, Lin Tian was much faster than her. He appeared in front of her in just one step and grabbed the big hand that the person from the Mystic Mist Royal Sect stretched out. "Whose mouth are you going to tear?" The person from the Mystic Mist Royal Sect was shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. "You, crack." The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lin Tian grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it, shattering the bones in his hand. The person from the mysterious Mist King sect let out a muffled groan as shock and fury surfaced in his eyes. However, in the next instant, Lin Tianyi kicked him in the chest. With a pung sound, this person directly flew out horizontally, tumbling several dozen zhang away. Dazzling blood floated in the air. For a moment, the other 5 people from the mysterious Mist Royal School all changed their expressions, especially the grey-robed old man. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so strong, even stronger than he imagined. He actually kicked away a person at the 5th celestial layer of enlightenment. Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian and put her hand back down. Boom, in the distance, the person who had been sent flying by Lin Tianyi's kick dashed back. The divine power outside his body was like a violent wave, and his killing intent was shocking. "Little bastard." After cursing angrily, this person directly moved. The light of divine power and the great path law came out together, pressing towards Lin Tian mercilessly. At the same time, the grey-robed old man and the other 4 people from the mysterious Mist Royal School also moved. All of them attacked Lin Tian with killing lights. Immediately, this place surged with divine power, and the killing intent was extremely dense. Such fluctuations naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators who came to this place. All of them looked over. After seeing this scene, they couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. The people from the mysterious Mist Royal School seem to be all at the Enlightenment realm. They are working together to kill a young man? My God, who is that young man? He can actually fight 1 against 6 Enlightenment realm powerhouses. Moreover, he isn't at a disadvantage at all. Seeing this place, many cultivators were surprised. Boom, Lin Tian fought 1 against 6 with ease, his expression calm. The few people from the mysterious Mist Royal School had ice-cold gazes, each of them intertwined with shocking killing intent. "Damn thing, you actually dare to touch the son of the sect master," the grey-robed old man said cruelly. Because Lin Tianxia killed the son of the sect master of the mysterious Mist Royal School, he was directly crippled by the sect master of the mysterious Mist Royal School in a rage. Naturally, he blamed this on Lin Tian. Now, it could be said that he hated Lin Tian to the core. No need to talk nonsense with him. He is indeed not simple. Use all your strength to kill him, extract his soul, and then bring that woman back. Another person spoke and said coldly, since the son of the sect master took a liking to her when he was alive, let her accompany him in the netherworld. As this person spoke, his attacks became even fiercer, and the killing light was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian stared at this person, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. His right hand shook, and the towering sword light immediately spread out in all directions, shattering the divine powers and secret techniques that were pressuring him. Then, with a step, he appeared in front of this person. This person was instantly shocked. It's better for you to accompany your son of the sect master. Lin Tianling said indifferently. At the same time that he spat out these words, he raised his right hand and directly smashed down with the Chaos Emperor fist. For a moment, the sky trembled violently, and the violent fist power covered all directions. This punch was the Chaos Emperor fist that he used with the cultivation of the fourth sky of enlightenment. It was powerful and ferocious. There was even a faint roar of a true dragon. It landed firmly on the person from the Xuanwu King sect and smashed him into pieces. Ah! A scream was heard, and the soul of this person of the mysterious Mist Royal School was not spared. It was directly shattered under this fist. His body and soul were destroyed. He killed a person of the fifth sky of enlightenment with one punch. How is this possible? All around, a group of cultivators looked at this scene, and all of their expressions changed drastically. That was an expert of the fifth sky of enlightenment. Now, he was actually killed by one punch. What kind of combat power was this? Who is he? He seems to be in his 20s, but this kind of combat power, can he be compared to that in Lanjing? Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. At the same time, the few people of the mysterious Mist Royal School were even more shocked. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian with shocked expressions. Among them, someone stared at Lin Tian and spat out the word "you" in shock. Then, he could not say anything else. Lin Tian glanced at these people and took a step forward. Dong. His movements were very simple. He just waved his fist, and the power of the Chaos Emperor fist covered all directions, covering these people at the same time. With a poof, one of them was directly smashed into pieces by a punch. Then, the light of the Chaos Emperor fist interweaved into a 10 feet long true dragon, directly crushing his soul. Roar! He waved his fist again, and the sound of the immortal phoenix rang out. A fiery red divine phoenix appeared, carrying a destructive force with it. Now, he had reached the fourth sky of enlightenment from the middle of the second sky of enlightenment, and his combat power was already much stronger. In addition, he was waving the Chaos Emperor fist at this time, so it was naturally more terrifying. A person of the fifth sky of enlightenment was nothing to him. Poof! 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 3 mists of blood exploded. Apart from the grey-robed old man, the other 3 experts from the Dark Mist Royal sect were crushed into pieces. Their blood dyed the surroundings red, and even their souls were dispersed by the chaotic Emperor's fist. They were completely erased from this world. Such a scene shocked many of the cultivators in the surroundings so much that they could not utter a word. They were all stunned by this combat power. Of the 6 people from the Xianwu Royal sect who came here, only the grey-robed old man was left. At this moment, he could not help but tremble. No matter what, he did not expect Lin Tian to be so terrifying. Killing people of the fifth sky of enlightenment was like cutting tofu. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at this person, walking over indifferently. The grey-robed old man trembled and walked towards Lin Tian. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he seemed to know that he would definitely die today. Resentment and ferocity appeared in his eyes again. Damn you, you won't live. And that woman, and the people around you, they will all die tragically. The Xianwu Royal sect will definitely not let you go. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He directly punched down. True dragons and immortal phoenixes appeared and destroyed the grey-robed old man's body and soul with one punch. It even caused a huge crater with a diameter of about 30 meters to appear on the ground. Rolling sand and dust rushed into the sky. This scene naturally caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble again. Many people stared at Lin Tian with chills running down their backs. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Then, his expression returned to normal. He walked towards Wu Yi and the others, and soon arrived in front of them. Have I brought you any trouble? Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian. Her divine sense was very soft. Although she was usually very quiet, she was not stupid. She remembered everything that happened in Tonglian City, so she naturally knew that Lin Tian killed the young master of the Xianwu Royal sect to stand up for her. Then, he provoked the Xianwu Royal sect to start hunting Lin Tian. Lin Tian was stunned. Then, he shook his head. Don't think too much. It has nothing to do with you. Anyone who sees that kind of scum would want to kill him. Wu Yi looked at him and sent out her divine sense again. What can I do? Lin Tian blushed with shame and said, you don't have to do anything. It's just the Xianwu royal sect. I really don't care. It's not good to be hunted down. Wu Yi said. She seemed very peaceful. Her expression was gentle, but there was a hint of seriousness in it. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wu Yi usually didn't care about anything. Why was she suddenly obsessed with this matter? That whooshing crocodile leaned over, rubbed its claws, and said to Wu Yi, Miss Wu Yi, how about this? Why don't you come with us to the Xianwu royal sect? You can casually say a few words to the Xianwu royal sect. Originally, it and Lin Tianyi felt that it wasn't good to take such a quiet Wu Yi to make a tiger skin banner. It was disrespectful to Wu Yi. However, at this time, Wu Yi took the initiative to ask Lin Tian what she could do. She said that it wasn't good to be hunted down, so it couldn't help but have the idea of taking Wu Yi to intimidate those people. Lin Tian heard this and couldn't help but glare at it. Ahem, well, we won't go to the Anlin clan and the Zhang clan. We provoked them in the past. Let's go to the Xianwu royal sect now. Is that okay? Whooshing crocodile said. Then, it looked at Wu Yi, rubbed its claws, and said, that, Miss Wu Yi, what do you think? Wu Yi nodded and said in a gentle voice, okay. Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile was excited. It immediately told Wu Yi the specific location of the Xianwu royal sect. Wu Yi nodded lightly. Just like before, she didn't do anything. Suddenly, a void door cracked open in front of her. Then, she tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian. When Lin Tian saw Wu Yi looking at him, he naturally understood what Wu Yi meant. Then let's go. He said. Wu Yi nodded, took little AI, and stepped into the void portal in front of him. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and also stepped into the portal. Xianwu King Sect, heh. Whooshing crocodile smiled, rubbed his claws, and also stepped into the void portal. Suddenly, the void door closed silently with a hiss. In the distance, a group of cultivators looked at this place, and they were all dumbfounded. Did you see that? That girl. Void portal, she opened the void portal? That seems to be something only Nirvana realm powerhouses can do, right? That's not the key is. I don't think I saw her move. It seems like she only moved her eyes. This, ordinary Nirvana realm powerhouses can't do it, right? Could it be a half-step emperor? Or perhaps, a true emperor? These cultivators' hearts palpitated. In the 10 heavens, there were many Nirvana realm powerhouses, but there weren't many of them. Especially in the 7th heaven, the Nirvana realm powerhouses in this layer of heaven were all stationed in one area. It was very rare to encounter one. Now that they encountered a Nirvana realm powerhouse here, who might even be a half-step emperor or an emperor, how could these ordinary cultivators not be shocked? Lin Tian followed Wu Yi into the void portal, and his vision suddenly fell into endless darkness. However, this was only for a moment. The next moment, light appeared in front of his eyes, and he appeared in the sky above a vast palace complex. Everywhere that met the eye, this group of palaces was constructed extremely well, and the layout of the terrain was exquisite. Moreover, all of them were dazzling and possessed an extraordinary imposing aura. They were like numerous primordial variant beasts that lay on the ground, and it was a shocking sight. Living in this vast palace complex, Lin Tian could keenly feel the rich spiritual chi fluctuations in the air. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the Xianwu King Sect? It's really worthy of being one of the top forces in the 7th heaven. Who are you? There was an extremely large number of cultivators in the Mystic Mist Royal Sect. In less than 3 breaths of time after Lin Tian and the others appeared, a powerful deacon discovered them and immediately shouted angrily. In an instant, most of the cultivators in the Mystic Mist Royal Sect heard the voice and followed the gaze of this powerful attendant. Soon after, they all saw Lin Tianyi and the others. Who are you? Why are you above our Mystic Mist Royal Sect? How dare you? Come down. There were many disciples of the Xuanwu Royal Sect, and their blood and qi were all very strong. At this moment, many of them were staring at Lin Tianyi and his group, and many of them shouted angrily. This was the sky above their sect. Lin Tian and the others were actually standing in the sky above Xian Wu King's sect. Lin Tian stood in the air above King Xuanwu Zhongxing, looking down with a calm expression. Wu Yi stood at the side and was even quieter. So many people. Little AI said softly. Wu Xing Crocodile chuckled, took a deep breath, and roared at the people below, little brats, tell your elders, sect master, and supreme elders to get out here quickly. There are important guests. His voice was not soft, and in the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire Mystic Mist Royal sect. Immediately, all the experts of the Mystic Mist Royal sect were furious. Demon beast. You're courting death. A deacon of the Great Tao realm roared angrily and directly rushed into the sky, reaching out his hand to grab Wu Xing Crocodile. At the same time, he covered Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and little AI. Seeing this scene, Wu Xing Crocodile could not help but laugh loudly. Lin Tian. Beside him, Wu Yi was very quiet. He looked at the depths of the Mystic Mist Royal sect, and a faintly discernible aura interweaved and spread out. Immediately, the deacon of the Great Tao realm who rushed into the sky seemed to have crashed into an invisible light screen. He directly lost the ability to fly and rolled on the ground with a bang. Deacon? Some disciples were moved and cried out in surprise. Immediately, more people were furious. They all looked at the sky. Many people rushed up and pressed down on Lin Tian and the others. However, the outcome was the same. Everyone had just left the surface of the ground when they fell back to the ground with a bang. This, for a moment, many disciples of the Mystic Mist Royal sect were shocked. Who are you? A half-step Enlightenment Realm deacon stared at Lin Tian and the others in shock. He naturally understood that all of this was related to Lin Tian and the others. These people could actually suppress them to the point that they could not even fly. Lin Tian stood in the sky. His expression was very calm, and he did not say a word. Beside him, Wu Yi was also very quiet. Only the aura that interweaved outside his body slowly became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the entire Mystic Mist Royal sect began to shake. This is? What's going on? Many disciples of the Mystic Mist Royal sect were shocked. In the next moment, dozens of powerful auras rushed out from the depths of the Mystic Mist Royal sect, and dozens of figures rushed out. Elders, sect leader, and Grand Supreme Elders? Some disciples of the Mystic Mist Royal sect revealed a joyful expression. As one of the top forces in the seventh heaven, the elders of the Mystic Mist Royal sect were all in the Enlightenment realm. The sect master was in the 8th heavenly layer of Enlightenment realm, the group of grand elders were in the 9th heavenly layer of Enlightenment realm, and the first grand elder was in the Nirvana realm. Sect leader, elders, someone has barged into our sect. Someone shouted, pointing at Lin Tian and the others. The Mystic Mist Royal sect's sect master and the others felt a special aura interweaving in the sect. At this moment, they rushed out together. Seeing the deacon disciples and the others looking at the sky, they also looked up. Immediately, the Mystic Mist Royal sect's sect master's expression changed. It's you guys. Staring at Lin Tianyi and the others, the Mystic Mist Royal sect's sect master's eyes were extremely vicious, especially when he stared at Lin Tian. His killing intent was endless. Not long ago, his young son was killed by Lin Tian. The grey-robed old man he sent to protect his young son had naturally presented Lin Tian's face to him in the form of spiritual awareness imprint. At this moment, when he saw Lin Tian, how could he not have killing intent? Is he the murderer who killed Lu Yuli? He actually came here. An elder at the 7th heavenly layer of Enlightenment realm stared at Lin Tian Dao. The Lu Yuli in his mouth was obviously the name of the young son of the Mystic Mist Royal sect's sect master who was killed by Lin Tian not long ago. Weren't there already people chasing after these people? Why would they appear here? How did they come here? Another elder said. At the same time, the other elders and supreme elders of this lineage, even the first supreme elder, also frowned. Obviously, they all knew that the young son of this generation's Mystic Mist Royal sect's sect master was killed. Then, with the first supreme elder taking the lead, everyone's eyes turned cold. Because Lin Tian and the others were standing directly above the Mystic Mist Royal Sect at this moment, this was blasphemy to the Mystic Mist Royal Sect. Get rid of them. The first Supreme Elder of the Mystic Mist Royal Sect said. This was an old man with white hair and beard. His cultivation was high in the Nirvana realm. His eyes were very deep and his voice was very cold. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea, giving people an extremely terrifying feeling. When his words fell, with a boom, the Mystic Mist Royal Sect's sect master directly emitted a monstrous divine power fluctuation, and his killing intent soared wildly. He stared at Lin Tian. I will sacrifice you in front of my son's grave. When his words fell, his gaze moved and fell on Wu Yi. I will bury you with my son. With a rumble, the aura on his body became stronger, and his killing intent became thicker. Lin Tian stood high in the sky, looking at the Mystic Mist Royal Sect's sect master and smiled mockingly. Beside him, Wu Yi was very quiet, looking at the Mystic Mist Royal Sect's sect master and the others. She did not make any movements, but in the next moment, the divine power on the Mystic Mist Royal Sect's sect master was silently annihilated. What's going on? The Mystic Mist Royal Sect's sect master's expression changed. He pushed his cultivation to the limit, wanting to kill Lin Tian and the others to avenge his dead son. However, in the next moment, the divine power in his body was suddenly suppressed and solidified by an invisible force. At the same time, the other elders and grand elders of the Mystic Mist Royal Sect could not help but tremble violently. Even the first Supreme Elder who was in the Nirvana realm was no exception. At this time, suddenly, they felt an inexplicable palpitation in their hearts. Wu Yi stood high in the sky, extremely quiet. Only her aura spread out wisps by wisps. Then, after a dozen breaths, a faint emperor's aura interweaved and filled the entire Mystic Mist Royal Sect. This, in an instant, everyone in the Mystic Mist Royal Sect, led by the first Supreme Elder, had a terrible change in expression. They looked at Wu Yi in the sky in disbelief. Emperor. Emperor's aura? The first Supreme Elder trembled. The deep gaze and indifferent expression from before were gone. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of shock. At the same time, the other people in this lineage also trembled violently. At this moment, all of their gazes fell on Wu Yi. This? Emperor. Emperor? Everyone was terrified. Especially the Mystic Mist Royal Sect's sect master. At this time, the viciousness in his eyes turned into fear. He stared at Wu Yi and trembled. The person his young son had set his eyes on not long ago was actually an emperor-level existence, an emperor. His young son had actually set his sights on such an existence? Lin Tian stood high in the sky and looked at the trembling people in the Mystic Mist Royal Sect. His expression was calm and indifferent. The whooshing crocodile chuckled. At this time it carefully moved to Wu Yi's side. Miss Wu Yi, tell them this. It whispered to Wu Yi softly and then retreated a little. Wu Yi was very calm. She nodded at it. She tilted her head to look at Lin Tian, then her gaze shifted to the first Grand Elder of the Mystic Mist Royal Sect, the Sect Master of the Mystic Mist Royal Sect, and the other elders and experts of the Mystic Mist Royal Sect. Her divine sense transformed into the gentle voice of the Great Tao, fusing with the myriad of Taoists, and drifted within the entire Mystic Mist Royal Sect, floating beside the ears of the upper echelons of the Mystic Mist Royal Sect. He is under my protection, understand? In an instant, everyone in the Mystic Mist Royal Sect trembled. Their faces turned pale. Yes, yes, yes. We understand what the Emperor means. The first Supreme Elder of this lineage responded in horror. He directly knelt down on the spot. Then, the other important figures of this lineage and all the disciples of this lineage knelt down towards the sky. This generation's sect master of Xian Wu King sect was terrified to the extreme. He never expected that Lin Tian, whom he sent people to hunt down, actually had a chaotic realm emperor standing beside him. Moreover, just a moment ago, he was still shouting that he wanted to sacrifice Lin Tian. Now, the emperor-level Wu Yi spoke and said that she was protecting Lin Tian. How could he not be terrified? Little brother, please forgive me. Great Emperor, please forgive me. I will never dare to offend you again. Please forgive me. This person was trembling all over. At the same time, the other big shots of Xian Wu King sect were the same. All of them were terrified and could not help but tremble. Their Xian Wu King sect actually provoked such an existence. Lin Tian stood high up in the sky and glanced at the five elements crocodile. What did this fella teach Wu to say? What, I'll protect you? He was speechless. However, looking at these people of Xian Wu King sect trembling in fear, he was indeed quite pleased. Wu Yi was very quiet. She glanced at Wuxing Crocodile and then turned to Lin Tian as if asking Lin Tian if he was satisfied. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. Lin Tian could not help but smile. N. Wu Yi responded. Hey, don't be in a hurry. How can we return empty-handed after coming all the way here? At this moment, the five elements crocodile opened his mouth and looked at the Mystic Fog King sect's sect master and first Grand Elder. Old brats, your sect's young ruffian is causing trouble outside and is even hunting down Lin Fan. He caused us to come here personally. Shouldn't we do something? As he spoke again and was not polite at all. Grandpa Crocodile will not bully you. How about this? Hand over your sect's high-grade divine weapons, Lingjing's foundation, and divine pills and precious medicines. We don't want other grades of weapons and ancient scriptures. Hearing these words, all the great figures of the profound Mist King sect trembled in unison, and their complexions all became even paler. High-grade divine weapons, spirit crystals, divine pills, and precious medicines, this practically occupied 80% of their sect's resources, and they didn't know how many years they had accumulated it. Once they handed it over, their profound Mist King sect's resources would be practically empty. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Why? Are you unwilling? Xian Wu King sect's first Supreme Elder and the others trembled violently and quickly said, we dare not. Willing. At this time an emperor was standing high in the sky. Although they were in great pain, how could they dare to bargain? Immediately, the Supreme Elder of this lineage moved. He personally took out the sect's high-grade divine weapons, Lingjing's foundation, divine pills and precious medicines, and put them in an extremely extraordinary stone ring. He trembled and carefully handed it over to the void. His heart was bleeding. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at it, 3 high-grade divine weapons, nearly 5 million kilograms of Lingjing, and divine pills and precious medicines are not bad. He laughed and said to Lin Tiandao, kid, you have no use for these things. Grandpa Crocodile will help you keep them. Speaking of which, TSK, Grandpa Crocodile learned all these from you. Back then, you extorted the Ant clan and other big clans like this. Lin Tiandao glanced at him and did not say anything. As for those things, they were indeed useless to him now. He looked at Wu Yi next to him. Wu Yi nodded gently and immediately walked out of Xian Wu King sect with little AI. Old guys, behave yourselves in the future. Wuxing Crocodile said to the big shots of Xian Wu King sect. He flapped his wings and followed them leisurely. The people of Xian Wu King sect trembled, but they did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. See you off, little brother. See you off, great emperor. The people of this lineage trembled and bowed to Lin Tiandao and Wu Yi's departing figures. It was not until Lin Tianyi and the others were far away that the big shots of this lineage heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, their eyes were already bloodshot. 80% of their sect's foundation was taken away just like that. It's your son's fault. The first Supreme Elder of this lineage roared at the sect master of Xian Wu King sect, you don't have to be the sect master anymore. Go to the back mountain and be grounded for 500 years. Grand Elder, get lost. The first Supreme Elder was furious. Hey, 3 superior grade divine weapons, millions of kilograms of Lingjing, and a lot of divine pills and precious medicines. We got them so easily. TSK, why don't we go to the Zhan family and the Anlin family? Not far from Xian Wu King sect, Wuxing Crocodile smiled at Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao squinted at it. Go away. Wuxing Crocodile could not help but roll its eyes and snort softly. Wu Yi tilted her head and looked at Lin Tiandao. Do you want to go? She had always been using her divine sense to speak. Her voice was very gentle, giving people a very refined feeling, like a still spring. No, don't bother with it. Lin Tiandao said. Wu Yi nodded and did not say anything else. Lin Tiandao chuckled and looked at Wu Yi from the side. He felt more and more familiar with this woman in front of him. Wu Yi tilted her head and looked at him too. Where are we going? She asked. Lin Tiandao thought for a while and said. Let's walk around. Let's stroll around this heaven. On the way, I will look for something. Now, living in the seventh heaven, the most important thing for him is to find the sword soul fragment in this heaven. He guessed that there should also be sword soul fragments in this heaven. Wu Yi nodded. The seventh heaven is very vast. The group of people left the Xian Wu King sect and landed on the ground soon after. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. In more than 10 days, Lin Tiandao led Wu Yi to many places. On the way, they naturally searched for the sword soul fragment, but they didn't find it. Big brother, master, come here, there are so many beautiful flowers here. There are 6 different colors. Little AI said in front of a mountain. Lin Tiandao glanced at Wu Yi next to him. Wu Yi walked very slowly, so he took the lead and walked towards little AI. Soon, he came to little AI's side. There were many colorful flowers on the ground, and they were very bright. Little AI looked at Wu Yi behind her and said to Lin Tiandao, Big brother, AI gave Master a flower wreath before. Master was very happy at that time. You should also make one for Master. Master will definitely be very happy. Lin Tiandao blushed with shame. This is not suitable. He said. It's normal for little AI to make a flower wreath for Wu Yi, but it's not normal for him to make a flower wreath for Wu Yi. After all, he is a man, and a man in his 20s. If he gives a woman a flower wreath made by himself, it can only mean one thing, and that is to confess to her. Why? Big brother doesn't like Master? Little AI didn't understand. Lin Tiandao blushed with shame. It's not what you think, it's clang. The ear-piercing sound of a sword suddenly rang out, and a shocking long rainbow appeared out of thin air. It was dozens of feet long, and it slashed straight at Lin Tiandao. It was a shocking sword, and its killing power was peerless. Lin Tiandao trembled violently, and the threat of death immediately enveloped his body. In the distance, whooshing crocodile's expression changed drastically. The nirvana-killing sacred sword of the Great Annihilation Godly Dynasty? Crack! The void collapsed. In just an instant, the shocking long rainbow appeared in front of Lin Tiandao and aimed straight at Lin Tiandao's forehead. Little AI was also enveloped by the sword light. Lin Tiandao felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker, but it was useless because the sword was too powerful. It sealed all the space around him. Even if he opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker, he couldn't dodge it. He couldn't even send little AI away from him. He could only watch as the sword slashed at him. Behind him, a faint emperor's aura rushed out. Wu Yi's eyes flickered, and a gentle ripple spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it approached Lin Tiandao and shattered the sword that was slashing at him. At the same time, the ripple didn't disperse. It shook the void, and with a wisp of emperor's aura, a withered old man was shaken out. He was instantly crushed into nothingness. Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. King Great Annihilation Godly Dynasty, how ruthless. They even sent out a third sky of Nirvana assassin. Clang, 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 the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out again, and 3 sword forces appeared, as if they came from an eternal unknown place. They were faster and stronger. Among the 3 terrifying sword forces, 2 of them were aimed at Lin Tiandao, and the other one was aimed at Wu Yi. CK. How dare you? Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tiandao's eyes turned cold. Wu Yi's emperor's aura had already emerged from his body, and he had destroyed a third sky of Nirvana assassin. However, the Great Annihilation Godly Dynasty assassin in the dark still dared to attack. Moreover, one of the sword forces was aimed at Wu Yi. This was a blatant provocation. It was as if they were declaring that the Great Annihilation Godly Dynasty was not afraid of emperors. If they dared to wave their butcher's knife at such an existence, they would kill him even if he had the protection of an emperor. Crack! The void was torn apart, and two even more terrifying sword forces pressed down on him. In the blink of an eye, he felt a chill run down his spine, and there was no way to dodge. After all, these two sword forces were the Killing Saint sword forces from Nirvana Realm experts. Wu Yi stood at the back. His expression was still calm, and he didn't move at all. However, in the next moment, the world suddenly shook, and time seemed to stop for a moment. The three destructive sword forces were crushed at the same time. Let's go! In the distance, a deep voice sounded, and a profound jade platform appeared. Then, a huge crack appeared in the void, and three dark figures entered it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A teleportation platform that can cross heaven domains. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tiandao's eyes were cold. The Nirvana Realm assassins of the Great Annihilation Godly Dynasty had brought such a thing with them. They couldn't kill Wu Yi in front of him, and they knew that they wouldn't be able to achieve anything, so they used the teleportation platform to leave. Wu Yi stood at the back, and his expression was still calm. He looked at the closed crack in the distance, and his eyes moved slightly. With a crack, the space there twisted and turned, and the three dark figures were directly pulled back. This is? The three dark figures were covered in black robes. At this moment, their color had changed. They had used the teleportation platform that could cross heaven domains to leave, but now, they were forcefully pulled back from the boundless void. The three assassins from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty were pulled out from the void. All of them were at the peak of the third Nirvana realm, and their auras were very strong. Lin Tian stared at the three of them coldly. The Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had tried to assassinate him 4 times in a row. This time, they had sent 4 experts at the third sky of Nirvana realm. Moreover, they had dared to assassinate Wu Yi right in front of him. They had even used the slaughter sword intent to attack Wu Yi. This made him extremely angry. Bad guys. Little AI shouted angrily at the three of them. The three assassins from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with determination and viciousness. They gritted their teeth and exploded at the same time. In an instant, their auras disappeared without a trace. All of them were destroyed in body and soul. They knew that they couldn't escape from the Emperor, so they chose to commit suicide. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Wu Yi looked in that direction and his gaze fell on Lin Tian and Little AI. Seeing that the two of them were unscathed, although his expression was calm, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. He seemed to have calmed down. Lin Tian looked at the place where the three assassins from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had exploded. He looked at Wu Yi and paused for a moment. He picked a few 6-colored flowers and tied them together. He stood up and walked to Wu Yi. He handed the flowers to Wu Yi and said, "Thank you for what you did just now." If Wu Yi hadn't helped him, he definitely wouldn't have survived. After all, it was impossible for him to fight against a third sky of Nirvana realm expert with his current cultivation level. Moreover, the other party was from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, who was skilled in the art of killing. At this time, he didn't think about the other meaning of giving the flowers. He just felt that it was the most appropriate time to express his gratitude. After all, Wu Yi didn't lack anything. The flowers here were very beautiful and matched well with Wu Yi. Wu Yi hesitated for a moment. He looked at Lin Tian for a moment before he reached out and took the flowers from Lin Tian. Then, she gently shook her head at Lin Tian, clearly indicating that there was no need to thank her. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. This powerful Empyrean-level woman was far too quiet. Tsk tisk. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the 6-colored bouquet that Lin Tian handed to Wu Yi. He suddenly laughed with an ambiguous expression on his face. Lin Tian gave it a sideways glance and ignored it. After that, the group didn't stay any longer. They quickly left and headed to other places in the heaven region. They traversed mountains and rivers and visited many places. Along the way, Lin Tian would use his divine thought to search for the sword soul fragment at every place they passed. However, just like before, he did not get any results. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this night, the sky was filled with stars. Lin Tian found a cave on a high cliff and stopped to rest for the time being. "Tomorrow, we can watch the sunrise here." Little AI pointed at the sky outside the cave. Sure. Lin Tian said with a smile. This place was high enough, and the view was very good. Naturally, there was no problem watching the sunrise. This cave was very spacious. It was about 200 square meters. Wu Yi sat quietly at the side and looked at the sky outside the cave. He was in a daze. At the same time, he was a little confused, as if he was thinking about something. Wu Yi, what's wrong? Lin Tian asked. Wu Yi was usually very quiet, but the silence at this time made him feel a little different from usual. Wu Yi looked at him and shook her head gently. Is it really nothing? Lin Tian asked again. Wu Yi still shook her head and looked at the sky again. Lin Tian was a little suspicious, but he quickly stopped thinking about it. After all, Wu Yi was at the Empyrean level. There shouldn't be anything that could trouble her. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 hours had passed. There were more stars in the sky, and the bright moon looked even more charming. The whole earth was sprinkled with a layer of silver light. At this time, Wuxing Crocodile had already fallen asleep. Little Ai hugged Wuxing Crocodile as a pillow and slept soundly. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the side. His divine consciousness was completely immersed in his body. He silently cultivated and sorted out his cultivation. He was in a state where he could see both himself and the outside world. In the cave, only Wu Yi still had her eyes open. She kept looking at the sky outside the cave, lost in thought. Then, after a few dozen breaths, she retracted her gaze and looked at Lin Tian, Little Ai, and Wuxing Crocodile in the cave. She got up quietly and walked out of the cave. Soon, she disappeared at the entrance of the cave and walked further away. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. In the cave, Lin Tian opened his eyes at this time. Strands of golden divine light intertwined in his eyes. They were gentle and bright. After several hours of meditation, his Tao foundation had become more stable, and his aura had become more condensed. He calmly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and swept a glance at the cave where he was meditating. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face. This was because at this time, he only saw Wuxing Crocodile and Little Ai. He didn't see Wu Yi. Wu Yi was not in this cave. He frowned slightly. He didn't wake up Wuxing Crocodile and Little Ai. He got up slightly and walked out of the cave. He scanned the surroundings, but he still didn't see Wu Yi. He paused at the entrance of the cave for a moment, then stepped further into the distance. His powerful divine sense spread out in all directions. Roar! The night was a paradise for demonic beasts. In the mountains near the high cliff, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. It was like thunder piercing through the ears. It felt as if the mountains were shaking. Lin Tian stepped into the void and scanned the surroundings. His divine consciousness spread far and wide. Gradually, he left the cave and went further and further away. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. At this time, Lin Tian felt a familiar aura. Very far away, under a big tree in the mountains, Wu Yi was curled up. Her beautiful brows were tightly knitted together. She seemed to be in great pain. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. He directly increased his speed to the limit. In one step, he crossed to Wu Yi's side. Almost at the instant he crossed to Wu Yi's side, he trembled violently. He felt that the temperature next to Wu Yi was extremely cold. He felt as if his spirit was about to be frozen. He endured the bone-piercing cold and helped Wu Yi up. Both of his arms went numb. In an instant, he lost all feeling. He even felt a heart-wrenching pain. Wu Yi! What happened to you? He couldn't care less about himself and shouted. Wu Yi, a heavenly venerate, was actually curled up in such pain. This was something he had never expected. Wu Yi hugged her arms tightly in front of her chest. Her body was trembling, and her aura was chaotic. However, she still had some consciousness. Her eyelids twitched. With great effort, she opened her eyes a little and saw Lin Tian's blurry figure and anxious face. Go. Go, she said weakly. How could Lin Tian leave? Although his body was so cold and piercing that he was about to lose consciousness when he held Wu Yi, he didn't even make a sound. At this time, he just felt that Wu Yi shouldn't be in such pain. It was really hard for him to accept that Wu Yi, who was usually so quiet, was suddenly in so much pain. "What happened to you?" he asked anxiously. "Go." Wu Yi transmitted her divine will. Her voice was very weak, and she refused Lin Tian to leave. However, at this time, she didn't have much strength. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't leave. He gritted his teeth and endured the numbness in his body. A golden divine light surged out and wrapped Wu Yi. At the same time, he released his divine will to check on Wu Yi's current situation. Wu Yi was very strong, but at this time, she didn't have much strength to resist. Lin Tian's divine will entered her body and followed the chaos in her body all the way to the location of her origin. Suddenly, his divine will shook violently. In front of him, Wu Yi's life origin was emitting two different waves. One was holy and bright, as if it could illuminate and purify all things. The other was illusory and ethereal, as if it was primitive. In an instant, Lin Tian's numb body couldn't help but tremble. Holy light origin. Void origin. His eyes were full of shock. Wu Yi's body actually had two different kinds of origin auras, and both of them were imperial physique origin, holy light physique origin, void physique origin. Dual imperial physique? He was shocked. He hugged Wu Yi and stared at Wu Yi, who had a painful expression on her face, in horror. A person actually had two types of imperial physique origin at the same time, possessing both the holy light physique and the void physique. What kind of terrifying capital was this? What kind of shocking thing was this? Since ancient times, in the history of cultivation, when had there ever been such a person? Not to mention having two types of imperial physique origin at the same time, even having two types of ordinary origin at the same time was simply unheard of. Buzz. In Wu Yi's body, the two different types of life origin vibrated, as if they were fighting and rubbing against each other. Her aura became even more chaotic. Lin Tian's divine will that probed Wu Yi's body was directly shattered by this aura. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Wu Yi seemed to be in more pain, her body curled up even tighter. "Go," she said weakly to Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian hugged Wu Yi, clearly feeling that Wu Yi's body had become colder, causing his body to feel even more piercing pain. At the same time, he also clearly understood the source of Wu Yi's pain. The two types of imperial physique origin in Wu Yi's body had not merged. At this time, they were unconsciously rubbing against each other, as if two destructive gods were fighting in Wu Yi's body. As a result, Wu Yi was naturally in great pain. "You knew this would happen, so you deliberately left the cave and ran here? You didn't want us to find out and worry?" At this time, he also understood why Wu Yi was abnormally staring at the sky in a daze when they were in the cave before. He also finally understood why Wu Yi silently left the cave and ran here. It was all because she didn't want them to find out about her pain and worry. At the same time, he glanced at the friction between the two types of origin in Wu Yi's body. He was even more certain that this was definitely not the first time Wu Yi had been in such pain. It should have been many times. Lin Tian was very anxious. Life essence was the most important thing to any living being. Once there was a problem with the life essence or if it collapsed, it would directly lead to the death of the living being. No matter how strong one was, they couldn't avoid this outcome. Now that he saw the two life essences in Wu Yi's body colliding so violently and on the verge of collapse, his heart was in his mouth. "How often does this happen? You didn't mention such a serious matter to anyone?" He was anxious and angry. Obviously, Wu Yi didn't mention it to anyone. He didn't want anyone to worry, not even to the Violet Fairy. Wu Yi trembled. His body became colder and colder, and his aura became more and more chaotic. He gently pushed Lin Tian away. "You, go. I'll be fine in a while." "What do you mean in a while?" "At most, one more time and you'll die." Lin Tian was even angrier now. "You can't stand this aura." Wu Yi's aura was weak. At this time, Wu Yi's aura became colder and colder, as if it could freeze all things in the world. This kind of aura wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Lin Tian hugged Wu Yi. His body was piercing and cold, and his divine soul was beginning to crack. It was about to collapse in the next moment. He gritted his teeth. Pure yang flame surged to protect his body, and the heart sutra of the sun madly circulated. His divine sense entered Wu Yi's body again and came to the side of Wu Yi's life essence. He saw that the two life essences in Wu Yi's body were colliding even more violently, as if they were fighting for their own domains. However, neither could win, so the collision continued. Lin Tian's mouth was full of blood. He used his divine sense to approach Wu Yi's life essence. Under the collision of the two life essences, he was naturally shaken violently, and cracks appeared on his sturdy body because of it. You, go. Don't worry about me. Wu Yi pushed Lin Tian away. How can I not care? Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately opened his delusion breaker divine eye. Dragon patterns intertwined, and together with his divine will, he looked directly into Wu Yi's body. Origin of holy light, origin of void. You can't suppress their collision. Let me. Even more blood gushed out of his mouth, but his gaze was even more resolute. His entire body emitted a vast divine light, and his abdomen directly lit up. His origin aura was like a vast galaxy, gushing out violently, and his tyrannical divine consciousness pulsed along with it. Wu Yi's voice was weak, and her body was trembling. You, what are you doing? It's just the origin of holy light and the origin of void. I have the reincarnation body, the strongest king body. Use my origin to suppress them. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Buzz, the diagram of samsara shone brilliantly, enveloping him and Wu Yi together. His life essence glowed brightly, and strands of the light of the origin gushed out, directly entering Wu Yi's body. In the blink of an eye, it reached Wu Yi's life essence, forcibly breaking into the area where Wu Yi's origin of holy light and origin of the void were colliding. Cough. In just an instant, blood gushed out of his mouth again, and more cracks instantly appeared on his divine spirit body. At this time, Wu Yi naturally knew what Lin Tian was doing. There was a trace of anxiety in her weak voice, and her body struggled to push Lin Tian away. You, stop, you'll die, don't speak. Lin Tian hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle away. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and his face was pale. His body was in piercing pain, as if a sharp blade was cutting his flesh bit by bit. However, he didn't care at all. His delusion breaker divine eyes saw through illusions, and the light of the origin continued to flow into Wu Yi's body. He sacrificed the light of the origin to Wu Yi's life essence, forcibly entering it again, and coughed up another mouthful of blood essence. However, he didn't have any reaction to this. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he guided his light of the origin to intertwine between the origin of holy light and origin of the void in Wu Yi's body. Strands of light surged, blocking their friction and collision. Cough. This action naturally caused him to be injured again. At the same time, the friction and collision between the origin of holy light and origin of the void in Wu Yi's body had indeed weakened by a bit. Of course, it was only a bit weaker. Lin Tian was determined. He gritted his teeth, and his entire body lit up. The light of the origin he emitted was even thicker, and his aura was even stronger. With a buzz, a ball of divine light floated out of his body. It contained half of his reincarnation origin, and it was extremely divine and holy. When this level of origin appeared, the weak Wu Yi's expression changed for the first time. No, you, stop. She was a little anxious. With her cultivation, she could naturally see that this was half of Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. He was obviously trying to use his reincarnation origin to forcefully suppress the collision between the origin of holy light and origin of the void in her body. If he couldn't take it back, or the origin of holy light and origin of the void in her body would collapse, Lin Tian would be half crippled, or even die. Lin Tian hugged her tightly, his gaze firm. I can help you. Definitely. He said. As early as the first time he saw Wu Yi, he felt that this woman was very familiar and very close. Her quietness touched him from time to time, and she had even saved his life. At this time, seeing Wu Yi in so much pain, he also felt very uncomfortable. In fact, if he let it go, Wu Yi would soon self-destruct and die from the collision between the two origin of the king's bodies in her body. How could he watch this continue? No matter what, he couldn't do it. With a buzz, half of his reincarnation origin surged, carrying a vast power as vast as the galaxy, and directly entered Wu Yi's body. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the true origin of life in Wu Yi's body, turned into a divine cloud, and directly covered it. Suddenly, he coughed up blood again. More cracks appeared on his divine soul, and monstrous waves surged in his sea of consciousness. However, his gaze didn't change at all. It was still firm and even a little cold. Buzz. He opened his divine eye of delusion breaker, and half of his reincarnation origin was guided by him, forcibly squeezing into the middle of Wu Yi's origin of holy light and origin of void. It was like a saint, resolving the collision between the two origins and calming them down. The origin of holy light and origin of void trembled obviously, and the momentum was reduced, but it was still very intense. Such a situation naturally caused Lin Tianyi to suffer from the backlash and heavy injuries again and again, and essence blood kept gushing out of his mouth. However, he still didn't care. He didn't even frown, and didn't even let out a groan. The divine eye of delusion breaker was open. At this time, he completely ignored himself, and only used half of his reincarnation origin to forcibly suppress and resolve the collision between the origin of holy light and origin of void in Wu Yi's body. It had to be said that the reincarnation physique, which was said to be once reincarnation appears, there is no king physique in the world, was really powerful. With his current cultivation in the Wuzhen realm, he used half of his reincarnation origin to enter Wu Yi's body, and he actually managed to greatly suppress the collision between the origin of holy light and origin of void of heavenly lord level Wu Yi's origin of holy light and origin of void, causing the two king physiques to become much quieter. However, the two king physique origins had been colliding in Wu Yi's body for too long, and it had evolved to a terrifying degree. Although it was much quieter, it was difficult to stop, and they were still colliding. At the same time, they squeezed the half of Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, almost causing it to collapse. Lin Tian coughed up blood again. Then, the two king physique origins seemed to have produced a rebound, and the degree of collision began to become more intense. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood again, and his face became even paler. The aura he exuded became even weaker, like a flame that could be extinguished at any time. At the same time, Wu Yi's expression became even more painful. Her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together, and her body curled up even more. Even her consciousness became a little blurry. At this time, she was imprisoned in Lin Tian's arms, and her hands were tightly grasping Lin Tian's clothes, as if this would make her feel better. Lin Tian's body was cold and piercing, and he was about to lose consciousness. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Seeing Wu Yi in more and more pain, he naturally felt uncomfortable. At the same time, a glint of anger appeared in his eyes, and the eye of delusion became even brighter. You two bastards. He stared at the origin of holy light and origin of void that were colliding in Wu Yi's body, and couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Boom. In an instant, the remaining half of the reincarnation origin in his body suddenly shone brightly. In the origin, there were millions of immortal souls roaring, and billions of gods and demons roaring, shocking the heavens. Then, the half of the reincarnation origin that he had sacrificed in Wu Yi's body also vibrated, and there were also roars that spread out, each of them exuding an incomparably terrifying aura, and the terrifying sound waves shook the eternal realms. At this moment, the entire sky shook, and strands of lightning intertwined in the sky, crackling. Then, in an instant, the origin of holy light and origin of void in Wu Yi's body trembled violently, as if they had suddenly gained consciousness. They stopped colliding and became extremely quiet, like two obedient children. Lin Tian stared at Wu Yi's body. At this time, he didn't even realize that there was a huge change in his eyes. Strands of mysterious Tao marks intertwined, and one could vaguely see the heavens and earth fluctuating and collapsing, intertwining with endless blood light. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his eyes were cold. With half of the reincarnation origin as a guide, he guided out a ray of reincarnation origin light, enveloping the origin of holy light and origin of void that had calmed down in Wu Yi's body. With the reincarnation origin light revolving between the origin of holy light and origin of void, it evolved into a Taiji yin-yang line. One side circled around the origin of holy light, while the other side circled around the origin of void. It directly formed the origin of holy light and origin of void, and truly calmed the two origins. Then, he sprinkled more reincarnation origin light, using it to nourish the origin of holy light and origin of void. Then, he slowly guided his half of the reincarnation origin back into his body, fusing with the other half of the reincarnation origin in his body. It's done. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, and he whispered softly. The Taiji diagram was the most balanced and stable since ancient times. He used the reincarnation origin light to make the origin of holy light and origin of void in Wu Yi's body into the shape of the Taiji diagram. It was absolutely stable, and today's incident would not happen again. Even so, the two origin of king bodies might gradually fuse as a result, forming another kind of supreme origin. He held Wu Yi, his face extremely pale, and his eyelids seemed to weigh billions of pounds. He struggled twice, but finally closed his eyes, leaned against the big tree behind him, and fainted. The sky was still dark, and the night and moonlight shrouded the earth. In the mountains, the roars of the beasts were still deafening. Lin Tian leaned against the trunk of an old tree, traces of blood staining the corners of his mouth. Wu Yi leaned against his chest, sleeping soundly. Time passed unknowingly, and the roars of the demonic beasts in the mountains became somewhat weaker. Gradually, the night began to recede, until finally, the morning sun hung high in the sky, and the humidity and morning fog in the mountains slowly dissipated. A ray of gentle morning light shone on Lin Tian and Wu Yi, enveloping them. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed, and the sunlight shining on them became even gentler. Wu Yi's eyelids twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. She discovered that her hands were currently grabbing onto someone else's clothes. In front of her was a man's chest, and a strong arm was wrapped around her body. She raised her head and saw Lin Tian's face. The trace of blood at the corner of his mouth was still obvious, and his face was pale. Suddenly, she remembered what happened yesterday, and worry appeared in her eyes. She sat up straight. Lin Tian. Because of her sudden movement, Lin Tian's body shook, and he let out a muffled groan in his sleep. His eyelids twitched a few times before he opened his eyes. Wu Yi's face was right in front of him. She was more beautiful than an angel, and there was obvious worry in her eyes. Wu Yi, he called out softly. He was about to stand up, but just as he moved, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and the slightest movement would cause intense pain. Even his soul felt like it was about to shatter. Yesterday, he had helped Wu Yi to quell the chaos in the origin. He had succeeded, but the injuries he had suffered were not light. Don't move. Wu Yi transmitted her divine will, and it was very gentle. A ray of light floated out and surrounded Lin Tian. At this time, she calmed down, because she could see that Lin Tian was not seriously injured. She enveloped Lin Tian with her Emperor's light, helping Lin Tian heal his injuries. She paused for a moment and reached out to wipe away the blood at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Why are you so foolish? If you die, would it be worth it? Her movements were very gentle. After wiping away the blood at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, more divine light intertwined and entered Lin Tian's body. Lin Tianji felt his body being enveloped by a warm divine current. The pain from his body disappeared at a rapid speed. His essence, energy, and spirit also became stronger bit by bit. She looked at Wu Yi and grinned. If little Z is in trouble and you want to save her, you have to risk your life. At that time, will you back down? No. Wu Yi shook his head. Lin Tiandao, that's right, me too. Wu Yi's eyes flickered for a moment, but soon calmed down. Only a gentle emperor light enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian leaned back against the trunk of the old tree, allowing Wu Yi's emperor light to enter his body. Both of them were very quiet. Thank you. After a while, Wu Yi said softly, as time goes by, the collisions between them become more and more intense. Originally, I could suppress them for at most 10 years. I thought that I could live for at most 10 years. Her cultivation was extremely powerful. At this time, she had discovered that the two king body origins in her body had been pulled together by a new kind of origin power, forming a Tai Chi formation. It had become very stable, and even showed signs of merging into one. It indicated that the two would never collide again. And she naturally knew that the new power in the middle was Lin Tian's reincarnation power. She didn't look happy as she spoke. She was still quiet, but when she looked at Lin Tian, there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Lin Tian looked at her. Seeing that she was so quiet even when saying such words, as if she didn't care about her own life and death, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel that this kind of silence at this time was really a little oppressive. Why are you so indifferent to your own life and death? Otherwise? Wu Yi looked at him. Her expression was very calm, and her divine will was very gentle. Strands of emperor light slowly and peacefully entered Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian opened his mouth, but he really didn't know what to say. He simply didn't say anything about this matter. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Why do you have two king physique origins in your body?" "I have had them since I was young," Wu Yi said. Lin Tian, he felt like he had asked a very unnecessary question because the essence of life was something that existed at birth anyway. He leaned back against the trunk of the old tree. Under Wu Yi's emperor light, his injuries quickly healed, and his essence, qi, and spirit rose to the peak. His pale face became as rosy as usual. Wu Yi stretched out her hands, grabbed his right hand, and was about to pull him up from the ground. "Found it." A voice sounded in the distance. Wuxing Crocodile woke up early in the morning and didn't see Lin Tian and Wu Yi. It carried little AI and searched around the mountains for a long time before they found this place. When it saw Lin Tian and Wu Yi, it immediately approached them. However, in the next moment, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. It was because it saw Wu Yi holding Lin Tian's right hand with both hands. "Did we come at the wrong time?" It looked at Lin Tian Dao. "Why did we come at the wrong time?" Little AI said, "We're looking for Master and Big Brother." "You're still young, you don't understand." Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian, Wu Yi's expression was still very calm. There was no change in her expression. She didn't release Lin Tian in a hurry. After pulling Lin Tian up from the ground, she let go of his hand. Wuxing Crocodile looked at this scene, its eyes widened a little. It sent a voice transmission to Lin Tian Dao, "Boy, you're amazing. How did you manage to kidnap Miss Wu Yi so easily?" "Lin Tian, you think too much, it's not what you think at all," he replied with a voice transmission. "Master, Big Brother." Little AI jumped down from Wuxing Crocodile's back. "Did you come out to watch the sunrise?" Lin Tian blushed with shame. Yes. He looked at Wu Yi next to him. Wu Yi didn't say much. He just nodded gently to little AI. In the mountains, the air was very good now. The group didn't stay in this place and quickly left. Just like before, the group still walked around the seventh heaven, heading to other places that they had never been to before. After all, this heaven is very vast. Even Nirvana realm powerhouses can't travel all over this heaven. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, while the group was walking on a road, Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled, and his abdomen heated up. He immersed his divine sense into his body, and in the blink of an eye, he found 2 very powerful auras in his life force. They turned out to be Wu Yi's holy light origin and void origin. This is... He was slightly moved. That night, when I withdrew my own life force, I brought along a wisp of her holy light origin and void origin, which were contained in my life force. At this time, they separated from my life force? As the 2 vast streams of divine powers gushed out to every corner of his body, Lin Tian felt his body grow hotter and hotter. The blood in his body started to boil involuntarily like a huge active volcano that was about to erupt. "I want to find a place to retreat for a few days," he said quickly. "Retreat?" Next to him, Wuxing Crocodile was a little puzzled. "Why do you suddenly want to retreat? What did you realize?" Almost at the same time, on the other side, Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian and clearly noticed his changes. Her gaze fluctuated slightly. She didn't say anything and didn't even make a single movement. She directly brought Lin Tian, the 5-element alligator, and little AI along as they vanished on the spot. In the next moment, they appeared in a valley within a quiet and secluded old forest, and the environment was very hidden. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were both shocked. Such a movement was really amazing. It was as if she was teleporting through the universe. She's worthy of being feared by the 6 emperors at the peak of the 8th heaven of chaos. This Lord Crocodile didn't even feel the fluctuation of the air and changed a position. It's like changing space. Whooshing Crocodile exclaimed. Wui was very quiet. She looked at Lin Tian and said softly with her divine thoughts, I'll guard here. Lin Tian naturally understood the meaning of Wuyi's words. Obviously, she wanted to guard him. Thank you, he said. Without hesitation, he went directly to a yellow boulder about 10 feet away and sat down cross-legged. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra and began to refine the two vast divine powers in his body. At this time, with the Heavenly Master Wui guarding here, he didn't have to worry at all. Buzz. For a time, a faint golden divine light intertwined on the surface of his body. Then, it slowly became blazing. The aura emitted became stronger and stronger. His cultivation realm began to rise at an extremely fast speed like a fountain. This kid is going to break through again? So fast? It seems that it hasn't been long since the last advancement. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Wui stood aside. Her gaze fell on Lin Tian. She just watched quietly. Her gaze and expression didn't change. Buzz. Outside of Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light grew thicker and thicker, and the aura it emitted also grew stronger and stronger. For a time, the surrounding space crackled as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, 14 hours passed. Boom, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the large rock. An astonishing gale swept out, directly breaking apart a space. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Fifth heaven of Wuxian. Then, what surprised it even more was that Lin Tian's aura was still rising rapidly and did not stop. This, still wants to rush to the sixth heaven of Wuxian? It was shocked. In front of him, Lin Tian sat on a large yellow rock. The divine power formed by Wuyi's origin of holy light and origin of void was too dense. It was unimaginably vast, like two oceans of divine power, causing his body to heat up more and more. He calmed his mind and focused. The Sun Heart Sutra circulated even faster, quickly refining and absorbing the two divine power in his body. He guided these divine power, sinking it into his flesh and blood, sinking it into his bones, and even into his sea of consciousness, into his God's soul. While improving his cultivation, he forged his physical body, his sea of consciousness, and his God's soul. Boom, suddenly, the aura on his body skyrocketed again. The golden divine light almost turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. This shocked Whooshing Crocodile, its eyes full of shock. This kid, what's going on? This doesn't seem to be the feeling of enlightenment. It's just a pure increase in cultivation and an increase in aura. What happened? The golden light on Big Brother's body is so beautiful. Little AI's eyes lit up. Wui looked at Lin Tian, still calm. Buzz, Lin Tian sat on the large rock. The golden divine light wrapped around his body, becoming thicker, and more powerful. At the same time, his glabella also could not help but shine. In his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang lotus sea could not help but sway violently. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, a full 3 days passed. On this day, the aura outside Lin Tian's body skyrocketed again, from 5th firmament of enlightenment to 6th firmament of enlightenment. However, this was not the end. His aura was still rising. Until another 7 days passed, a violent surge of divine power once again rippled out from his body, directly shattering a large space behind him into pieces. 7th firmament of enlightenment. Whooshing Crocodile's eyeballs almost popped out. In 10 days, Lin Tian went from the initial 4th firmament of enlightenment directly to 7th firmament of enlightenment. This was simply shocking. This kid, what happened to his body? How did his cultivation suddenly soar so much? Its eyes widened even more. In front, the golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body was thicker. At this time, it finally stopped growing stronger and began to stabilize. The powerful golden divine light slowly became peaceful, and then, strands of it were absorbed into his body. He closed his eyes. After an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared. In an instant, the entire small valley became a little brighter. 7th firmament of enlightenment. He muttered to himself. In 10 days, after refining the wisp of holy light origin and void origin that belonged to Wu Yi in his body, he clearly sensed his current strength. His cultivation had reached 7th firmament of enlightenment. His divine power had become thicker, his physique had become stronger, his sea of consciousness had become several times wider, and his soul body had also become several times tougher. He was much, much stronger than 10 days ago. At this time, he felt that his physique would not be worse than a person in the early stage of Nirvana realm. As for his combat strength, he was confident that he could be absolutely invincible under the Nirvana realm. He could even kill a half-step to Nirvana realm expert. This made him involuntarily turn his head to look at Wu Yi. He was so shocked that his eyes could not help but flicker. That night, when he withdrew half of the reincarnation origin, he brought out an insignificant wisp of Wu Yi's holy light origin and void origin. However, it allowed him to directly rise from 4th firmament of enlightenment to 7th firmament of enlightenment, rising 3 small levels in a row. Moreover, his divine power, physique, sea of consciousness, and soul all had a great improvement. How amazing was this? This is a heavenly master level person? Just a small wisp of the origin aura has such a level of divine power. This? He thought to himself, his eyes full of surprise. Wu Yi met Lin Tian's gaze. Seeing that Lin Tian was looking at him, he thought for a moment and transmitted his divine thoughts. Congratulations. Lin Tian, he always felt that Wu Yi's expression when he said these 2 words after thinking for a moment was really a little cute. It's all thanks to you, he said. Wu Yi did not say anything and shook his head gently. This made Wuxing Crocodile feel a little strange. It looked at Lin Tian, then at Wu Yi, and then at Lin Tian. Kid, what are you two talking about? Why do I feel a little strange? It stared at Lin Tian and Wu Yi, quite puzzled and curious. Lin Tian glanced at it and said, nothing. The wisp of Wu Yi's origin aura in his body was completely refined. He even relied on that divine power to consolidate his Taoist foundation. At this time, he stood up from the yellow stone and jumped down. Wu Yi stood quietly by the side. Lin Tian knew that she did not like to talk, so he said, are we leaving here now? Or should I continue to walk along this world like before? Yeah. Wu Yi nodded. So Lin Tian didn't say anything more. After smiling, the group quickly left this place. The 7th heaven was extremely vast. He let Wuxing Crocodile lead the way. While accompanying Wu Yi, he sensed the existence of the sword soul fragments in this heaven. They walked across mountains and rivers. In this way, more than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the group of people was walking on a large road. The divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly. Strands of rainbow light automatically intertwined, like water ripples, rippling towards the southeast direction of this place. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He was too familiar with this kind of reaction from the divine sword. He immediately sensed the existence of a new sword soul fragment. He shifted his gaze to the southeast of this place. His divine sense spread out in a straight line. After that, he saw a damaged mountain range in the distance. Broken mountains were connected to each other. The mountains were very steep, especially the broken mountain in the middle. The mountain was incomparably majestic, like a real dragon that had its body cut off. It was very shocking. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was emitting a 7-colored radiance, pointing straight at the majestic broken mountain. Found it. His eyes lit up. Wuxing Crocodile saw his expression and asked curiously, boy, why are your eyes suddenly shining? It's nothing. Lin Tian shook his head, took a deep breath, and said to Wu Yi and Wuxing Crocodile, let's change direction. Let's go to the east of this place first. Boom. Suddenly, 5 very powerful fluctuations of divine power appeared not far away, directly interrupting his words. In the blink of an eye, 5 old men came close. All of them were old, with deep eyes, and the aura around them was extremely domineering. When the 5 of them came close, their gazes fell directly on Lin Tian. They did not hide their murderous intent and coldness at all. Damn it, it's the Zhan family again. 5 half-step Nirvana realm cultivators. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Just by the unique aura around the 5 of them, it could tell their identities. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the five of them. His gaze was also cold. Needless to say, the five of them from the Zhan family were here to kill him. Take him down. One of the five from the Zhan family said. The five of them were half-step Nirvana realm cultivators. Their gazes were cold, and they did not say anything. They attacked Lin Tian together. In an instant, 5 powerful fluctuations of murderous intent were vast and mighty. The 5 of them worked together, and their murderous aura covered the entire area, crushing everything. All the murderous aura shrouded Lin Tian. Facing such a terrifying murderous aura, Lin Tian was not afraid at all. He did not care at all. Do you Zhan family want to be annihilated? He said coldly. With just one step, he broke through the endless murderous aura that was swept out by the 5 of them. He raised his fist and smashed it. Boom. In an instant, the sky shook, and the murderous aura swept out by the 5 of them shattered. At the same time, Lin Tian's fist did not weaken at all. It landed directly on the chest of one of the 5. Pfft. Instantly, the Zhan family member was blasted into pieces on the spot, and blood stained the sky. Blood splattered as one of the Zhan family members was smashed into pieces. The other 4 were visibly shaken as the coldness in their eyes instantly disappeared. A half-step to Nirvana stage practitioner was smashed into pieces so easily. What kind of terrifying physique was this? Ah! The Zhan family member who was smashed into pieces roared as his spirit flew out and quickly reformed his physical body. Lin Tian's expression was cold. How could he give him a chance? He immediately summoned the pure yang flame and covered his right hand as he slapped down. In an instant, the golden pure yang flame surged and instantly ignited the Zhan family member's spirit. In a few breaths, it was completely incinerated. Both his body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? The other 4 Zhan family members' expressions changed drastically. The 5 half-step to Nirvana stage practitioners had come to kill Lin Tian. Originally, they thought that it would be a foolproof plan. However, this outcome caused their hearts to turn cold. One of them had actually been killed in the blink of an eye until his soul was completely destroyed. Little fellow Lin has just completed a major breakthrough and 5 half-step to Nirvana stage practitioners have jumped out. Are you here to help him test his strength? Whooshing Crocodile mocked. The 4 half-step to Nirvana stage practitioners from the Zhan family trembled as their expressions turned ugly. Let's go. Let's go back and report to the old ancestor. One of them said. At their level of cultivation, it only took a short moment for them to understand that Lin Tian's strength was terrifying and it was definitely not something that they could stop. Immediately, the 4 of them immediately retreated at a speed faster than when they had attacked. They were like 4 streaks of lightning as they fled into the distance. Tsk tisk. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the 4 fleeing figures with a mocking expression. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent as he took a step forward and directly blocked the 4 of them. Then, a golden metal fist smashed down on the spot. Boom! For a moment, the entire sky trembled. The terrifying fist power was like a meteorite falling from the sky, directly enveloping one of the Zhan clan's cultivators under the fist power. Facing this fist, the Zhan family member was horrified. Pop. The power of the punch seemed to be able to destroy everything. The cultivator from the Zhan clan was smashed into pieces on the spot. Only his soul escaped pathetically, fleeing into the distance in fear. He didn't even have time to reform his physical body. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent as he took a step forward. Pure yang flame spread out and completely submerged the spirit. Ah! This person from the Zhan family screamed miserably. His divine soul turned into a person of flames. Even if he used all of his methods, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, he was completely destroyed. Instantly, the remaining 3 members of the Zhan family were even more shocked. They looked at Lin Tian in horror. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had killed another half-step Nirvana stage clansman. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent as he approached the 3 of them. After a few days, I will personally make a trip to your Zhan clan. He said coldly. He faced the 3 of them and clenched his right fist. His attack was still simple and direct as he enveloped the 3 of them with one punch. Now, with the help of Wu Yi's trace of holy light origin and void origin, he had consecutively advanced by 3 small stages and reached the 7th level of enlightenment. His physique, divine sense, and divine soul had all improved by leaps and bounds. His battle prowess had increased tremendously. Even if he didn't rely on holy weapons, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure as he could suppress a half-step nirvana stage cultivator with just his physique alone. With a boom, the surrounding void trembled from his punch. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, it collapsed and shattered. The 3 Zhan family members roared as they unleashed their secret techniques and great path principles to meet Lin Tian's punch. However, they only resisted for a few breaths of time before they were smashed into pieces. All of them staggered back and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared in front of one of them. His golden iron fist pressed down once again. Roar, an ear-piercing dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. This time, he directly unleashed the Chaos Emperor's fist. The golden divine power evolved into a 10-foot-long true dragon and smashed the Zhan family member into pieces. Even his divine soul was destroyed within it. He stepped on the yin-yang puppet and took a step forward. He appeared in front of the other Zhan family member and pressed down with the Chaos Emperor's fist again. Roar, as he waved the Chaos Emperor's fist, a celestial phoenix appeared at the tip of his fist. It rushed down and drowned the Zhan family member. Ah! With a piercing scream, the Zhan family member's body and soul were directly destroyed. In an instant, only one of the 5 half-step Nirvana stage Zhan family members was left. This kid's battle prowess is really abnormal. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. With the cultivation of the 7th level of enlightenment, killing a half-step Nirvana stage cultivator was like cutting vegetables. This was indeed very terrifying. The last person from the Zhan family trembled. In just an instant, 4 of their half-step Nirvana stage clansmen were killed by Lin Tian as if they were tofu. This caused him to be terrified to the extreme. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian and could not help but retreat. Lin Tian's gaze was cold as he stared at this person. The true dragon's shadow and the celestial phoenix's shadow lingered at the tip of his fist at the same time. He pressed forward step by step. However, in the next moment, he stopped and tilted his head to look at the east. It was also at this moment that 3 powerful divine powers appeared in the east. 3 figures rushed to this place in the blink of an eye. They were 2 old men and a tall young man. The aura they exuded was extremely powerful. Especially the young man in the middle. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his face was as sharp as a knife. His entire body was surrounded by chaotic light as if he was the reincarnation of the chaos god. And Lanjing. Lin Tian's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. Chaos little bastard. He appeared again. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. On the other side, Wu Yi raised his head and glanced at Lanjing and the other 2, then looked away without the slightest change in expression. The last Zhan family member who was still alive showed a look of joy at this time. Nephew. Seeing Lanjing appear, the Zhan family member breathed a sigh of relief. Their Zhan family and Lanjing family have been friends for generations. They have always been on the same side. Moreover, he knew how powerful Lanjing was. After returning from the 5th heaven, she had been cultivating crazily. Now, she had reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of enlightenment. She could be said to be invincible under the Nirvana stage. After calling in Lanjing, his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. His eyes revealed viciousness and hatred. Nephew, kill him quickly. Avenge Yuji. No. Let him live a life worse than. Clang. An ear-piercing sword sound rang out, directly interrupting the person's words. Lin Tian waved his hand and slashed out the 3 moves of Ling Tian. At the same time, the true dragon phantom and immortal phoenix phantom rushed out together. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the Zhan family expert and enveloped him. Puff. The Zhan family expert couldn't dodge or block. In the blink of an eye, he was smashed into pieces, and even his divine soul was annihilated. Such a scene caused the expressions of the 2 old men beside Lanjing to change. These 2 were naturally from the same clan as Lan and Jingwei. They were the two grand elders of the Anlan family and were also at the half-step to nirvana stage. At this moment, when they saw that Lin Tian was actually able to kill a half-step to nirvana stage practitioner from the Zhan family so easily, shock surfaced in their eyes as their pupils involuntarily shrunk. And Longjing's body was surrounded by chaotic light, and her eyes were cold. "You have become stronger, very good." Staring at Lin Tian, he moved. With every step he took, the great void trembled, and the chaotic light around his body became more tyrannical. The huge momentum seemed to suppress everything within a radius of tens of thousands of feet. "Killing someone like you is worth it." He got the news from the Zhan family that Lin Tian had come to this heaven, and he had been sending people to investigate Lin Tian's whereabouts. Boom! As he took a step forward, the aura around his body became more and more tyrannical, like a vast galaxy of chaotic stars. Such an aura caused Wuxing Crocodile's eyes to narrow. He cursed, "This little bastard, a few years ago, he was defeated in the fifth heaven. Could it be that he has been cultivating crazily these past few years? This aura is almost comparable to a Nirvana realm cultivator." The two supreme elders of the Anlan family were originally surprised by Lin Tian's strength. He could kill a half-step Nirvana realm powerhouse with a single strike, but at this time, seeing the aura of their clan's chaotic physique, the shock in their eyes dissipated. "Although he is not weak, compared to our clan's chaotic king physique, he is nothing," one of them said. "Of course." The other nodded. In front, with every step Longjing took, the void would tremble, and chaotic light would interweave in all directions. In this regard, Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. "Back in the fifth heaven, when your cultivation was 3 small steps higher than mine, you still lost. Now, you are only 1 small step higher than me, yet you dare to come in front of me like this?" he said indifferently. And Longjing's eyes were like torches, cold and piercing to the bone. "If it weren't for that little bastard, the one who would be defeated would be you." As he said so, the aura around his body became stronger and more terrifying. "Today, I will cut off your head." Boom! As he spoke, the chaotic light around his body rushed up against the sky, transforming into a chaotic immortal river that directly propped up the king's territory. Lin Tian's expression still didn't change, only a faint golden light lingered on the surface of his body. "Today's battle situation is the same as a few years ago. There will be no change, and you will still lose. However, this time, your defeat will not be like last time. This time, you will die, and I will not give you any hope of survival," he said. As his words fell, his left hand shook, and a longbow appeared in his hand. The bow was intertwined with strands of sacred runes. It was the sacred weapon, immortal slaying bow. Not far away, Wuxing Crocodile saw Lin Tian take out the sacred weapon and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Kid, you are ruthless." Boom! Boundless sacred power surged. Lin Tian held the sacred weapon immortal slaying bow, and divine power surged into it. The entire bow suddenly shone brightly. In an instant, Longjing's expression changed, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. At the same time, the expressions of the two supreme elders of the Anlan family changed. Both of them were shocked. "Sacred? Sacred weapon?" The two of them trembled violently. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. Golden divine power surged wildly, and the spiritual energy in the void suddenly swept over crazily. In the blink of an eye, a 3-foot-long golden arrow was condensed. "Try taking a few arrows," he said indifferently. The 3-foot-long golden arrow rumbled with an incomparably terrifying might. It directly pierced through a huge crack in the void, and the turbulence in the void surged out like a chaotic sea. The scene was extremely terrifying. And Longjing's expression changed. She could clearly sense the terror of this arrow. She supported herself with the chaos immortal river and quickly retreated. However, the 3-foot-long golden arrow was too fast. It was even faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. With a whoosh, Longjing's chaos immortal river shattered on the spot. Then, the golden arrow's momentum did not decrease. With the might of lightning, it pierced through her chest with a puff, bringing with it a large amount of Chaos King blood. It was a shocking sight. Jing. The two grand elders of the Anlan family who came with her trembled. And Longjing's body was covered in blood, but she did not die. Her vitality was still strong, and her injured body recovered in the blink of an eye. After not seeing you for several years, you've become a coward. You don't dare to fight me head-on, and can only rely on an external object like a saint weapon. His eyes were ice-cold. In response, Lin Tian immediately sneered. You and I are mortal enemies. Why must I fight you head-on? Why can't I rely on a saint weapon? Are you retarded? In other words, do you think you can defeat me in a head-on battle? Do you think your chaotic body is very strong? He mocked. Such words instantly caused Longjing's face to sink. Lin Tian actually described her as retarded. On the other side, the two grand elders of the Anlin family were also angry. If you don't dare to fight me head-on, then you don't dare to fight me head-on. Why do you need to find some high-sounding reason? Coward. Coward. The two of them sneered. Lin Tian tilted his head, looking at the two of them. This kind of provocation is too low level, he said indifferently. He drew his bow. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his bow. The divine weapon-grade deity slaying bow released its divine might and shot out 2 golden arrows. The 2 golden arrows were as powerful as startled birds, piercing straight towards the 2 grand elders of the Anlin family. They were extremely fast. The 2 Anlin family's grand elders trembled fiercely. Facing the 2 holy arrows flying over, their backs instantly turned cold. On the other side, Longjing's expression was cold and gloomy. She supported the Chaos Immortal River and other great divine arts to defend against the 2 golden holy arrows. Your opponent is me. A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian stepped on the duality puppet and blocked Longjing's path in an instant. Using the saint weapon grade immortal slaughtering bow, he unleashed the towering heaven sword manual. For a moment, a sonorous sword cry shook the sky. The might of the saint weapon was vast and mighty, forcing Longjing to retreat 10 meters. Ah! It was also at this time that shrill screams rang out. Not far away, the 2 grand elders of the Anlin family were struck by the 2 golden arrows shot by Lin Tian. Their bodies and souls collapsed together, and they were directly annihilated. These 2 golden arrows were launched by Lin Tian's saint weapon with the cultivation of 7th stage enlightenment truth realm. How could an ordinary half-step nirvana realm powerhouse block it? Once hit, it would naturally lead to immediate death. Serves them right. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Not far away, Wu Yi was very quiet. She only stared at the few green trees in front of her and did not care about the battle here. In the sky, Longjing's expression became even colder. Her killing intent was bone-piercing, and the chaotic light outside her body became denser and more violent. Lin Tian actually shot the 2 grand elders who came with her in front of her. Lin Tian smiled. The saint bow in his left hand shook, and the golden towering heaven sword light whistled out again, filling the sky. This sword light was a bit terrifying. After all, it was launched by a saint weapon. It could definitely kill an ordinary half-step nirvana realm powerhouse. Longjing's eyes were cold. With a rumbling sound, 100 feet of divine light rushed out from behind her, like waves of the sea, crushing the dense sword light slashed out by Lin Tian. Defying immortal 10,000 heavens? Lin Tianlong smiled. Back in the 5th heaven, when he fought with Longjing, he had seen the other party's divine technique. It was a peerless secret technique of the primal chaos celestial. The attacks launched by this technique were like rolling waves, one after another, and each attack was stronger than the last. It had an unpredictable ability. He snorted coldly, not caring at all. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand, directly pulling the bowstring into a half-moon shape. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and rolled over, once again condensing into a dazzling saint-killing arrow. He loosened his right hand, and with a whoosh, the golden saint arrow suddenly rushed out, like a true dragon proudly flying between heaven and earth. Chi! Longjing's defying immortal 10,000 strikes was directly shattered, and then, the saint-killing arrow showed no signs of stopping. Longjing's eyes were cold, and the primal chaos immortal river was vast and mighty. At the same time, she launched the primal chaos great Tao, and then propped up a seal to block the arrow. Boom! The two collided violently. In the end, the Saint arrow shot by Lin Tian exploded, turning into dense starlight and dissipating. This little primal chaos bastard is really extraordinary. She actually blocked the attack of a saint weapon launched by Lin Tian with his seventh sky of enlightenment cultivation. Wuxing Crocodile was slightly moved. Lin Tian's expression did not change. And Lanjing was a chaotic body, and had reached the eighth sky of enlightenment. At this cultivation level, under the circumstances of using the chaotic king's domain, the primal chaos great Tao, and a primal chaos great Tao at the same time, if she could not block an arrow from his immortal slaying bow with a half-moon bowstring, then the chaotic body was really unworthy of its reputation. Continue. He said indifferently. As his words fell, he pulled the bow again. This time, he directly pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon. Suddenly, the golden divine power in his body surged into the bow, and the spiritual chi in the surrounding space surged even more wildly. In the blink of an eye, another 3-foot-long golden arrow was condensed. However, the 3-foot-long arrow this time was extremely terrifying. Strands of blood, water and lightning intertwined around the arrow, and it was at least 5 times stronger than the previous arrow. He aimed the arrow at Lanjing, and his right hand slightly loosened. Boom! In an instant, the void in all directions collapsed, and the golden arrow with blood-colored lightning rushed straight toward Lanjing. The whistling of the wind reverberated, as if there were ferocious ghosts screaming, as if there were gods and demons roaring, and the situation was extremely terrifying. And Lanjing stepped on the chaotic king's domain, and her speed suddenly reached the extreme, and she dodged this arrow by a hair's breadth. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The golden arrow that he dodged actually turned around in the distance and shot back again. Crack! This returning arrow came even faster, and it directly shot Lanjing's high-grade divine weapon into pieces, and the debris splattered everywhere. Then, the arrow's momentum did not decrease, and the blood-colored lightning was still there. It shattered Lanjing's chaotic immortal river and chaotic great Tao, and like the 3-foot-long arrow that Lin Tian shot the first time, it directly pierced through Lanjing's chest. Puff! This arrow was much more terrifying than the first 3-foot-long arrow, and Lanjing's physical body exploded on the spot. TSK, good arrow. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. In the sky, Lanjing let out a low roar, and in the shattered flesh and blood, a talisman flashed, intertwining with the great Tao's chi. It contained strands of chaotic light that spread out like water ripples, and the shattered flesh and blood reformed into a chaotic body in the blink of an eye. Chaos Divine Talisman. Lin Tianling laughed. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He stood on the spot and drew the bow again, still pulling the bowstring to a full moon. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. His divine power and the spiritual chi in the surrounding space condensed into an arrow, and its killing power was extremely terrifying. Boom! He released the bowstring, and the killing arrow with boundless divine might shot straight forward. And Lanjing let out a low roar, and the chaotic imperial domain and chaotic great Tao were activated again. At the same time, she also propped up the strange phenomenon in her sea of consciousness to meet this arrow. The two collided violently, shattering large pieces of space in the surroundings. They were actually in a stalemate. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that Lanjing was really powerful. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon, and the other party was actually in a stalemate at this time. If it were anyone else below the Nirvana realm, they would have died instantly. Humph! He sneered and drew the bow again. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon again, condensing another terrifying golden killing arrow. He released the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the bowstring shot straight forward. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Lanjing again. Together with the previous holy arrow, it directly shattered Lanjing's chaotic imperial domain, the chaotic great Tao, and the strange phenomenon in her sea of consciousness. Pfft! The bloody light exploded again. And Lanjing collapsed, and blood stained the void. In her flesh, the Chaos Divine Talisman buzzed and pulsed, quickly drawing the shattered flesh in the surroundings closer to the center. Lin Tianling snorted. This time, his speed was extremely fast. He directly used the holy bow in his hand to slash out the 3 moves of Lin Tian. The golden sword light flashed and jumped, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Chaos Divine Talisman. It fell straight down, and with a swoosh, it shattered. And Longjing let out a low roar. Her killing intent was awe-inspiring. After condensing her physique, she stared at Lin Tian with an ashen face. She was extremely sullen. Originally, her battle strength was very powerful. She was almost comparable to an early-stage Nirvana expert. Below the Nirvana realm, she was almost invincible. But now, Lin Tian was attacking with a holy weapon. She was completely powerless and could not block that kind of holy might. "Next time we meet, I'll kill you," she said coldly and turned to leave. The chaotic imperial domain, the chaotic great Tao, the strange phenomenon in her sea of consciousness, and the defying immortal 10,000 levels. She had used all of her powerful techniques. Now, even the Chaos Divine Talisman had been destroyed by Lin Tian's holy weapon. She knew very well that under such circumstances, she could not do anything to Lin Tian. If she continued to stay here, she would only become a live target for Lin Tian. She looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of killing intent. She directly took out the chaotic imperial domain. She turned into a dazzling chaotic light. In the blink of an eye, she crossed more than 10,000 feet. Her speed was extremely fast. "You want to leave? You can't leave. I said earlier that I will kill you today," Lin Tianling said. He moved, stepping on the Yin Yang Hua, and directly chased after her. His astonishing speed was not inferior to Enlongjing's at all. At the same time, he held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring again with his right hand. It was still in the shape of a full moon, condensing an even more terrifying golden arrow. It was aimed straight at Enlongjing's head. "Kill." The golden arrow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had closed in on Enlongjing and pierced through her chest. With a puff, the King of Chaos blood dyed the void. Enlongjing's body exploded again. Blood, flesh, and bone splattered in all directions. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. He stepped forward and used the divine weapon level deity slaying bow as a longsword. He slashed at Enlongjing's shattered body. With a clang, sword light flashed horizontally, destroying everything in its path. Enlongjing growled. Before her body could regenerate, she supported the chaotic immortal river and attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted. The divine bow fell, directly crushing the chaotic immortal river. It was also at this time that Enlongjing's body had been regenerated. Without any pause, the King of Chaos spread out. In the blink of an eye, she crossed a mountain and rushed into the distance. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. The Yin and Yang Ho flashed, and his speed was extremely fast. He also crossed a mountain in an instant and chased down. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had rushed far away. *CK, they run so fast. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. He turned to look at Wui and whispered, Miss Wui, should we follow them?" Wui nodded slightly. She took AI into the void and followed in the direction that Lin Tian chased after Enlongjing. Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and followed beside them. Boom, in front of them, divine power surged. Enlongjing supported the King of Chaos's domain, resisting Lin Tian's arrow as she flew. "Enlongjing, are you used to running?" Lin Tianling said in a low voice. As he said this, he drew the bow again. It was in the shape of a full moon, and another dazzling golden arrow was formed. Then, with a whoosh, he released the bowstring, and the golden arrow shot straight out. Boom, the large space trembled. Wherever the golden arrow passed, destruction followed. Enlongjing didn't even look back as she summoned the celestial defying 10,000 layers. Unfortunately, it was useless. The powerful divine technique was shattered by the arrow. Then, the arrow pierced through her body again, causing her to explode. Primordial chaos transformation. Enlongjing bellowed. For a time, the surging laws of chaos transformed into an enormous ocean that surged out from his shattered body. It was a shocking scene. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Without any unnecessary movements, he slashed down with his divine weapon, the deity-slaying bow. Enlongjing's ocean of chaotic laws collapsed on the spot, and it was completely obliterated by a single strike. Enlongjing roared in a low voice. She used her divine soul to wrap around the pieces of flesh and moved 1,000 feet away. Then, a mysterious jade platform appeared and opened a space portal. Teleportation? Don't even think about it. Lin Tianling said. He was now in his peak condition. He drew his bow and shot out hundreds of scattered arrows like a rain of arrows. With a cracking sound, the teleportation platform that Enlongjing had summoned was directly shattered, and the space door that had been pulled open immediately closed. Damn it! Enlongjing bellowed. Her divine soul light intertwined and condensed into a physical body. Once again, she fled into the distance. At the same time, she forced out a drop of blood essence and shot a brilliant beam of light toward the sky. It exploded and turned into the two big words Enlon. Then, she continued to flee into the distance. Her speed was even faster than before. It was very shocking. Ask for help? Lin Tianling snorted. Today, no one can save you. He moved with the yin-yang puppet. His speed was extremely fast. At the same time, he drew the moon-shaped bowstring again. A 3-foot-long arrow instantly appeared. He locked onto Enlongjing with his mind. He released the bowstring, and the 3-foot-long killing arrow rushed forward in the blink of an eye. This arrow was very powerful. This arrow was very fast. It carried streaks of blood-red lightning. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Enlongjing again. Puff! Once again, Enlongjing exploded. Her blood dyed a large area of the void red. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he stepped forward directly. Enlongjing bellowed. Her divine soul scroll flew away with the minced flesh while reforming her physical body. Soon, she condensed her body again. After that, she didn't fight back because she knew it would be useless. She just concentrated all her power on the chaotic king puppet, which made her speed increase tremendously. In an instant, she stepped far away again. This little bastard can still survive after taking so many saint arrows shot by Lin Tianling with the cultivation of the 7th tier of enlightenment. Her aura didn't weaken much. She's really tough. Whooshing Crocodile followed from a distance and was a little surprised. Big Brother is so powerful. Little AI said. Wui walked in the void, as calm as ever. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he chased after Enlongjing while stepping on the yin and yang rock. Using the Saint Bow as a sword, he slashed out towering heaven sword force that filled the sky. For a moment, the clanging sound was endless. Although the towering heaven sword force that he slashed out with the Saint Bow wasn't as powerful as the full moon killing arrow, there were a lot of them. They slashed through like a swarm of bees, and Enlongjing was pierced into a sieve in an instant. Enlongjing's face was livid, and her body was stained with blood. She looked very embarrassed, but she didn't stop and continued to run away. For a moment, one ran away, and the other chased. Mountains and old forests were left behind. Soon, they appeared near a crowded avenue, which stunned all the cultivators on the avenue. My God, isn't that Enlongjing? She's actually being chased by someone of the same generation. She's actually running away? Some cultivators were shocked. Who in the heaven domain didn't know who Enlongjing was? She had the chaotic physique, which was extremely powerful. Many years ago, she was able to suppress the experts of the same generation and the older generation. But now, she was actually being chased by someone of the same generation. Who's that person? He actually killed Enlongjing with the chaotic physique and forced her to run away. I've never heard of such a powerful person in the same generation before. That's a saint weapon in his hand? It seems to be a saint weapon. Saint Bow. On the avenue, the cultivators stared at Lin Tian, and all of them turned pale with fright. One had to know that even the majority of Nirvana realm experts did not possess a sacred artifact at the level of a sacred artifact. This was because the materials required to forge a sacred artifact were too difficult to find. Even if one managed to find them, it was still extremely difficult to successfully forge a sacred artifact. Now, these cultivators saw Lin Tian chasing after Enlongjing with a Saint Bow. How could they not be shocked? Boom! Lin Tian chased after Enlongjing. He raised the Saint Bow in his hand again and shot out another Saint Arrow. With a whoosh, the Saint Arrow flew through the air and entered Enlongjing's back. It flew out from her chest, and blood filled the air. And Lan Jing, you've been called an invincible legend of your generation by the people of this heaven domain. How do you feel now that you're being chased and forced to run away? Does it feel very uncomfortable? He mocked. And Lan Jing was drenched in blood. Her hair was disheveled, and she was in an extremely sorry state. Her face was frighteningly pale, and the killing intent in her eyes was as violent as the sea. However, she didn't say a single word. She only stepped on the chaotic king pole and flew away. Lin Tian smiled. With a single step, he covered more than 1,000 feet. Using the Saint Bow as a sword again, he slashed out a large number of towering heaven's sword force. Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound resounded through the sky, and the dense towering heaven's sword force pressed down like a rain of swords. Each of them was horrifying, and each of them seemed to be able to easily kill a half-step Nirvana powerhouse, causing the nearby cultivators to be horrified. Is this the power of a saint weapon? Just a simple strike and it already has such killing power. So terrifying. Some people trembled. At the same time, more people were shocked by Lan Jing's current state. She has the chaotic king body and is regarded as an invincible legend in the seventh heaven. However, at this moment, she was being chased by someone of the same generation. Her hair was disheveled, and she was fleeing in a sorry state. That's Lan Jing, she has the chaotic king body. Even if that person has a saint weapon in hand, now, is the number one of the same generation going to change hands? Is the chaotic king body going to be killed today? Many cultivators trembled. Clang! In front of them, the dense towering heaven's sword force pressed down, and Lan Jing suffered another great disaster. Half of her body was chopped into pieces, and blood stained the surroundings. This little bastard can really resist, he's not dead yet. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile, who was following them, couldn't help but grit his teeth. Big brother will win. Little AI clenched her fists and said. Wui was still quiet, and he didn't say a word. He just followed them quietly. Buzz. In front of them, the spiritual energy in the 10 square space suddenly boiled like lava, and an extremely violent aura intertwined. Lin Tian pulled the Saint Bow, and it was in the shape of a full moon again. This time, he added a wisp of his great Dao Law into it. For a time, there was a rumbling sound as the entire sky lost its color. Lightning fell one after another, creating a miniature rain of lightning on the holy bow disc. Such a scene immediately shocked a large group of cultivators nearby. All of them couldn't help but tremble, and their faces turned pale. This kind of killing momentum was truly terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He released the bowstring in his right hand, and the killing arrow rushed out, bringing with it a dense lightning rain that collapsed in all directions. This arrow contained his great Dao Law, and it was even more powerful. Even faster. With a poof, it pierced through Lan Jing again. Lan Jing couldn't help but scream this time. Her body exploded, and much of her soul was shattered. It was extremely miserable. Again. Lin Tianling said. He drew the bow again, infusing it with golden divine power and laws of the great Dao. Another terrifying killing arrow of Dao laws condensed, and another dense bolt of lightning fell from the heavens, carrying a destructive might, shooting straight towards Lan Jing. Suddenly, the large space collapsed, and even the ground cracked. Sand, dust, large rocks, and plants were all swept into the sky. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A tall figure flashed from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he stepped here. It was an old man in a golden robe. His eyes were as deep as black holes, and it was terrifying to the soul. He stepped here and stood in front of Lan Jing, and with a slap, he shattered the killing arrow of Dao Law that Lin Tian shot at Lan Jing. Suddenly, the nearby cultivators were all shocked. This is? A Nirvana realm powerhouse. It seems to be, it's the ancestor of this generation of the Anlin family. Some cultivators trembled. At the same time, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He stared at the golden-robed old man, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Previously, Lan Jing shot out a special divine light, and the two words Anlin were reflected in the sky. At that time, he guessed that the other party was asking for help. Now, it seemed that he was right. The old man who stepped over had an extremely similar aura to Lan Jing. He was definitely the ancestor of this generation of the Anlin family, and his cultivation was at the second level of the Nirvana realm. The old man of the Anlin family has jumped out. Whooshing crocodile sneered. As the Anlin family's ancestor attacked, the turbulent void shattered inch by inch, and the giant hand covered Lin Tian entirely. For a moment, the void around Lin Tian was confined, and even the air seemed to have stopped flowing. And this was only due to the strength of his physique. It was horrifying. This is over. No one below the Nirvana realm can block such a powerful physique attack. All the cultivators' hearts trembled. With a rumble, the Anlin family's ancestor's giant hand really fell, pressing down on Lin Tian's head, and the air hummed. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist and met the opponent's giant hand directly. He didn't fear the opponent in a pure physical confrontation, and he directly used his full strength in this punch. Dong. For a moment, the sky trembled violently as if there was an explosion of thunder. The power of the fist caused all of the nearby cultivators to pale in fright. Even the patriarch of the Anlin family was shaken. Then, in the next moment, Lin Tian's iron fist and the Anlin family's ancestor's giant hand collided. Bam! With a boom, the surrounding space collapsed. The Anlin family's ancestor trembled violently and was directly smashed several meters away. A few clear cracks appeared on the giant hand that pressed down on Lin Tian, and bright red blood floated out and sprinkled in the void. How is this possible? He seems to be in the Enlightenment realm, but his physique can actually compete with a Nirvana realm cultivator? He actually injured the Anlin family's Nirvana realm ancestor. Even the barbarian king physique, which is known as the strongest physique, isn't this exaggerated? This place, all the cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian actually injured a second-stage Nirvana realm cultivator with one punch. And Longjing had already recovered from his injury, and at this time, he also revealed a shocked expression. He had the chaotic king physique, and his cultivation was at the 8th stage of the Enlightenment realm, but he didn't have the confidence to injure a second-stage Nirvana realm cultivator with one punch because the Nirvana realm was already the 8th major realm on the path of cultivation, and the gap between it and the Enlightenment realm was too great. Lin Tian was now at the 7th stage of the Enlightenment realm, and there were 4 minor realms between him and the 2nd stage Nirvana realm ancestor, including the gap between the Enlightenment realm and the Nirvana realm. But under such circumstances, Lin Tian injured their ancestor with one punch. Even the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but stare. This guy. It always knew that Lin Tian's physique was abnormal, but at this time it was still a little surprised. After all, the gap between the 7th stage of the Enlightenment realm and the 2nd stage of the Nirvana realm was too great. Lin Tian, with his cultivation at the 7th stage of the Enlightenment realm, injured the 2nd stage Nirvana realm ancestor with one punch, which was really a little shocking. Only Lin Tian himself knew what was going on. First, he had the strongest reincarnation king physique. Second, he had experienced too many destructive heavenly tribulations. Third, and most importantly, he had refined a trace of the holy light origin and void origin of Wu Yi, who was at the celestial master level, not long ago, and used it to refine his flesh and bones, causing his physique to have an earth-shattering change. The effect was even more shocking than that of dozens of Enlightenment realm heavenly tribulations. Boom! The ice-cold divine energy rippled out, going against the sky, causing all the cultivators here to tremble fiercely. In the sky, the divine light around the Anlin family ancestor's body became even stronger, and the crack on his large hand was repaired in the blink of an eye. The gaze he used to stare at Lin Tian became even colder, even more icy. He was a dignified 2nd stage Nirvana realm expert, but his arm was actually injured by a single punch from an Enlightenment realm cultivator, almost shattering. Moreover, this was seen by many cultivators. This was an absolute humiliation. Junior. His voice was ice-cold, and the aura on his body surged like a volcano, surging, rushing against the heavens, vast and mighty in all directions. In just an instant, several different great Tao laws rushed out from his body, and terrifying Tao radiance covered all directions and 8 desolates. Within a radius of several hundred feet, every inch of the void was trembling because of this Tao radiance. Great Tao of fire, Great Tao of collapse, Great Tao of corrosion. 3 different types of Great Tao laws. It is said that after a cultivator reaches the Nirvana realm, they can gradually begin to control several different types of great Tao laws. This is actually true? All the cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. Lin Tian's gaze turned cold. The other party had brought out several types of great Tao laws, and in an instant, he felt a huge threat. Patriarch Anlin's eyes were like swords, and several types of great Tao surged. The entire sky was trembling as he pressed down on Lin Tian. Don't move. A zither-like voice floated in this space. Wu Yi transmitted her divine sense not far away. It was gentle and pleasant to the ears. In an instant, Patriarch Anlin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The divine power and great path precepts outside his body were annihilated. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his pupils could not stop twitching. Following the voice, his trembling gaze landed on Wu Yi. You, staring at Wu Yi, Patriarch Anlin trembled even more violently. His lips couldn't help but tremble, and cold sweat kept flowing down. The nearby cultivators couldn't help but be puzzled when they saw Patriarch Anlin's expression. They all followed Patriarch Anlin's gaze and saw Wu Yi at the side. All of a sudden, these people were all visibly moved. So beautiful. Did she walk out of a painting? Even a fairy can't do much, right? Is she really human? Many cultivators were stunned. It had to be said that Wu Yi was really beautiful. Even describing her as devastatingly beautiful would make people laugh. She stood there. Even though there was no expression on her face, she still made everyone pale in comparison. These cultivators were shocked by Wu Yi's peerless beauty, but then they all revealed puzzled expressions. This was because when Patriarch Anlin stared at Wu Yi, the fear in his eyes was too obvious, making these people feel strange. Why does the Anlin family's patriarch seem to be afraid of her? It seems. I think so too. But the aura around this girl's body doesn't seem strong at all. How could the Anlin family's patriarch, who's at the second heaven of nirvana, be afraid of her? The cultivators were even more puzzled. Even Enlanjing was moved. She could tell that the patriarch of her bloodline was afraid of Wu Yi. However, he wasn't an ordinary person after all. He immediately realized that Wu Yi should be an extremely powerful existence. When the two words "don't move" were transmitted, it should be some kind of pressure that targeted their clan's patriarch. Only their clan's patriarch could sense it. And to be able to make their clan's nirvana patriarch this scared, at the very least, she had to be a half-step emperor. This made his pupils contract again. Not only did Lin Tian have a holy weapon, by his side, there was actually such a powerful person. Patriarch Anlin's body trembled. At this time, he stared at Wu Yi, trembling even more fiercely. More cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Just now, when Wu Yi transmitted the two words "don't move," he clearly felt a wave of emperor might from Wu Yi's body. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying emperor might. It was as if the boundless universe revolved around Wu Yi's body, terrifying and horrifying. He looked at Wu Yi in horror. At this time, other than the word "you," he couldn't say anything else. It was also at this time that with a whoosh, Lin Tian moved. The duality puppet flashed, directly bypassing Patriarch Anlin. Using the holy bow as a sword, he used the high heaven sword scripture to slash at Enlanjing. Kung, immediately, clanging sword sounds rang out, piercing everyone's eardrums until they felt waves of pain. Patriarch Anlin's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly turned around, raising his hand to grab Lin Tian. "Junior. You better stop. I said, don't move." Wu Yi's voice rang out. Her voice was very soft, as if she didn't even have any strength. However, it made Patriarch Anlin tremble fiercely again, almost falling down from the void on the spot. "Old brat, you better obediently stay here. Don't think of using your seniority to bully brat Lin. Otherwise, I'll destroy you." Whooshing Crocodile sneered. It was also at this time that Lin Tian rushed in front of Enlanjing, and dozens of high heaven sword scriptures slashed out from the holy bow. Enlanjing's face was ashen, and she used the Chaos Celestial River to meet the attack. Boom, the two collided violently, exploding into a sky full of light. Then, Enlanjing was directly swept far away. "You're done for," Lin Tianling said coldly. Enlanjing was hit by his holy arrows more than 10 times in a row. Now, although she wasn't dead, she was already at the bottom of the valley. He could clearly sense this. He stared at Anlanjing, who was flying out, and his feet flashed, directly stepping in front of her, and smashing down with his holy bow like a staff. Poof, blood splattered, and Anlanjing was smashed into pieces on the spot. Ah! Anlanjing roared, and the broken pieces of flesh blossomed with blazing chaotic light, and in the blink of an eye, she reformed her physical body. However, Lin Tian was right beside her, and in an instant, he stepped in front of her again, clenched his right hand into a fist, and directly punched down. Dong! How strong was his body now? He could even injure second-stage Nirvana cultivators. Anlanjing exploded in the void with a single punch, and the chaotic king blood splattered everywhere, causing Anlanjing's aura to weaken greatly in an instant. Anlanjing roared, and the broken pieces of flesh flew out wildly, and waves of blood rolled, quickly reforming a new body. You have no chance, Lin Tianling said. At such a close distance, he didn't give Anlanjing the slightest chance to reform her physical body. He directly pulled the holy bow to the full moon, and shot out an arrow. Pu, pu, pu. Anlanjing's reformed body exploded again, and almost completely turned into a bloody mist. Jing Er. The Anlin family's patriarch's expression changed. His right hand moved slightly, and he couldn't help but want to attack. Old boy, the supreme existence on our side has already warned you, don't move recklessly. If you move again, die. Wuxing Crocodile threatened. This caused the Anlin family's patriarch to tremble, and his movements instantly became sluggish. Ah! Anlanjing's flesh was completely destroyed, but her powerful spirit was not destroyed. She let out a sullen roar. If you don't have a holy weapon, what are you? You can only lose miserably in my hands. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Without a holy weapon, you still can't defeat me, and the outcome won't change at all. The instant his words fell, he directly propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the laws of the great Tao surged together, and in the blink of an eye, formed a great reincarnation diagram. It mightily pressed down on Anlanjing, completely covering her undestroyed spirit. Die! Anlanjing's spirit roared, and soul light shone brightly. However, it couldn't block the divine power of the great reincarnation diagram at all. I can't accept this. I should. Poof, the great reincarnation diagram crushed over, destroying everything, and directly shattered her spirit, completely erasing her from the world. Anlanjing's soul shattered, chaotic blood floating in the air, bit by bit dazzling, making everyone's expressions change. That Anlanjing, she was actually, everyone's hearts trembled as they stared at Lin Tian in shock. Anlanjing's talent was unparalleled. She was known as an undefeatable legend in her generation. She even had the primal chaos physique, a physique that could allow her to enter the emperor realm even if she matured normally. But now, such a person who was destined to become an emperor was actually killed by Lin Tian. Jing. Jing Er. Jing Er. The Anlin clan's ancestor trembled. His eyes instantly turned red, filled with wisps of blood. Their Anlin family had gone through endless years to produce an exceptional genius. His aptitude was heaven-defying and his constitution was chaotic. In the future, he would definitely become an imperial emperor, able to push their Anlin family to incomparable heights. But now, he died just like that. Everything had turned into bubbles. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent. He stared at the Anlin clan's ancestor with killing intent in the depths of his eyes. He really wanted to kill the Anlin clan's ancestor right now. Although he wasn't a match for the Anlin clan's ancestor, he believed that as long as he asked, Wu Yi would definitely help him. However, he paused for a moment and ultimately didn't do so. This wasn't because he was soft-hearted. Earlier, the Anlin clan's ancestor directly attacked him. It was impossible for him to be soft-hearted. He just didn't want to ask Wu Yi to help him kill someone. He coldly glanced at the Anlin clan's ancestor and walked past him, heading in the direction of Wu Yi and Wuxing Crocodile. The Anlin clan's ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. When Lin Tian walked past him, his fingers twitched. The killing intent in his heart was as vast as the sea. He wanted to make a move against Lin Tian. However, in the end, he didn't do so. And Longjing's death made him hate Lin Tian to the core, and he wanted to grind Lin Tian's bones to dust. However, he still had a trace of reason left in him. He knew very well that he couldn't hurt Lin Tian because the terrifying Wu Yi was standing right there. Moreover, even if he was lucky enough to kill Lin Tian while Lin Tian was passing by, he would still die after that. Because killing Lin Tian would absolutely enrage Wu Yi, and the fury of a terrifying emperor was absolutely not something he, who was at the second level of Nirvana realm, could endure. So much so that once he did that, it was extremely likely that their Anlin clan, which had been passed down for countless years, would be directly erased from the world. Therefore, he did not dare to make a move against Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked past Patriarch Anlin unscathed and soon arrived beside Wu Yi and Wuxing Crocodile. "Big brother!" Little Ai shouted. Lin Tian smiled at Little Ai and nodded at Wu Yi. Because he knew that Wu Yi didn't like to talk much, he took the initiative to speak after a pause and said, "This place is done. Let's go." "Oh, we have to return to our previous position." Wu Yi nodded lightly. Just like last time, he didn't move at all, and there wasn't even a ripple of divine power. In the next moment, he disappeared with Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Ai, causing a group of cultivators nearby to be shocked. What's going on? Why did they suddenly disappear? Did they use a spatial teleportation platform? I don't think so. A group of cultivators widened their eyes. Many cultivators looked around, but in the end they couldn't find anything, only shock in their eyes. Ah! An angry roar sounded in front of him. It was Patriarch Anlin, and he was about to go mad with hatred. His voice caused the nearby cultivators to tremble, and they couldn't help but look at him. Then, they all remembered that Longjing with the chaotic physique had been killed. The chaotic physique has fallen. This time, the Anlin family can be said to be, someone muttered in an extremely low voice, but then he shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. This was because the Anlin family's patriarch was here, and they were afraid of angering the Anlin family's patriarch. Ah! Patriarch Anlin's roar shook the mountains, and the nearby void was directly shattered by the sound waves. In a broken mountain range, Lin Tian, Wu Yi, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Ai appeared out of thin air. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened, and then he looked at Wu Yi and muttered in a low voice. He silently shifted space again. At the side, Lin Tian's expression changed. This is, previously, before the 5 experts from the Zhan family and Longjing attacked, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness reacted, and he sensed the location of the new sword's soul fragment, and it just so happened that it was here. Originally, he and Wu Yi had said that they would turn back the way they came from, which was to turn back to the place where the 5 members of the Zhan clan, and Lan, and Xianxia were at when they arrived. Moreover, they wanted to fly back on their own. However, they did not expect that Wu Yi would actually directly bring them along and perform the great spatial movement like the last time. Moreover, it actually directly brought them to this place that he wanted to come from. He tilted his head and looked at Wu Yi. When he saw that Wu Yi was still very quiet, he knew that when he looked in this direction previously, Wu Yi must have noticed his gaze and knew that he wanted to come here, so she directly moved to this place. This made him feel a little touched. Although Wu Yi was usually very quiet and didn't seem to care about anything, she seemed to be very attentive. It was as if everything around her never left her sight. What's wrong? Wu Yi saw that Lin Tian had been staring at her for a long time, so she couldn't help but ask. Her voice was as gentle as ever. No, nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and strands of 7-colored light rippled out like ripples, pointing directly to the magnificent broken mountain in the middle of this damaged mountain range. Suddenly, his expression became serious, and he immediately turned his head to look at the broken mountain. He said goodbye to Wu Yi, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Ai, and directly stepped forward. His speed was not slow, and this place was very close to the broken mountain, so in just a moment, he appeared beside the broken mountain. When he came close to the broken mountain, this broken mountain seemed even more magnificent. The steep strange stones were everywhere, and the broken mountain was like the dragon body of the true dragon emperor. Buzz. At the bottom of his sea of consciousness, the divine sword trembled again, and a sword hummed in his sea of consciousness. 7-colored light overflowed, pointing directly to the bottom of the broken mountain. He lowered his head and opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker. At the same time, strands of 7-colored light in his sea of consciousness intertwined into his eyes. He looked at the bottom of the broken mountain, more than 5,000 feet deep, and then he saw a fist-sized 7-colored light source. In an instant, his eyes were intertwined with a bright light. He finally found the 7th sword soul fragment. "I'll go down, you guys wait for me here," he said to Wu Yi and the others. The fist-sized sword soul fragment was located 5,000 feet below the broken mountain. It shone with a 7-colored radiance, and because of the vibration of the divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, it moved on its own and floated to Lin Tian's chest as if it had a mind of its own. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. After a pause, he stretched out his right hand towards the colorful light source. Buzz! The colorful light source seemed to have its own consciousness. It jumped slightly and went directly into his right hand. Then, in the next moment, the 7-colored light followed his body and appeared in his sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. It went directly to the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. It paused slightly, like a 7-colored fairy, and instantly merged with him. Suddenly, the divine sword trembled, and its aura became stronger. The colorful light around the sword body became brighter. That thing again? This kid. Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. Although it wasn't the first time it saw Lin Tian find a sword soul fragment, it still had a strange expression on its face. For the first time, a hint of doubt flashed in Wu Yi's eyes. He stared at Lin Tian for a long time, then calmed down again. Buzz! At the bottom of Broken Mountain Range, Lin Tian stood still as the rainbow-colored radiance released by the divine sword in his sea of consciousness drifted to every corner of his body, bringing with it a shocking amount of spiritual qi, causing him to feel as if his entire body had turned soft and comfortable. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Then, he activated the Sun Heart Sutra and began to quickly refine the 7-colored light that was floating to various parts of his body. This caused his cultivation to begin to rise again, and the aura he exuded increased greatly. The 7th heaven was boiling at this time. The news of Enlongjing's death spread in all directions. What? Enlongjing was killed by a person of the same generation? How is that possible? That's the king body of chaos. It seems that no one in the same generation can block a few of his moves. Even many of the older generation powerhouses are not his opponents. How could she be killed by a person of the same generation? It is said that the man of the same generation as Enlongjing killed Enlongjing ruthlessly with a holy weapon. Saint weapon? In this region of heaven, the 3 top forces did not have a saint weapon, but the person who killed Enlongjing actually had a saint weapon? This? In a small restaurant, many cultivators were whispering to each other and discussing animatedly. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. A saint weapon is terrifying, but don't think that person killed the primal chaos body with just a saint weapon. According to others, the Enlon family's ancestor went there and that person injured the Enlon family's Nirvana realm ancestor with just a single punch. In the end, he even killed Enlongjing with the chaotic body right in front of the ancestor of the Enlon family. What? Killing Enlongjing in front of the Enlon family's ancestor? That person has reached the primal chaos realm? Not really. It is said that the person's cultivation is slightly lower than Enlongjing's. He is at the 7th level of Wuzhen. Then how can you kill Enlongjing in front of the Enlon family's ancestor? This is simply impossible. A person at the 7th level of Wuzhen, no matter how talented he is, even if he has a saint weapon, it is impossible for him to stop a Nirvana realm expert. The Enlon family's ancestor would not watch his family's peerless king physique get killed by a saint bow right in front of him, right? Yes. Many people were puzzled. Because? Someone said in a small voice, because it is said that the person who killed Enlongjing was accompanied by an absolutely beautiful woman. With just a few simple words, the Anlin family's ancestor was stunned, not daring to move at all. It is said that she is at least at the half-step emperor level, or even, possibly a true emperor level expert. What? That person has a half-step Emperor Realm expert, or even a true Emperor Realm expert backing him? Hearing this, all the cultivators were shocked. 7th Heaven, Northwest Position, Xian family. The Xian family was located in the middle of an immortal mountain. There were many palaces and pavilions, and the style was extremely extraordinary. What? A trembling voice sounded in one of the main palaces of the Xian family, mixed with unconcealable panic. In the main palace, the Xian family's patriarch, several grand elders, and even the Xian family's ancestor of this generation were all present. Their expressions were not good. The 5 half-step Nirvana realm experts they sent to kill Lin Tian were dead. Then, before they had time to be angry, they heard another rumor. Enlan Jing was killed by Lin Tiansha in front of the Enlan family's ancestor. The Enlan family's ancestor did not dare to move at all. And the reason was that there was a half-step Emperor Realm expert beside Lin Tian, or even a true Emperor Realm expert. How can this be? That beast actually has a half-step Emperor Realm expert beside him, or even a true Emperor Realm expert? Then among the big shots of the Xian family, many of them were trembling. Their Xian family had sent experts to kill Lin Tian again and again. They had crossed realms to kill him, ambushing and assassinating him. The grudge between them was too deep. Now that they heard that Lin Tian had a half-step emperor or even an emperor by his side, how could they not panic? One has to know that the strongest expert of their Xian family was only at the early Nirvana realm. Any half-step Emperor Realm expert could destroy their Xian family, and an Emperor Realm expert could wipe them out with a flick of a finger. If Lin Tian brought that powerful existence to their Xian family, wouldn't their Xian family face a great disaster? They might be directly wiped out. For a moment, the big shots of the Xian family were in a mess, and their hearts were beating violently. Immediately go to the Enlan family and ask, then we will make a plan. The Xian family's ancestor of this generation said in a low voice. In a place extremely far away from the Xian family, Lin Tian lived 5,000 feet under the broken mountain range. The light outside his body was getting stronger and stronger. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra, and strands of rainbow light entered his body. His cultivation was climbing up bit by bit, and the aura he emitted was getting stronger and stronger. Even his great Tao Law was gradually getting stronger. He found the 7th Sword Soul Fragment. The Sword Soul Fragment contained a shocking amount of spiritual energy, and it contained pure great Tao immortal kernels. When these spiritual energy immortal kernels entered his body, it naturally brought him great benefits. This is going to break through again? In the void above the broken mountain range, Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but stare. Wui stood at the side and was very quiet. Lin Tian lived below the broken mountain range. The aura outside his body was constantly getting stronger, and the great Tao Law was getting denser. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the rainbow light and golden divine light outside his body fused together, and his aura and Tao Law had reached a peak. Then, with a rumble, a majestic aura rushed out of his body. Suddenly, a shocking hurricane swept out, and the impact shattered the surrounding soil layer. This hurricane was very powerful, and it raged wantonly under the ground. It only calmed down after a dozen breaths. On the broken mountain range, Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth. 8th level of enlightenment. At this time, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes at the foot of the broken mountain range. In his eyes, 2 bright divine lights flashed. 8th level of enlightenment. He muttered to himself. He only felt that the divine power in his body had become much stronger, and his divine sense and great Tao Law had also become stronger. His combat strength had also made a huge improvement. This naturally made him very satisfied, and the depths of his eyes shone brightly. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had already calmed down. Only the complex and mysterious patterns on the sword body were brighter and clearer. He still couldn't understand this, so he simply didn't care. After taking a deep breath, he stood up from where he was and appeared on the broken mountain range in a flash. He came to Wu Yi, Little AI, and Wuxing Crocodile. Motherf ***, your cultivation speed is really as freakish as your master. You are indeed of the same origin. Wuxing Crocodile bared its teeth. Lin Tian had just ascended from 4th level of enlightenment to 7th level of enlightenment not long ago. Now, his cultivation had risen again and reached 8th level of enlightenment. This really surprised it and made it want to roll its eyes. Not bad, Lin Tian said. As he spoke, he looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi was as calm as ever. When she saw him looking over, she looked at him without blinking. Her expression didn't change at all, and she didn't say a word. Lin Tian, this really made him feel a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said to Wu Yi, "Let me think about it and see where I can take you." "Kid, don't think about it. Go directly to the Zhan family." The 5 elements crocodile opened his mouth and sneered, "Now that you've reached the 8th heavenly layer of enlightenment, you can make a trip to the Zhan family. You're always being chased by them. Let's also take the initiative this time and go directly to their door." With that said, it added, "Lord Crocodile has an Ascension Divine Pill that you refined before. With your current cultivation, after swallowing this Ascension Divine Pill, your combat power will increase tenfold. It will be absolutely no problem for you to destroy the current Zhan family." The Zhan family previously crossed to the 5th heaven to hunt them down. They ambushed him and Lin Tian at the space-time portal of the 7th heaven for 3 years. After they failed, they continued to pursue them again and again, which naturally made him very unhappy. Lin Tian's eyes flashed suddenly, then he glanced at Wuxing Crocodile. "Are you willing to take out that Ascension Divine Pill?" Although he has now reached the 8th heavenly layer of enlightenment, it is impossible to kill a powerhouse at the early nirvana stage. However, if he uses the Ascension Divine Pill to increase his combat power tenfold, it will be easy to do. "When has Lord Crocodile ever been stingy?" Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian suddenly smiled and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then, let's kill them," he said. He originally wanted to go to the Zhan family in person to settle the grievances. At this time, Wuxing Crocodile said so, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. Immediately, he said something to Wu Yi. Wu Yi nodded slightly, and then the group walked towards the Zhan family. Wuxing Crocodile was very familiar with the 7th heaven. He led the way, and it didn't take long for them to come to a continuous mountain range with magnificent palaces. "The Zhan family's land is here. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian raised his head and looked ahead. Inside the Zhan family's territory, there were palaces connected to each other. They were all magnificent, and there were even floating islands. The aura around them was exceptionally rich, and the aura around them was very magnificent. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Let's go." Arriving here, the group's pace was neither fast nor slow. It didn't take long for them to reach the Zhan family's territory. "Who is it?" Outside the Zhan family's territory, the disciples guarding the gate saw the group of people and immediately shouted. However, in the blink of an eye, the person saw the faces of the group of people. When he saw Lin Tian's face clearly, his face turned pale with fright. It's you," the person was terrified. At the same time, the other disciples guarding the gate outside the Zhan family also saw Lin Tian. They all trembled in shock and fear. As the children of the Zhan family, they naturally know that Lin Tian is someone their family has always wanted to kill. They know that Lin Tian is very powerful. In the past 10 days, the 7th heaven was shaken. And Lanjing with the chaotic body was killed by Lin Tian, and there was even a half-step emperor by Lin Tian's side, which made Lin Tian even more terrifying. Now that they saw Lin Tian's group coming to their territory, how could they not be afraid? You want to," several people trembled. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he walked forward slowly. The Zhan family's guards were all trembling. Seeing Lin Tian step forward, they didn't dare to stop him and all stepped back. Lin Tian's pace didn't change. It didn't take long for him to step directly into the Zhan family's territory. For a time, inside the Zhan family's territory, the faces of the Zhan family's children all changed, revealing a horrified expression. It's that person," the Zhan family's children panicked. Love go little say the enmity between Lin Tian and the Zhan family is something these Zhan family members are very clear about. They also know how powerful Lin Tian is, and they have also heard about the recent rumors in the 7th heaven. At this time, Lin Tian came to the Zhan family. These Zhan family members naturally didn't think that Lin Tian came to their family for a chat. All of them trembled in fear. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of figures rushed out from the depths of the Zhan family. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Lin Tian. Dozens of people, including the Zhan family's ancestor, the surviving half-step to Nirvana stage elders, the current head of the Zhan family, and the Zhan family's Wuzhen elders, all had fearful expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable panic. Little friend, the great emperor, greets the great emperor. Led by the Zhan family's ancestor, dozens of people all saluted Lin Tian and Wu Yi. More than 10 days ago, news of Enlon Jing's death and the existence of at least a half-step emperor rank expert by Lin Tian's side spread throughout the seventh heaven. The Zhan family's old ancestor personally went to the Enlon family's old ancestor to inquire about this matter. The Zhan family and the Enlon family have been friends for generations. Although the Enlon family's ancestor was extremely depressed because of the loss of the descendant of the chaos body, the Zhan family's ancestor still obtained a lot of information. There is an emperor beside Lin Tian. After that, the Zhan family's ancestor was terrified. When they learned about this, the other big shots of the Zhan family were even more terrified. They chased Lin Tian so many times and used all kinds of methods, but they only learned that there is an emperor standing beside Lin Tian. An emperor. They actually chased after someone who has the support of an emperor again and again. With such a peerless existence by his side, if Lin Tian brought him to their Zhan family would definitely be destroyed. Thus, in these 10 days, the Zhan family's big shots were all on tenterhooks, terrified at every moment. At this time, when Lin Tian came to the Zhan family's big shots naturally sensed it at the first moment, running out together. Little friend, please forgive us. In the past, it was our descendants who were rude and offended you. Please forgive us. In the future, our family will not dare to offend you in the slightest. The Zhan family's ancestor faced Lin Tian Dao. Little friend, please forgive us. The other big shots of the Zhan family also spoke, their bodies trembling slightly. Knowing that there is an emperor behind Lin Tian, these people's expressions were one of panic and fear. Lin Tian stared at these people and couldn't help but smile. Your Zhan family, when I was still in the fifth heaven, you sent people to cross realms to hunt me and my friends twice. After failing, you guessed that we would come to the seventh heaven, so you sent people to ambush us at the space-time portal of the seventh heaven for 3 years. After failing, you chased us several times in a row. Even half-step Nirvana experts were sent to hunt us down. You guys have tried to kill me time and time again. Now that you know I have an emperor rank existence by my side, you're scared. You just want to apologize and not offend me again. In this world, there isn't such a good thing, right? He said. Whooshing Crocodile sneered, do you think Master Crocodile and Brat Lin can chase us for fun? Without paying any price? The big shots of the Zhan family trembled, and their faces became more flustered. The Zhan family's ancestor glanced at Wu Yi, his body trembling slightly, and looked at Lin Tian Dao. Little friend, what do you want to let go of my Zhan family? Whatever you want, just say it. As long as my Zhan family has it, we will take it out immediately. Even if my Zhan family doesn't have it, we will find it in the future and offer it to you with both hands. If you have anything you want my Zhan family to do, my Zhan family will definitely do it. Lin Tian had an emperor behind him, so the Zhan family's ancestor didn't dare to contradict him in the slightest. There was only fear in his heart. The other big shots of the Zhan family also echoed. They looked at Wu Yi in fear, and then their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the Zhan family's ancestor and looked at the big shots of the Zhan family. He naturally knew that these people were really afraid of Wu Yi, not him. Looking at these people, his expression was still indifferent. Don't talk so much nonsense. Didn't you want to kill me? I came to your door. If you want to kill me, I will kill you. He said, you don't have to think that I will suppress your Zhan family with the power of an emperor-level existence. Although you have nothing to say if I do that, I prefer to solve my own problems. The grievances between us, I will settle them with your Zhan family. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. Lin Tian's clothes fluttered without wind, and a strong sword aura spread out in all directions. Such a strong sword aura made everyone, except for the Zhan family's ancestor, tremble. All of them felt their hearts palpitate. Wu Yi was very quiet. He brought little AI and slowly rose into the sky without saying a word. Brat, catch. Whooshing crocodile through the Transcendence Supreme Elixir that Lin Tian gave it to Lin Tian before flying into the sky with Wu Yi. In the blink of an eye, the 2 humans and 1 demon were far away from the Zhan family's territory. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He caught the Transcendence Supreme Elixir that Whooshing crocodile threw over and looked at the big shots of the Zhan family. Come. Before you die, at least preserve some of your dignity as a cultivator, he said. Beside him, a sword gleam appeared on its own. It clanged and slashed towards the Zhan family's ancestor and the others. This sword gleam was not weak. Other than the Zhan family's ancestor, the other big shots of the Zhan family were shocked and quickly dodged. Young friend, you, clang, beside Lin Tian, the sword gleam appeared again. It was even stronger and slashed towards the big shots of the Zhan family. Don't call me young friend. I am your enemy. I have nothing to do with the word friend, he said indifferently. The big shots of the Zhan family all had ugly expressions on their faces. They all dodged the sword gleam. However, many of the pavilions and halls were destroyed, and debris flew everywhere. Young friend, don't be too overbearing. The Zhan family's ancestor's face turned green. Lin Tian's expression was cold. The sword gleam appeared again. This time, it was even stronger and more shocking. It slashed towards the Zhan family's ancestor. With a cracking sound, the surrounding void shattered. You have chased after me so many times. You have chased me across realms and ambushed me at the spacetime portal for 3 years. You even sent a half-step to Nirvana Realm Cultivator. Now, you say that I am overbearing? Are all of you big families and power so shameless? Do you think that you are the only ones who can suppress and kill others? Do you think that when others retaliate, you are overbearing? He said. After he finished speaking, another sword gleam appeared and went straight for the Zhan family's ancestor. In an instant, the sharp sword aura sealed the Zhan family's ancestor and slashed towards his head. The Zhan family's ancestor raised his hand. Infinite divine light gathered in his hands. With one palm, he shattered all of Lin Tian's sword gleams. Young friend, don't go overboard. The Zhan family's ancestor looked at Wu Yi, who was far away. He gritted his teeth and said, I will give face to the great emperor behind you. I will not attack you. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat me? Lin Tian's expression was cold. He did not want to waste any more words with the Zhan family's ancestor. With a flash of his feet, he appeared in front of the Zhan family's ancestor. His golden iron fist slammed down mercilessly. Boom! This was a punch that he had unleashed with all his might. The terrifying might of the punch caused the space in all directions to collapse. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Zhan family, causing the expressions of everyone in the Zhan family to change drastically. They were all shocked by the might of the punch. Even the Zhan family's ancestor, who was in the Nirvana realm, had a drastic change in his expression. He quickly blocked the attack and met it with a punch of his own. Bam! The 2 fists collided in the blink of an eye. The space around the 2 fists shattered again. Then, there was another shocking sound. The Zhan family's ancestor was forced back. Cracks appeared on his fist, and blood dripped from the void. Such a scene caused everyone in the Zhan family to be shocked again. In a pure physical collision, their Nirvana realm ancestor was defeated. He was forced back by Lin Tian, who was in the Enlightenment realm, and his fist was broken. This, everyone in the Zhan family was shocked. The Zhan family's ancestor was also shocked. He had heard rumors that Lin Tian's physical body was terrifying. Back then, even the ancestor of the Anlin family was at a disadvantage. Hence, he did not hold back when he punched. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. Clang, the sound of the sword rang. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He attacked again. This time, hundreds of towering heaven's sword radiance rushed out from his body and slashed towards the Zhan family's ancestor. The powerful sword aura sealed every inch of space around the Zhan family's ancestor. The Zhan family's ancestor's face was ashen. He smashed Lin Tian's towering heaven sword radiance into pieces. He looked at Wu Yi, who was far away, and then looked at Lin Tian. He knew that Lin Tian would not give up today no matter what. He immediately let out a low roar. Divine light surged around his body, and several types of great Tao laws were activated. His eyes were filled with malevolence and viciousness. Since you insist on attacking my Zhan family, then you shall die first. With a boom, he charged towards Lin Tian with boundless divine light. Violent divine power intertwined, and several types of great path precepts surged together. The Zhan family's ancestor exerted all his strength and directly sealed the space within a radius of a few hundred feet, not giving Lin Tian any chance to dodge. He wanted to kill Lin Tian with one blow. This fluctuation was so terrifying that Lin Tian, who had reached level 8 of Enlightenment Realm, instantly felt immense pressure. However, his expression did not change at all. He swallowed the Transcendence Elixir in his left hand. Boom! Suddenly, the aura outside his body skyrocketed, like an active volcano that had been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years erupting. The terrifying fluctuation caused the entire Zhan family to tremble. The Zhan family's ancestor just happened to arrive in front of Lin Tian at this moment. His expression changed drastically. This aura made him, who was in the Nirvana realm, feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Lin Tian did not say anything unnecessary. He raised his right hand and punched down. This time, he just casually threw a punch, but the result was extremely terrifying. It immediately tore apart the endless killing light that the Zhan family's ancestor brought out. Then, the terrifying power of the punch shattered the Zhan family's ancestor in the blink of an eye. Ancestor! The Zhan family's patriarch and the others all had a change of expression. At the same time, the ordinary disciples of the Zhan family were also shocked and horrified. The Nirvana realm ancestor of their clan, who had attacked with all his strength, was actually blasted apart by a casual punch. His aura, how did it suddenly skyrocket so much? Everyone was horrified. In the distant sky, whooshing crocodile sighed. This kid swallowed the Transcendence Elixir with his level 8 of Enlightenment Realm cultivation base to increase his strength by 10 times in all aspects. It's really terrifying. This aura. TSK. Big Brother is so powerful. Little AI clenched her little fist. Wu Yi was as calm as ever, like the surface of a still spring. Ah! There was a roar of anger in the Zhan family. The Zhan family's ancestor reassembled his body in the blink of an eye and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Staring at Lin Tian, the old ancestor of the Zhan family felt his heart skip a beat. The aura coming from Lin Tian was way too strong. At this moment, Lin Tian was way stronger than him. The old ancestor of the Zhan family felt a chill run down his spine as his internal organs trembled. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. With his cultivation of the 8th sky of enlightenment, he couldn't fight against a person of the Nirvana realm. However, after swallowing a divine elixir, it was different. Now, his divine sense, physique, divine power, spirit, speed and other aspects of strength had increased by 10 times. The ancestor of the Zhan family in the Nirvana realm was already weak and pitiful in his eyes. He looked at the Zhan family's patriarch and waved his left hand. The holy weapon, deity-slaying bow, appeared immediately. This is a holy weapon. The expressions of the Zhan family members changed again. The old ancestor of the Zhan family trembled as he stared at Lin Tian. You want to do, Buzz? Lin Tian pulled the bowstring directly. An even more terrifying holy aura surged out and instantly interrupted the words of the Zhan family's patriarch. In an instant, spiritual energy surged from all directions. Together with his golden divine power, it surged into the holy bow. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into an extremely dazzling holy arrow of slaughter. The tip of the arrow was aimed straight at the Zhan family's patriarch. The Zhan family's patriarch's face instantly changed. Facing the holy arrow of slaughter that was aimed at him, the threat of death drowned him in the blink of an eye. Young friend, please stop, I'll send you on your way. Lin Tiantan said coldly, interrupting the words of the Zhan family's patriarch once again. Then, his right hand that was pulling the bowstring loosened. In an instant, there was a loud bang. The dazzling holy arrow of slaughter flew out like a meteor piercing through the sky. Its speed was extremely fast and its power was terrifying. With a puff, it pierced through the chest of the Xian family's patriarch. Then, it dragged the Xian family's patriarch's body for more than 10,000 feet before it exploded with a puff. Even the divine soul in his body was shattered. In an instant, the Xian family became dead silent. Not a single sound could be heard. After a few breaths, the group of Xian family's grand elders and patriarch of the Xian family finally reacted. Patriarch. The big shots of the Xian family were terrified. Their clan's ancestor, a holiness of nirvana-level cultivator, was killed by a single arrow. They stared into the distance and then looked at Lin Tian. Every one of them was trembling, and this time, their trembling was even more intense. Young friend. Spare us. Please forgive us. Young friend, have mercy. Let us go. The big shots of the Xian family begged for mercy in fear. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. You kill me, and I kill you. It's fair and reasonable. If you want to live, you have to defeat me. He stood on the spot, not moving an inch. Divine light intertwined around his body, and his aura was terrifying. The big shots of the Xian family trembled in fear and despair. Their clan's nirvana-level patriarch was killed so easily. How could they defeat Lin Tian? Must you be so ruthless? Why must you be so vicious? A Xian family grand elder said unwillingly. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept a glance at this person. His eyes were cold. It's right for you to kill me, but it's vicious for me to kill you all? When the Xian family grand elder who spoke heard this, his face suddenly became a little livid. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He couldn't be bothered to listen to this person's nonsense. He directly used the holy bow in place of a sword and slashed out a ray of sword light. With a poof, the person who spoke was smashed into pieces. Even his divine soul was destroyed in his crumbling body. His current cultivation was at the 8th heaven of enlightenment. Even under normal circumstances, it was not difficult to kill a half-step nirvana-level grand elder of the Xian family, not to mention now that he had swallowed the Transcendence Divine Pill to increase his combat power by 10 times. After killing this person, he coldly tilted his head and looked at the Xian family patriarch and the other big shots. It's your turn. The Xian family patriarch and the others trembled fiercely. Their eyes were filled with fear and regret. They regretted why they had to chase after Lin Tian again and again. Not to mention the fact that they had lost so many strong people of their families, they even ended up in such a situation now. However, with the Xian family patriarch as the leader, these people's faces became ferocious again. This was because at this time, they all knew that Lin Tian would not let it go no matter what. No matter how they pleaded, it was impossible to have the slightest bit of effect. Even if we die, we will make you pay the price, you vicious bastard. A Xian family grand elder roared and madly rushed towards Lin Tian. The aura outside his body became violent and chaotic. Far away, whooshing crocodile sneered. Want to self-destruct to hurt the enemy? You're quite decisive. Lin Tian naturally saw this and didn't care at all. He raised his hand and slashed out a ray of sword light. With a poof, the Xian family grand elder was smashed into pieces before he could successfully self-destruct. His body exploded, and his divine soul was also destroyed. Kill. The other Xian family elders roared and learned to self-destruct. They madly rushed towards Lin Tian with resentment in their eyes. Lin Tian stood where he was and didn't move at all. He only used the Saint Bow in his hand as a sword and casually slashed out rays of sword light. Poof, 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 bloody mists exploded one after another. The Xian family elders who rushed towards Lin Tian died tragically one after another. Lin Tian attacked mercilessly. He only stood where he was and swung his sword. Golden rays of sword light shot out from the Saint weapon-level deity slaying bow, shattering the void and cutting everything into pieces. One by one, the Xian family elders died tragically in the Xian family residence. Bastard! You deserve to die. I curse you to die a horrible death. The Xian family patriarch roared with resentment. You big families and forces are usually arrogant and domineering, bullying and suppressing others as you wish. When others come knocking on your door and you're no match for them, you only know how to curse. At the end of the day, you're all a bunch of trash. Lin Tiantan said coldly. The Zhan family patriarch's face turned green, and the viciousness in his eyes intensified. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian waved his hand and a golden ray of sword light flashed past and landed on the Zhan family patriarch's body. In an instant, the Zhan family patriarch exploded, his body and soul destroyed. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the other Zhan family elders and above. He attacked mercilessly and pulled the saint bow again. Wang, in the Zhan family residence, spiritual energy surged. He pulled the bowstring and released it, shooting out dozens of saint-slaying arrows. Although he had casually shot out these arrows, they were ultimately killing arrows shot out from a saint weapon. Furthermore, he had shot out these arrows with his current battle strength that had increased by 10 times. Therefore, every single arrow could instantly kill a half-step to Nirvana stage practitioner. Poof, 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 bloody mists exploded continuously. In just a few breaths' time, all the Zhan family elders and above were killed. In an instant, blood dyed the Zhan family residence red. The ordinary Zhan family disciples were terrified and in despair. Ancestor, Grand Elders, Patriarch, the Zhan family disciples were terrified. These people trembled as they looked at Lin Tian in despair. Let us go. Someone begged for mercy in fear. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the ordinary Zhan family disciples. Did you guys want to kill me in the past? Hearing his words, the disciples of the Zhan family trembled, and the fear in their eyes became even more intense. Don't kill us, please, please. No one dared to answer this question. They only begged for mercy. Lin Tian's cultivation was extremely powerful now. Just by looking at the Zhan family disciples' expressions, he knew that these people had wanted to kill him in the past. He stared at these people and spoke after a while. I won't kill you, but I will definitely not leave behind any threat to my family and friends. His expression was calm as he formed a seal with one hand. He activated the 4-symbol seal with his battle prowess that had increased by 10 times. In an instant, mini Dao diagrams of the 4 symbols flew out and quickly entered the bodies of every Zhan family disciple. Instantly, the Zhan family disciples trembled violently. The aura on their bodies decreased rapidly and disappeared in a few breaths' time. My cultivation? My true yuan, my divine power is gone. Everyone from the Zhan family was in a state of panic. All of their cultivation states had disappeared at this moment. They were all ordinary people now. Lin Tian stared at these people coldly. Scram. The disciples of the Zhan family all panicked, and their faces turned pale. Their cultivations had all been crippled. Cultivation, my cultivation, everyone trembled. They were originally powerful cultivators, but in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ordinary mortals. This blow was too great. For a moment, all the disciples of the Zhan family trembled, and some even wailed as if the world had collapsed. Lin Tian stared at the Zhan family and said coldly, "Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to kill all of you?" As soon as he said that, the disciples of the Zhan family trembled violently again, and their wailing disappeared in the blink of an eye. Go. Let's go now. Someone said, rolling and crawling out of the family. Then, the other disciples of the Zhan family also ran out of the family, and no one even packed their luggage or other things. Now that they had lost their cultivation, they were in pain and despair, but they were still alive. They were really afraid that Lin Tian would change his mind and kill them all here. These people had lost their cultivation, and their speed was limited. Many of them stumbled and fell after running a few steps, but they did not dare to stop. They stood up and ran out of the family. Just like that, the ordinary disciples of the Zhan family all ran out of the Zhan family's territory and fled to a farther place. TSK. Heartless Crocodile glanced at these people and landed in the Zhan family's territory. Wu Yi brought little AI with him. He quietly descended from the sky. Wuxing Crocodile came to Lin Tian's side and said, "You've dealt with it quite quickly. You've taken away all the accumulation of this lineage." Lin Tian nodded. Of course. He was not slow, and soon, he took away all the Zhan family's resources. There were a total of 3 high-grade divine weapons, many mid-grade and low-grade divine weapons, and even more Dao weapons and immortal artifacts. The Lingjing's was at least 5 million kilograms. At the same time, the divine pills, precious medicines, secret techniques, and ancient scriptures of this lineage were all swept away by him. The value was quite extraordinary. After that, he arrived at the center of the Zhan family's territory. He channeled the dragon burial scripture with tenfold battle prowess and broke through the soil, revealing the Zhan family's foundation. There were a total of 128 immortal veins under it. Using the strange secret art recorded in the dragon burial scripture, he compressed all 128 immortal veins into the size of small dragons, then sealed them with dragon patterns and put them into the stone ring. These immortal veins, as well as the 5 million kilograms of Lingjing that he had collected from the Zhan family, were all prepared to be absorbed by the little guy in the divine egg, so that the little guy could be born earlier. Done, he said. At this time, all the valuable things in the Zhan family had been kept by him. Then let's go, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Wu Yi. Then, he gestured for Wu Yi and little AI to walk out of the Zhan family together. Immediately after, when they were about 100 feet away from the Zhan family's territory, he waved his hand and slashed out a dense sword aura behind him. All the sword auras landed on the Zhan family's territory. In the blink of an eye, the Zhan family's territory was completely destroyed. Smoke and dust spread in the Zhan family's territory. Lin Tian and the others didn't care. They walked further away without looking back. Lord Crocodile knows of a few good places in this heaven region. I haven't been there before. Why don't we take a look? Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian had no objections. He looked at Wu Yi and asked, "What do you think?" Okay. Wu Yi sent out a divine thought. It was as concise as ever. Lin Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. This heavenly venerable level woman was too easy to deal with. No matter where they went, she had no objections. Let's go. You lead the way. We'll follow, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. Let's go. Wuxing Crocodile smiled. We should be able to dig out a lot of good treasures. Hee, it's best to dig out a divine vein. Lin Tian gave it a sideways glance and slowly followed it. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. After the destruction of Anlanjing with the chaos physique, the seventh heaven was once again in chaos. Some people discovered that one of the top forces in this heaven, the Zhan family, was destroyed. The place where the Zhan family was established turned into a dilapidated ruin. The most important thing is that some people found out who destroyed the Zhan family through some descendants who were lucky enough to survive. It's that person again? It hasn't been long since he killed the chaos physique, but he actually destroyed the Zhan family. Does he have a grudge with the Zhan family? I heard that Xianxia of the Zhan family provoked that person and was beheaded. The Zhan family has been chasing that person for many times. The Zhan family has been passed down for so long, but many people's hearts palpitated in shock. At the same time, the Anlin family, which is a close friend of the Zhan family, trembled when they heard this news. Even the Nirvana realm old ancestor of this generation was no exception. Lin Tian had brought the monarch emperor along and destroyed the Zhan family. If he suddenly had a sudden impulse and came to the Anlin family, then what could the Anlin family use to block him? For a time, the big shots of this faction were all flustered. Every one of them was on tenterhooks. Time flew by, and soon, another 6 months passed. In these 6 months, with Wuxing Crocodile leading the way, Lin Tianyi and the others went to various mysterious and fantastical places in the heaven domain. Along the way, they found many things. They found many Genesis veins, Lingjing, and so on, which raised Wuxing Crocodile's cultivation to the 5th heavenly layer of enlightenment realm. Lin Tian reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of enlightenment realm. At the same time, the sacred egg in his body also absorbed more spirit chi. The patterns on the surface of the egg became brighter, and it seemed that it would be born soon. Of course, as they passed through one mysterious place after another, they also encountered danger several times. They encountered dangers that were enough to kill Nirvana realm powerhouses, but in the end, they passed through them easily because they had Wu Yi, who was at the Empyrean realm, with them. On this day, 3 people and 1 crocodile stepped out of the mountain and walked to a flat grassland. The green grass swayed with the breeze. I'm going back. Wui looked at Lin Tian and sent a gentle message. Go back? Lin Tian was a little moved. He had been with this quiet girl for half a year and felt that she was very familiar and close. They got along very well. Now that he suddenly heard that she was going to leave, he was a little reluctant to part with her. However, he quickly calmed down and asked. Where are you going back? The 9th heaven, on the mountain. Wu Yi said. You came from the 9th heaven? Lin Tian asked. Yeah. Wu Yi responded. Lin Tian nodded. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all. With Wu Yi's strength, it's normal for her to live in the 9th heaven. He looked at Wu Yi and wanted to persuade her to stay, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Then, see you next time. He said. Okay. Wu Yi sent a message to Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. Thank you. Then, her eyes landed on Lin Tian, her lips moving. This was the 2nd time she opened her mouth to speak since they met. Her voice was still soft, even more pleasant than divine will. Thank you. Her words were concise, but they contained a lot of things. She thanked Lin Tian for inviting her to travel with him, and also thanked Lin Tian for risking his life to help her resolve the collision of the 2 monarch bodies. Lin Tian could roughly understand what Wu Yi was thinking at this time. He shook his head slightly and said. It's what I should do. Whether it's because Wu Yi saved his life, or because Wu Yi is the master of little AI, or because Wu Yi made him feel very familiar and close to her, it's worth it. Even if he dies at that time, he will have no complaints. Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian. Her eyes wavered slightly, but they soon became calm again. She stood quietly in the same place. The void behind her cracked open, and a world portal appeared. Hazy light intertwined in it. Big brother, AI will miss you. Little AI stood next to Wu Yi and waved at Lin Tian. Since Wu Yi was going back, she naturally had to go back with her. Lin Tian chuckled and waved at little AI. Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian. She was beautiful and gentle. She sent a message to Lin Tian with her divine sense. Goodbye. She took one last look at Lin Tianyi. Behind her, the world portal surged and swallowed her and little AI together. In the blink of an eye, the 2 disappeared from this space. Lin Tian looked at the empty space in front of him with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He was slightly dazed. Clang, suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of a sword reverberated. A rain of blood-red light suddenly fell from the sky like floating flower petals. However, it was intertwined with an extremely cold and murderous aura. It was extremely terrifying. A glaring blood-red sword slashed directly at Lin Tian. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. It was like a celestial flying from the heavens. Lin Tian was staring blankly at the place where Wu Yi and little AI had left. When the killing sword approached, his whole body trembled. He couldn't even dodge in time. Get out of the way. The 5 elements alligator rushed past from the side, knocking Lin Tian away with a bang. Splat, blood splattered. Wuxing Crocodile was directly penetrated. Its aura instantly weakened to the point where it was even weaker than a flame. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. Old Crocodile. He moved his feet and appeared beside Wuxing Crocodile. Golden divine light rushed out of his body and enveloped Wuxing Crocodile. He immediately activated the sun's nirvana technique. Blood-red flames rushed toward Wuxing Crocodile to help Wuxing Crocodile heal. However, the effect was minimal. Wuxing Crocodile's aura was rapidly decreasing. It was like a fragile ceramic that could shatter at any time. Myriad extinguishing god dynasties. Blood soul slaughtering Dao technique. Speaking of which, why did Grandpa Crocodile block this killing sword for you? No. It shouldn't be. Wuxing Crocodile's body was penetrated. There was a transparent bloody hole in the front and back that was difficult to heal. It was a ghastly sight. Blood dripped from its mouth. This group of F***curs. They aimed, the moment Miss Wu Yi left. I F***ck it. Grandpa. Don't talk. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and activated the sun's nirvana technique even faster. Blood-red flames continuously surged toward Wuxing Crocodile. He also activated the King's Territory reincarnation diagram and Great Dao nomological laws to protect Wuxing Crocodile's lifeline. At the same time, he opened his delusion breaker eyes and scanned his surroundings. He stepped on the yin and yang ho and flew away with Wuxing Crocodile. The myriad extinguishing god dynasty's assassins were here again. They were in the dark. If he stayed where he was, it would definitely be very disadvantageous for him. Clang. 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 Lin Tian turned pale. The 9 sword radiances were too fast, and their auras were extremely powerful. They sealed off every inch of space around him, making it difficult for him to move. Even if he opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker, it would not be of much use. Although he could capture a trace of their movement, their speed was so fast that he could not stop them. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. It was enough to guess that the people who slashed out the 9 swords were all Nirvana realm experts. Clang, the 9 killing swords slashed in front of him in the blink of an eye, all aimed at his forehead. Death drowned him. However, at this moment, the space suddenly trembled. The air seemed to have stopped flowing, and the 9 killing swords stopped in front of him. Beside him, the void suddenly split open. Wu Yi, who had left, walked out again with little AI, like a god. Chi. 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 Chi, a crisp sound was heard. The 9 killing swords collapsed and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, in a place far away, 9 different spatial ripples appeared in 9 different places. Obviously, the assassins of the Great Extinguishing Divine Court had begun to escape, and they had used the space teleportation platform. Come back. Wu Yi sent out his divine thought. In this world, the void surged like waves. Bang! 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 9 black-robed figures were shaken out, and all of them rolled onto the grassland. They were immediately imprisoned and suppressed. They could not even move a finger. Everything happened too quickly. Lin Tian was shocked. He did not expect that Wu Yi, who had left, would return. However, he quickly reacted and said anxiously, Wu Yi, help. Wuxing Crocodile had blocked the Great Extinguishing Divine Court's blood-soul slaughtering Dao technique for him. It was too severely injured. Although he had suppressed its injuries with the Sun Nirvana technique, the reincarnation diagram, and the Great Path Order, it was not easy to completely heal it. At this moment, he did not have the time to be surprised by Wu Yi's return, and he did not have the time to care about the suppressed assassins of the Great Extinguishing Divine Court. Uncle Croc. Little AI couldn't help but cry out in alarm when she saw the hole in the Wuxing Crocodile's body. Wu Yi raised her hand and pointed a finger at Wuxing Crocodile. Immediately, Wuxing Crocodile's wounds healed rapidly. The bloody hole disappeared in the blink of an eye, and its monster body recovered. Its essence, chi, and spirit also reached their peak in an instant. It was even slightly stronger than before. It shook the 5 colored wings behind it and flew up. Thank you, Miss Wu Yi. It thanked Wu Yi. Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Wu Yi and thanked her. Wu Yi's voice was calm. I walk slowly, so I can still sense this place. Lin Tian nodded. He understood why Wu Yi had returned. He tilted his head and looked at the few assassins from the all-extinguishing god dynasty who were being suppressed not far away. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely thick. In their sea of consciousness, there should be very powerful fragmentary divine runes. Can you suppress them? He asked Wu Yi. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes flashed with a demonic light. It naturally knew why Lin Tian asked this question. It couldn't help but look at Wu Yi. Yes. Wu Yi replied. Lin Tian stared at the 9 assassins from the all-extinguishing god dynasty. His eyes were extremely cold. Help me suppress them. Wu Yi nodded. A circle of light fell on the 9 assassins from the all-extinguishing god dynasty. The 9 of them suddenly trembled. "Done," she said. The fragmentary divine runes were very troublesome. Once touched by an external force, it would immediately explode with a terrifying destructive force. There was almost no way to avoid it. The more powerful the person, the more troublesome the fragmentary divine runes would be. The 9 assassins from the all-extinguishing god dynasty were all Nirvana realm powerhouses. The person who planted the fragmentary divine runes on them was most likely the ruler of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. Ordinary emperors wouldn't dare to touch them. However, this was nothing to Wu Yi. Lin Tian nodded. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He approached the 9 black-robed assassins and approached one of them. This person was suppressed by Wu Yi and couldn't move. However, he could still speak. He said coldly, "What are you doing?" Just now, the 9 of them all heard that Lin Tian wanted Wu Yi to suppress the fragmentary divine runes in their sea of consciousness. Obviously, he wanted to get something from their sea of consciousness. As powerful assassins, they weren't afraid of death. However, they were worried that the secrets of the all-extinguishing god dynasty would be leaked. Lin Tian stared at this person and directly stepped on his face. His foot landed firmly on this person's cheek, and there was a bang. He didn't show any mercy. With his current powerful physique, this person couldn't withstand it even though he was a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Half of his face was crushed and blood splattered everywhere. This person from the all-extinguishing god dynasty let out a muffled groan. However, because he was suppressed by Wu Yi, he couldn't resist or struggle. Lin Tian didn't waste time talking nonsense. His glabella lit up and the yin-yang lotus sea appeared. It turned into a huge lotus sword and slashed into the consciousness of this person from the all-extinguishing god dynasty. Ah! Suddenly, this person couldn't help but scream. His consciousness was violently invaded by Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus sea. The injury he suffered was terrible and extremely painful. Lin Tian didn't care. His vast divine consciousness entered this person's consciousness and searched for all the secrets of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. "Damn it! Stop!" This person screamed. Lin Tian clenched his fist and smashed it down. He directly broke this person's throat and interrupted him. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile had a ferocious look in its eyes as it closed in on another person from the all-extinguishing god dynasty. "F***ck, I'll play with you guys too," it said coldly. Although it had taken the initiative to block the sword for Lin Tian, that sword was still from the all-extinguishing god dynasty's assassins. It was very unhappy. It came in front of this person and entered this person's consciousness with its divine consciousness. Like Lin Tian, it searched for all the secrets of the all-extinguishing god dynasty in this person's consciousness. At the same time, it took out a superior-grade divine sword and a great 5 elements skill to cut off this person's arms and legs. Then, it performed a terrifying demon clan secret skill to transform the demon clan's poisonous fog into this person's body. Suddenly, the assassin from the Great Extermination God Dynasty let out a painful groan. Then, gradually, as the special poisonous fog that the 5 elements crocodile had injected into his body spread wantonly, he began to scream in pain. His flesh and blood were rotting at a visible rate. On Lin Tian's side, the all-extinguishing God Dynasty assassin's throat was smashed. What was left of his face was an extremely painful expression. At this time, Lin Tian began to use the Lotus Sea phenomenon to slowly disintegrate the assassin's soul and consciousness, causing him unbearable pain. Then, after a full 15 minutes, this assassin's soul and consciousness completely collapsed, and he died. Lin Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he closed in on another all-extinguishing God Dynasty assassin. As Lin Tian approached him, this person's eyes trembled. He had seen Lin Tian's fellow assassin in pain earlier. He stared at Lin Tian and hissed, "Kill me." Lin Tian squatted down with a cruel expression. "You want to die a simple death? Not so easy." As he spoke, he raised his right hand slightly. Elixir flames intertwined and turned into a strange ancient seal. Then, he imprinted it on this person's chest. Suddenly, this all-extinguishing God Dynasty assassin trembled violently. He groaned and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "You! What did you do?" this person screamed. However, because he was suppressed by Wu Yi, he could not move or even struggle. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He had planted a forbidden ancient technique from the medicine encyclopedia on this person. It was called the heart-devouring remnant seal. It used divine power to create a special elixir flame seal. After it was injected into a living being's body, it could slowly burn the living being's flesh and blood. The process was extremely painful, as if thousands of poisonous insects and ants were tearing at the body. The most terrifying thing was that this process was also very slow. If it was not disturbed, it would take several years to completely burn a person's flesh and blood. In other words, if the caster did not take the initiative to undo this Dao technique, and the person who was implanted with this Dao technique did not have the ability to break this Dao technique and did not commit suicide, then the person who was implanted with this Dao technique would have to endure the pain of being bitten by thousands of poisonous insects every moment for the next few years until his flesh was completely burned away. Only then would he be truly free from this pain. It could be said that this technique was very cruel. Therefore, although the power of this technique was not very strong, it was still listed as a forbidden ancient technique in the medicine encyclopedia by Master Apothecary. Lin Tian had used this technique on the master of the True Moon Immortal cult in the 6th heaven. This was the second time he used this technique. Ah! The assassin from Wansu God dynasty screamed in pain. Lin Tian's glabella shone brightly, and his divine sense directly entered the assassin's sea of consciousness to search for the secrets of the all-extinguishing God dynasty. There were fragmented divine marks in the other party's sea of consciousness, and they were extremely terrifying, interweaving with an incomparably shocking aura. However, when his divine sense approached, the fragmented divine marks didn't move at all, because it was suppressed by Wu Yi's powerful strength. He used his divine sense to search for all the information about the all-extinguishing God dynasty in the assassin's sea of consciousness. His eyes flashed with a cold light from time to time. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian obtained all the information. His divine sense immediately turned into a bone-piercing killing sword, crazily slashing at the assassin's sea of consciousness and divine soul. Ah! The assassin screamed, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He was extremely miserable, like a malicious ghost. Such a terrifying scene made little Ai, who was not far away, tremble. She quickly hid behind Wu Yi and stuck out her little head to look ahead. Wu Yi stood in place, still quiet. Ah! The screams continued, and it was very ear-piercing. On the other side, the Wuxing crocodile killed an assassin from the all-extinguishing God dynasty and looked at Lin Tian. "Kid, your skills are not bad." It sneered and then closed in on another all-extinguishing God dynasty assassin. In the blink of an eye, another miserable scream sounded. "Ah! You, kill me!" Lin Tian and the Wuxing crocodile attacked together, using all kinds of cruel methods. They mercilessly greeted the all-extinguishing God dynasty assassins. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It was extremely bloody and cruel. More than 6 hours later, the screams finally stopped. The 9 all-extinguishing God dynasty assassins were tortured to death by Lin Tian and the Wuxing crocodile. The scene was too horrible to look at. "Kid, how is it?" The Wuxing crocodile looked at Lin Tian. Lord Crocodile found the location of 3 of their strongholds. "I found 9. Any major force will have their own strongholds, ranging from a few to dozens. This is because they need to collect all kinds of information and resources in the world. As a top force in the 9th heaven, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty naturally has its own strongholds. Moreover, because they are an assassin organization, they have more strongholds and a wider area." Lin Tian and Wuxing crocodile summarized the information they found and found that the all-extinguishing divine dynasty not only has strongholds in the 9th heaven, but also in other heavens. Except for the 5th heaven, they have strongholds in other heavens. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. This dog's claws really reach far. He and Wuxing crocodile found a total of 12 strongholds. 4 of them are in the 9th heaven, and 9 are in the lower heavens. Among them, there is 1 stronghold in the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven. Because the 5th heaven is a chaotic heaven, there is no stronghold in the 5th heaven. There is 1 stronghold in the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven, and 2 in the 8th heaven. Wuxing crocodile sneered. Lord Crocodile said before that although this branch established a divine dynasty in the ninth heaven, even in the first heaven, they can still contact this branch. However, I only knew this before, and the specific reason wasn't clear. Now I know. It turns out that in addition to the fifth heaven, this branch has strongholds in other heavens. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his smile became colder. They have secretly built the all-extinguishing altar in the various heavens outside the fifth heaven. The client only needs to leave the information of the target, and the assassins will soon come to the door. After collecting the client's reward, they will begin the assassination until the target is killed. In this way, their strongholds won't be exposed at all while carrying out the mission. This information was obtained from the Sea of Consciousness of the 9 assassins. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. This bloodline had accepted other people's requests to assassinate him again and again. Even if the few major forces that had entrusted him to assassinate had been uprooted by him, they still continued to assassinate him. This time, they had almost caused the death of the 5 elements crocodile. The viciousness and ruthlessness in his heart had been completely pulled up. "Kid, what should we do?" "Kill them," Wuxing Crocodile said. "Of course," Lin Tian said viciously. The man and the crocodile both had ferocious expressions, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Little AI couldn't help but shrink her neck when she saw this. "Do you need help?" Wui looked at Lin Tian and sent him a gentle message. Lin Tian shook his head. "No, brat, wait." Wuxing Crocodile interrupted Lin Tian and said, "Lord Crocodile knows that you want to do it yourself. Only by doing it yourself can you vent your hatred." Lord Crocodile thought so too. "But for now, I would like to ask Miss Wui to do us a small favor. We don't need Miss Wui to help us kill people. She just needs to open the space gates leading to the strongholds from the first heaven to the fourth heaven. Then, we will stand here and destroy the strongholds of this branch through the space gates opened by Miss Wui. In this way, we don't have to turn back and return to the lower heavens." It continued, "With our current strength, it's definitely not difficult to destroy the strongholds of the great extinguishing god dynasty in the 4 heavens. After all, the strongest person in the 4 heavens is only at the 5th heavens of enlightenment truth. You use the holy bow as your power and pull the bow with all your might through the realm gate opened by Miss Wui. Kill them across the heavens and destroy these 4 strongholds." It and Lin Tian searched the 12 strongholds of the great extinguishing godly dynasty. They naturally knew the strongest person in each stronghold. Lin Tian heard this and thought for a while. He couldn't help but feel that Wuxing Crocodile's words were very reasonable. If Wui opened the space gates and killed them through the space gates, they wouldn't have to return to the lower heavens. It would save them a lot of trouble. He paused and looked at Wui. "Can you do it?" Wui was very calm and nodded gently. A murderous light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He immediately told Wui the specific coordinates of the strongholds of the great extinguishing godly dynasty from the first heaven to the fourth heaven. Wui raised her head and gently tapped the space in front of her. The space in front of her swayed slightly, and 4 space gates opened one after another. All of them were circular in shape, about 5 meters in diameter. 4 realm entrances, 4 heavens, 4 different scenes. In the first heaven, in a remote mountain, there were several simple stone houses. In the second heaven, in a small city, there was an inconspicuous low pavilion with 3 words engraved on the door, "Spiritual Weapon Shop." In the third heaven, in the mortal world, there was a very ordinary small village. In the fourth heaven, on the edge of a vast sea, there was a small port with a few large ships. Almost no one came here. Staring at these places, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Son of AB*****. If I hadn't found it in the sea of consciousness of those 9 killers, who would have thought that these ordinary places were actually the strongholds of the terrifying all-extinguishing divine dynasty? Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Lin Tian flicked his left hand, and the immortal slaughtering bow appeared directly in his left hand. Faint holy pressure intertwined. "Do it," Wuxing Crocodile ordered. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He aimed the holy bow at the space gate leading to the stronghold of the great extinguishing godly dynasty in the first heaven and directly pulled the bowstring to a full moon. The aura in the surrounding space suddenly surged, condensing into a bright holy arrow. His eyes were cold as he stared at the ordinary stone houses behind the space gate leading to the first heaven. He loosened his right hand, and the terrifying holy arrow directly rushed into the space gate and rushed towards the first heaven. In the first heaven, inside the stone house, how is the great extinguishing altar? Do you have any requests? No. This heaven is too small, and there are too few requests. Let the others go to those sects to look around. The sects are fighting openly and covertly. You can secretly leave messages to incite them. Okay. The stone house was densely covered with runes and patterns. The space was very dark, and a few pairs of eyes were shining, looking incomparably cold. Then, almost in the next moment, several pairs of eyes suddenly trembled. What's the aura? It's approaching here. Several people in the stone house were shocked. They quickly got up and ran out of the stone house. At the same time, several figures walked out of the other stone houses. Their clothes were very simple, and there was no difference between them and ordinary farmers. However, their eyes were sinister and filled with a bloodthirsty aura. At this time, a group of people hurriedly walked out. After looking left and right, they all raised their heads and looked at the sky. Then, everyone's expression changed. They saw a bright arrow appearing in their field of vision, and it was rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. What's that? Everyone trembled as they felt the terrifying murderous aura. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Then, in the next moment, the bright arrow fell. Boom! The billowing saint aura was vast and mighty, and the entire space collapsed. Several stone houses were destroyed, and the medium-sized green mountain was torn apart. A huge pit appeared in the green mountain, and nothing else was left. In the seventh heaven, good. Whooshing crocodile sneered. Lin Tian is now at the peak of the eighth heavenly layer of enlightenment. The saint-killing arrow he pulled with all his strength is enough to easily destroy anyone under the Nirvana realm. With just one arrow, he destroyed the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty and all the assassins in it. Next, the second heaven. It said to Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian naturally knew. He tilted his head and looked at the space gate leading to the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the second heaven. With a rumbling sound, spiritual energy surged in all directions, and his divine power also poured in. In the blink of an eye, a 3-foot-long saint-killing arrow was formed. Whoosh! He released the bowstring, and the saint-killing arrow rushed straight into the space gate leading to the second heaven. After more than 10 breaths, in the second heaven, above the small city where the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty was located, the saint-killing arrow fell straight down. The destructive power and range of the arrow were perfectly controlled by Lin Tian. It shattered the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty and wiped out all the assassins inside, causing a huge pit to appear. The other pavilions on both sides were not damaged at all, and no innocent passers-by were affected by the saint-killing arrow. Lin Tian could see the shocked expressions of the people in the small city through the space gate, but he didn't care. He tilted his head and stared at the space gate leading to the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the third heaven. Once again, he pulled the saint-killing arrow to the full moon shape. The bright saint-killing arrow rushed directly into the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the third heaven. Then, he drew his bow again and pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. He then shot the second arrow at the stronghold. Just like this, after more than 10 breaths, in the third heaven, above the small village where the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty was located, 2 saint-killing arrows fell one after another. Under the horrified eyes of the assassins who were disguised as ordinary villagers, the saint-killing arrow directly destroyed the stronghold, leaving 2 huge pits in the ground. Not even a piece of flesh or bone was left behind. Lin Tian watched all of this through the void gate with indifferent eyes. He aimed his holy bow at the void gate leading to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty stronghold in the fourth heaven. Pulling the holy bow, he poured his divine force and grand Tao principles into it and shot out 3 holy destruction arrows. Boom! In the fourth heaven, in the small port where the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty was located, the assassins gathered together to assign tasks. Suddenly, the 3 saint-killing arrows fell, directly blowing up the entire place. None of the assassins survived. All annihilated. Good. In the seventh heaven, Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Wu Yi was very quiet. After closing the 4 space gates, he sent a divine sense message to Lin Tian. Do you need a space gate in the 6th heaven? Lin Tian shook his head and said, no need. From the knowledge sea of the 9 assassins just now, he learned that there are 6 old assassins who are infinitely close to the Nirvana realm in the 6th heaven. At the same time, there are very strong array patterns in the stronghold, which can be used for both offense and defense. The saint-killing arrows alone won't be able to effectively destroy the stronghold. He needs to go there with his true body. Speaking of which, the assassination of this branch started from the 6th heaven. His eyes were intertwined with a cold light. After a pause, he looked at Wu Yi and said, I don't need the space gate in the 6th heaven. Can you help me open a space gate to the 9th heaven? I want to send something to that world first. Okay. Wu Yi didn't ask what Lin Tian wanted to send. He raised his hand and tapped lightly, and a new space gate appeared. Through this entrance, one could see that behind it was an extremely grand large world. Mountains were connected to each other, and streams flowed in succession. All of them were beautiful and magnificent. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. This is the 9th heaven. Even the 1st to 7th heavens can't compare to it. Even through the space gate, he could feel the vastness of that world. In the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, every assassination attempt would be attributed to the God Dynasty Bishop of the 9 heavens. This was especially so for a target like Lin Tian, who had failed 3 times in a row and killed an assassin from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. The Great Extinguishing God Dynasty Bishop was very clear that there were definitely many pairs of eyes watching this matter. Now, Lin Tian had destroyed the 4 strongholds of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty from the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, and sent a cold message to the 9th heaven. Without a doubt, this matter would soon spread throughout the entire 9th heaven, and even the main family of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty would know about it. His purpose was very simple, that is, to humiliate the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, and at the same time, to declare war on the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. A direct declaration of war. In the 9th heaven, magnificent mountains were connected one after another, all of them towering into the clouds, looking incomparably magnificent. The 4 divine consciousness imprints sent by Lin Tian passed through the domain gate opened by Wu Yi, directly rushing from the 7th heaven to the 9th heaven, carrying a cold voice. In the blink of an eye, they were seen by the cultivators of the 9th heaven, causing their hearts to tremble, and many of them widened their eyes in shock. This, Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty? That terrifying and mysterious all-extinguishing godly dynasty had actually been found in 4 of their strongholds and wiped out in a swarm. How is this possible? Since ancient times, whether it is the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's strongholds or the strongholds, they are the most secretive of secrets. No one knows about them. How did this person find them? Lin Tian? Who is this? Who is he? This Lin Tian, he is, declaring war on the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty? That's the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, one of the most terrifying forces in the 10 heavens. They have even killed emperors before. Rumor has it that they have several ancient slayer emperors. Also, according to Lin Tian's words, he doesn't seem to be in the 9th heaven right now. He sent this divine sense imprint and voice into this heaven from a lower heaven domain. Could it be that he is a half-step emperor or an emperor rank expert? It seems that only characters above the half-step emperor realm can have such means, right? Absolutely not. Judging from the fluctuations of this divine sense imprint, that Lin Tian seems to be only at the enlightenment realm. He must have used some other method to imprint his divine sense imprint and voice. He dares to declare war on the all-extinguishing God dynasty when he's only at the enlightenment realm? I remember that even some emperor rank experts seem to avoid this bloodline like snakes and scorpions. This person. Many people were shocked and their hearts palpitated. The all-extinguishing divine dynasty had existed since ancient times. Even in the 9th heaven, it had a fierce reputation. Over the years, it was unknown how many heaven's pride experts had died in the hands of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. In the 9th heaven, it was even called a living hell. But now, an enlightenment realm cultivator had actually found and destroyed 4 strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. Moreover, He had sent out his divine sense imprint and issued a declaration of war from the lower heaven to the ninth heaven. He had said that he would kill all the people of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty from the first heaven to the ninth heaven. This caused the hearts of many cultivators to tremble. This was simply too crazy. Too bold. Great extinguishing god dynasty, this time, you've lost a lot of face, haven't you? Nonsense. Needless to say, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty is trying to assassinate this Lin Tian. Moreover, it seems that they have tried to assassinate him more than once. However, they failed every time. For the all-extinguishing divine dynasty that has never failed, this is already very shameful. But now, the target that this branch failed to assassinate actually turned around and searched for a few of this branch's strongholds. Moreover, after destroying them, they branded it with their divine sense and made it known to everyone. This is even more humiliating. This is really the case. It's true. He hasn't even reached the ninth heaven yet, but he already sent out his divine sense imprint to declare war. This Lin Tian is really crazy. Many people trembled. The 4 divine sense imprints, together with the cold voice, instantly set off a huge wave of shock in the ninth heaven. Then, in just a few dozen breaths of time, in an unknown place in the ninth heaven, inside a dark palace, a dozen pairs of cold eyes opened. They were deep, ruthless, and mixed with a trace of coldness at this moment. Kill. The word kill came out from the dark palace, filled with killing intent. In the 7th heaven, the space gate opened by Wu Yi to the 9th heaven had long been closed. She said something to Lin Tian. Her voice was as calm as ever, making people feel comfortable listening to it. Be careful. She finally said a few words to Lin Tian Dao, then took little AI and left the 7th heaven, quickly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were left on the grassland. Boy, these divine sense imprints are well done. Let's make the all-extinguishing divine dynasty lose face. Moreover, after these divine sense imprints were sent out, it can be regarded as a great setback to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. Next, the number of dark missions they can receive will definitely be reduced by a lot. This is definitely a big blow to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and his killing intent was very strong. Let's go to the 6th heaven, he said. All the strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven have been destroyed. There is no stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 5th heaven. Now, he will start from the 6th heaven and kill all the way to the 9th heaven. Let's go. The killing intent in Wuxing Crocodile's eyes naturally wasn't light. At that moment, the man and the crocodile left the grassland and soon came to the space-time portal from the 7th heaven to the 6th heaven. Without hesitation, they stepped into it. Soon, they appeared in the 6th heaven. Lin Tian didn't stop at all. After returning to the 6th heaven, he directly left the space-time portal and followed a set direction. He called Wuxing Crocodile and flew together. Their speed wasn't fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Many cultivators saw them on the way, and they all felt their hearts palpitate. It's that person. He disappeared for half a year, and then, he appeared again. It looks like that person's face is filled with killing intent. What is he going to do? Which blind person or sect has provoked him? When these cultivators saw Lin Tian's cold expression and killing intent in his eyes, they couldn't help but tremble, and a chill ran down their spines. More than half a year ago, Lin Tian had made a name for himself in this heavenly region. He had uprooted several powerful sects, and his name had spread far and wide. Even the top forces in this heavenly region were afraid of him. Now that these people saw Lin Tian's face full of killing intent, how could they not be afraid? Many of them carefully avoided him. Lin Tian's cultivation is very powerful now. He naturally saw and heard the reactions and discussions of the cultivators along the way, but he didn't react at all. He just followed the set direction and moved at a moderate speed. In this way, several hours passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, he and Wuxing Crocodile came to a remote mountain in this heaven. They appeared in front of a small sect called Luosu sect. There were only a dozen ordinary palaces located in the mountains, and they all looked a little old. Luosu sect belongs to the lowest forces in the sixth heaven, and no one is interested in it. However, who would have guessed that there are 6 powerhouses infinitely close to the Nirvana realm guarding it? Hey! It must be said that this damn great extinguishing divine dynasty is really good at disguising themselves. They are indeed worthy of being a vicious tumor that always lives in the darkness. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he stepped forward directly. In front of the dilapidated main gate of the so-called Luosu sect, several men were guarding the gate. Seeing Lin Tian step forward, a faint light flashed in their eyes. Then, someone stepped forward to stop him. Your Excellency, you are, Clang. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. A sword light emerged from his body, interrupting the man's words and slashing straight ahead. With a puff sound, the man who stepped forward to stop him was beheaded, and his sea of consciousness collapsed. Your Excellency, what are you doing? How did my Luosu sect defend you? How dare you commit such a crime? The other guards at the gate shouted loudly. Lin Tian didn't say a word. The sword light around him reappeared, and dozens of heaven-piercing sword auras rushed out mercilessly, slashing towards these people. These people had disguised themselves well. However, Su Mo had already found out from the 9 Nirvana-level assassins that this was the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. How could he possibly waste his breath on these people? He would kill them directly. You, puff. 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 Blood splashed, and these people were beheaded by Lin Tian on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. He walked up the dilapidated stone path here, his eyes indifferent. With every step he took, the ground here would tremble. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures rushed out of the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Who are you? Someone shouted. These people pretended to be angry, but Lin Tian could still feel the coldness in the depths of their eyes. There was a vague bloodthirsty aura, and it was definitely that each of them had killed many people before. Moreover, with his current strength, he could clearly sense the cultivation of these people. The weakest was at least at the immortal connecting realm, and there were many virtue and justice realm powerhouses. Clang, beside him, the heaven-piercing sword appeared one after another. It shattered the void and cracked the ground, slashing straight ahead. Dogs, what are you pretending for? Today, I'll slaughter all of you stinky rats living in the rotten water ditch. The whooshing crocodile sneered. It flapped the wings on its back and directly swept up a violent hurricane towards the group of people who stepped out. Its killing intent was awe-inspiring. In that instant, the hurricane and Lin Tian's heaven-piercing sword merged together and struck forward, causing the dozen or so people to be unable to dodge at all. All of them were smashed into smithereens, and at the same time, the surrounding palaces collapsed as well. Boom! Suddenly, 6 powerful auras rushed out from these collapsed halls. They were 6 withered old men. Their eyes were sunken like 6 dried corpses, and they looked very terrifying. At the same time, from the other nearby halls, figures stepped out one after another. Their eyes were very cold. Why, rats? Not pretending anymore? The whooshing crocodile sneered. In the void, the 6 withered old men's cold gazes swept across the whooshing crocodile, and then landed on Lin Tian. The assassination of Lin Tian had started from here. How did you find this place? The 6 old men stood in the void, and one of them stared at Lin Tian. Killing intent surged in his sunken corpse-like eyes. Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile continued to attack mercilessly. The people of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's stronghold finally stopped pretending to be an ordinary sect. Led by 6 withered old men, all the assassins in the stronghold came out together, each of them exuding a cold aura, surrounding Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile. Lin Tian stared at the 6 withered old men and could clearly feel that these 6 people were extraordinary. They were much stronger than ordinary half-step nirvana cultivators, and the group of assassins around them wasn't weak either. Several of them were at the 8th heavenly layer of enlightenment. It can be said that this was a very terrifying lineup that could easily wipe out all the major forces in this heaven. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest, indifferent and cold. His right hand shook slightly, and a high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand. Then, his left hand shook slightly, taking out the saint weapon level immortal slaying bow and throwing it to whooshing crocodile. Kill. he said to Wuxing Crocodile. As soon as his words fell, he took a step forward, and the high-grade divine sword in his right hand let out a sonorous sound. Puff. 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 His sword slashed towards the 6 withered old men in front of him, but that fierce sword power was terrifying. Along the way, several half-step Enlightenment Realm powerhouses were directly shattered, and their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. Then, in just a moment, the tyrannical sword light flew past and appeared directly in front of the 6 old men. Junior. The 6 old men's eyes were sunken deep, and their life aura was weak, but their speed was extremely fast, and they dodged like ghosts. Old fools, eat Grandpa Crocodile's Saint Arrow. Wuxing Crocodile sneered at the right time. With a rumbling sound, he soared into the sky. At this moment, he directly pulled the Saint weapon-level immortal slaying bow with his 5th heavenly layer of Enlightenment Realm Cultivation. The bright Saint-slaying arrow condensed in a blink of an eye and shot towards one of the old men at an extremely fast speed. The withered old man's face suddenly changed. He had just avoided Lin Tian's fierce sword with the other 5, and he immediately met the Saint-slaying arrow launched by Wuxing Crocodile. At this moment, he had no time to resist or even dodge. You, Puff. Wuxing Crocodile launched the Saint Arrow with his 5th heavenly layer of Enlightenment Realm Cultivation for the 2nd time. Needless to say, its power was naturally terrifying. The withered old man from the Great of Great Divine Dynasty was crushed on the spot. His blood stained a large area. Elder. In this stronghold, the ordinary assassins' faces. At the same time, the other old men's. Bastard. The old man who was crushed let out an angry roar. He was not killed in one shot. The blood mist wriggled quickly, trying to reform his body. However, at this moment, Lin Tian stepped forward with the yin and yang puppet and directly flashed over. Holding the divine sword in his right hand, he waved the golden pure yang flame in his left hand, drowning the man's broken flesh and igniting his divine soul. Ah! Immediately, the old man's divine soul screamed. After struggling for a while, Lin Tian directly annihilated it with the pure yang flame. His body and soul were destroyed. Suddenly, in this place, in the stronghold of the Great of Great Divine Dynasty, everyone's faces changed greatly. One of the strongest in their stronghold, infinitely close to the Nirvana realm, was now killed by Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile in the blink of an eye. Boy, the timing is just right. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. In the laughter, he pulled the Saint Bow's bowstring again, directly to the shape of a full moon, and the bright Saint Arrow descended again. With a whoosh, this arrow was aimed at another withered old man. Crack! The powerful arrow shattered the void on the spot, collapsing into a large area. In the stronghold of the Great of Great Divine Dynasty, the withered old man who was aimed at was frightened. The killing arrow released by Wuxing Crocodile, who was at the 5th sky of Enlightenment Realm, was absolutely terrifying. It made his heart tremble. With a loud roar, he used all his strength to resist. At the same time, the other 4 withered old men also made their moves, all of them supporting terrible magical powers, shooting out endless killing light. Then, someone used the Great of Great Divine Dynasty's divine concealment technique and disappeared silently. His body and breath were undetectable. Boy! Wuxing Crocodile frowned vigilantly, while pulling the Saint Bow, he called Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes shook slightly, and the dragon pattern ring directly appeared, opening the Delusion Breaker divine eyes immediately. Then, he saw the person who used the divine concealment technique approach Wuxing Crocodile, staring at the Saint weapon in Wuxing Crocodile's hand. Clang! The divine sword in his right hand shook, and the Heavenly Soul Slayer technique was used. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it closed in on the old man. With a puff, blood splashed, and the old man's body was hit, with a glaring bloody hole between his eyebrows. He stared at Lin Tian with a face of disbelief, then fell straight from the void. His body was still there, but his spirit was shattered by Lin Tian's Heavenly Soul Slayer technique. How can this be? He can see the elder who used the divine concealment technique? In this stronghold, all the assassins' expressions changed. The divine concealment technique was a very powerful technique of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. After using it, one's body and aura would be hidden, and even a powerful divine sense would find it difficult to see through, unless the person's cultivation was much higher than the person who used the divine concealment technique. But now, one of the strongest people in this place who used the divine concealment technique was killed by Lin Tian with a sword. This showed that Lin Tian could clearly capture the figure and trajectory of the strongest person who used the divine concealment technique. How can this be? How can he see? An assassin at the 7th celestial layer of enlightenment stared at Lin Tian in shock, then saw Lin Tian's eyes. At this time, he couldn't help but tremble, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped. At this time, Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with dragon pattern rings, and his gaze was cold, as if it carried a kind of illusory and evil power, which made this assassin instantly feel a chill down his spine. With just one look at Lin Tian's eyes, he felt as if everything about him had been exposed at that moment, and he was terrified. At the same time, the other assassins also noticed Lin Tian's eyes at this time, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Facing this pair of eyes, the group of assassins felt as if they had become invisible at this moment. However, these assassins of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty were not ordinary people, after all. They were only shocked for a moment, then they composed themselves again, and stared at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile even more coldly. Kill together. Among the 4 withered elders who were still alive, one of them said coldly, and used the killing technique at the same time with the other 3 elders. For a moment, the boundless killing light intertwined with a rumbling sound, pressing toward Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. Then, the other assassins also moved. Killing pattern, use. Sealing pattern, use. A Wuxing-level assassin shouted coldly. Suddenly, large and dense formation patterns appeared in the void, and every strand was extremely terrifying, almost enveloping the entire Green Mountain. In an instant, waves of terrifying killing chi intertwined, and it was appalling. At the same time, the void in all directions was also confined, and everything in the outside world could not be sensed in an instant. The group of killing lights' eyes were cold, and they worked together to use the killing formation pattern and sealing divine pattern that were engraved here, pressing toward the man and the crocodile. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and his right hand slashed toward the other 4 withered elders in this stronghold. Then, the supreme ancient scripture of formation Tao, Heavenly One Soul Technique, was activated, and with his left hand, the soul light spread out, facing the dense formation patterns in the surroundings. He was now at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of Wuxing, and his divine soul was incomparably powerful, and he was also a 7th stage array manipulator. With all kinds of powers combined, it made the soul light in his left hand extremely powerful, and when it slashed through the air, it instantly shattered all the formation patterns. Suddenly, the group of assassins in this place was shocked again. Kill. Lin Tian's back was facing Wuxing Crocodile in the sky, and he said. When he finished speaking, he stared at the group of assassins other than the 4 withered elders, and with a wave of his right hand, a dense sword light that reached the heavens directly slashed open, like a dense rain of swords slashing toward these people. Understood. Wuxing Crocodile sneered, and directly drew his holy bow, shooting out a large amount of holy arrow light rain, enveloping the group of assassins other than the 4 withered elders. For a moment, this part of the void directly collapsed and shattered, simply unable to withstand such a destructive force. Pooh! 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 At this moment, the man and crocodile attacked together. One was a reincarnated being at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of Wuxing, while the other was a prehistoric neo-demon who had reached the 5th heavenly layer of Wuxing for the 2nd time, wielding a holy bow. How could the ordinary assassins here resist? One by one, they exploded, and blood dyed the surface of the void red. Nearly 100 assassins, more than 40 of them were at the immortal realm, more than 30 were at the great Tao realm, and more than 10 were at the Wuxing realm. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. There are still 4 left. Wuxing Crocodile sneered, looking at the remaining 4 half-step to Nirvana realm withered elders. The divine sword in Lin Tian's hand vibrated, and he also turned to look at the 4 withered elders, closing in on them step by step. The 4 withered elders' eyes were stern as they faced the man and crocodile, their expressions gloomy and solemn. But then, one of them's eyes became extremely vicious. Use that thing. Although it's very precious and priceless, if we don't use it now, we'll all die here. This person said. The other three paused, and a bone-piercing light surged out of their sunken eye sockets. They nodded and said in a low voice, "Use it." Then, the four of them worked together, interweaving seals, and quickly took out a transparent jade bottle that was engraved with mysterious patterns from the ground of this green mountain. There was a pitch-black mist floating inside, and it looked extremely demonic. Lin Tian stared at the front, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. His divine eye of delusion trembled involuntarily, and he vaguely saw that there were countless ferocious ghosts howling inside the transparent jade bottle, causing him to immediately feel a chill down his spine. In just an instant, he could tell that the thing inside the jade bottle was extremely dangerous. Among the four withered elders, one of them stretched out his hand, carefully dragging the transparent jade bottle, and stared at Lin Tian with an extremely vicious gaze. "Junior, you want us to use such a precious..." Swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and Lin Tian's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he directly appeared in front of the withered elder who was dragging the jade bottle. This person's expression changed, and he was shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. "You, Clang." Seeing Lin Tian snatch the transparent jade bottle, the shriveled old man's expressions changed. All of a sudden, they pressed down on Lin Tian. "Give it back." At this moment, the expressions of these people were even uglier than when Lin Tianzhan had killed the two of them. Their eyes and faces were filled with anxiety. Boom. In the sky, the whooshing crocodile used the Saint Bow to activate the Great Five Elements art. At this moment, it fell on the four shriveled old men. The four of them were shocked and had no choice but to retreat. Lin Tian slashed out a sharp sword at the same time. His left hand grabbed the transparent jade bottle, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated more than 300 meters away. At this moment, he grabbed the jade bottle and felt as if his left hand was pierced by thousands of swords. It was a bone-piercing pain. What is this? He was shocked in his heart. Presently, his physical body was even slightly stronger than an ordinary rebirth realm expert. Moreover, the exterior of this jade bottle was covered in dense talisman markings. However, at this moment, when he held this jade bottle, it was as if he was holding a piece of extremely cold ice. Not only did a bone-piercing pain appear in his left hand, it was even slightly numb as if it was about to be sealed in ice. The whooshing crocodile noticed Lin Tian's abnormality in the sky. It quickly flashed over and stared at the jade bottle in Lin Tian's hand. Then, in the next moment, its expression changed and it couldn't help but tremble. "Damn, this seems to be Emperor Corpse Poison?" It stared with wide eyes. Lin Tian's expression changed. "Emperor Corpse Poison?" As the name suggests, it's the corpse poison produced by the corpse of an emperor rank expert. It's very terrifying. Even if someone at the ninth sky of Nirvana realm is infected, they will be bloody unlucky. Their flesh and cultivation will be completely corroded within a dozen breaths. The whooshing crocodile was slightly horrified. It stared at the jade bottle in Lin Tian's hand and couldn't help but tremble. It swallowed its saliva hard. This group of bastards can even get their hands on this kind of thing. This is a super killing weapon. Lin Tian was startled when he heard this, but soon after, a cold light intertwined in his eyes. The strongholds of the great extinguishing god dynasty in the few heavens above had experts of the third sky of Nirvana realm and above guarding them. This bottle of Emperor Corpse Poison could be put to good use later. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out. The last four withered old men in this place fled at that moment without hesitation. The reason for that was because the four of them knew very well that if they continued to stay here, they would only be killed. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of swords reverberated in the air as Lin Tian made his move. The dazzling sword intent of Lin Tian slashed out horizontally, enveloping the four old men and sealing off every inch of space around them. It directly cut off the four old men's escape route, forcing them to stop in their tracks. "None of you can leave," he said coldly. He held the jade bottle that contained the Emperor Corpse Poison in his left hand, and the dragon patterns spread out. In the blink of an eye, he set up layers of seals outside the jade bottle and carefully kept it in the stone ring. Then, he took a step forward and the yin-yang skeleton brought out his extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of the four withered old men and slashed down with his sword. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the void was shattered on the spot. The withered old man was shocked and angry, but he could not stop Lin Tian because his speed was too fast. Poof, blood splashed out, and the old man was directly smashed into pieces. Ah! The old man roared angrily. His divine soul rolled out the broken pieces of flesh and quickly reassembled. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, how could Lin Tian give him such a chance? He immediately raised the reincarnation map and crushed the old man's divine soul. His body and soul were destroyed. He tilted his head and looked at the other three old men. He took a step forward and directly pressed forward. In an instant, the three withered old men's faces turned ugly. Kill! One of them gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. He knew that it was difficult to escape at this time, so he stopped running and attacked Lin Tian with all his might. Clang! A divine sword appeared in the old man's hand. Crimson light intertwined around his body, and a shocking long rainbow appeared out of nowhere. It was 3 feet long, and it was intertwined with an incomparably terrifying aura. It was one of the terrifying killing skills of the great extinguishing god dynasty, the Nirvana killing sacred sword. When the sword was used, it could seal the void and slash everything. Lin Tian was expressionless. His right hand shook, and a similar long rainbow appeared. It was also 3 feet long, and its killing power was unparalleled. Suddenly, the withered old man who had used the Nirvana killing sacred sword was shocked. You? At this moment, Lin Tian had used the Nirvana killing sacred sword. Moreover, it was more powerful and terrifying than the Nirvana killing sacred sword that he had used. Not only him, but the other 2 withered old men were also shocked. The Nirvana killing sacred sword was one of the core killing skills of the great extinguishing god dynasty. How could Lin Tian know it? At this moment, the killing sacred sword that Lin Tian had used collided with the killing sacred sword that the withered old man had used. In an instant, a hurricane raged and shook the surroundings. With a loud bang, the withered old man from the great extinguishing god dynasty was sent flying. How do you know the divine skill of our dynasty? The old man stabilized himself and coughed out blood. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Lin Tian was expressionless. He took a step forward, and suddenly, a rain of crimson light appeared around him like flower petals. However, there was an incomparably cold murderous aura intertwined within. Instantly, the expressions of the 3 withered old men from the all-extinguishing god dynasty changed drastically. The 3 of them were all too familiar with this scene. It was extremely similar to the execution of another powerful killing technique of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. Blood Soul Massacre Dao technique? You. Clang, Lin Tian shook the divine sword in his hand. A dazzling crimson sword suddenly appeared and slashed towards the withered old man who had used the Nirvana killing sacred sword. It was like an immortal flying from the heavens. It was extremely fast, and its killing intent was unparalleled. Puff, a pillar of blood splashed out. The withered old man's glabella was penetrated in the blink of an eye. His body exploded with a puff, and even his divine soul was destroyed. He was completely dead. In the great extinguishing god dynasty stronghold, the other 2 withered old men were shocked. Where did you learn this skill? At this time, they were really shocked. Lin Tian controlled the divine sword in his hand, and the Ling Tian sword chi appeared. He executed the Ling Tian 3-style sword technique and suppressed the 2 old men at the same time. When Wu Yi suppressed the 9 assassins in the 7th heaven, he found many things in their sea of consciousness. Not only did he find the strongholds of this branch, but he also found several powerful killing skills of this branch. With his current cultivation, he would be able to learn these killing skills in no time at all. Moreover, he would be able to control them perfectly. He controlled the divine sword in his hand and stepped forward. The next moment, his figure and aura suddenly disappeared at the same time as if he had evaporated from the world. It was difficult to find him with divine sense. The last 2 withered old men trembled violently as they recognized this familiar scene. Divine concealment skill? Clang, the sound of the sword rang. Lin Tian's figure appeared beside the 2 old men, and the divine sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly, pressing down on one of them. You, puff, waves of blood rolled. The old man was directly struck by the force, and his body was shattered into pieces. Then, Lin Tian shook his left hand, and a golden pure yang flame appeared, enveloping the old man's shattered body and divine soul. Ah! Screams rang out immediately. The old man's flesh and divine soul were ignited by the pure yang flame, and he couldn't reassemble at all. His flesh and blood were incinerated in a blink of an eye, and his divine soul also shattered and disappeared from the world. This kid actually managed to find the few powerful killing techniques of this lineage. Furthermore, in such a short period of time, he was actually able to use them to such a degree of proficiency. Truly, Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but be surprised. Clang, the ear-piercing sword roar reverberated again, shaking the world. Lin Tian wielded the blood-stained divine sword and closed in on the last withered elder in this stronghold of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. With each step he took, he left behind after-images. In the next moment, he appeared in front of this person. The Nirvana-killing saint sword was unleashed once again, and the shocking killing rainbow crushed down mercilessly. Damn it, how dare you, Puff! The last withered old man was smashed into pieces, and even his divine soul was destroyed by the sword. For a time, the whole place became dead silent, and only the ground was stained with blood. Awesome! Wuxing Crocodile landed and killed all the assassins in the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty's stronghold in one battle, and it was very happy now. It threw the holy bow back to Lin Tian and paused for a moment before saying, "Kid, those old fogies seem to have taken out the Emperor Corpse poison from the bottom of this green mountain. There should be other rare treasures placed there. Open it and take a look." Lin Tian nodded, and naturally wouldn't forget this point. He put away the sacred bow and divine sword, and came to the place where the jade bottle containing the Emperor Corpse poison floated out. He scanned with his powerful divine perception, and soon found a stone room that was densely sealed with Dao marks. It was more than 300 meters deep underground. He opened the path with the dragon patterns, and broke the soil layer. Then, he broke the Dao mark seal outside the stone room with his powerful cultivation, opened the stone door, and stepped in with Wuxing Crocodile. In an instant, they sensed an extremely dense spirit chi fluctuation. They saw a large pile of spirit crystals and immortal spirit crystals in front of them, dazzling with spirit light. In total, there should be at least 30 million caddies of Lingjing. Wuxing Crocodile stared at them with wide eyes. Lin Tian's eyes also narrowed slightly. This was just a stronghold of the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty in the 6th heaven, but there were already 30 million caddies of Lingjing, which was several times more than the Lingjing reserves of the several top forces in the 7th heaven, and he could also guess that these Lingjing were obtained through repeated assassinations in the dark. He moved his gaze and looked in other directions in the stone room. He saw a dense number of artifacts, the worst of which was at the Dao weapon level. Moreover, there were also some very rare divine materials, all of which were extremely difficult to find outside and extremely valuable. It seems that these things in this stronghold haven't been returned to the 9th heaven for a long time. It's a great harvest. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and said. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with a trace of brilliance. The things in this great extinguishing dynasty stronghold were indeed a huge harvest. Just the 15 million caddies of Lingjing alone could be regarded as a rare treasure. Kid, you are at the peak of 8th heaven of Enlightenment Realm, and Lord Crocodile is about to reach the peak of 5th heaven of Enlightenment Realm. Now, with the 15 million caddies of Lingjing as a guide, plus the Lingjing we have accumulated before, after refining them together, we can both advance a small level without any problem. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, one man and one crocodile each took out a large pile of Lingjing and combined it with the 15 million caddies of Lingjing here. Then, they sat cross-legged in this place and began to refine the Lingjing for cultivation. For a time, the Lingjing collapsed and turned into billowing spiritual energy, rushing into the man and the crocodile's body continuously. Lin Tian ran the Sun Heart Sutra and quickly refined the spiritual energy into his body, slowly and steadily improving his cultivation. Yeah. Next to his life origin, the little guy in the sacred egg woke up and cried out. Happily, absorbing along with him. Lin Tian smiled faintly in his heart and continued to cultivate in peace. He ran the Sun Heart Sutra very quickly. While using the Lingjing spiritual energy to improve his cultivation, he also comprehended the Great Path at the same time. In this way, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a majestic divine power spread out in Lin Tian's body, and then it quickly calmed down. He stopped cultivating, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. His entire person's essence, qi, and spirit became stronger. At this time, he had reached the 9th heaven of enlightenment realm. The divine power in his body flowed like the yellow river, and his combat power was obviously much stronger. Great! He clenched his fist slightly. In reality, as early as half a year after he traveled with Wu Yi, he was only half a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of Wuzhen. Now, with the help of the tens of millions of pounds of Ling Jing as an external force, he naturally crossed this small half-step very quickly, from the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of Wuzhen to the 9th heavenly layer of Wuzhen. At this time, there was still a lot of Ling Jing in this place. He sat down quietly and used his own strength to consolidate his cultivation. Yeah. Inside his life essence, the little fellow inside the divine egg let out joyful cries as it continued to absorb the spiritual energy here. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile was still cultivating with the help of Lingjing's spiritual qi. The demonic light outside its body was getting stronger and stronger. Very quickly, an entire day passed. Boom! At this moment, the demonic aura around the Wuxing Crocodile's body flared up and became much stronger in an instant. Awesome! It couldn't help but howl. At this moment, it went from the 5th celestial layer of enlightenment to the 6th celestial layer of enlightenment. Its aura was even more condensed. It was also at this time that the Lingjing in this place was about a few million kilograms. Yeah. Inside Lin Tian's body, the little fellow inside the divine egg let out joyful cries again, vigorously absorbing the remaining Lingjing spiritual qi here. Not only could Lin Tian hear this sound, the Wuxing Crocodile could also hear it. It put away its excitement and said in surprise, "How long will it take for the little fellow inside the divine egg to come out? It has already absorbed so much spiritual qi, yet it still hasn't come out. Soon, it shouldn't be long." Lin Tian Dao. He could sense the changes in the divine egg inside his life essence. The patterns on it were bright to a full extent, and the eggshell already showed signs of cracking. The demonic light in Wuxing Crocodile's eyes was very bright. It clicked its tongue and said, "This little fellow's origin is probably very unusual. After it breaks out of the shell, I really don't know what kind of power it will have. It must be very strong." Lin Tian Dao. Although the little fellow in the divine egg hasn't really been born yet, it already has its own consciousness and can understand Lin Tian's words. At this time, it let out a cheerful cry, as if it was echoing Lin Tian's words. At the same time, the little fellow didn't forget to absorb the Lingjing spiritual qi in this place. Soon, it absorbed the remaining Lingjing spiritual qi here. After letting out a cry, it fell asleep again. Lin Tiantan smiled faintly, turned to other corners of the stone room, and collected all the other treasures here. "Let's go," he said to Wuxing Crocodile. A man and a crocodile soared into the sky. Lin Tian completely destroyed the stronghold with dense sword lights, then left this place. "Where are we going now?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "The 7th heaven, destroy the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty there." Lin Tian Dao. "That place?" Wuxing Crocodile frowned and said helplessly, "Boy, that place has a powerhouse at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer guarding it. With our current strength, we can't do anything there. It has now reached the 6th heavenly layer, and Lin Tian has reached the 9th heavenly layer. Their combat power has increased a lot, but they are still far from the peak of the 4th heavenly layer. Even if they have a holy weapon in hand, they can't do anything to people at this level." Lin Tian's expression was calm. "Isn't there the emperor corpse poison?" He stepped on the void, and his steps were gentle, causing Wuxing Crocodile to stare at him. Ruthless. It couldn't help gritting its teeth. According to the information it and Lin Tian obtained from the Sea of Consciousness of the assassins of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, there are 3 old assassins at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer in the 7th heaven, as well as some at the early Nirvana stage. There are also many Wuzhen stage assassins. The lineup is very terrifying, but even so, a bottle of Emperor Corpse poison is enough to destroy the stronghold. Everyone will suffer and be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Their speed was moderate, and it didn't take them much time to reach the space-time portal between the sixth heaven and the seventh heaven. Without hesitation, they stepped into the space-time portal. For a time, darkness flooded everything. Then, not long after, a man and a crocodile were shaken out of the darkness and reappeared in the seventh heaven. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He and Wuxing Crocodile were already very clear about the location of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's stronghold in the seventh heaven. At this time, without any hesitation, they directly left the spacetime portal and headed towards the northwest of this heaven. At this time, they were moving at a very fast speed. After a few hours, they arrived at an extremely remote place in the heavenly realm. They appeared in the air above a desolate mountain where no one was around. Looking down from the sky here, not even a few green plants could be seen in the mountain. There were only red and yellow stones everywhere, and there was no vitality to speak of. A man and a crocodile stared at the ground with cold eyes. Boy, do it. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian nodded. With a flick of his left hand, the holy armor-level murdering immortal bow appeared in his hand. He directly pulled the holy bow towards the barren mountain, and a 3-foot-long holy arrow condensed in the blink of an eye, shooting straight down. This was an arrow he launched with his 9th heavenly layer cultivation base, and its power was undoubtedly stronger and more terrifying than before. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the void in all directions collapsed, and the arrow shot straight into the barren mountain. Then, when the arrow fell for a distance, it suddenly touched an invisible barrier. The two were in a stalemate, shaking out dense Dao marks and array patterns, revealing a large enchantment. Through the barrier, one could see that there was a black palace that was neither large nor small. Using Dao patterns and array patterns to seal and conceal the stronghold, ordinary 6th heavenly layer powerhouses can't even sense it. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Holding the holy bow in his left hand, he pulled the bowstring again, and condensed another holy killing arrow with his great Dao law and divine soul power. Because of the powerful Dao patterns and array patterns that enveloped this place, it really looked like a simple barren mountain from the outside. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through it at all, and because there was only a barren mountain in their field of vision, there was no life or spiritual energy, so naturally, no one would come here. However, he and Wuxing Crocodile had already learned the secret of this place from the consciousness of the 9 divine extinguishing dynasty assassins, so how could they be deceived? He released the bowstring with his right hand, and the second holy killing arrow fell. Suddenly, the 2 holy killing arrows merged together, and with a cracking sound, they shattered the Dao patterns and array patterns here. Then, the dark palace below was completely revealed, and it was visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, 3 figures silently appeared above the dark palace, each of them exuding the aura of the peak 4th heavenly layer nirvana, and they were extremely powerful. Then, more figures rushed out, with shock in their eyes, but more killing intent, causing the air here to turn cold in an instant, and the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. How did you find this place? On the top of the dark palace, one of the 3 figures spoke. His voice was cold, and his eyes were even colder. Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently and looked down from a higher place. Guess. The expression of the person who spoke didn't change, but his eyes were even colder. Die here. This person spoke again, and directly stretched out his big hand, covering the sky and the sun, and ruthlessly grabbed at Lin Tiantan from below. Lin Tianling smiled and called Wuxing Crocodile to retreat. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he took out the transparent jade bottle containing the Emperor's corpse poison that he obtained from the stronghold of the divine extinguishing dynasty in the 6th heaven. He covered the transparent jade bottle with dense dragon patterns, making it impossible to see the inside from the outside. Then, he wrapped it in divine light and threw it straight down. After that, he wrapped the Wuxing Crocodile in golden divine light, stepped on the yin and yang ho, and quickly fled into the distance. On the dark palace, the old assassin at the 4th heavenly layer didn't care about what Lin Tiantan threw down. He only thought that it was Lin Tiantan's killing intent. The momentum of his big hand didn't decrease, and it mercilessly struck forward, shaking the void in all directions. Then, in the blink of an eye, the old man's big hand met the jade bottle wrapped in divine light thrown by Lin Tiantan. With a crisp sound, the divine light shattered, and the transparent jade bottle also shattered. The Emperor's corpse poison floated out on the spot. Ah! The old assassin at the fourth heavenly layer screamed in pain. His big hand was infected by the Emperor's corpse poison, and it began to rot in an instant. Moreover, the corpse poison spread, directly entering his body through his large hand, making him cough out blood on the spot. With a ping sound, he fell down from the palace of darkness, rolling on the ground. He released even more miserable screams that sounded like his heart and lungs were being torn apart. On the dark palace, the other two old assassins at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer were shocked. What's going on? Moreover, the other assassins also changed their expressions. There's a black fog falling from the sky. A Wuxian assassin suddenly shouted. In the sky, after the jade bottle shattered, a part of the Emperor's corpse poison infected the old assassin's arm. More of the Emperor's corpse poison floated in the air and fell down, covering the entire dark palace. The assassins were infected by the black fog one after another. Even if they propped up the divine light curtain, it didn't have any effect. Ah! The Emperor corpse poison was too terrifying. It was in the form of a black mist, and after it overflowed from the shattered jade bottle, it fell down in the blink of an eye, completely enveloping the palace of darkness and the space within 100 zhang of it, including all the assassins in this area. Ah! The screams were ear-piercing and heart-wrenching. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile had already left a long distance. They stood in the sky and looked at the dark palace. The air in the area covered by the Black Emperor's corpse poison began to decay, and the assassins fell to the ground one after another, struggling in pain. Ah! Ear-piercing screams continued, one after another. Emperor's corpse poison? You actually... An old assassin at the peak of the fourth layer of Nirvana realm recognized the black fog and looked at Lin Tian in the distance with shock, anger, and fear. Lin Tian stood in the distance with a sneer on his face. How about it? I specially came here to give you a big gift. Not bad, right? You, the old assassin who spoke, was enraged. He activated all of his divine power to resist the zombie poison, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, all of the divine power he activated was annihilated. His body started rotting at a rapid pace. He could not stop the process at all. No. No. Ah. 5 feet away, a desperate scream sounded. The old assassin who was the first to be infected by the Emperor's corpse poison was filled with fear. At this time, his body was completely submerged and melted by the Emperor's corpse poison. Even his divine soul was destroyed. Even an old assassin at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm ended up like this. The other ordinary assassins were naturally even more miserable. It was impossible for them to resist this terrifying corpse poison. Even if they used all their means, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 200 assassins in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing godly dynasty in the seventh heaven had died. Among them, there were dozens of enlightened realm assassins, dozens of half-step Nirvana realm assassins, and even powerful Nirvana realm assassins. All of them died miserably. Their bodies were turned into thick blood by the corpse poison, and even their divine souls were corroded by the corpse poison. Ah! Screams of despair filled the air. In the Black Emperor's corpse poison, the assassins were corroded one after another. All of them watched helplessly as their bodies rotted and turned into thick black blood. The scene could be said to be horrifying and extremely tragic. An old assassin at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm looked at Lin Tian in the distance. His body had already been mostly corroded, and his eyes were filled with fear and resentment. You actually used something like the Emperor corpse poison. You have such a vicious heart. Lin Tian sneered in disdain. A stinky rat like you, who hides in the dark and bites people at will, whose body is covered in blood, have the right to say that I'm vicious? To deal with people like you, no matter how cruel the methods are, they are still benevolent. He said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand shook, and the Ling Tian sword force appeared. It slashed forward at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the old assassin's forehead. You, pooh. This person's head was directly pierced through by Lin Tian's sword. Then, the Emperor's corpse poison took advantage of the opportunity to flood in even more violently. Ah! Following a miserable scream, this person's divine soul was instantly corroded and annihilated. his body also turned into thick blood in an instant. Lin Tianling snorted. He stood in the distance and made his move. He didn't move at all and just looked at the Palace of Darkness coldly and emotionlessly. Ah! The miserable screams were endless, like the howls of resentful ghosts. At that place, the Emperor's corpse poison enveloped the space within a radius of a few hundred meters. The assassins rolled and struggled. Their flesh was slowly corroded, and not even their bones were left. Their divine souls were also slowly annihilated, and they died tragically one after another. After that, in just a few dozen breaths, the miserable screams in the Palace of Darkness disappeared. The group of assassins had all disappeared, and only pools of thick blood were left on the ground. It emitted a foul stench, and it made one's scalp tingle. As expected of the Emperor's corpse poison. It is indeed domineering. Whooshing Crocodile took a deep breath. Although it knew that the Emperor's corpse poison was very terrifying, seeing this scene with its own eyes, it still couldn't help but be shocked. 3 peak 4th heavenly layer Nirvana realm powerhouses, 7 ordinary Nirvana realm powerhouses, more than a dozen half-step Nirvana realm cultivators, and a group of Wuzhen realm and Great Dao realm assassins were annihilated in just a few dozen breaths. Lin Tianling smiled. He stood in the sky and looked at the Palace of Darkness. At this time, he couldn't feel any vitality in that place, and the black mist-like Emperor's corpse poison was also gradually disappearing. After all, this kind of corpse poison can't exist forever. Let's go. He beckoned Whooshing Crocodile to leave. Whooshing Crocodile was taken aback. Are we leaving now? Let's see if there are any good things in the Palace of Darkness. This is the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 7th heaven. The collection should be richer than the one in the 6th heaven. Maybe it is just like the one in the 6th heaven. The accumulation of these years hasn't been sent back to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. After being infiltrated by the Emperor's corpse poison, even if there are good things, they will be completely contaminated and wasted. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile heard this and suddenly understood. This is true. Lin Tianling raised his hand, and countless sword lights intertwined. He slashed at the Palace of Darkness in the distance, causing the entire Palace of Darkness to collapse and fall apart. For a time, sand and dust billowed everywhere. Let's go. He said again and left with Whooshing Crocodile. Soon, they were far away from this place. Boy, what are we going to do next? It's impossible to destroy the 2 strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 8th heaven, right? There are also peak 4th heavenly layer powerhouses guarding there. With our current strength, we can't do anything to those 2 strongholds. Whooshing Crocodile said. I know. Lin Tiandao said, let's find a hidden place and cultivate in seclusion. Seclusion? Whooshing was taken aback. Lin Tiandao nodded. Not long ago, I destroyed all the strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, and spread my divine sense to the 9th heaven. It must have been known by the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's bishop. They will definitely be angry. Then, they will definitely send terrifying assassins to deal with us. Now, the terrifying assassins sent by the 9th heaven should be almost here. Once we are found, it will definitely be a disaster. At this time, we might as well hide for a while. In this way, we can avoid the more terrifying assassins of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. Secondly, we can sort out our cultivation base and Dao foundation in peace. After all, our cultivation base has been breaking through very quickly recently. If our Dao foundation is loose, it will be bad. He continued, in the end, attacking the all-extinguishing divine dynasty is just a matter of convenience. Our main goal is to improve our cultivation base and become stronger. Hearing this, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad, boy, your mind is quite meticulous. Well, let's do as you said, find a hidden place to cultivate in seclusion. Whooshing Crocodile said. At this time, after listening to Lin Tian's analysis, it felt that it was very reasonable. Lin Tian nodded and moved faster, striding into the distance. Not long after, he used the Dragon Burial Scripture as a guide and found a place with extraordinary spiritual qi. It was located dozens of feet deep underground, and it was a relatively simple terrain for gathering spiritual qi. He and Wuxing Crocodile entered the ground and came to the spiritual qi gathering place. They set up 18 ceiling formations in a row, then stopped and sat down cross-legged. When we go out again, our cultivation base and combat strength will definitely increase again. At that time, we will ruthlessly mess with this son of AB*TCH all-extinguishing divine dynasty. We will never let this bloodline be happy. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Of course. Lin Tian also sneered. A faint light intertwined in his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes, and a faint golden light intertwined on the surface of his body. He sorted out his cultivation base and comprehended his own Tao. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The sixth heaven, 3 black-robed figures appeared in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in this heaven. Their eyes were cold, and their aura was icy cold. The 3 of them were all powerful assassins of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 9th heaven. Their bodies were surrounded by an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Each of them seemed to have killed countless creatures. Not long ago, Lin Tian consecutively destroyed the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's strongholds in the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, and sent his divine sense imprint into the 9th heaven, causing the 9th heaven to be in an uproar. Many cultivators discussed the all-extinguishing divine dynasty one after another, and all of them were negative. It was like a resounding slap on the face of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, making the bishop of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty furious. Now, the 3 of them came down from the 9th heaven to erase Lin Tian from the world as soon as possible. At this moment, the 3 of them stared at the destroyed all-extinguishing divine dynasty's stronghold, and their eyes became colder and more eerie. Then, in the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared silently like ghosts. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to arrive at the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the 7th heaven. When they saw the ruins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty and the pools of blood on the ground, the killing intent around their bodies became even more terrifying. Not long after the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's strongholds in the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's strongholds in the 6th heaven and the 7th heaven were also destroyed. The 3 of them didn't need to think about it to know that all of this was done by Lin Tian. Find him, kill him. One of them said. These 4 words sounded out in a hoarse and low voice, and they instantly shattered expanse after expanse of space. Their great extinguishing god dynasty had been passed down for countless years. Even Chaos Realm experts had been successfully assassinated before, and they were revered by the world. But now, a young cultivator who was just at the Enlightenment realm actually dared to do such a thing. Inform the 2 strongholds in the 8th heaven, we will search for him together. Another person said. Following which, 3 whooshing sounds rang out as the 3 of them flew off in different directions in search of Lin Tian's tracks. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. There are no clues. For a full 3 months, the 3 of them searched everywhere for Lin Tian. They even sent assassins to the 2 strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the 8th heaven, but to no avail. They couldn't find any trace of Lin Tian at all. Continue to search. The cold voice resounded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed, and the all-extinguishing divine dynasty sent more assassins to secretly search for him. Unfortunately, it was still to no avail. However, time was still flowing, and the days passed steadily. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty spent a lot of effort to search for Lin Tian. During this period, no one knew how many powerhouses they sent out, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Lin Tian. Lin Tian seemed to have evaporated from the world. After which, this faction gradually quietened down. The search for Lin Tian and the pursuit to kill him also became much less intense. After that, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. On this day, the 7th heaven suddenly shook violently. In an unknown place, rolling thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and blood-red lightning crackled, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. F***CK. Kid, you must have done a lot of evil in your previous life. Your grandfather. This Lord Crocodile is preparing to break through to the Enlightenment 9th level. Don't cross your tribulation here. The sound of thunder resounded across the sky. Boundless dark thunderclouds appeared in the sky, covering a vast area. The entire seventh heaven trembled, and the destructive aura it exuded was terrifying. Boom! A rumble rang out, causing the entire world to shake. It was like a star had exploded in a thundercloud. Ah! F***ck. Kid, stop it. Deep in the mountains and forests, the sky was dark and scary, and the thunderclouds were thick and scary. A horrifying voice came from the ground. In this place, hundreds of meters deep in the ground, whooshing crocodile scales stood up, and its eyes were filled with fear. Next to it, Lin Tian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His brows were deeply wrinkled, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Gradually, dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It wasn't until more than 10 breaths later that his body relaxed slightly. After exhaling a long turbid breath, he opened his eyes. At the same time, the rolling thunderclouds in the sky disappeared in an instant, returning to its usual appearance. The bloody lightning and the destructive aura also dissipated completely. Damn it, you scared this grandpa crocodile to death. Underground, whooshing crocodile breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, the thunderclouds condensed in the sky shrouded this place, exuding a terrifying destructive aura. It felt like the starry sky was about to crush it, causing it to feel a chill down its spine. At this time, it felt like it had just walked through the gates of hell. Lin Tian squinted at it. Look at you, I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? For more than 2 years, he sorted out his cultivation in this place, comprehended the great Tao, and cultivated himself. At this moment, he was about to enter the Nirvana realm. At the same time, the Great Path reacted just like when he ascended to the flight of flight, the celestial connection, the Great Path, and the enlightenment. A destructive heavenly tribulation condensed. The destructive aura was terrifying to the extreme, causing him to stop in his steps towards the Nirvana plane. Bah! This heavenly tribulation is coming for you. It doesn't matter if you're afraid or not, it will still come. Even if it kills you, it will only have something to do with you. But if Master Crocodile gets into trouble because of your heavenly retribution, he will be dragged down by you because Master Crocodile doesn't need to suffer. Whooshing Crocodile said with a look of disdain. Tell me, how can we be the same? Can you compare them? Lin Tian, buzz. It was also at this time that the demonic light around Whooshing Crocodile intertwined. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura spread out. The surrounding soil shook violently. If it weren't for the protection of the ceiling formation patterns carved by Lin Tian, it would have collapsed long ago. In this way, after more than 10 breaths, the demonic light outside the 5 elements alligator's body finally calmed down. 9 heavens of Wushan! It barked excitedly. In more than 2 years, it went from the 6th firmament of enlightenment truth to the 9th firmament of enlightenment truth. Its aura and combat power were much stronger. Lin Tian tilted his head and gave it a sidelong glance. Okay, quickly put away your excitement, and then step back a little. I will start to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. He said. Now? Prepare for the heavenly tribulation here? Whooshing Crocodile looked at him. Have you thought about how to pass the heavenly tribulation? Yes. Lin Tian Dao. Back then, Wu Yi took 3 pieces of phoenix blood stone from the immortal island of no return. You and I each got 1. After this, I will use my piece of phoenix blood stone to create a defensive armor. Although it can't become a heavenly treasure, its toughness should be strong enough to support me through this nirvana-level heavenly tribulation. The phoenix bloodstone was said to be condensed from the blood of the legendary divine beast Phoenix. It had an unparalleled value. It was an immortal material used to create chaos heavenly treasures. It was a rare treasure even for ordinary emperors. Moreover, this thing had many other miraculous effects. Each miraculous effect was very shocking. It could be said to be priceless. In the past 2 years, while Lin Tian was cultivating, he had already thought about how he might attract the heavenly tribulation when he stepped into the nirvana state. He had been thinking about how he should go about overcoming the heavenly tribulation when the time came. Eventually, he thought of this method. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. It had obtained a piece of phoenix bloodstone because of Wu Yi. If this thing is made into armor, its defensive power will definitely be very good. It is very likely to help you successfully pass through this heavenly tribulation. Then, it paused and said, however, isn't it a pity to use this immortal material like this? After all, it is an immortal material used to create chaos heavenly treasures. It is equivalent to the prototype of a heavenly treasure. Its value is immeasurable. There is nothing to pity. This kind of thing can be found again when I enter the Chaos Emperor realm. Lin Tianandao. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes but did not say anything about this matter. After all, Lin Tian did not care about it. Moreover, it thought about it. Lin Tian still had a divine sword in his body. That thing seemed to be much more powerful than a heavenly treasure. It looked at Lin Tian and said, "Oh, you are going to use the Phoenix Bloodstone to forge the armor? You are going to do it here?" Lin Tian nodded. Yes. He waved his right hand and took out a bloodstone from the stone ring. The bloodstone was intertwined with a faint light, like a blood jade. It was the Phoenix Bloodstone. Boy, this Phoenix Bloodstone is very tough. With your current level of strength, how are you going to forge it into armor? This seems a little troublesome. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian held the Phoenix Bloodstone in his right hand. With a thought, the Phoenix Bloodstone slowly floated up. Then, with a thought, a golden pure yang flame surged out and enveloped the Phoenix Bloodstone. It is indeed very troublesome, so I need time to accumulate. He appeared very calm and said, according to my calculations, with the power of a special divine fire like the pure yang flame, we should be able to melt this Phoenix Bloodstone after burning for about 50 days. At that time, we can use it to forge battle armor. The Phoenix's Bloodstone was very tough. With his current strength, it was impossible to simply melt the Phoenix's Bloodstone. However, if he continued to burn the Phoenix's Bloodstone with his pure yang flame, it was only a matter of time before it melted. After all, even a small drop of water would be able to penetrate a large rock after a long time. About 50 days? Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. That is too long. Good things are strewn with setbacks. Lin Tian was still calm. Golden pure yang flame surged out of his right hand and burned fiercely, enveloping the Phoenix Bloodstone. He concentrated. The pure yang flame burned brightly, causing the air to distort slightly. Just like that, 47 days passed in the blink of an eye. After being burned by the pure yang flame for 47 days, the Phoenix Bloodstone finally began to melt on this day. Waves of shocking waves of the Great Path intertwined, flashing with an extremely dense light of the Great Path. It was as if a Great Path was melting. This Phoenix Bloodstone has such dense Great Path intertwined within it. This is worthy of being a material for forging heavenly treasures. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. As the Phoenix's Bloodstone melted, powerful waves of the Great Path intertwined. It was too thick. However, he calmed down soon after. After all, the Phoenix's Bloodstone was an immortal material for forging heavenly treasures. It was a treasure even for ordinary emperors. It was normal for such a powerful Great Path to be intertwined within. He calmed his mind and focused. The light in his eyes grew thicker. He focused even more on activating the pure yang flame to accelerate the melting of the Phoenix's Bloodstone. For a moment, the golden divine fire sizzled as if it was going to burn the entire space. It was scorching hot. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, the Phoenix's Bloodstone melted completely, turning into a large ball of viscous liquid. The intertwining light was even thicker. A divine light flashed past Lin Tian's eyes. His right hand shook, and the golden pure yang flame burned even more fiercely. At the same time, his left hand moved as well. He even opened the divine eye of delusion and began to forge the defensive armor. This was his first time forging true armor, but he wasn't nervous. After all, his cultivation was close to the Nirvana realm. If he wanted to break through, he could do it with just a thought. Under such circumstances, if he grasped one thing, he would be able to grasp everything. He already knew many methods. Although it was not easy to smith at this moment, it was definitely not too difficult. Moreover, he had 2 great advantages. He had the divine eye of delusion and the pure yang flame. Opening his divine eyes allowed him to keenly capture and control every detail during the forging process, greatly reducing the difficulty of forging a piece of battle armor. Moreover, with divine flames like pure yang flame, the quality of the battle armor he forged would be even higher. Buzz, he activated the pure yang flame to wrap around the melted phoenix's bloodstone, expanding the range of the divine fire. When he opened the divine eye of delusion, the dragon pattern light became even brighter. He stared ahead seriously. Then, he summoned the vision in his mind and began to shape the melted phoenix's bloodstone with his mind. He gradually outlined and condensed the shape of the armor. Kid, let me give you a reminder. Adding a strand of your origin source, essence blood, and Grand Tao laws will allow the armor to perfectly fit your body. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course, he knew this. The pure golden yang flame wrapped around the melted stone of Phoenix's blood and slowly took shape. Then, with a thought, a wisp of life origin, a wisp of blood essence, and a wisp of precepts of the great path entered the stone one after another, causing the golden divine fire to sizzle. Then, he became even more attentive and focused all of his energy. He allowed the melted stone of Phoenix's blood to quickly merge with his origin, essence blood, and great path precepts. At the same time, he used his enormous divine will to shape it so that it would evolve into a true battle armor. Just like that, 7 days passed very quickly. Buzz. On this day, the golden pure yang flame became even more blazing, and within it, a dazzling halo surged out. As far as the eye could see, a blood-red battle suit was laid out horizontally within the golden divine fire. The armor, arm armor, chest armor, wrist armor, and leg armor were all present. They were gently connected, and as they flickered, there was a faint blood-red light and a faint golden light intertwined. Although they didn't look thick, they seemed to be the toughest thing in the world, as if they could withstand all kinds of destructive force. Done. A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. After more than 50 consecutive days, he had finally forged this battle suit with all his might. Whooshing Crocodile watched from the side, and his eyes couldn't help but light intertwined. It looks pretty good. Lin Tian nodded and said, let's try it out. As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand shook, and the divine artifact-level deity slaying bow was taken out. He directly pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon. For a moment, a buzzing sound rang out. His divine power surged into the bow, and even his great path precepts were mixed in. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling divine arrow of slaughter was condensed. At close range, the arrow pierced through the newly forged battle suit. Boom! The divine arrow of slaughter shot out, and its majestic power directly shattered a large part of the underground space, landing firmly on the battle suit. Suddenly, another loud boom rang out. The surrounding space cracked and shattered, and the layers of soil collapsed one after another. A man and a crocodile propped up a defensive light curtain, blocking the falling layers of soil and gravel, and fixed their eyes on the battle suit in front of them. There, the divine arrow of slaughter collapsed, and the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The battle suit appeared, intertwined with bits of bloody light and bits of golden light lingering around it. It was completely undamaged, and not even a trace was left behind. Great! A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. With his current strength, pulling the divine bow with all his strength and infusing it with the great path precepts, its power was so strong that it could easily shoot an ordinary early-stage nirvana cultivator to death. However, when it landed on the battle suit, there was not even a trace left behind. It was enough to show the strength of this battle suit, and its defensive power was astonishing. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes were filled with surprise. This battle suit doesn't even have a weak divine aura. It's not a saint-level armor, but its defensive power is simply terrifying. It's really something made from the Phoenix Bloodstone. It's enough as long as its defensive power is strong. Lin Tian Ondao. He released his divine consciousness and branded his own divine consciousness imprint on the blood-red battle suit. Then, with a thought, it was stored in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he put away the divine bow in his hand. Let's go. It's time to go out. He tilted his head and said to Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile said, let's go. The soil layer in this underground space had collapsed because of Lin Tian's arrow, and there were cracks everywhere. The man and the crocodile got up and left directly. Not long after, they reappeared on the surface. At this time, it was midnight. Stars dotted the night sky, and the full moon hung high in the middle, sprinkling a large area of bright moonlight on the earth. In the past 2 years, Lord Crocodile estimates that the pursuit of you by the all-extinguishing god dynasty should have weakened a lot. Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said. After disappearing for so long, it's impossible not to. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. However, soon, they will be excited again. Huh? What do you mean? Whooshing Crocodile looked at him. It's nothing, you will know when I transcend the tribulation. Lin Tianyi smiled and said. Let's go to the 8th heaven. Whooshing Crocodile was even more puzzled. You don't want to go to the 8th heaven after transcending the tribulation? Lin Tian used the Phoenix Bloodstone to forge the battle suit for the tribulation, but he didn't immediately transcend the tribulation. Instead, he wanted to go directly to the 8th heaven, which made it even more curious. I'm going to the 8th heaven to transcend the tribulation. Lin Tian Dao. After saying that, he didn't say anything more. He flew under the starry sky, heading towards the space-time portal from this heaven to the 8th heaven. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at him suspiciously, but it didn't ask any more questions. It flapped its wings and followed him. After that, it didn't take long for a person and a crocodile to arrive in front of the space-time portal leading to the 8th heaven. Looking around, the space-time portal here is still the same as the space-time portals in other heavens. The space-time portal here is still the same as the space-time portals in other heavens. The wide stone platform is intertwined with a rich aura of time. Among them, the 3 meters high purple light beam seems to have existed since ancient times. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. The person and the crocodile didn't hesitate. They stepped straight into the purple light beam on the stone platform and disappeared in a blink of an eye. For a time, darkness shrouded everything. In this regard, the person and the crocodile were very calm. They have passed through space-time portals too many times and have long been used to it. After an unknown amount of time, a little light appeared in front of them, and the surrounding darkness receded like a tide. Immediately afterward, the person and the crocodile were shaken out of the void at the same time. At this time, they were standing on the edge of a wide stone platform. The air was filled with vitality, and there were all kinds of strange plants growing around them. The aura fluctuations were also extremely strong. We have arrived in the 8th heaven. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian stood in place, looking out at this great world. Just by looking at a corner, he could see the vastness of this great world. After that, he didn't stay in this place for long. He directly soared into the sky and walked outside. Whooshing Crocodile naturally didn't stay and followed him slowly. Kid, where are you going to transcend your tribulation? Grandpa Crocodile is very familiar with this world. Can I recommend a few places for you to transcend your tribulation? It said. No, I've already found one. Lin Tian Dao. What? Whooshing Crocodile was taken aback. It knew very well that this is the first time Lin Tian stepped into the 8th heaven. How could he have already found a place to transcend his tribulation? Lin Tian naturally saw Whooshing Crocodile's puzzlement. He smiled faintly and said, "You will know soon." He flew in the air and followed a fixed direction. After about 14 hours, he arrived in front of a huge canyon that was adjacent to the mortal world. White fog intertwined in the canyon, and even when a strong wind blew, it was difficult to disperse. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. This place doesn't look very special, and because it's adjacent to the mortal world, no cultivators will come here. However, both it and Lin Tian knew that there was a stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in this heaven. There are not only 9 powerhouses at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana guarding it, but also an old assassin at the 7th sky of Nirvana. It is the most terrifying stronghold of the 2 all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 8th heaven. Kid, with our current strength, we can't overturn this place. Why did you come here at this time? It frowned. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Looking at the canyon ahead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The terrain is open, suitable for transcending tribulation." Whooshing Crocodile was taken aback when it heard the words, then its eyes widened immediately. "You are ruthless," it said, and without another word, it retreated into the distance. Previously, Lin Tian said that the all-extinguishing divine dynasty would soon be agitated again. It was a little puzzled, but Lin Tian said, "You will know when I transcend my tribulation." At that time, it was a little puzzled by these words, but at this time, it instantly figured it out. Lin Tian actually ran directly to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's stronghold to transcend his tribulation. "This is simply asking for my life," Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. With a flick of his left hand, the holy armor-level murdering divine bow appeared in his hand. He directly pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon. Divine power and the laws of the Great Path continuously poured into the bow. The aura of the 10 directions also intertwined, condensing into a dazzling holy arrow in the blink of an eye. Immediately, he loosened his right hand, and the arrow broke through the air and rushed directly into the canyon. Boom! The powerful arrow broke into the canyon and exploded on the spot. The huge power directly dispersed the thick white fog that lingered in the canyon all year round, and a huge palace appeared in the depths of the fog. Immediately, the holy arrow was like a rainbow, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it approached the front of the huge palace. After breaking through a layer of array runes, it directly penetrated the palace. With a crack, a corner of the palace was directly shattered. Pieces of debris sputtered in all directions, and sand and dust billowed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated. Figures rushed out of the palace and appeared near the palace. All of them looked out of the valley with cold eyes, and all of them fell on Lin Tian. Facing the group of assassins in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, Lin Tian stepped forward calmly with a calm face. More than 2 years ago, he and Wuxing Crocodile destroyed 6 strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty and sent out a divine sense mark to the 9th heavens to provoke and declare war. Needless to say, everyone in the all-extinguishing divine dynasty knew about him. In fact, he guessed that he should be on the top of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's blacklist. Every assassin in this branch wanted to kill him as soon as possible. He walked towards the main hall in the canyon. In his left hand, on the holy bow, strands of light intertwined. In front of the hall, there were figures with cold eyes. "Lin Tian," someone said coldly. More than 2 years ago, after Lin Tian provoked the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty immediately sent out powerful assassins to hunt Lin Tian all over the world. The 2 strongholds of the 8th heaven also participated in the hunt, but unfortunately, they couldn't find Lin Tian. The hunt for Lin Tian gradually faded a lot. Unexpectedly, more than 2 years later, Lin Tian appeared on his own and directly forced them to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's stronghold, causing the assassins' killing intent to soar. "Kill," someone said coldly. In an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In front of the hall, a group of assassins rushed towards Lin Tian. They were all assassins, and as assassins, they only cared about one thing, and that was to kill the target. As for how to kill or how many people to kill, it wasn't within their scope of consideration at all. For a time, dense killing lights appeared in all directions, all of them were cold and piercing, aiming at Lin Tian's vital points. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. With a shake of his left hand, he replaced the sword with the holy bow and raised it straight. Clang! As he waved his saint bow, dozens of towering heaven sword auras materialized and slashed forward with clanging sounds. Instantly, the sounds of chi-chi-chi-chi could be heard as the large amount of killing lights that were pressing towards him were all shattered. At the same time, the dozens of heaven-piercing sword auras didn't dissipate but continued to move forward without slowing down. Puff! Puff! Pooh! Blood splattered, and in the blink of an eye, several assassins were crushed, their bodies and souls destroyed. However, the expressions of the other killers who rushed towards Lin Tian did not change in the slightest. Each of them was cold and ruthless, like killing machines. In the blink of an eye, someone closed in on him. It was an expert at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of Wuxin. He aimed a bloody sword at his head, the tip of the sword extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through all things in the world. Lin Tian was very calm. He raised his right hand and slapped down. With a crack, the space in front of him was directly shattered. The assassin who rushed in front of him was smashed into pieces with a slap, and even his spirit was destroyed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of people breaking through the air continued to ring in this space. More killers approached, each of them holding a cold long sword. Their pace was very fast, and their eyes were even colder. They did not care about their dead companions at all. Lin Tian took a step forward and raised his holy bow again, releasing a wave of sword light. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, a bloody mist splattered in front of him again. This chapter does not end, please turn to the next page, died under this blow. Currently, he was in the Nirvana realm after all. He could enter the Nirvana realm with just a thought. Moreover, he was using the sword ray from the holy bow to kill a half-step to Nirvana realm cultivator like cutting tofu. How could an ordinary assassin from the Great Extermination Divine Dynasty block it? All of you have emotionless gazes and cold expressions. You only have disdain for the death of those from the same bloodline. You charge at me coldly. In my opinion, you are not fearless. In fact, you are no different from clowns. He said. Hearing this, the faces of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty assassins who rushed forward darkened. Lin Tian was humiliating them, then, in the next moment, the group of assassins shouted one after another. The killing swords in their hands became even more terrifying, and they slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He had a smile on his face, but it was full of mockery. Do you think that I am humiliating and mocking you? Looking at the group of assassins who were rushing towards him, he raised his holy bow slowly. In fact, that is indeed the case. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his holy bow, and another wave of sword light rushed out. In an instant, a faint holy aura intertwined. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. Another few assassins exploded. Around them, the faces of the assassins became even darker, and they all became a little ugly. As assassins, they didn't fear death, and they took this as their basic principle and took pride in it. But now, Lin Tian had trampled on the principle that they took pride in and mocked them to the point that they were worthless. Damn it! Someone growled. Kill! The aura of these assassins became even more violent. Someone used the divine concealment technique and closed in on Lin Tian like the god of death. Lin Tian smiled. He did not care about this at all, and he just walked forward slowly. Then, a clanging sound was heard. Around him, a dense wave of sword light surrounded him, and it spread out like a wave. Immediately, popping sounds rang out. Quite a few assassins in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. The assassins who used the divine concealment technique to close in on Lin Tian were unable to escape. They were blasted out of space and exploded on the spot. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Humph! A cold snort was heard. In the front of the palace, a real powerhouse walked out. Nirvana-level fluctuations intertwined around him. This was an assassin at the first sky of Nirvana level. After walking out, his eyes fell directly on Lin Tian, and his killing intent was bone-piercing. After hiding for so long, you finally dare to show up. The blood-colored divine sword in this person's hand was like a blood dragon. Before it moved, it shattered the void beside the sword. Although I don't know how you found the strongholds of my dynasty, it is not important. Barging in here is tantamount to trespassing into hell. There is only one word waiting for you, death. Lin Tian looked at this person and could not help but laugh. Aren't the assassins of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty always quiet? Why are you so talkative? The face of the early-stage Nirvana-level assassin who walked out suddenly darkened, and his gaze became even colder as he stared at Lin Tian. Then, in the next moment, he moved. The blood sword in his hand was like a blood dragon, and the murderous light intertwined as it slashed at Lin Tian. With a clang, the sword was extremely fast, and the angle of the slash was very strange. Ordinary people would not be able to avoid it. However, Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Facing this terrifying sword, his expression did not change. He raised his right hand to meet it, and just by stretching out 2 fingers, he caught the terrifying sword between his fingers. Suddenly, the surrounding assassins' faces changed. An early-stage Nirvana-level powerhouse from their faction had attacked. A terrifying sword was blocked by Lin Tian with just 2 fingers. The assassin's face changed, and he was shocked. Lin Tian caught the opponent's blood sword with 2 fingers. Behind him, the reincarnation map rushed up and pressed down mightily. After 2 years, he could enter the Nirvana realm at any time now. His combat strength was many times stronger than before, and he did not care about an early-stage Nirvana level cultivator at all. Boom, the reincarnation map roared. With his current cultivation, the powerful aura completely confined the space around him. The early-stage Nirvana-level powerhouse from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty naturally felt the terror of the reincarnation map. He was immediately shocked, and he burst out with all his divine power to shake off the blood sword. He broke free from Lin Tian and retreated quickly. However, Lin Tian was even faster than him. With a flash of his feet, he appeared behind him, grabbed the back of his head, and pressed him to the ground. When his face came into contact with the ground, a loud bang was heard, and a large area of the ground was shattered. Then, almost at the same time, the reincarnation map fell, drowning the man from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty and Lin Tian. Ah! A scream was heard, and then it disappeared. There, the reincarnation map dissipated, and Lin Tian stood up. His clothes were not stained with dust, and he floated like an immortal. The early-stage Nirvana-level assassin from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty had completely disappeared, and his body and soul were destroyed. Just now, although the reincarnation map had enveloped him and the man from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, it naturally would not hurt him. After all, that was his own origin monarch territory. Outside the Grand Canyon, the 5-element crocodile couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. This kid hasn't truly stepped into the Nirvana stage, yet he's already able to kill an initial stage Nirvana stage cultivator so swiftly. He's really as abnormal as before. At this time, it was far away from this place because it knew that Lin Tian would be undergoing the heavenly tribulation here later. It did not want to be implicated and be struck by lightning. In the canyon, the ordinary assassins of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty who were standing in this stronghold changed their expressions, and they were all shocked. An early-stage Nirvana-level expert was actually killed by Lin Tian in an instant. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. Others saw that it was easy for him to kill the Nirvana-level assassin from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, and he did it in an instant. However, in reality, he had already used all his strength in that attack. Otherwise, how could a Nirvana-level expert be killed so easily? It was simply impossible. Boom! Suddenly, waves of powerful auras rushed out from the palace in front of them, causing the ground to tremble. At this moment, more than 10 early-stage Nirvana-level assassins appeared in front of the palace, and 9 peak 4th sky of Nirvana-level experts walked out. Then, a grey-robed elder silently appeared in front of him. The aura around his body was extremely cold. When the ordinary assassins around them saw the dozens of figures stepping out of the palace, especially the grey-robed elder at the front, their eyes lit up. They bowed to the grey-robed elder in unison, and then turned their heads to look at Lin Tian. Their expressions became cold again, as if they were looking at a corpse. Lin Tian glanced at the dozens of early-stage Nirvana-level assassins in front of him and the 9 peak 4th sky of Nirvana-level assassins in front of him. His gaze fell on the grey-robed elder at the front. Peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana level, about to enter the 8th sky of Nirvana level. When he said this, his expression was very calm in the face of such an expert. There was even a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. A cold wind was blowing in the canyon. Lin Tian was facing the dozens of Nirvana realm experts with a slight smile on his face. Such an expression undoubtedly made the faces of the assassins in this stronghold even colder. Lin Tian had broken into the most powerful stronghold of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty in the 8th heaven alone. Facing dozens of Nirvana realm experts and an existence at the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, he had such an expression as if he was looking down on them. DBA. At the front of the dozens of Nirvana realm experts, the grey-robed old man took a step forward, causing the entire canyon to tremble. He was an old assassin at the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. The aura on his body was as cold as ice. You, very good. The old man opened his mouth, his voice cold. More than 2 years ago, Lin Tian had destroyed 6 of the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty's secret bases, and his divine sense had been branded into the 9th heavenly layer, causing everyone in the 9th heaven to know about it. This had greatly damaged the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's reputation and prestige. In the past 2 years, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's requests had decreased significantly. This was naturally a big blow to the great extinguishing divine dynasty. After all, the source of materials for the great extinguishing divine dynasty to strengthen themselves was obtained by accepting commissions. With fewer commissions, the source of materials to strengthen the great extinguishing divine dynasty was also reduced. The development and prosperity of the great extinguishing divine dynasty had been greatly affected. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, the old assassin at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm had a cold expression. With a majestic chill, he walked towards Lin Tian step by step. Every step he took would cause the ground to shake violently, as if a great earthquake was about to happen. Facing this old man, Lin Tian naturally felt a trace of pressure, but his expression didn't change at all. I am indeed very good. You can see it at a glance. I don't need you to say more. He was very calm as he looked at the old man and said, but you will soon be in a very bad situation. What a sharp tongue. The gray-robed old man's voice was cold. Shortly after, there was a buzzing sound. Dense amounts of runes appeared in the canyon and sealed the surrounding space. These runic inscriptions were extremely extraordinary and extremely powerful. Even Rebirth Realm experts would find it extremely difficult to shatter them. Under the pursuit of my great extermination god dynasty, you were able to survive for so long. Your escaping skills are indeed not bad. Now, let me see how you can escape. This person's eyes were emotionless, filled with a murderous aura. He walked towards Lin Tian step by step, as if the void was about to be frozen. Such a murderous aura was exceptionally terrifying, however, Lin Tian's expression did not change. He still had a faint smile on his face. Escape? He said, you think too much. As his words fell, he no longer suppressed his cultivation level. With a thought, the nirvana gate in his body instantly split open with a cracking sound. A wave of majestic energy instantly surged up, like a torrent that could not be lifted, rolling and moving. Dong. Above the firmament, as if someone had beaten a sacred drum, the entire world instantly turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky as far as the eye could see. A huge thundercloud vortex appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye, covering the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. Streaks of red thunderbolts surged and intertwined like roaming true dragons, releasing a supreme heavenly might that could annihilate all things in the world. Boom! Thunder rumbled, resounding through the ninth heaven. At this moment, the entire eighth heaven trembled, and the Grand Canyon fell silent. Everything seemed to have lost its rhythm, leaving only the unparalleled sound of thunder echoing in the sky. Outside the Grand Canyon, the 5 elements crocodile suddenly trembled. He stared at the sky and swallowed his saliva. Damn, this kid is hated by the heavens. This nirvana tribulation is more terrifying than I imagined. No, I have to retreat further. Having said that, it retreated further away. In the blink of an eye, it moved another 1,000 feet away. Dong. In the sky, tribulation thunder rumbled, and thunder rumbled. In the canyon, the gray-robed old man at the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana stage stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face changed directly. At the same time, in this place, the other assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were also shocked. At this moment, the huge thundercloud vortex crossed the sky, making these assassins feel as if a pair of eyes were staring at them from the thundercloud. All of them felt a chill down their spines, and their internal organs turned cold in an instant. This is heavenly tribulation? In this place, none of the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty could still remain calm. All of them broke out in cold sweat. Ascending to the nirvana stage? You are the one who attracted the heavenly tribulation? The gray-robed old man stared at Lin Tian. The coldness from before had disappeared, and it was replaced by shock and disbelief. How could you attract the heavenly tribulation when you have stepped into the nirvana stage? Since ancient times, the heavenly tribulation could only be attracted when a cultivator stepped into the immortal connecting realm. It was known as the Great Tao Heavenly Punishment. But now, when Lin Tian stepped into the nirvana stage, he attracted the heavenly tribulation too. No matter how hard he tried, this was something that had never happened before in the history of cultivation. Most importantly, at this moment, the aura of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as him felt a wave of fear, as if the starry sky was about to fall on him. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled, and blood-red lightning intertwined like blood dragons. The aura of destruction enveloped all directions of the sky. Lin Tian stood where he was, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With a thought, the battle suit made of the phoenix's bloodstone floated out from his sea of consciousness and covered his body in an instant, protecting his head, arms, chest, and legs. It's too boring to go through the heavenly tribulation alone. I'm here to invite all of you to go through the heavenly tribulation together and enjoy this heavenly punishment feast, he said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of lightning bolts instantly fell from the sky, completely covering the space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet around the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. It instantly turned the place into a sea of tribulation lightning. Ah! Screams rang out immediately. It was mournful and terrifying, and it made one's scalp go numb. This was the tribulation lightning of the great Tao, and it existed for the sake of destruction. At this moment, the dense lightning bolts fell, and in an instant, dozens of great extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins were shattered into pieces, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Dong! The sky was pitch black, and even more blood-red lightning bolts fell. In the blink of an eye, the valley was completely submerged. Then, in just an instant, there was nothing left in the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. The ground cracked, the void shattered, and the palace in the depths collapsed. It was completely destroyed by the blood-red lightning bolts that fell from the sky. At this moment, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was dazzling, and the destructive lightning bolts were vast and mighty. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. As the tribulation lightning fell, many assassins in the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were instantly struck by the destructive lightning bolts. In an instant, they were turned into ashes, and their names were forever erased from this world. This was Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation. It was the most powerful reincarnation Imperial Physique's Nirvana realm heavenly tribulation in the history of cultivation. It was the purest heavenly tribulation that destroyed for the sake of destruction. It was a true disaster. Under such a heavenly tribulation, how could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? Even the most ordinary lightning bolts in this heavenly tribulation could easily destroy a half-step to Nirvana realm powerhouse. Retreat! Quickly get out of this area. Here, among the 9 fourth heaven Nirvana realm powerhouses, someone shouted. Immediately, the group of assassins rushed out of the valley at an extremely fast speed, wanting to leave the space. However, very soon, something that made them despair happened. As the heavenly tribulation descended, with Lin Tian as the center, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was completely sealed by a terrifying force. They could not escape at all, and they could not escape at all. This was the power of heaven and earth. Didn't the great extinguishing God Court want to kill me? Now that I have purposely delivered myself to your doorstep, why are you running away? At the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian still had a faint smile on his face. This heavenly tribulation was caused by him. The destructive force that he had to endure was dozens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than other places. However, at this time, he was not afraid. The battle armor that was made of Phoenix's bloodstone protected him within it. Its defensive power was shockingly strong, and the ordinary lightning bolts that landed on him were easily blocked by the battle armor. Boom, the sky was pitch black, and the blood-red lightning bolts were exploding. The destructive aura filled every inch of space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet. Within the great extinguishing God Court, many assassins screamed as they fled. Ah! No! How can this be? Why is there? Ah! Within the canyon, miserable cries rang out incessantly. Heart-wrenching cries rose and fell one after another. In the face of the dense blood-red lightning, the myriad extinguishing God dynasty's assassins were crushed into pieces one after another. Anyone below the Nirvana realm who was struck by the tribulation lightning would die immediately. They were simply unable to block it. Damn it! An expert at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm roared as he was struck by a lightning bolt. Half of his body was turned into minced meat on the spot. At the same time, the other experts at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm roared furiously. Many of them were injured. Ah! The screams were shrill. As the blood-red lightning bolts fell, streaks of blood mist exploded continuously. In just a dozen breaths, more than half of the hundreds of assassins in the Great Extinguishing God Court stronghold were dead. At this time, only the old man in grey who was at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm could barely withstand it. He was not injured, but his face was extremely ugly. Little bastard. The old man stared at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth loudly. It was also at this moment that a shocking rumble rang out in the sky. A bolt of tribulation lightning that was even thicker than a bucket struck down, heading straight for Lin Tian. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated immediately. It was unable to endure such pressure at all. The first round of the Nirvana tribulation had arrived at this moment. The five-element crocodile couldn't help but tremble extremely far away. Even though it was extremely far away, it was still able to clearly sense how terrifying this tribulation lightning was. Even if an ordinary rebirth realm expert was struck by it, the expert would absolutely perish at the first possible moment, and it was utterly impossible for the expert to resist it. Lin Tian stood in the valley. Naturally, he could feel the terror of the lightning bolt, but he did not care at all. Seeing Lin Tian appear in front of him, the expression of the grey-robed elder immediately changed. His back instantly turned cold, and he hurriedly retreated on the spot. Because as Lin Tian approached, the first round of heavenly punishment from Heavenly Dome Fall also enveloped this place. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Stepping on the yin and yang liang, he followed like a shadow. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating now? The grey-robed elder couldn't shake off Lin Tian for a moment. He was shocked and angry. Boom. Thunder rolled, and the first lightning punishment fell. It was thicker than a water bucket, and it covered Lin Tian and the grey-robed elder within it. In an instant, the ground in this place directly exploded. Smoke, dust, and lightning intertwined, and gravel flew in all directions. With a bang, the grey-robed elder flew out horizontally. His entire body was stained with blood. Even though he was at the peak of the seventh heaven of Nirvana realm, at this moment, half of his body was directly shattered. His internal organs were exposed, and he was extremely miserable. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Not bad, your physical body wasn't completely shattered. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor, he walked out of the smoke, dust, and lightning that filled the sky. His entire body circulated with faint blood and faint golden light, and his defensive power was unparalleled. He completely blocked the first round of tribulation lightning, and he didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage. He stared at the grey-robed elder with a smile on his face. He walked on the ground, neither fast nor slow, and walked directly towards the other party. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing. In the surroundings, the dense blood-red lightning became even more violent. The grey-robed elder's expression changed again. He hurriedly repaired his physical body and retreated far away again. He also used a powerful divine ability to blast at Lin Tian, afraid that Lin Tian would come close. Because at this time, this heavenly punishment was triggered by Lin Tian, and the target of destruction was Lin Tian. Wherever Lin Tian went, there would be the center of destruction. Once Lin Tian came close to him, it was equivalent to bringing the center of destruction and the source of destruction to his side. The lightning in the center of such destruction was too terrifying. Lin Tian smiled. He did not dodge the attack of the grey-robed old man. Just the ordinary tribulation lightning that fell from the sky and interweaved around his body was enough to shatter the attack. Moreover, at the same time, as he walked toward the grey-robed old man, the nearby assassins suffered a great calamity because of this. This was because the tribulation lightning that fell near the path he walked became tens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than before. It was shocking. How is this possible? How is that possible? In this all-extinguishing stronghold, the group of assassins were both shocked and terrified. Historically, it was a heavenly tribulation that would only descend when a cultivator stepped into the immortal ascension realm. Now, it had descended once more when a Wuxian cultivator was breaking through to the rebirth realm, and the terrifying aura of annihilation caused even rebirth realm experts to be terrified. Dong. It was also at this moment that another enormous rumble resounded in the sky. The second round of heavenly punishment had finished brewing and was descending with a bang. Lin Tiantan looked up and stared at the gray-robed old man again. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Facing this gaze, the gray-robed old man's scalp suddenly went numb. Swoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. Lin Tiantan stepped on the yin and yang puppet, leaving behind afterimages with each step, and once again appeared in front of the gray-robed old man. Again. He said. Then, with a bang, the second round of heavenly punishment descended from the sky and directly drowned this place. It was even more terrifying than the first round of heavenly punishment. The ground within a radius of several hundred feet was completely shattered, and spatial turbulence poured out. The billowing smoke and blazing lightning blocked one's vision. When it dissipated slightly, only Lin Tiantan was still standing. The gray-robed old man's figure had disappeared without a trace. Only pieces of bloody mud floated in the air with drops of blood. Damn it! An angry roar came from the bloody mud. Pieces of bloody mud and drops of blood quickly gathered in the middle. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed old man's physical body condensed. His face was pale, and his aura was more than half of what it was before. Lin Tiantan narrowed his eyes. Not bad, continue. He was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor. At this time, the descending heavenly punishment light was completely unable to threaten him. With just one step, he appeared in front of the gray-robed old man again. Dense blood-colored lightning moved with him, sweeping in all directions. The gray-robed old man had just reformed his physical body when Lin Tiantan forced him forward again. Suddenly, his face was as purple as a chisel. Dong. The heavens trembled violently. Along with the dense blood-colored tribulation lightning, the third round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a vast palace of lightning, and it looked as if it was real. The aura of destruction intertwined around it was extremely dense, and it slowly descended. When the gray-robed old man saw this thunder palace falling, he immediately trembled violently. He felt that the void around him was frozen. Instantly, his face was filled with fear. He roared angrily and frantically retreated, trying to get away from Lin Tiantan. This thunder palace was coming for Lin Tiantan. As long as he left Lin Tiantan's side, he could avoid this round of heavenly punishment. Why are you running? Isn't it better to go through the tribulation together? Lin Tiantan smiled. He stepped on the yin and yang qi and flashed behind the gray-robed old man. He directly swung the Chaos Emperor fist and fiercely punched down. Presently, he was already at the rebirth realm. When he executed the chaotic Emperor fist with his current cultivation, its might was countless times stronger than before. When his fist smashed down, it was like a falling meteor that could shatter everything in this world. Bang! The powerful fist, accompanied by dense lightning, steadily landed on the gray-robed old man's back. Puff! Blood splattered. The gray-robed old man was smashed into pieces by this fist, and blood stained the sky. Then, almost at the same time, the third round of heavenly punishment really fell, covering all directions. The gray-robed old man's body had just been smashed by Lin Tiantan. Before he could regenerate, he was pressed down by the third round of heavenly punishment. He was unable to dodge at all and was directly enveloped by Lin Tianyi. This kind of heavenly punishment was terrifying. In the middle of it, the gray-robed old man's body, which had been smashed by Lin Tiantan, turned into a bloody mist on the spot. More than half of his Nirvana realm divine soul was directly smashed. The remaining half of his divine soul fled dozens of feet away in a sorry state. His aura was at its weakest, like a weak flame in a gale that could be extinguished at any time. He roared. The remaining half of his divine soul shone brightly, trying to regenerate a body, but the speed was shockingly slow. Let me help you. Lin Tianyi's voice sounded. Wearing the battle armor made of Phoenix Bloodstone, he had withstood the third heavenly punishment. At this time, he directly took out the Great Path reincarnation diagram. Along with the dense blood-red lightning that fell, it pressed down on the gray-robed old man's remaining divine soul mightily. He smiled and said, "Help you free yourself." The gray-robed old man's divine soul trembled, and his voice was filled with fear. "You, stop." Boom. The Great Path reincarnation diagram pressed down with the dense lightning, interrupting the gray-robed old man's words and instantly enveloping him. Puff. With a sizzle, the remaining half of the gray-robed old man's divine soul was crushed on the spot. His body and soul were destroyed. Elder. In the stronghold of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, a group of assassins saw this scene and trembled on the spot. The most powerful person in their stronghold, a powerhouse at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm, actually, died just like that. Far away, whooshing crocodile shrunk its neck. Damn, this is only the third round of heavenly punishment, and it already killed that old man at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm. This is really... As it spoke, it looked at the battle armor on Lin Tianyi from afar and could not help but reveal a shocked expression. This battle armor made of phoenix bloodstone is really terrifying. Even someone at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm could not withstand 3 rounds of heavenly punishment, but this battle armor completely helped Lin Tianyi to withstand it. Boom. In the sky, thunder rumbled again, and it was even more terrifying. Above the sky, blood-red lightning flashed, and dark clouds covered the world. The crackling sound of electric arcs could be heard, and it was so loud that many people felt like their eardrums were about to explode. Boom. Rolling thunder resounded in all directions, as if a sacred drum had been beaten. Lin Tian stood at the center of the heavenly tribulation, looking at the few peak fourth sky of Nirvana realm experts in the stronghold of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he crossed the sky with blood-red lightning, appearing in front of one of them in an instant. "You, speak." 3 Lin Tian condensed the divine energy killing sword in his hand, and slashed down with the power of the high heaven sword scripture. At the same time, the dense blood-red lightning fell together, drowning the fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert. "Ah!" The man screamed, and his body exploded on the spot. His divine soul almost collapsed, and he fled in a sorry state, far away from Lin Tian. At this time, the blood-red lightning outside Lin Tian's body was too terrifying. It was simply the source of destruction, and it was appalling. Lin Tian stared at the man, and the yin yang ho flashed, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. The reincarnation map rushed out from behind him, and without giving the man any chance to reassemble his body, it suppressed him mercilessly. For a moment, the aura of a supreme god intertwined, and with a poof, the man's divine soul was crushed into pieces. He tilted his head, looked at the other fourth sky of Nirvana realm experts, and stepped forward again. He was the center of the heavenly tribulation's destruction. Wherever he went, the heavenly tribulation's lightning would be 10 times more terrifying. At this time, he approached another fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert, and with a shake of his right hand, he slashed down with the high heaven sword force. With a clang, the high heaven sword force, together with the dense blood-red lightning around him, drowned the man. Presently, even though he was still undergoing the tribulation, he was indeed at the first level of the Nirvana realm. Under such a realm, merely his own combat strength was already not inferior to a fourth-level Nirvana realm expert. Now, with the terrifying lightning of the heavenly tribulation interweaving around his body, a fourth-level Nirvana realm expert was simply not enough to deal with him and was pitifully weak. Poof, this fourth-level Nirvana realm assassin shattered on the spot as his body transformed into ash. Only his soul was preserved, and he carried a terrified expression as he fled into the distance in a sorry state. Lin Tiantan smiled. He took a step forward and appeared in front of this person's spirit. The reincarnation diagram appeared and mercilessly pressed down. The man was terrified. "No. Stop." Chi, the reincarnation diagram fell, crushing his spirit on the spot. With rumbling sounds, tribulation lightning descended one after another, shattering the void and smashing into the earth. Miserable cries continuously reverberated in the surroundings. In this kind of heavenly tribulation, even the ordinary lightning that fell was terrifying. Cultivators below the Nirvana realm could not withstand it at all. In the face of this kind of heavenly tribulation, they were like ants. Even if they used all their means, it would be meaningless. "Ah! No!" Screams and shouts of fear intertwined. One after another, the assassins were smashed into pieces by the lightning, and the bright red blood mist exploded one after another. Damn it! You are so vicious. A fourth-level Nirvana realm expert gritted his teeth and dodged the blood-red lightning that filled the sky with difficulty. He stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian actually brought a Nirvana realm heavenly tribulation and barged into their place, bringing such a destructive disaster to them. Lin Tian looked at this person with a hateful expression and looked at the other assassins who were screaming in fear. He still had a smile on his face. Aren't you all from the great extinguishing god dynasty unafraid of death? Why are all of you screaming in fear now? Why are you so angry? He slowly walked towards the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana Realm Warrior. However, I have to say that your fear and anger are really pleasing. The fourth-level Nirvana Realm expert's face instantly turned ashen. Boom, the sky rumbled and rumbled. At this time, the sky cracked open, and the fourth round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a blazing lightning river, and as soon as it appeared, it made all things lose their sound. It pressed down mightily at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, a terrifying aura shrouded all directions. Not to mention cultivators, even ordinary mortals could clearly feel the shocking destructive power contained within. Puff, 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 at this moment, the fourth round of heavenly punishment had not really descended. It was just the aura that fell, and it caused a group of ordinary Wuxian realm assassins to explode. Their souls and bodies were also shattered, and they disappeared from this world forever. Lin Tian stared at the fourth-level Nirvana realm expert who spoke. The Yin and Yang Ho flashed and directly stepped to his side. At the same time, the fourth round of heavenly punishment truly descended. The fourth-level Nirvana realm assassin suddenly showed an extremely frightened expression. It was too late for him to dodge. Boom, the lightning river fell and annihilated everything. It directly destroyed the body and soul of the fourth-level Nirvana realm assassin. He could not survive such a main heavenly punishment and could not resist it. At the same time, a few other nearby assassins suffered because of this. They exploded one after another and disappeared together. Lin Tian was enveloped by the lightning river, and the destructive power he endured was the most terrifying. However, because of the protection of the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor, he still perfectly withstood the fourth round of heavenly punishment. The battle armor was undamaged, and so was his body. The defensive power of this battle armor is too terrifying. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, the stronghold of the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty within the Grand Canyon was already scorched black by the blood-red lightning. Strands of blood floated on the ground. At this moment, there were only over 30 people left. Moreover, most of them were Nirvana stage experts. They were dodging and blocking the ordinary tribulation lightning that fell from the sky with great difficulty. Every single one of them was in an extremely sorry state as they continuously suffered injuries and bled. Because at this time, the ordinary lightning that fell from the sky was getting more and more terrifying. It was very difficult for ordinary Nirvana realm experts to resist. Lin Tian looked at these people, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He stepped in front of a fourth-level Nirvana realm expert. Clang! He waved his right hand, and the Heaven Domination Sword scripture surged. It carried an infinite amount of blood-red lightning as it slashed towards the person. At this time, the assassin was already having a hard time resisting the ordinary tribulation lightning. Now that Lin Tian, the center of destruction, was approaching, the tribulation lightning instantly became 10 times more violent and terrifying. In addition to the Heaven Domination Soul Slash, the assassin was shattered on the spot. He only had time to let out a desperate scream before he was destroyed by the destructive force. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the other assassins who were still alive. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he pressed forward one by one. As he moved, the tribulation lightning instantly became terrifying wherever he passed, as if it was going to destroy the world. You, don't come over. Go away. Panicked voices resounded. When the assassins who were still alive saw Lin Tian approaching, their expressions changed greatly. They were shocked, angry, and terrified. They dodged with extreme speed as if they were avoiding a demon. Because the lightning around Lin Tian was too terrifying. Wherever he went, it would become a true land of destruction. At this time, there was really no one who could endure it. However, Lin Tian was now at the Nirvana realm. How could ordinary people compare to his speed? In the blink of an eye, he approached the assassins one after another. The heaven domination sword light mercilessly scattered, and the terrifying blood-red lightning violently descended. Ah! Shrill screams filled with terror and despair. Pooh! 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 As he approached with extreme speed, the heaven domination sword light and terrifying lightning covered all directions, and the assassins collapsed and disappeared one after another. Boom! When he stepped to the side of another assassin at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm, the fifth round of thunder punishment fell. It was a huge lightning with a diameter of 10 feet. It directly enveloped him and the assassin at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm, and everything around them collapsed. With a pu sound, the assassin at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm was directly destroyed by this round of thunder punishment. As for Lin Tian, even though he was protected by the Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit, he was still blasted dozens of feet deep into the ground with a bang. Cough. The lightning didn't break the Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit, but a part of the power passed through the battle suit, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The fluctuation of his qi and blood suddenly became much more chaotic. His eyes turned cold. He operated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and golden divine light came out of his body. With a boom, he rushed up from the ground and looked straight at the sky. There, a thunder vortex appeared horizontally. The sixth round of thunder punishment began to condense, and the sky rumbled. He squinted slightly. He could feel an even more terrifying power gathering in it, causing his back to feel slightly cold. At this time, even though he was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit, he still felt a sense of threat. However, in the next moment, he shifted his gaze from the sky to the surviving assassins of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, who were dodging pathetically in the canyon. With dense blood-red lightning, he directly went over and mercilessly pressed down on them. You, damn it! Don't come over! Ah! Before the sixth round of thunder punishment fell, he moved quickly in the canyon. The Yin and Yang puppets and the Great Extinguishing God dynasty's divine concealment technique worked together to bring the destructive blood-red lightning to the assassins. At the same time, he performed his own sect-killing technique, causing the assassins who were still alive to explode one after another. They were all destroyed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 assassins left in the canyon. They were both at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm. The 2 of them were covered in blood. After dodging the lightning from the heavens punishment time and time again, they were already very weak. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian with fear, anger, hatred, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in their eyes and faces. Feels good, right? Looking at the 2 of them, Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly as he said with a faint smile. It was just a simple word, but he said it with a smile. There was a strong sense of mockery in his calm voice, which made the 2 assassins of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty even more furious. Their faces turned even paler. Swoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang puppets and the terrifying blood-red lightning. He instantly closed in on one of the assassins. He raised his right hand, and the chaotic Emperor's fist and the dense lightning fell together, drowning the assassin. Puff! The Emperor's fist was invincible, and the lightning was terrifying. It caused the assassin's physical body to explode on the spot, and his spiritual soul was also shattered. It was also at this moment that the 6th round of lightning punishment gathered in the sky. It was a huge blood-red millstone that was completely formed by the interweaving of lightning. It had a diameter of about 1,000 feet, which was at least 10 times more terrifying than the 5th round of lightning punishment. As soon as it appeared, it fell toward the canyon, enveloping Lin Tian and the last Great Extinguishing God dynasty assassin. No! No! Facing the blood-red millstone, the last assassin of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was extremely terrified. He frantically fled into the distance, trying to avoid it. However, he had only run a few hundred feet away when his body crumbled inch by inch and turned into ashes. His spiritual soul also dissipated. Just the aura of the blood-red millstone alone was enough to destroy his body and soul. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile shrunk its neck and said, "Hundreds of powerful assassins were destroyed so quickly." This is really. As it said that, it looked at the blood-red millstone and could not help but feel a chill in its heart. Even though it was very far away, it could still feel the terrifying destructive power from it. It felt as if the legendary millstone had fallen. Crack! 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 The speed at which the blood-red millstone fell was not fast, but wherever it passed, nothing was left behind. The void was annihilated into chaos, and the earth began to collapse and sink because of its aura. The entire canyon was torn apart in an instant. The reincarnation diagram was vast and mighty. At this time, Lin Tian's Nirvana realm cultivation was fully activated. Immediately, endless divine power was released and expanded together with the blood-red millstone. It extended to a diameter of about 300 meters and directly collided with it. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, and the four symbols Tao diagram was also displayed. It met the attack together with the reincarnation diagram. Immediately, in the next moment, the reincarnation diagram and the four symbols Tao diagram collided with the blood-red millstone. Boom! Suddenly, the space in all directions collapsed and directly turned into a place of chaos. Chaotic light was struck out. With two sizzling sounds, the reincarnation diagram and the four symbols seal both collapsed. The blood-red millstone's power weakened a lot, but its downward momentum did not decrease at all. It directly covered Lin Tian and exploded. For a moment, the cracked canyon shook violently. The cracked ground and large rocks flew into the sky and shattered. This time, even though Lin Tian was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit, and even though the reincarnation diagram and the four symbols seal had weakened the destructive power of the blood-red millstone, he still suffered great injuries. After the blood-red millstone exploded, the terrifying force fell on the Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit. Although the battle suit did not collapse, part of the destructive power passed through the battle suit and acted on Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian to tremble violently. His sturdy body directly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Gulialu. The Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit bloomed with bits of blood-red and golden light. Inside, Lin Tian's shattered flesh and blood surged, and in the blink of an eye, his real body was formed. At this time, standing in the center of the heavenly tribulation, the ground under his feet had been completely destroyed. There was a huge deep pit. Smoke and dust floated in it, and wisps of blood-red electric arcs sizzled. The surrounding land was ruined and scorched. He looked up at the dark sky. A huge black vortex appeared. And blood-red lightning intertwined. The whole world was shrouded in darkness. Again. He said coldly. As if it had heard Lin Tian's voice and felt that Lin Tian was provoking it, the heavens shook violently at this moment. A mountain range appeared within the pitch-black thundercloud vortex. Blood-red lightning interweaved as it slowly descended from the sky. For a time, a destructive and oppressive aura enveloped every corner of the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. This brat, why is he always provoking the heavens? Far outside the canyon, Whooshing Crocodile could not help but roll its eyes. Boom! The sound of rolling thunder was extremely ear-piercing. As the lightning mountain fell, the sky shattered and the earth caved in. Waves of chaotic light were blasted out of the void. At this moment, the entire world was trembling violently as though it was heading towards the end of the world. Gigantic cracks appeared everywhere, and there were even black holes that appeared one after another, devouring and destroying everything. Lin Tian was enveloped within. The reincarnation diagram, the great Tao laws, the four symbols seal, the divination divine technique, and so on were all activated. In the blink of an eye, the divine arts collided with the thunder mountain and exploded. Boom! Destructive waves rolled, and blood-red lightning interweaved in all directions. After a dozen breaths of time, this destructive wave finally calmed down a little. Billowing smoke and dust floated, and electric arcs sizzled. In the center, the Phoenix's Bloodstone battle suit bloomed with dim blood-red and golden light. It was covered with dense cracks as if it would shatter at any time, and a cloud of bloody mist and minced meat floated inside. The seventh round of heavenly lightning fell, and even the tough Phoenix's Bloodstone battle suit could not withstand it. Dense cracks appeared on it, and Lin Tian's body was once again shattered through the Phoenix's Bloodstone battle suit. Inside the Phoenix's Bloodstone battle suit, flesh and blood tumbled, and blood and flames jumped out. Lin Tian used the sun's nirvana technique and reformed his body in the blink of an eye. The color on his face was much dimmer, and his spiritual energy was much lower. He had suffered heavy injuries from the 7th round of heavenly punishment. Far away, whooshing crocodile stared at the canyon and clearly sensed that Lin Tian's aura had weakened. He also saw the phoenix's bloodstone battle suit covered in cracks. His expression became slightly serious. This 7th round of heavenly punishment is many times more terrifying than the previous 6 combined. The phoenix's bloodstone battle suit is already beginning to shatter. Next, it's not good. Boom! Thunder roared, and in the sky, the 8th round of heavenly punishment appeared. It did not stop at all, and directly pressed down. Lin Tian resisted with all his might. The reincarnation diagram and the Great Tao laws interweaved, forming a reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao. At the same time, other magical powers were also supported, and divine light covered all directions. With a rumble, the 8th round of heavenly punishment drowned out everything. The dense lightning covered everything, and everything lost its color. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. On Lin Tian's body, more cracks appeared on the phoenix's bloodstone battle suit. Then, it directly shattered, crushed into pieces by this round of heavenly punishment. Then, Lin Tian's entire body was exposed to the destructive lightning. Although he resisted with all his might, it was difficult for him to resist. He immediately exploded, and blood splattered in all directions. Boom! The earth-shaking roars did not stop, and it was not until dozens of breaths later that it calmed down. Smoke and dust intertwined. During this time, Lin Tian's broken pieces of flesh floated in the air. It was a ghastly sight. Wang, the pieces of flesh intertwined with blood-red flames and quickly gathered together. It did not take long for a physical body to be formed again. However, his aura was weaker, and his face was paler. He looked at his chest, and his expression slightly froze. The phoenix's bloodstone battle suit had been completely destroyed. Boom! The world shook violently, and the roars came again. In the sky, the thundercloud vortex became even darker at this moment, and began to spin on its own. In the meantime, blood-red lightning fell as if it was raining blood-red lightning. Any one of them could be compared to the 7th round of heavenly punishment. Oh my God! Far away from the canyon, whooshing crocodile was horrified. Seeing this scene, his scalp went numb, and he retreated further away. In the canyon, Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. Such a blood-red lightning rain made even his heart tremble. Most importantly, this was only the prelude of the 9th round of heavenly punishment. It was not the real 9th round of heavenly punishment. He roared, and the Heart Sutra of Sun madly operated. He stepped on the yin and yang loaf to dodge while resisting with all his strength. Boom, 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 the blood-red lightning fell in the canyon, and the already broken ground exploded again. The ground caved in inch by inch, and pitch-black bottomless pits appeared. Even the mountains thousands of feet away collapsed one by one. Poof! Lin Tian was hit by a blood-red lightning and shattered on the spot. Blood stained the sky. He let out a low roar and operated the nirvana of the sun-blazing blood-red flames jumped, and in the blink of an eye, his physical body was reformed. Buzz, the reincarnation diagram was propped up, and all kinds of heavenly divine elephants were summoned. The towering sword radiance even slashed across the land to meet the blood-red lightning. At this moment, these techniques were executed with his nirvana realm cultivation. Their might was extraordinary and peerlessly powerful. However, at this moment, these blood-red lightning bolts were too terrifying. They easily shattered these divine abilities and secret techniques that he had executed. Poof! Once again, over a dozen bolts of blood-red lightning engulfed Lin Tian, causing his body to collapse once more. He used the nirvana of the sun to reform his physical body, and he repeatedly dodged and resisted these extremely terrifying blood-red lightning. Then, he was continuously shattered several times. His essence, qi, and spirit were weakened by more than half, and the divine power in his body was also consumed a lot. The blood-red flames buzzed and jumped. The nirvana of the sun was activated, and he once again reformed his physical body. His face was even paler. It was also at this time that the sky trembled as if it was about to explode. A huge thunderous roar that shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands was heard. This thunderous roar was incomparably oppressive. At the same time, the world became even more dark. True darkness descended on this land, and all the living creatures became fearful and uneasy. The sky seemed to be about to collapse. Boom, thunder rolled, and the world shook. Above the firmament, a huge whirlpool spun slightly and split open. The ninth wheel of heavenly punishment appeared from within. Countless blood-red lightning bolts intertwined, forming a beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. There were mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, and it directly pressed down. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. As the beautiful landscape formed by blood-red lightning fell, the majestic pressure was like the starry sky falling. It caused the earth to crazily sink and collapse from far away. Lava was faintly visible in many places. The terrifying scene caused the whooshing crocodile, which was extremely far away from the canyon, to tremble violently. The thunderous roar was muffled and oppressed the earth. Under it, Lin Tianji felt his entire body turn cold. Even his spirit was trembling. Even so, his eyes were filled with tenacity. He waved his hands and used all his techniques to meet the sky. "Come on!" he roared at the sky. As if sensing his provocation, the beautiful mountains and rivers interwoven by blood-red lightning sped up. In the blink of an eye, they fell, crushing the divine powers and secret techniques one after another. With a boom, they drowned him. In an instant, the entire world was covered by the blood-red lightning. The destruction became the only thing in this world. Boom, the void shattered, the ground collapsed, and lava gushed out. Then, it rose hundreds of feet high. Then, after an unknown amount of time, all the light of calamity in this world disappeared. The oppressive aura gradually disappeared, revealing a broken and scorched earth. The canyon had long been razed to the ground. There were huge pits everywhere, and scorched earth was everywhere. There were even streams of lava flowing, melting much of the soil. Whoosh, a soft sound was heard. A layer of soil broke open, and a drop of bright red blood was buried under it. It was very dazzling. In an instant, blood-red flames jumped out, and spiritual energy rolled in from all directions, surrounding this drop of blood in the center. After a dozen breaths, Lin Tian's figure appeared, but his face was very pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Far away, whooshing crocodile had been staring at this place. Seeing Lin Tian appear again, he let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, directly below the thundercloud vortex, Lin Tian's face was pale. He gasped for breath and looked up at the sky. At the top of the sky, lightning surged, and the thundercloud vortex rotated. Then, in the next moment, the surging lightning gradually dimmed, like a weak flame being blown out by a strong wind, dissipating one by one. Then, the huge thundercloud vortex also slowly dissipated. The whole world regained its light in the blink of an eye, and the destructive aura disappeared completely. "It's over." In the distance, whooshing crocodile could not help but say. An expanse of 7-colored auspicious clouds converged in the sky that had recovered its azure blue color. It sprinkled down an expanse of 7-colored divine radiance that enveloped Lin Tian and quickly nourished his damaged body. The 7-colored light after heaven's retribution could be said to be extraordinary. Lin Tian was enveloped by this light, and his essence, qi, and spirit recovered rapidly. His divine power also began to skyrocket in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed, and his divine power was restored. At this time, the 7-colored light was still falling. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't waste it. He immediately channeled Sun Heart Sutra and quickly guided the 7-colored light into his body. He refined it seriously and injected it into every corner of his body. Buzz, golden divine light and 7-colored divine light circulated on his body surface. After stabilizing, his essence, qi, and spirit began to rise again. It was very shocking. Just like this, it wasn't until dozens of breaths later that the 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky slowly disappeared. The 7-colored light was also gone, leaving only a 7-colored rainbow across the sky. However, it only lasted for a moment before it dissipated. Nirvana Realm Intermediate Stage. He whispered to himself. Since ancient times, misfortune and fortune were interdependent. After surviving this heaven's retribution, he naturally gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation directly reached the intermediate stage of Nirvana realm from the early stage of Nirvana realm. Under normal circumstances, it was equivalent to half a year of hard work. At the same time, he used his divine sense to look inside himself. He clearly felt that his divine sense, divine soul, and divine power had improved by leaps and bounds. His physical body had become extremely sturdy. In terms of pure physical strength, he was almost invincible under Half-Step Emperor. In terms of comprehensive combat power, he believed that he was now able to compete with a Nirvana realm 6th heaven powerhouse. It had to be said that this was very shocking. After all, he was now in the Nirvana realm, which was the 8th great realm in the path of cultivation. In this great realm, the difference in combat strength between each small step was like heaven and earth. But now, he had just entered this great realm, and he was already able to fight with a powerhouse in the 6th heavenly layer. Not bad, he said softly. Whooshing crocodile flew over at this time and sized up Lin Tian. Its eyes were full of brilliance. It naturally sensed Lin Tian's strength at this time. Immediately, it asked again, "How is it, kid? After entering the Nirvana realm, what new great path did you master? Show it to Grandpa Crocodile." When a cultivator attained the Grand Tao realm, they would grasp their first Grand Tao law. After that, when they attained the Rebirth realm, they would be able to grasp even more Grand Taos, and there was no limit to the number of Grand Taos they could grasp. At this moment, Lin Tian had stepped into the Rebirth realm, so it was naturally curious about what new Grand Tao Lin Tian had grasped. A new Great Tao? Lin Tian frowned. He clenched his fist slightly and tried to sense it seriously. Then, he said, "It seems, there isn't one." He used his divine will to look inside his body and found that the Great Tao precepts in his body were still that nameless Great Tao. No? Whooshing Crocodile was stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened. How is that possible? Since the ancient times, even the weakest Rebirth realm cultivator would be able to grasp at least one new Grand Tao law when they just stepped into the Rebirth realm. How could you possibly not have? Lin Tian's aptitude was absolutely shocking, but now, Lin Tian had stepped into the Rebirth realm, but he had not grasped a new Grand Tao law. This was really unbelievable. Lin Tian once again used his divine will to look inside his body. He even displayed the only nameless Great Tao in his body. A faint Tao light converged outside his body. "No," he said. "In addition, during the process of advancing to the Rebirth realm and transcending the tribulation, I didn't even notice a Great Tao nearby approaching my body." Generally speaking, when a cultivator grasped a Great Tao, he would first sense a Great Tao approaching him from the outside world. Then, he would slowly capture this Great Tao with his body's origin to conform to the Great Tao. However, he had never had such a feeling since he stepped into the Rebirth realm and transcended the tribulation. How is this possible? Whooshing Crocodile stared at the nameless Tao law outside Lin Tian's body and was even more puzzled. Then, in the next moment, it suddenly remembered something in the past. It stared at Lin Tian strangely and said, "When you were in the 5th heaven, the Tao law in your body seemed to reject the innate Tao source, which is the purest crystallization of the Great Tao. Now, could it be that the Tao in your body is rejecting other pure Great Taos? It's not allowed to enter your body?" Lin Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. "I don't know." Whooshing Crocodile's eyes flashed with a strange light, and it said, "It can't be wrong, it should be like this. Otherwise, with your aptitude, it's impossible that you couldn't even grasp a new Grand Tao when you stepped into the Rebirth realm." With that said, it couldn't help but roll its eyes. "Your Tao is really troublesome, it feels like an arrogant emperor." Lin Tian, he glanced sideways at Whooshing Crocodile and looked around. At this time, the Grand Canyon where the stronghold of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty was located had disappeared. The entire area with a radius of thousands of meters was razed to the ground. The ground was scorched, and no one knew how much it had sunk. There were bottomless pits everywhere. There were even rolling magma flowing in some places, exuding a threatening scorching heat that made people's internal organs tremble a little. Even the magma underground has been struck out. Such destructive power is really. The 5 elements crocodile clicked his tongue in amazement. However, he soon stared at Lin Tian in a strange manner and said, "Speaking of which, it's a little strange. When you underwent the enlightenment heavenly tribulation last time, there were a total of 18 bolts of lightning. Why are there only 9 after reaching the Nirvana realm? Although 9 rounds of thunder punishment is normal, why does Lord Crocodile feel that it's very abnormal when it falls on you? Logically speaking, there were 18 rounds of thunder punishment when you reached the enlightenment heavenly tribulation, so there should be 36 rounds of nirvana tribulation. When Lin Tian heard this, he almost couldn't help but beat it directly. He said with a dark face, "Do you want me to be struck to death or what?" This nirvana tribulation, with only 9 rounds of thunder punishment, almost killed him when he was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor. If there were really 36 rounds of thunder punishment, how could he cross it? Even a Chaos Emperor would probably be struck to death alive. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Lord Crocodile is a rational analysis, not mixed with any personal feelings. Then, it said, "Well, this may be the kindness of the heavens in the unseen world, giving you a transition period of heavenly tribulation. When you reach the chaos realm, it will erupt together. Maybe there will be 81 rounds of ultimate heavenly tribulation directly." Lin Tian's face instantly darkened even more. He really wanted to send this guy flying with a slap. He took a deep breath and couldn't be bothered with this guy. He glanced at this place one last time, rose into the air, and stepped into the distance. "Let's go," he said. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes, flapped its wings, and followed. "Where are we going next?" it asked. Lin Tian glanced at it indifferently. "What do you think?" Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes flashed with a demonic light. It laughed and said, "Another stronghold of the Great Annihilation. Let's go." It said, "According to the information we received, the strongest person in that stronghold is only at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. There are 8 people. With your current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to destroy that stronghold." Then, the man and the crocodile were not in a hurry. They followed a predetermined direction and walked slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 6 hours passed. They crossed more than 10 mountains and appeared in the sky above a spacious road. They continued to walk toward another stronghold of the Great Annihilation godly dynasty in this heavenly region. "Beautiful lady, we're just going to admire the moon together. Why are you so cruel?" There were many cultivators coming and going on the road. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard, causing Lin Tian to stop in his tracks. He turned his head and looked toward the source of the voice. He saw a young man in black following behind a beautiful lady in her early 20s. His eyes were bright, and he rubbed his hands from time to time. "It's him." Lin Tian was immediately moved, and a light flashed in his eyes. Wuxing Crocodile followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked over. "Young man, an acquaintance?" "An old friend." Lin Tian smiled. On the road, the lady was very beautiful. Although she could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, she was definitely far more beautiful than ordinary people. At this moment, the young man in black was following behind her, and she could not shake him off. She looked very angry. "Go away. Lady, we can meet in this vast sea of people, and I saw you at first glance. This is fate. This is fate predestined by the heavens. I can guarantee that as long as we admire the moon together for a night, sleep together on the same bed, spend a good night together, just, well, I mean, communicate a lot, you will definitely find that we are a match made in heaven," the young man in black said seriously. The lady was even angrier. "Lecher. Stinky pervert." As she cursed, the lady's footsteps quickened. "Lady, it's true. We are fated. We might have been husband and wife in our previous lives. In this life, I met you again. This is fate. Well, admiring the moon is not good. We can talk casually. There's a cave over there. It's very secluded. Why don't we go there and talk about life?" The young man in black was not embarrassed at all and continued to follow her. High in the sky, next to Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. "Young man, is this really your old friend?" It paused. "Your old friend is really shameless. My nature is still the same as before." Lin Tian smiled. Then, he moved slightly and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. The young man in black followed behind the lady. His eyes were very bright. He rubbed his hands. Lady, what I said was, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian's figure appeared next to the young man. He raised his leg and kicked the young man in the butt. With a bang, the young man in black was sent flying and crashed into an old tree not far away. This scene shocked the lady who was entangled by the young man in black. She could not help but stop in her tracks. When Lin Tian saw the black-clothed young man pouncing over with his arms wide open, looking like he wanted to hug him, he immediately felt a little disgusted. He couldn't help but raise his leg and kick the young man's cheek. With a bang, the young man was sent flying again, crashing into a large rock not far away. Brat Lin, you bastard. We just met a few years ago, and you already kicked me twice. The young man stood up not far away and cursed loudly. Lin Tian blushed with shame. That was a natural reaction. Who told you to suddenly open your arms? Don't blame me. This young man is none other than a very important friend he made in the third heaven, Ling Yun. At that time, he was a true disciple of the Ascension Dao Gate in the third heaven. At first, he entered the Ascension Dao Gate because of his relationship with Ling Yun. Then, he became the sect master of the Ascension Dao Gate. About a few years ago, he returned to the Ascension Dao Gate after his experience in the fifth heaven. He heard that Ling Yun was taken away by a mysterious person to cultivate, but he didn't see him after that. He didn't expect to meet him in the eighth heaven at this time. Ling Yun stared at Lin Tian and walked back from not far away. You are actually in cahoots. A voice sounded. The woman who was entangled by Ling Yun was wearing a blue dress. When Lin Tian kicked Ling Yun away, she couldn't help but stop. She thought that Lin Tian was a kind person who helped her out. She wanted to thank Lin Tian Dao, but she didn't expect that Lin Tian actually knew Ling Yun, and their relationship seemed to be very good. She immediately turned around and left angrily. Hey, girl. Don't go. I am not in cahoots with this kid, I am a good person. Ling Yun shouted. Bah. The woman's speed became even faster, and she ran far away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lin Tian stared at Ling Yun with black lines on his forehead. What does she mean by, I am not in cahoots with this kid, I am a good person? Is she saying that I am a bad person? Speaking of which, that woman had said, you guys are actually in cahoots. It was obvious that she had treated him as a pervert like Ling Yun. No matter how he looked at it, he should have been the one to suffer. This bastard was actually in a hurry to clear his name, as if he had suffered a great loss by being treated as his partner. He grabbed the collar of Ling Yun, who was chasing after the girl. Enough, pervert Ling, stop harassing the girl. How is this harassment? Ling Yun turned back and said, I'm pursuing true love. Lin Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. True love my ass. True love. The woman had already run far away. At this time, her shadow was nowhere to be seen. This made Ling Yun sigh in regret. He shook his head repeatedly. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and asked. Boy, why did you come to the eighth heaven? Experience and cultivation. Lin Tian said casually before looking at Ling Yun. As for you, I heard that you were taken away by a mysterious person when I went back to the Ascension Dao sect. Is that mysterious person your master? Yes. Ling Yun nodded, then immediately cried, damn it, you don't even know how this brother has survived these past few years. If it wasn't fighting with evil ghosts, then it was fighting with fierce monsters, and other kinds of things. Damn it. It's simply not a life for a human to live. It wasn't until some time ago that the old man said that I had barely reached the passing level of cultivation and released me to move freely for a period of time. These past few years, Speaking of which, it's all F***king tears. Lin Tian, this pervert, in the past few years, it seemed that he had been tempered by his mysterious master very miserably. He had probably suffered a lot. Ling Yun said again, didn't this brother just come out? I was about to go back to the Ascension Dao sect to see if you had returned. Then, on the way, I met the girl from before, and then, it was the scene you saw just now. As he said that, he looked in the direction that the woman ran away and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Tian squinted at him and said, "Look at you." Ling Yan rolled his eyes, then his gaze fell on the whooshing crocodile next to Lin Tian, and asked Lin Tian Dao, "This is?" "An old monster," Lin Tian said, briefly introducing whooshing crocodile to Ling Yan, and then introducing Ling Yan to whooshing crocodile. One person and one crocodile were the type of people who were familiar with each other, and because of Lin Tian, they quickly became familiar with each other. Speaking of which, Lord Ling wasn't purely following that girl. It was just because it was on the way. Ling Yan said, "It's just in front of us, the West Ming continent of the eighth heaven. It is said that there is a seven-colored light there from time to time, and there is a very amazing wave of Tao. Rumor has it that some amazing secret treasure is about to appear. Uncle Ling is going there to take a look, maybe he can get a few great treasures on the way." When Lin Tian heard this, he was suddenly moved. Seven-colored light? Seven-colored light, these four words had a very big impact on him, because it was the same color as the sword spirit fragment of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. At this time, when he heard Ling Yan mention these four words, he was naturally moved. He paused, looked at whooshing crocodile, and said, "Change direction, let's go to the West Ming continent mentioned by that pervert Ling Yan." Whooshing crocodile has seen Lin Tian find the seven-colored sword spirit fragment twice. At this time, he could more or less guess that Lin Tian was moved by the words seven-colored light and wanted to change direction, so he nodded slightly. At this time, two people and one crocodile went straight to the West Ming continent at a very fast speed. "By the way, how much do you know about the West Ming continent? Tell me briefly." Halfway through, he asked Ling Yan. "Why are you asking this pervert? How can he know more than this master crocodile?" Whooshing crocodile rolled his eyes and said, "The West Ming continent is located in the center of a vast ocean. It is a very large and strange land on the water. It is very famous in the eighth heaven. Many powerhouses have visited it in history, and there are many ancient ruins everywhere." After saying that, his expression became more serious. In addition, according to records, one of the 9 heavenly lords, Lord Tai Yin, once opened a cave on the West Ming continent and cultivated there. Lin Tian's expression changed. Heavenly Lord Tai Yin cultivated there before? Next to him, Ling Yan was also surprised, looking at whooshing crocodile in surprise. He didn't expect whooshing crocodile to know so much about the West Ming continent, because he just inquired about the location of the West Ming continent and the many ancient ruins there. Ordinary cultivators would know so much about it. However, whooshing crocodile even knew the secrets of Lord Tai Yin's cultivation in the West Ming continent. This time, it really surprised him. If this news spread out, it will probably shock many people. After all, Lord Tai Yin is one of the 9 most powerful people in the history of cultivation in the 10 directions heaven. His means can be said to be peerless. Is this true? Lord Tai Yin, one of the 9 heavenly lords, really opened a cave on the West Ming continent and cultivated there? He couldn't help but ask. A genius will remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing the 5 elements crocodile's words, Lin Tian's eyes revealed a faint light. Since there was a 70% chance of it being true, then it was basically true. As such, the Western Nether continent was even more extraordinary. After all, even an ancient celestial lord had opened up a cave abode for cultivation. Its uniqueness was self-evident. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. "Let's go. Let's find the Tai Yin heavenly lord's cave abode and collect all the treasures inside." An ancient celestial lord's cave abode would definitely have many good things inside. At the same time, the value would definitely be shocking. Whooshing crocodile glanced at Ling Yan. "It's not that easy to find such a place. It's basically impossible to find it." "Don't think so much. It's good if we can find it, but it doesn't matter if we can't find it. Let's hurry up and get there first." Lin Tian Dao. Compared to the Tai Yin heavenly lord's cave abode, he was more concerned about the colorful light that came from the West Ming continent from time to time. Immediately, the two of them and the crocodile sped up and headed towards the West Ming continent. In this way, more than 6 hours passed very quickly. At this time, the two of them and the crocodile appeared in front of a huge body of water. The waves were rolling and magnificent. The center of this body of water is the West Ming continent. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian looked at the body of water in the distance. The surface of the sea was rolling and the waves were rolling. Standing in this place, there was still no sign of a large continent. Therefore, he knew that the West Ming continent should still be some distance away from this place. "Let's go," he said as he stepped towards the center of the body of water. Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile naturally did not hesitate and followed him towards the center of the body of water. The wind on the body of water was very strong and very humid. From time to time, there would be huge waves splashing. Many cultivators were flying above the sea. They were not slow and were also rushing towards the center of the body of water. At the same time, several huge ships could be seen not far away. There were many cultivators standing on the decks, and most of them were below the airborne realm. Among them, a large number of people should be running there for the 7-color light mentioned by that little pervert, while others are simply going to the West Ming continent for experience. After all, the West Ming continent itself is a natural holy land for experience. Although it's far inferior to the fifth heaven, it's very famous in this heaven. Every day, many cultivators go there to temper themselves. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at the surrounding cultivators. He didn't pay them any heed and continued to walk towards the center of the ocean. Just like that, another 4 hours passed very quickly. At this moment, an enormous expanse of land appeared ahead. When looked at from afar, its surroundings were interweaved with strands of dense mist, and it was like a boundless paradise on the ocean. "We're here," Wuxing Crocodile said. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and his speed increased a little. It didn't take long for them to get close to the West Ming continent. At close range, he could feel an extremely strong aura lingering around this continent. At the same time, he looked at the continent and saw mountains connected to each other, giant trees next to each other, and he could vaguely hear the roar of monster beasts coming from it, shaking the sky and stirring up a large hurricane on the West Ming continent from time to time. Very vast, very extraordinary, he muttered to himself. After reaching the Nirvana realm, his control of the dragon burial scripture was even better. With just a glance, he could see the strangeness of this continent. It was like a desolate land. "Okay, stop sighing, let's go in," Wuxing Crocodile said. Immediately, 2 people and a crocodile stepped forward, landed on the West Ming continent, and stepped into it. As soon as he stepped into it, Lin Tian immediately felt the vicissitudes of life. At the same time, the fluctuations of spirit qi and monster qi in the air were very strong. Roar. The roar of monster beasts came from the deep mountains and old forests of the West Ming continent, and the aura was very shocking. There are many Nirvana realm monster saints in the West Ming continent, and they have been cultivating in their primitive beast form. Their strength is very terrifying, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, looking at the West Ming continent, the light in his eyes intertwined, and he scanned the continent with his divine thought. Love go little say W, Chu he came mainly because of the 7-colored light that flashed in the West Ming continent that Ling Yun mentioned. He felt that it might be the sword's soul fragment of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. However, at this time, when he landed on this continent, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness did not have any reaction. Therefore, he could only temporarily use his divine thought to explore and sense it, and then confirm whether it was the light emitted by the sword's soul fragment of the divine sword after finding it. By the way, the location of the 7-colored light that you mentioned, roughly where on this continent is it? He asked Ling Yun. I'm not sure where exactly it is, but I know that it's on the West Ming continent. Ling Yun shook his head. After that, he looked at Lin Tian with a slightly strange expression and said, speaking of which, kid, that thing that emitted the rainbow-colored light might really be an extraordinary treasure. However, aren't you being a little too anxious? You didn't care so much about the appearance of a treasure in a certain place before. He had interacted with Lin Tian for a long time, so he understood Lin Tian very well. Lin Tian had always been relatively calm, and was not the kind of person whose eyes would light up when he heard about treasures. But now, after Lin Tian heard him mention this place, he immediately decided to come here. Now, after arriving at the continent, he immediately asked about this matter. It was as if the word care was carved on his face, which made him feel that it was a little strange. It's different this time. Lin Tian Ondao. He did not explain much, and secretly spread out his divine thought to explore the surroundings. Lingyan looked at him suspiciously, but did not ask much. He also spread out his divine thought to explore. Master Ling wants to find the cave abode of the Taiyin Heavenly Venerable on this continent. A cave abode where a Heavenly Venerable cultivates in seclusion, who knows, there might be a complete primordial chaos heavenly treasure in there. If we find it, we'll really, hee. His eyes lit up. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him sideways. Little pervert, you're drooling. Lingyan was shocked, and quickly reached out to wipe it. He then realized that there was no such thing, and rolled his eyes at Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian did not care about the two of them, and released his divine thought to explore seriously. As his divine thought scanned the surroundings, he gradually walked towards the center of the continent. Lingyan and Whooshing Crocodile naturally followed his footsteps. Roar. There were many demonic beasts on this continent, and their roars could be heard from time to time, shaking the mountains. The demonic aura was very strong. At the same time, as they walked into the center of the continent, the two of them gradually saw many other cultivators. Some were fighting with the demonic beasts, some were searching for the traces of enlightenment left behind by their predecessors, and some were even killing each other, as if they were fighting for something. Lin Tian did not care about this, and stepped onto the continent, and spread out his divine thought. At the same time, the dragon burial scripture was also slowly circulating, measuring the size of the continent. Along with his divine thought, he walked into a big mountain not long after, and the dragon pattern on the soles of his feet suddenly jumped, causing him to look at a place more than 10 feet away. His footsteps shook slightly, and he stepped over, and came to a big tree. What did you find? Lingyan asked. A piece of immortal Lingjing. Lin Tian said. He used the dragon pattern to break through the soil layer, and grabbed a piece of immortal Lingjing the size of several faceplates. It was about 200 kilograms. It's equivalent to more than 2 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. Lingyan was slightly moved. Lin Tian nodded, and his expression did not seem to be very concerned. Now, it was only a little more than 2 million caddies of spiritual crystals. To him, it was really nothing. It was useless. Immortal Lingjing. What a big piece, it's definitely more than 200 kilograms. This is comparable to more than 2 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. This person's luck is too good. He actually found such a huge piece of immortal Lingjing. There were many other cultivators nearby, and at this time, they all saw the huge immortal Lingjing that Lin Tian dug out, and all of them were shocked, and some could not help but exclaim. Then, in just an instant, dozens of powerful cultivators nearby moved, slowly closing in on Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with greed, and it was obvious that they wanted to seize the immortal Lingjing in Lin Tian's hands. A piece of immortal Lingjing that weighed more than 200 kilograms was comparable to more than 2 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. This kind of value was enough to be considered a huge treasure for ordinary cultivators, or even for ordinary large forces. These dozens of people were on guard against the other cultivators who were approaching Lin Tian, and their pace slowly increased. Some of them even took out their precious weapons, which interweaved with strands of cold light. Everyone, back off. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. 10 feet away, 7 young men walked over. All of them were dressed in extraordinary clothes and had powerful qi and blood. They were all at the Immortal Ascension realm, and they looked coldly at the dozens of people who were closing in on Lin Tian. Instantly, the dozens of cultivators who were closing in on Lin Tian stopped in their tracks and walked towards the 7 young men. Their expressions all changed. At the same time, the other cultivators nearby were also shocked. Those are the people of the Chu family? Many people's hearts trembled. Looking at the 7 young men walking towards them, many people hurriedly retreated, staring at the 7 young men with fear. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the 7 young men. Whooshing Crocodile said. The Chu family has a powerhouse at the 9th heaven of Nirvana layer. They are the most powerful inheritance in the 8th heaven. No force in this heaven can compare to them. It continued. In addition, in their bloodline, every few generations, there will be a 5 elements king body, and in history, there have been several 5 elements king body cultivators who have reached the great perfection stage. Therefore, they are called the Five Elements family. Even in the ninth heaven, they have a certain prestige. So powerful? Ling Yan was slightly moved. Even Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Every few generations, there will be a Five Elements King body cultivator, and in history, there have been several Five Elements King body cultivators who have reached the great perfection stage. It sounds like a terrifying inheritance. Still not retreating? 7 young men walked over. One of them was dressed in blue clothes. His voice was very cold, and his expression was also very cold. He looked at the dozens of cultivators who were closing in on Lin Tian. The dozens of cultivators who were closing in on Lin Tian trembled fiercely, and their eyes were full of fear. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We will retreat now. Retreat now. These dozens of people weren't weak. They originally wanted to snatch the immortal Lingjing that Lin Tian dug up, but at this time, facing the descendant of the most powerful Five Elements family in this heaven, they didn't dare to act rashly. They immediately retreated more than 1,000 meters away. The expressions of the 7 young men were indifferent. They didn't care about the dozens of cultivators who retreated. They walked straight towards Lin Tian. The young man in blue walked in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Immortal Lingjing, hand it over. Hearing the words of the young man in blue and seeing the actions of the young man in blue, Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. This person shouted at the dozens of cultivators who were closing in on him, then walked in front of him and indifferently asked him to hand over immortal Lingjing. It was as if an emperor was giving orders to his subjects, as if he felt that he should hand over immortal Lingjing. Are you a retard? He looked at the young man in blue and said, if so, get lost. If not, get lost too. Nearby, the expressions of the cultivators changed. He actually talks to the people of the Chu family like this? Many people stared at Lin Tian with palpitations in their hearts. The Chu family is known as the Five Elements family. It is the most powerful inheritance in this heaven. No one knows how long it has existed. Every few generations, a Five Elements body will be born in the family. In the history of the family, several Five Elements bodies have reached the great accomplishment realm. They have a certain prestige in the ninth heaven, overlooking the eighth heaven, and no one dares to disobey them. But now, a young man who looked to be in his 20s didn't have the slightest respect in front of the descendant of this family. He actually told the other party to get lost. The face of the young man in blue sank at this time, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He took another step towards Lin Tian and stared at Lin Tian intently. What did you say to me just now? Bang. With a crisp sound, Lin Tian directly raised his leg and kicked the young man in blue's abdomen, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. You don't understand human language, do you understand now? He said. With that said, he waved his right hand slightly and put immortal Lingjing into the stone ring. The young man in blue rolled hundreds of meters away, coughing blood in the distance. He clutched his stomach and screamed, then fainted directly. This caused the nearby cultivators to be greatly shocked, and all of them were astounded. He actually dares to attack the people of the Chu family like this. Where did the courage come from? Does he not want to live anymore? Many cultivators were horrified. At the same time, these people were also shocked by Lin Tian's strength. After all, the young man in blue was in the celestial reaching realm, but he was kicked away by Lin Tian in one move. Then, he couldn't stand up for a long time and fainted directly. Such combat strength was really extraordinary. What they didn't know was that Lin Tian had already shown mercy with this kick. Otherwise, the blue-clothed youth would have died long ago. The other 6 youths from the Chu clan had completely turned cold. They had come to the western nether continent to gain experience. When they saw Lin Tian dig out a piece of immortal Lingjing that weighed more than 200 kilograms, they went up to ask for it. They believed that with their Chu clan's prestige, Lin Tian would absolutely not dare to refuse. Moreover, he would very politely offer it with both hands. However, what they did not expect was that not only did Lin Tian refuse to give it to them, he even directly attacked them without any hesitation. One of them stepped forward and stared coldly at Lin Tian. It seems that you think this world is too boring and want to die. Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and landed a kick on this person's abdomen, just like how he kicked the blue-clothed youth. At the same time, he interrupted his next sentence and kicked him dozens of feet away. He smashed dozens of trees in a row before stopping, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. For a moment, the crowd was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Staring at Lin Tian, the nearby cultivators were really shocked. They couldn't understand how Lin Tian dared to be so bold. He actually kicked 2 of the Chu clan's disciples one after the other. This was simply too crazy. After all, they were from the Chu clan. A few lunatics. Just because their clan is a little stronger, they think the world should revolve around them. Ling Yun glanced at the 2 people who were kicked away by Lin Tian, then looked at the other 5 people from the Chu clan and said sarcastically. Crazy. Wuxing Crocodile said. The man and crocodile's words caused the nearby cultivators to stare at them. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Those youths are from the Chu clan. Many people were shocked. In this heaven region, there were actually people who didn't put the Chu clan in their eyes. The faces of the other 5 youths from the Chu clan turned completely cold. The divine power outside their bodies surged, and killing intent intertwined. You guys are very bold. One of them said coldly. This person was at the peak of the 6th level of the connecting immortal realm. He was wearing a purple robe. His powerful divine consciousness was vast and mighty, locking onto Lin Tian, Ling Yun, and Wuxing Crocodile. He took a step forward. At the same time, the other 4 youths from the Chu clan also moved. They were very fast and appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound. 5 powerful divine powers surged. They were all cold and completely covered the 2 youths and the crocodile. Cripple them all. The purple-robed youth who stepped forward first said coldly. He transformed into a dragon claw, intertwined with divine radiance, and clawed at Lin Tian's head. This attack was very powerful. Moreover, it was shockingly fast. One could only vaguely see a blurry claw shadow. Lin Tian stood where he was and looked at the purple-robed youth. He casually raised his right hand and grabbed the youth's wrist. The purple-clothed young man from the Chu clan was startled. He had used one of the Chu clan's most powerful divine abilities, the Spirit Sealing Hand. His attack speed was extremely fast and extremely difficult to block. But now, Lin Tian had actually blocked his attack. Lin Tian looked at the youth with a calm expression. He grabbed the youth's wrist and used a little force, directly crushing the youth's wrist bone. The youth from the Chu clan immediately cried out in pain. At the same time, as he made this move, a faint pressure spread out from his body, causing the other 4 youths of the Chu clan to tremble. Each one of them seemed to have been struck by lightning, and all of them fell to the ground with a series of thuds. The Spirit Sealing Hand of the Chu clan was so easily. Also, what happened to the other 4 youths from the Chu clan? Why did they fall by themselves? All the cultivators around were shocked. The pressure released by Lin Tian only fell on the 4 youths from the Chu clan. These people couldn't feel it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard again. Lin Tian grabbed the wrist of the purple-robed youth from the Chu clan and used his right hand again. The force passed through the youth's arm to the rest of the youth's body, shattering many bones in other parts of the youth's body. Ah! The purple-robed youth screamed immediately. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead from the pain. He wanted to break free, but found that his struggle was useless. Lin Tian's big hand grabbed him, and the divine power in his body seemed to be frozen. Lin Tian looked at the youth. Just now, you said you were going to cripple us? His voice was very calm, without the slightest hint of power, but it caused the purple-robed youth, who was suffering from the pain of broken bones, to tremble violently. He felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. No. I didn't. The purple-robed youth endured the pain and said in a trembling voice. The coldness in his eyes disappeared, and at this moment, fear appeared. He felt that the calm Lin Tian at this moment was so terrifying. Crack! Lin Tian used his right hand, and the sound of bones breaking was heard again from the purple-robed youth's body, causing him to scream again. So, you mean that I was deaf just now? That I misheard what you said? he said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the purple-robed youth trembled again. He only felt that his internal organs had become cold. No. 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 You are not deaf. You didn't mishear. You didn't mishear. The youth said in horror. Lin Tian looked at the youth. I didn't mishear. So, you mean that you want to cripple all of us? The purple-robed youth trembled. At this moment, he really didn't know how to answer. He was shocked and terrified, and even tears fell from his eyes in pain. He said no. Lin Tian said that he meant that he was deaf and misheard. He said that he didn't mishear. Lin Tian said that he meant that he wanted to cripple all of them. How could he answer this? He couldn't answer. No matter how he answered, he would offend Lin Tian to the core. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They only felt that Lin Tian was too difficult at this moment. Even the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes. Kid Lin, you really have a bad taste. That's how it should be played. Ling Yun chuckled. Lin Tian looked at the purple-robed youth who was so frightened that he didn't know what to say. Silence means consent. Of course, in fact, you did say those words. As he spoke, a Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared in his left hand. It was intertwined with a faint silver light, full of a sense of holiness. Seeing this Tao diagram of the four symbols, the purple-robed youth and the other four youths of the Chu clan who were pressed to the ground changed their expressions drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their fear became even stronger. The purple-robed youth couldn't stop trembling. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He flicked his left hand, and the silver Tao diagram of the four symbols instantly flew out and disappeared into the youth's body. Ah! The purple-robed youth screamed, and the aura on his body quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. My cultivation. You crippled me? He stared at Lin Tian in shock and fear, and his face was full of despair. You wanted to cripple us, so I crippled you. It's fair and reasonable. Lin Tian Andao. With a shake of his hand, he threw the purple-robed youth, who crashed into an old tree not far away, causing him to scream again. You, cough. Ah. The purple-robed youth was terrified and in despair. How could he bear to go from an immortal-reaching realm cultivator to an ordinary person? He coughed out a mouthful of blood on the spot and directly fainted. Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at the other four youths of the Chu clan who were pressed to the ground by his nirvana aura. A ring of divine power spread out from the soles of his feet, and with a bang, 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 the four youths were all sent flying dozens of feet away. With his current cultivation at the rebirth realm, he could kill these people with a single thought. However, it was precisely because his cultivation had improved that his mental state had improved as well. So, he couldn't be bothered to kill these profligate disciples at the immortal ascension realm. Let's go. He called out to the whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun, and as if nothing had happened, he walked into the distance. He had other important things to do in the West Nether continent. The whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun naturally would not stay here and followed him. After that, until the two of them and the crocodile had gone far away, the nearby cultivators still had fearful expressions on their faces. That person, how dare he do this to a disciple of the Chu clan, crippling one of them? Where did he get the courage from? Doesn't he know how powerful the Chu clan is? The cultivators' hearts trembled. At the same time, not far away, the four youths of the Chu clan who had been sent flying by Lin Tian's last kick were bleeding from their mouths. At this moment, they stood up and stared in the direction that Lin Tian had left, their faces full of shock and fear. The young disciples of the Chu family were horrified. Seeing Lin Tian's Tao diagram of four symbols, they instantly recalled the scene from a few years ago. That year, they were lucky enough to see that scene. At the bank of the Ruoshui River, a middle-aged man also used the same silver diagram. It covered the sky and killed their first-rate king physique cultivator. His blood burned the Ruoshui River red. Who is he? What is his relationship with that person? Why does he know that precious technique? Is he that person's descendant? Or disciple? The young disciples of the Chu family trembled. Another person trembled. Go back immediately. Report this matter to the Patriarch and the Grand Supreme Elders. The others nodded. They helped the fainted clansman up and quickly left this place, heading to the edge of the continent. At this place, the nearby cultivators all looked at each other when they saw the young disciples of the Chu family leave. Why were those young disciples of the Chu family suddenly so scared? Yeah, even if they were injured and crippled, they shouldn't be so scared, right? It's a little strange. Many cultivators were puzzled. But that young man just now is really powerful. Nonsense. He dared to attack the people of the Chu family. Moreover, he crippled a cultivator of the immortal realm in an instant. His cultivation base should be at least in the Great Path realm. How can he not be powerful? To treat the disciples of the Chu family like this, he can be considered a madman. Many cultivators were discussing. At the same time, the dozens of cultivators who tried to force Lin Tian to snatch the immortal Ling Jing from Lin Tian couldn't help but swallow their saliva with a trace of fear in their eyes. None of them thought that they could cripple a powerhouse of the immortal realm with a raise of his hand. It was enough to show how powerful Lin Tian was. Just now, they wanted to snatch the immortal Ling Jing from such a person. They were simply courting death. At this time, the dozens of them suddenly felt grateful to the young disciples of the Chu family. If it weren't for those young disciples who shouted at them to retreat, they would probably be lying on the ground now. Lin Tian and the others had already traveled a long distance away from their previous location. At this time, they stepped out of the mountain. Light intertwined between Lin Tian's eyebrows, flashing with divine splendor. His powerful divine sense surged and covered the entire area, sensing the location of the seven-colored light that appeared in the West Ming continent. Tai Yin immortal abode, come out quickly and come into Uncle Ling's pocket. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Ever since Wuxing Crocodile mentioned the existence of the Tai Yin Celestial Lord's cultivation abode on this continent, he had been thinking about this Celestial Lord's cultivation treasure trove. Little pervert, can't you grow up a little? Wuxing Crocodile glanced at Ling Yan. Ling Yan rolled his eyes at Wuxing Crocodile and said, that's the abode of the Celestial Venerate. Who knows, there might be a heavenly treasure in there. 2 people and 1 crocodile walked into the continent. Their pace was neither fast nor slow. Not long after, they were already very far away. Where is that 7-colored divine radiance that flashed before? I don't know. It always flashed from time to time with amazing spiritual energy and Tao radiance. Why is it gone now? Strange. Anyway, it's on this continent. We have to find it even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. It's definitely a peerless treasure. This continent is huge. Even a Nirvana realm cultivator would have to spend a few months searching the entire continent. There were many powerful cultivators nearby, and some of them were discussing in low voices. These people's voices weren't loud, but Lin Tian and the others' cultivation wasn't bad. Naturally, they could hear these voices. It's indeed a little strange. Ling Yin said, I heard that the 7-colored light would flash several times a day. The spiritual energy was amazing and the Tao was rich. But now, it seems like it has evaporated, boom. Suddenly, a roar came from dozens of miles away, directly interrupting Ling Yan's words. Looking over, a black demonic light rushed up from the mountains. It seemed a little chaotic, and it directly shattered the sky. The domineering aura caused many of the demon beasts in the West Nether continent to tremble. At the same time, this black demonic light was faintly mixed with a trace of amazing spiritual energy and 7-colored light. That is? This aura. So scary. I saw it. In that black light, there was the 7-colored light that flashed previously. Yes, I saw it too. Indeed. The nearby cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, a bright light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. Just now, when the black demonic light had shot up, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had clearly trembled. It was exactly the same as when the other sword soul fragments had appeared. Clearly, there was a sword soul fragment in the area where the black demonic light had shot up. At the same time, on the other hand, he was very familiar with this black demonic light. He wouldn't forget that aura. Nether demonic dragon. He clenched his fists. Back in the second heaven, the nether demon dragon had appeared in one of Senior Apothecary's seclusion rooms before he stepped into the Chaos Realm. It had almost killed him. Not long after that, the nether demon dragon reappeared in the Sword Tomb in the second heaven. It wanted to snatch a fragment of the Sword Soul from the Sword Tomb and abducted Bai Qiu, who had the extremine body. It had almost devoured Bai Qiu. At that time, he had relied on the divine sword and his knowledge sea to repel the nether demon dragon. Unexpectedly, he sensed the nether demon dragon's aura again. "Let's go." He called out to the Wuxing crocodile and Ling Yun, who were staring in the distance with a look of surprise. At this moment, because he sensed the aura of the sword soul fragment and the nether demonic dragon at the same time, and because of the fact that the nether demonic dragon wanted to seize the sword soul fragment in the sword tomb in the second heaven, he didn't hesitate. His speed increased rapidly, and like a bolt of golden lightning, he flashed thousands of meters away, causing the surrounding void to collapse a lot. Ling Yun couldn't help but be startled by his speed. It was really too fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Little pervert, follow me." The 5-colored wings behind Wuxing crocodile flapped, and a 5-colored brilliance flashed. His speed was also extremely fast. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Obviously, the speed displayed by Wuxing crocodile at this time also surprised him. But then, he gritted his teeth again. Master Ling didn't suffer for nothing in the past few years. With that said, the divine light on his body intertwined, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a human-shaped immortal sword. In a flash, he also rushed into the distance, his speed not slower than Wuxing crocodile. For a time, the two people and the crocodile rushed forward, causing the space to distort and creak. In this way, the distance of dozens of miles was quickly left behind. The two people and the crocodile stopped one after another and appeared in the sky above a group of mountains. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were in disorder. They were not lofty and majestic, and many places had already cracked open. Waves of demonic chi came out from underground, causing the air in this place to be very cold, as if it was a demonic domain of the underworld. However, at the same time, there were wisps of faint 7-colored light within the demonic aura. The thing that interweaves the 7-colored brilliance is under the mountains? Ling Yun was moved, but he soon frowned again. But, what's with that demonic chi? It feels like, it's a little oppressive. It's very oppressive. Wuxing crocodile also said. Whoosh. 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 The sound of breaking air rang out one after another, and a dense crowd of cultivators rushed here. Many of them were strong, and all of them stared at the bottom of the mountains. Their eyes were intertwined with light. Found it. That thing is under the mountains. What's with that demonic chi? Perhaps there are demonic veins intertwining below. Let's go down. Many cultivators' eyes were filled with divine light as they stepped towards the center of the mountains. This was because the 7-colored brilliance was overflowing from there. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was beside Ling Yun and Wuxing crocodile, moved. With a swoosh, he appeared directly above the center of the mountains. Who's there? Get out of the way. Don't block the way. Get lost. The cultivators who rushed there yelled at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he didn't care about these cultivators at all. At this moment, he raised his right hand and punched towards the center of the mountains with the Chaos Emperor fist. Roar. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in all directions. As he swung his fist, a true dragon shadow that was dozens of feet long appeared. It was as if the Supreme Dragon Emperor had descended to the mortal world. Its majestic divine might shook the sky as it swooped down toward the center of the mountains. The void shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the true dragon's shadow that was dozens of feet long fell into the mountains. Monstrous divine power and violent hurricanes erupted, and the cultivators who rushed there were all swept away. Many of them coughed out blood and almost died on the spot. Boom! The roar was ear-piercing, and the mountains below collapsed on the spot. They were almost torn into pieces, and large rocks splattered in all directions. This? One punch. The cultivators who rushed there trembled violently. They were all horrified as they looked at Lin Tian in shock. The power of this punch was like a falling star. It actually shattered the entire mountain range with just one punch, not far away, Ling Yan's eyes widened. This kid. He was very familiar with Lin Tian and knew Lin Tian very well. He knew that Lin Tianyi was monstrously powerful, but at this moment, he was still shocked. After not seeing him for a few years, he didn't expect Lin Tian to be so powerful now. The power of that punch was really terrifying. Only Wuxing Crocodile wasn't surprised because he knew that Lin Tian had already entered the Nirvana realm. Moreover, at this time, he had used the Chaos Emperor Fist, which was the Chaos Emperor Fist. It was natural for him to have such power. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from underground. The sound shook the sky, and it was so piercing that many cultivators' eardrums exploded. With a rumble, billowing demonic light rushed out from underground. The mountains collapsed again, and large rocks turned into ashes. Then, a huge monster rushed out from underground. Its body was covered in intertwined black light, and its eyes were blood red. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales, and it was like a primordial demon that rushed out from the netherworld. Its demonic power suppressed all directions. This is the nether demonic dragon? Staring at the nether demonic dragon that emerged from the ground, the Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. It was rare to see such a ferocious beast. Beside him, Ling Yan's eyes widened. He too recognized the gigantic creature that emerged from the ground. At the same time, the expressions of the other cultivators around the mountains changed. This is the nether demonic dragon? It's exactly the same as the ferocious beasts recorded in the ancient books. There's a nether demonic dragon under the mountains? The demonic chi that seeped out of the ground was not from the demonic veins, but from this demonic dragon? Many cultivators were shocked. The nether demonic dragon was a ferocious beast recorded in the ancient books. Even in ancient times, it was rare to see one as it represented destruction. Now, seeing a nether demonic dragon in this place shocked these cultivators. In the void, the nether demonic dragon's eyes were blood red. Its gigantic body was covered with bull-sized pitch-black scales. Its wings were more than 10 feet long. Its neck was thick and long, and there were 2 horns on its head. Its teeth were as sharp as divine weapons, and it was surrounded by a demonic light. Roar. It roared again. The demonic light rolled like waves, creating a violent hurricane that swept in all directions. Instantly, the cultivators around the area were in trouble. They were swept away by the violent hurricane, and screams of agony could be heard. Moreover, at the same time, some of the weaker ones were directly blown apart by the hurricane and died in an instant. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Someone shouted as he vomited blood. The place was in chaos. Many cultivators retreated far away in the blink of an eye. The nether demonic dragon roared again. Its terrifying demonic aura swept across the land. It was horrifying. Its blood-red eyes were bloodthirsty and merciless. It scanned the surroundings and landed on Lin Tian. Then, its blood-red demonic eyes focused and roared again. Human, it's you. Its voice was as deep as thunder. It recognized Lin Tian, and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes intensified. Lin Tian stood in the air and stared coldly at the nether demonic dragon. He was not bothered by the bloodthirsty look in the dragon's eyes. As expected, it's you. He looked at the other. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be doing very well now. His current divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could clearly sense that the nether demon dragon's current condition was much worse than when it had just been born. When it had just been born, its demonic aura was comparable to that of a Nirvana stage powerhouse, but now, it was only at the 6th heaven of the Nirvana stage, which was much weaker. The bloodlust in the demonic nether dragon's eyes intensified as it glared at Lin Tian. At that time, in the 2nd heaven, Lin Tian almost killed it with a powerful force that it didn't know where it came from. It was severely injured, causing its strength to fall directly to the 6th Nirvana layer, and it still hasn't recovered. Human. It stared at Lin Tian, the demonic light around its body fluctuating, as if a sea of demonic light was churning, causing the void to crackle. Such a scene caused the expressions of the nearby cultivators to change. They know each other? That person knows the legendary nether demon dragon? Many cultivators were shocked. Even Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. They knew Lin Tian very well, and they were very familiar with Lin Tian, but they didn't know when Lin Tian knew the Nether Demon Dragon. Moreover, it seemed that the Nether Demon Dragon was a mortal enemy. Boom, demonic energy surged, and the Nether Demon Dragon's demonic eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. It stared at Lin Tian and roared again. The black light around its body became even stronger, and it was like the eye of a destructive storm, blowing out waves of demonic wind in all directions. Are you trying to show off to me? Lin Tian's voice was cold. I was able to defeat you back then, and I can do the same now. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet, and the golden divine light instantly tore through the black demonic light. He instantly appeared in front of the Nether Demon Dragon, raised his right hand, and punched with his golden iron fist. With a bang, the punch landed firmly on the Nether Demon Dragon's body, sending it flying hundreds of feet away. It crashed into a mountain nearby and shattered it into pieces. He sent the legendary Nether Demon Dragon flying with one punch. The nearby cultivators who had retreated were shocked again. Lin Tian stared at the Nether Demon Dragon that was sent flying, and then lowered his head to look at the underground of the mountain range. The light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. Soon, he saw a fist-sized rainbow light source deep underground. It was shining with divine light, and it was the Sword Soul Fragment. However, at this time, there were strands of pure demonic light around the Sword Soul Fragment. They intertwined to form chains of demonic patterns that surrounded the fist-sized Sword Soul Fragment. No wonder people said that the rainbow light would flash several times a day, but it's no longer manifesting now. The faint light in his eyes intertwined. At this time, he could tell that the demonic patterns underground were left behind by the Nether Demon Dragon. It must have found the Sword Soul Fragment here not long ago, and then engraved these demonic patterns around the Sword Soul Fragment to seal its aura. It wanted to take it for itself. However, the Sword Soul Fragment was very powerful. It was impossible for an ordinary person to control it without the divine sword itself. Although the Nether Demon Dragon was powerful, it was difficult for it to do so. It must have suffered from the backlash of the Sword Soul Fragment during the refining process, and part of the demonic patterns collapsed, causing its aura to leak out again. I found one in the second heaven, and now I found one in this heaven. The dog's nose is really sharp, he said coldly in his heart and stepped down, wanting to take the Sword Soul Fragment. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Hundreds of feet away, the Nether Demon Dragon rushed back. Its demonic eyes became even colder and blood-red, and the demonic light around its body became even denser. It rushed back from afar, surrounded by black light, and roared with a thunderous voice, "Human, I'll crush you." The demonic light around its body trembled and turned into a mass of demonic killing light. It rushed toward Lin Tian like a heavy rain of demonic light. For a moment, sizzling sounds could be heard. The demonic killing light was as black as ink. Wherever it passed, the void was melted in the blink of an eye, as if ice had encountered a raging fire. Lin Tian was about to step into the ground when he saw the killing light rushing toward him. He paused slightly because he could clearly feel the power of the killing light. It contained a destructive force. His body swayed slightly, and he dodged all of the demonic killing lights, avoiding all of them. Boom! Streaks of demonic killing light landed behind him, on the ground, and on the mountains. In an instant, waves of destructive demonic tides swept up, causing the ground to crack and the mountains to shatter, leaving behind huge craters on the ground. Such a terrifying destructive power caused the nearby cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. All of them felt as if their internal organs had turned cold. Even a Wuxian powerhouse would be killed in one blow. Some people trembled. Even the 5-elemental crocodile and Ling Yun were moved because this kind of devilish light was indeed too terrifying, and its might was shocking. Is that brat okay? Can he block it? Ling Yun frowned. Even though Lin Tianyi punched the Nether Demonic Dragon and sent it flying, and even though Lin Tian dodged the Nether Demonic Dragon's killing light, he couldn't help but worry. After all, the Nether Demonic Dragon was a legendary monster. It was very scary. As he spoke, he was puzzled again. When did this brat face to face with such a ferocious demon? I've never heard him mention it before. did it happen in recent years? Lord Crocodile isn't sure either. Whooshing Crocodile looked ahead, and the demonic light in its eyes intertwined. It squinted slightly. However, it seems that the nether demonic dragon has been seriously injured and hasn't recovered yet. Its combat strength is far from its peak. With Lin Tian's current strength, even if he can't kill it, he should be able to block it. It had reached the peak of Nirvana realm before. Although its cultivation level fell later, its eyesight was still there, and it could see the nether demonic dragon's condition. Boom, in front of them, the cold demonic power was vast and mighty. It was even more turbulent and terrifying. It completely covered the space within a radius of a few hundred feet. The nether demonic dragon roared, and the demonic light around its body appeared again. It swept toward Lin Tian. Moreover, its original body also rushed over. Its tyrannical demonic body was terrifying. It rushed over, shattering a large part of the sky. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He glanced at the rainbow sword soul fragment on the ground, and then looked at the nether demonic dragon. "I'll kill you first." His voice was cold. He stared at the nether demonic dragon. The golden divine light around his body surged. His feet shook, and he stepped out like a golden lightning bolt. Back in the second heaven, the nether demonic dragon almost killed him. After kidnapping Bai Qiu, it almost devoured her. He couldn't let it go. Moreover, at this time, if he didn't kill the nether demonic dragon, he wouldn't have the chance to take the rainbow sword soul fragment. Boom. His action was simple. He only swung his fist. When the fist pressed down, the sky shook. The terrifying force overturned everything. Chi. 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 The nether demonic dragon's killing light was shattered. His fist was so powerful that it split the sky. Roar, roar, the dragon's roar and the wind shook. At the tip of his fist, a true dragon appeared. A celestial phoenix spread its wings and flew up. Unparalleled immortal power intertwined, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the blink of an eye, the nether demonic dragon's killing light was all shattered. Roar, the nether demonic dragon roared again. The black wings on its back flapped, and 2 destructive storms containing the terrifying demonic light swept out toward the true dragon and celestial phoenix summoned by Lin Tian. In just an instant, the 2 collided head-on. Boom, suddenly, the demonic power and divine power exploded. The 2 didn't give way to each other. They collided with each other, creating destructive electric arcs. Crack! 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 The void collapsed. The place where the man and the dragon fought turned into a destructive zone in the blink of an eye. Bang! Lin Tian swung his iron fist and approached the nether demonic dragon. Once again, he punched the dragon's body, creating a deafening muffled sound. The nether demonic dragon's body trembled and was sent flying again. However, at the same time, the nether demonic dragon's wings shook violently. When it was sent flying, it fell on Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian to tremble violently and fly backward with a bang. The great void collapsed as a hurricane swept across. Lin Tian and the nether demonic dragon were sent flying at the same time, each stopping hundreds of feet away. Roar! The demonic light of the nether demonic dragon roared. The pitch-black demonic light became even more violent as its blood-red demonic eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. It stared at Lin Tian as it flapped its wings in the sky. Its demonic aura spread in all directions, and the aura it emitted instantly became several times more terrifying than before. It was appalling. This, in the distance, a group of cultivators was horrified. Facing such demonic aura, they felt a stinging pain on their skin even though they were far away. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to show off your aura?" Boom. He stood in the sky, golden divine light surging around his body, and a powerful aura suddenly swept out. It was as if an active volcano that had been dormant for eternity had suddenly erupted, and it shook the entire sky to the point that it trembled, and the flowing clouds in the sky were instantly shattered. At this moment, he stood in the sky. His body was completely disproportionate to the nether demonic dragon's demonic body. He looked very small, but the aura he emitted was extremely powerful. It was not weaker than the nether demonic dragon at all. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. For a moment, golden gales swept across all directions, causing a group of cultivators to tremble violently. Many of them were directly sent flying. This aura, retreat. We have to retreat. Many cultivators were terrified. At this moment, the aura Lin Tian emitted was too powerful. These ordinary cultivators could not withstand the collision with the nether demonic dragon at all. At this moment, just facing this aura from afar made them feel as if their bodies were about to explode. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The group of cultivators retreated again, and in the blink of an eye, they had retreated far away again. Rumble. The golden divine light and black devilish light collided with each other here, and they interweaved into strands of dazzling arcs of lightning. The space in the surroundings exploded inch by inch while spatial turbulence flowed out incessantly, and it was like the surging waves of a great river. The nether demonic dragon's demonic eyes were blood-red like two bloody suns. It was bloodthirsty and cruel. With a roar, it charged straight at Lin Tian. With a buzz, it flapped its wings, and demonic blades swept out. They were extremely domineering, completely covering all directions, and slashed at Lin Tian with a destructive force. Clang, Lin Tian took a step forward, and the sword light around his body clanged. Countless towering heaven sword auras appeared and turned into a rain of swords that pierced through the void and met the nether demonic dragon's demonic blades head-on. Chi, the two collided with each other, both shattering. Neither was weaker than the other. Lin Tian stepped forward, his golden iron fist smashing down. Dong. The sky trembled as if a bolt of lightning had exploded. The nether demonic dragon growled and swung its claws. It was as if a galaxy was crashing down to meet Lin Tian's iron fist. Crush you. The nether demonic dragon said. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. You? Compared to the nether demonic dragon's claw, his fist was extremely small. However, the force contained within his fist was vast and turbulent. When it collided with the nether demonic dragon's claw, a muffled bang was heard as it shattered the void. His eyes were indifferent. He instantly felt the strength of the nether demonic dragon's demonic body. It was not inferior to his current strength. However, his expression did not change. His right fist collided with the nether demonic dragon's claws. The divine power in his body surged, and his fist trembled slightly. It had been a long time since he used the basic martial art technique, the meteorite shattering fist. This martial art technique focused on attacking the outside and injuring the inside. On the surface, the enemy seemed to be unscathed, but the force of the fist penetrated the enemy's body and went straight for the enemy's internal organs. At this moment, he adjusted his divine power to a special frequency, and the special force of the fist sank directly into the nether demonic dragon's body. Immediately, the nether demonic dragon's body shook, and blood flowed out of its mouth and nose. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared and waved its other dragon claw. At the same time, more demonic light rushed out of its body and turned into a wave of demonic light. It rose to a height of 1,000 feet and cast a large shadow on the ground. It pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. This wave of demonic light was terrifying, and its attack was ferocious. Coupled with the nether demonic dragon's claws, it covered all directions. Lin Tian shook his right hand, and the force of the fist exploded, sending the nether demonic dragon's huge demonic body dozens of feet away. He then quickly retreated and dodged the terrifying wave of demonic light. Die, human! At this moment, a roar sounded. While Lin Tian was dodging the wave of demonic light, the nether demonic dragon moved to the sky above Lin Tian's head. At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of dark flames fell instantly, burning the void and drowning Lin Tian. This type of flame was extremely domineering. The spatial turbulence that overflowed after the space collapsed was instantly evaporated. Kid! In the distance, Ling Yan's expression changed, and he could not help but shout. At the same time, the other cultivators who were further away trembled as they faced the dark flames spewed by the nether demonic dragon. They felt as if their bodies were about to melt, and they could not stop trembling. This seems to be the nether demonic flame. It's said to be so domineering that it can even incinerate divine power. It's over. Being engulfed by this type of flame, even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. That person, the cultivator's hearts palpitated. In front of them, the dark demonic flames surged in the void, burning like the demon king's fire of the demonic realm. However, in the next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the dark demonic flames. Then, the golden light became brighter and brighter, gradually pushing the dark demonic flames away. There, in the center, Lin Tian stood calmly, unscathed. The golden flames on the surface of his body intertwined, exuding a scorching heat. It was actually burning the nether demonic flame. For a moment, the cultivators trembled again, and their expressions changed again. Could it be pure yang flames? Someone trembled. The cultivators stared at Lin Tian and the golden flames around Lin Tian's body, and the shock in their eyes intensified. That's right. Golden flames, and they can burn the nether demonic flame. It's definitely pure yang flames. He can actually control pure yang flames? That's the legendary divine fire. The cultivators' hearts trembled. Pure yang flames were formed by the condensation of heaven and earth energy. It was said to be able to incinerate everything, be it the physical body, divine power, or even the divine soul. It could even burn the great Tao precepts. Most importantly, this divine fire could increase in power as the cultivator's strength increased. It was extremely powerful and mysterious, and it was one of the most domineering flames in heaven and earth. These cultivators never thought that Lin Tian could control such a divine fire. Even Ling Yun was shocked, and his eyes widened. This kid, when did he control such a flame? It's been a long time. Whooshing Crocodile said casually. The air in front of Lin Tian buzzed, and the golden pure yang flames burned the air around him. He raised his head and looked at the nether demonic dragon in the sky. His eyes were still indifferent. Boom, he stared at the nether demonic dragon, and the pure yang flames outside his body became even more violent. The flames soared to a height of more than 100 feet, forming a sun-flame divine halberd that pierced through the air toward the nether demonic dragon. The nether demonic dragon's eyes were blood red. It opened its mouth again and spat out nether demonic flames. This time, the nether demonic flames were even more powerful and domineering, and they collided with Lin Tian's pure yang flames. In the blink of an eye, the two flames collided. Whoosh, 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 the two flames collided, one golden and one black. It was like two torrents colliding, and many sparks flew in all directions. These sparks landed on the surrounding ground and burned a large area in an instant. It was even more terrifying than burning lava. Boom, the two flames collided in a stalemate, and the divine power and demonic might shook. After that, the golden pure yang flames were still stronger than the nether demonic flames. Even though the nether demonic dragon made the nether demonic flames even more domineering, it was still no match for a divine fire like the pure yang flames. It was once again burned and annihilated by the pure yang flames. Then, with a rumbling sound, the divine halberd formed by the pure yang flames surged up and pierced through the nether demonic dragon's abdomen, drawing out a large amount of demonic dragon's blood. Roar, the nether demonic dragon roared angrily, and the demonic light was vast and mighty. It shattered the divine halberd formed by the pure yang flames and forced it out of its body. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian arrived with an even more turbulent pure yang flames. He waved his right hand, and the pure yang flames instantly turned into a golden sea of fire, drowning the nether demonic dragon in it. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared, and the wings on its back flapped wildly. It was filled with pain and anger, shattering the space around it. Being drowned by the pure yang flames, even a demonic dragon as strong as it could not withstand it. In the blink of an eye, more than half of its body was burned away. It let out a furious roar, and the demonic aura it exuded became even more terrifying. It forcefully broke free from the pure yang flames and moved a few 100 feet away. Human! It stared at Lin Tian, and the bloodthirsty light in its huge demonic eyes became even more intense. It was filled with cruelty. The divine flames outside Lin Tian's body intertwined, but his expression was still cold. I told you before. If I could beat you up back then, I can do it again now. He said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, leaving afterimages behind with each step. He used the divine flame sword formed by the pure yang flames and slashed at the demonic dragon's head. This sword was as fast as lightning. At the same time, he activated the Ling Tian sword manual, causing its power to increase by several times. The sword approached in an instant. Poof, blood splattered everywhere, and the nether demonic dragon was cut into pieces by the sword. This scene shocked the crowd of cultivators in the distance. The powerful nether demonic dragon was cut into pieces just like that. This brat is too domineering. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Boom, in front of him, the demonic aura intertwined. The nether demonic dragon was not dead yet. Its broken demonic body surged wildly at this moment, and suddenly, a monstrous and terrifying blood-red light burst out. It turned into waves of destructive power and drowned Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook the divine flame sword in his hand, and with a swing of the sword, it turned into a water-like ripple and shattered all the blood-red light. End of chapter 1065. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.